Chapter 1. The system has mistaken the identity. School's out. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, the atmosphere at 18th High School erupted with excitement. Amidst the whispers of autumn, a group of uniformed boys rushed out of the classrooms, resembling wild boars charging through a vegetable patch. Some headed straight for the cafeteria, while others made a beeline for the restrooms. The first to reach the toilets squeezed into the stalls, producing the cheapest brand of cigarettes, and began to smoke in delight. They laughed boisterously, seemingly convinced that such antics were undeniably cool. At this moment, day students were free to return home, chatting and laughing as they exited. The boarding students, however, faced a grim reality. They had to hurry to the cafeteria for a meal before resuming their evening study session. It was rumored that they would also have to partake in evening exercises and night study, a truly dismal affair. Lin Luo, I just acquired a new game that is absolutely thrilling. Shall we hit the internet CAF for some fun? Kong, as usual, was packing his bag, his small eyes glinting behind his glasses. I can't go. I intend to return home to study. We're in our senior year now. You ought to cut back on your internet CAF visits too. Lin Luo replied as he put away the 200 yuan functional phone he had bought from a roadside shop, embodying the image of a diligent student. Having just begun reading The Golden Scales Are Not of This Pool, which he downloaded online yesterday, he was profoundly moved by its contents and planned to immerse himself in it. All night, I have a new website featuring updates from our teachers. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let's go. I'll help you level up with my sword master skills. As he spoke, Lin Luo had already draped an arm around Zikong's shoulder, pulling him towards the exit. Zikong was momentarily taken aback, then a sly grin spread across his face as he chuckled with delight. The two friends, the best of companions, walked merrily towards the school gate. However, as they stepped outside, they were met with an unexpected scene. The area outside the school was crowded with students, and the street was choked with vehicles. Several teachers were attempting to maintain order among the throng, urging the students to disperse and return home, yet the onlookers remained unmoved, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. What's going on? Why is everyone blocking the entrance? Zikong, being shorter and curious, kept bouncing on his toes to glimpse what was happening ahead. Lin Luo, taller, was able to see the commotion with minimal effort. Upon catching sight of the scene, Lin Luo's eyes lit up and a grin stretched across his face. Oh my goodness. Zikong, there's a big fool over there, wrapped in a urea bag, playing eagle catches the chick with a guy in a lab coat. Wow, is this really happening? Is that one of our schoolmates? Which class is he from? I can't see anything. Zikong, filled with frustration, scratched his head and jumped up in vain, blocked by the crowd before him, growing increasingly agitated. The spectacle was right in front of them, yet they could not catch a glimpse. Just then, a police siren wailed in the distance. Among the crowd, the head of the school's academic affairs and several robust physical education teachers intensified their efforts to manage the chaos. Disperse, don't just stand there. Hurry back home. Which class are you from? If you don't leave now, they'll call your parents. With a combination of coaxing and intimidation, the students finally began to disperse, and Zikong was finally able to see what was happening inside. An elderly man, disheveled and wrapped in a fertilizer bag, was being subdued on the ground by several uniformed officers and individuals in white coats. Despite being pinned down, the old man exhibited remarkable strength, struggling defiantly while shouting vigorously. Impudence, boldness, arrogance. Release me at once. I am Lin Luo, the magistrate of Yinzhou, appointed by His Majesty, he proclaimed. Attacking a government official? Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Ha! Lin Luo, did I hear that correctly? This fool shares your name, chuckled Kongzi, nearly losing his glasses in amusement at the old man's self-identification. Lin Luo appeared dazed, as if struck dumb by the situation. Kongzi found Lin Luo's bewildered expression even funnier, doubling over with laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The officer holding the old man could no longer contain his irritation and delivered a light smack to his head, exclaiming, "The Qin dynasty has been gone for a century, and you still claim to be the magistrate of Yinzhou. What a sight! Take him away." Together, the officers hoisted the old man into the vehicle like a pig being carried. As the police car and the psychiatric hospital vehicle drove away, the onlooking students buzzed with chatter about the recent events. Lin Luo, meanwhile, stared in bewilderment at a suddenly appearing translucent virtual text box. At 8 years old, You were sent to the Qian Yunzo Academy for enlightenment. Coming from a humble background, you were often bullied by your peers due to your perceived lack of talent. Determined to change your fate, you studied diligently and, at 12, passed the childhood examination, becoming a student. At 18, you began participating in the academy examinations, but failed for 9 consecutive years, facing ridicule from your classmates. The engagement arranged in your childhood with a concubine from the Chu family was broken off. In fury, you vowed that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West would not allow the young to be oppressed by their poverty. At 28, you finally succeeded in the academy examination, becoming a scholar. However, your parents tragically died overnight at the hands of ruthless bandits. Grief-stricken and seeking vengeance for your family's demise, you joined a Fuwei escort agency to study literature and martial arts. 6 months later, you welcomed your first son, naming him Lin Pingji. At 36, due to excessive martial training, your health deteriorated, yet you unexpectedly mastered the long-lost evil-slaying sword technique, greatly enhancing your combat prowess. After slaying the bandit leader, you achieved clarity of mind and participated in the autumn examination, becoming a successful candidate. At 37, you took part in the spring examination and became a tribute scholar. After a night of heavy drinking, your wife discovered she was pregnant. Despite the joyous news, you could only force a smile. At 38, you attended the palace examination and ranked among the top 3 candidates, fortuitously filling the position of Yinzhou magistrate. Your wife successfully gave birth to twins, yet en route to your new post, you were ambushed by an old friend wielding the deadly, soul-reaping sword. Stripped of your martial abilities and cast off a cliff, you unexpectedly traversed into a parallel world. Blue Star. Host, Lin Luo, now in middle age with a frail body, you have been granted the chance to traverse to Blue Star. Will you embrace the advanced knowledge and technology of this world, return to Qian, and alter your destiny? What a tragic life indeed. Lin Luo felt a surge of empathy. Yet, what did it have to do with me? System, you have mistaken your target. While I share the name Lin Luo, however, the unfortunate entity you mentioned must be the bag of urea that was just taken away. At this moment, Lin Luo observed 2 choices appearing in the semi-transparent virtual frame. Yes, no. Yes, 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 yes. Regardless of whether it was the right choice or not, he decided to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Luo raised his hand and pressed yes. The system had already made the delivery. Even a mere 3 seconds of doubt would be a disservice to the countless web novels he had devoured over the years. What is a system? It is the deep blue realm where protagonists flourish, surrounded by beauty, and even attain immortality. As a child from an ordinary family, not particularly handsome, and languishing at the bottom of his class, attending a prestigious university and securing a lucrative job, marrying a lovely wife seemed like an unattainable dream. His future was destined to be mundane. Perhaps he wouldn't have a life more miserable than that of a urea bag, but who could say for certain? This foolish system had presented itself to him. To choose no would be akin to having one's brain kicked by a donkey. The virtual chat box displayed another message. Old Deng's reversal system successfully bound. Host, Lin Luo, male, 38 years old. You are in a frail body. Your martial skills have withered, and on the verge of death, you have traversed to Blue Star. Your immediate priority is to obtain a legal identity. Task, acquire a household registration on Blue Star. Reward, body replenishing pill. Lin Luo, what are you doing? Hurry up, or we'll miss our spot. Kong Zi, noticing Lin Luo lost in thought, tugged at his shirt. The excitement had subsided, and it was time to head to the internet CAF for some thrilling gaming. Snapping back to reality, Lin Luo glanced at the eager Kong Zi. Kong Zi, I just remembered something. Why mom wants me to return home early today. I'll head back now and take you to rank up tomorrow. Hey, how can you say one thing and do another? You don't want a new website anymore, do you? Kong Zi shouted in frustration, watching Lin Luo's retreating figure. Jinzi Kong, what new website are you talking about? The voice of their teacher, Chun Kun, drifted ominously from behind Kong Zi. Kong Zi froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Lin Luo, save me, save me. Chapter 2. This system has potential, but not much. Thud, 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 bang. Lin Luo raced home in a whirlwind, flinging open the door and heading straight for his bedroom. The sound startled Zhang Xuehua, who was busy in the kitchen, causing her to rush out with a spatula in hand. Lin Luo, "You little rascal, have you been chased by a dog?" After calling out, she saw no movement from Lin Luo's room and, in irritation, turned back to continue cooking. "Just wait until dinner is ready, I'll deal with you then." In his bedroom, Lin Luo rummaged through his nightstand and retrieved his identity card. Having just turned 17, the card was of little use to him, as he couldn't even log into the internet, so he kept it at home. System, look at this. Task: acquire a household registration on Blue Star. Reward: body replenishing pill completed. Is it done? That was astonishingly easy, with no difficulty at all. Lin Luo grinned and tossed the identity card back into the drawer. For the transmigrated Old Deng, obtaining a household registration on Blue Star would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Yet for the native Lin Luo, it was as easy as pie. In the next moment, Lin Luo felt a weight settle in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, dark pill. Is this the muscle growth and bone reshaping pill? It resembles a candy. What effects does it have? The muscle growth and bone reshaping pill can stimulate muscle and bone growth, reshape tendons, and enhance physical fitness. For the severely injured, it can aid in recovery, while for ordinary individuals, it can bolster their constitution. With a howl of excitement, Lin Luo barely finished reading the item description before swallowing the pill whole. The pill had a flavor reminiscent of a traditional herbal remedy, slightly bitter with a hint of sweetness. Soon, he crushed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it down. Concerned that the remnants would go to waste, he rushed out of his bedroom to gulp down a large glass of warm water. After a belch, Lin Luo set down the glass and waited for a moment. Aside from feeling a slight distension in his stomach from drinking too much water, he sensed nothing amiss. The typical narrative of feeling warmth and a cleansing sensation after consuming a pill did not unfold. Could it be that this old system has deceived me? Lin Luo mused, tugging at his shirt, only to have his eyes widen in astonishment. Holy cow! As a reclusive high school student, his daily pleasures revolved around gaming and reading novels, leaving his physique rather unimpressive, particularly his muscle tone. Yet his abdomen displayed 6 distinct muscles along with a hint of definition that he rolled up his sleeves, revealing bulging arm muscles, and when he clenched his fist, the veins stood out prominently. Donning a mask, he felt emboldened to cosplay as a martial arts master. Ada! Lin Luo let out a high-pitched cheer before executing a kick, seamlessly transitioning into a series of punches that cut through the air with a satisfying whoosh. Thrilling! Lin Luo felt as though he could fell a minotaur with a single punch. How remarkable that a single pill could transform him into a formidable figure. This system truly was extraordinary. Lin Luo. His exuberant outburst drew a maternal inquiry from the kitchen. What madness are you up to now? Have you finished your homework? I'm on it. Lin Luo quickly retreated to his bedroom, neck retracted. Hey. Once the door was shut, he chuckled like a villain. If the pills provided by the system were so miraculous, what future rewards awaited him? Could he become a superhero? At that moment, a new message appeared in the virtual chat box. Though you have acquired a legitimate identity in this new world, you struggle with understanding its written language. It is imperative that you learn it swiftly. Task: learn a form of Blue Star script and become proficient in reading. Reward: wisdom fruit. How intriguing. Could it be that this old system was not misdirected, but rather meticulously crafted for him? Otherwise, how would it know of his intellectual shortcomings? Wisdom fruit by its name. It seemed linked to intelligence. Lin Luo smirked, seated himself at a chair, and retrieved his recently purchased device, skillfully opening a TXT document titled Golden Scales. The small screen strained his eyes, yet having something to read was a welcome relief. Wow! A hidden feature revealed itself. How impressive! This author was truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, he read through 20 chapters before lifting his gaze to the translucent chat box once more. Task: to study a form of writing from the blue planet and achieve proficiency in reading. Reward: wisdom fruit completed. Lin Luo felt a weight in his pocket, accompanied by a peculiar heaviness. His loose school uniform trousers were filled to the brim. After much effort, Lin Luo finally managed to extract a fruit resembling a large pear. This foolish system had its quirks, albeit limited. Why must the task reward be crammed into my pocket instead of being placed directly in my hand? Gazing at the wisdom fruit in his possession, Lin Luo did not hesitate and took a bite. What the hell? Why is it so sour? His facial features contorted in a pained expression as his mouth produced an excessive amount of saliva. Yet, he dare not spit it out. He chewed a few times before swallowing whole. For the sake of enhancing his intellect, Lin Luo was determined that, in the end, he did not spare even the seed inside the wisdom fruit, consuming it entirely, even chewing the stem until it lost its flavor before spitting it into the trash bin. I forgot to ask System, what is the purpose of this wisdom fruit? Lin Luo inquired, his face contorted in agony. Upon consumption of the wisdom fruit, the host will possess photographic memory for 3 days, during which learning abilities will be enhanced. After 3 days, intelligence levels will far exceed the ordinary. Photographic memory, a permanent enhancement of intellect. What was a little sourness in comparison? Merely a trifling discomfort. With a resolute gaze, Lin Luo swiftly seized the English-Chinese dictionary from the shelf and began perusing it, page by page. The teacher responsible for instructing Lin Luo in English was named Ho Guifan, a formidable individual. She had memorized the English-Chinese dictionary to pass the specialized 8th level exam. One of her frequently uttered phrases was that mastering English relied on memorization, and speaking once one memorized all the vocabulary and understood the grammar, English would pose no difficulty. However, Lin Luo had never engaged in rote memorization. He merely used English class as an opportunity to read novels. He was a student in an ordinary class, with rather poor grades, and the teacher's expectations for such students were quite simple. Just avoid causing trouble. As a result, Lin Luo's English scores were always left to chance, relying solely on multiple-choice questions. When faced with 3 long options, he would select the shortest. When presented with 3 short options, he would choose the longest. For the subsequent essay, he would simply copy from the reading comprehension section that if he managed to score 20 or 30 points, he considered himself exceptionally fortunate. Abundant. Class. Hey, you little rascal, it's time to eat. I called you several times, didn't you hear me? Do I have to personally invite you to the table? Zhang Xuehua, irritated, pushed open Lin Luo's bedroom door, intending to give this little rascal a loving reprimand, perhaps even a few playful kicks to his rear. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Zhang Xuehua stared in disbelief at Lin Luo, who was engrossed in reading. She blinked and, not daring to believe her eyes, rubbed them. The scene remained unchanged. This little rascal was actually reading. Typically, upon returning home, he would be glued to his phone, engrossed in novels, often chuckling at amusing plot twists. Had the sun risen in the west today? Zhang Xuehua approached Lin Luo from behind, scrutinizing him closely. Something was amiss. The little rascal was reading English. Her son, whom she had raised, was usually a lazy boy who would only know to stretch when he needed to relieve himself. Today, however, he seems unusually obedient. There must be something amiss. With a rustle, Lin Luo perused the final page of the English-Chinese dictionary before picking up his English textbook, casually flipping to a page and reading aloud. Initially, his delivery was somewhat awkward, lacking fluidity. Yet, it did not take long for Lin Luo to speak with ease and naturalness. Although his English skills were lacking, he had indeed studied phonetics. After consulting the dictionary, he had memorized the phonetic symbols corresponding to the words, making English listening and reading a trivial matter. Standing at the back, Zhang Xuehua's mouth gradually gaped wider, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. This did not sound like a mere random recitation. Could this really be her son? Could it be that the little rascal has genuinely matured? Wait, something feels off. Son, please be honest with your mother. Have you gotten into trouble at school? Zhang Xuehua's voice was gentle, reminiscent of a caring mother. Of course not. I just suddenly realized that wasting time in the past was utterly wrong, that I want to strive for improvement, aim for a good university, secure a decent job, and once I earn a significant income, I will ensure that you and Dad enjoy a good life. Zhang Xuehua smiled with relief, then playfully twisted Lin Luo's ears. Little rascal, you better confess to me. Such a sudden change must surely indicate considerable trouble. Hey, Mom, I truly haven't caused any trouble. Chapter 3, Still the Dual Plug System. Dinner time. At the Lin family's dining table, the big-eared Lin Tutu was buried in his meal. His 2 prominent red ears particularly striking. Having already communicated with Lin Luo's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xuehua realized she had misunderstood her son and switched to a nurturing mode. Serving Lin Luo some meat. Stop just shoveling rice. Have some meat. Lin Jianxi cast a dubious glance at Zhang Xuehua, then at his son, especially at the newly minted large ears that attracted attention. Surely, this was a sign that he was in trouble, for his own ears often transformed in a similar manner after fishing or drinking with friends. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed more like a case of mistaken identity. Otherwise, his wife would not bear such a countenance. Thank you, Mom. The dishes you make are truly delicious, even better than those made by restaurant chefs. My dad is incredibly fortunate to have you as his wife. Lin Luo exclaimed, praising with gusto. Having lived in this household for many years, Lin Luo understood one crucial thing. When his mother offered kindness, he needed to reciprocate, or else the consequences would be dire. Is that so? Zhang Xuehua's lips curled into a smug smile as she glanced at the bewildered Lin Jianxi, raising an eyebrow. Do you have any objections? Lin Jianxi hurriedly forced a smile, nodding in agreement with his son's words. Only then was Zhang Xuehua satisfied, casting an appreciative look at Lin Luo. You do have a sweet tongue, Lin Luo chuckled, continuing to eat while casting a glance at the semi-transparent chat box. Traversing the blue star, you, once akin to an illiterate, have diligently studied and can finally comprehend the script of the blue star. Yet time waits for no one. Having learned the blue star's characters, you must enroll in an institution to acquire advanced knowledge and skills, preparing to return to Qian and alter your fate. Task: gain admission to an institution and become a formal student. Reward: 8 steps to chase the cicada. Ahem. Lin Luo nearly spat out his food upon reading the message in the translucent chat box. Enroll in an institution. Reward of 8 steps to chase the cicada. This foolish system has returned, forever fond of issuing such nonsensical tasks. However, I am intrigued. Eat slowly, drink some water. Are you all right? Zhang Xuehua advised, handing Lin Luo a cup of warm water. Thank you, Mom, I'm fine. Lin Luo accepted the cup and gulped down the water before swiftly finishing his rice. I'm full. I'm heading back to study, he declared, placing down his chopsticks and darting back to his room. Strange. Honey, why do I feel our son is acting oddly today? Lin Jianxi remarked, pausing his chopsticks as he watched Lin Luo retreat to his room. I feel the same. When he came back today, he made quite a racket that startled me. Later, when I prepared dinner to call him out, guess what I saw? Lin Jianxi raised an eyebrow, eager to play along. What did you see? The little rascal was actually reading an English book. He even told me that his previous carefree attitude was wrong and that he would strive to improve, earning money to support us in the future. I thought he had gotten into trouble at school and had to call his homeroom teacher. Their teacher remarked that their son had been performing adequately lately. Lin Jianxi, filled with suspicion, stroked the stubble on his chin. Such unusual behavior must have its reasons. Could it be that our son has begun to make friends at school? A boy's sudden transformation surely stems from some underlying cause. Zhang Xuehua instinctively frowned, then pursed her lips and continued to eat without concern. If having a romantic interest could motivate that brat to strive for improvement, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. In Lin Luo's bedroom, he seized his school badge from the desk. Students of the 18th secondary school are required to wear their badges to enter the premises, serving as their identification. System: what do you make of this? Task: gain admission to an academic institution and become a formal student. Reward: 8 steps to catch the cicada. Completed. Astounded, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled as he dropped the badge and rubbed his hands together. Those familiar with martial arts novels know that the 8 steps to catch the cicada is a remarkable lightness skill. The name alone suggests its prowess. Swiftly, one could seize a flying cicada. Lin Luo wondered if this foolish system's reward truly encompassed such abilities. His childhood fascination with the martial world and its extraordinary skills made his breath quicken with anticipation. Before long, information regarding the 8 steps to catch the cicada flooded Lin Luo's mind. As he anticipated, it was an advanced lightness skill from the Qian school, capable of enhancing movement speed and agility. Eager to experiment, Lin Luo wasted no time in his room. Following specific techniques and footwork, he initially stumbled, reminiscent of a child just learning to walk. However, he soon became adept and fluid in his movements. Minutes later, Lin Luo darted out like a startled rabbit, agile as a cat, leaping from desk to cabinet to bed. If he were to participate in a 100-meter sprint, he would undoubtedly shatter records. Pausing for breath, Lin Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Old Deng, don't stop. Keep rewarding me with gold coins. He eagerly glanced at the chat box, hoping for new tasks to appear. Having just begun, he already possessed the physique of a martial general, the intellect of a strategist, and the lightness skills of a rogue. Thus, Lin Luo anticipated what remarkable treasures might emerge next. However, the translucent chat box revealed nothing. Could it be that the foolish system is astounded by my swift completion of tasks? Perhaps it needs a moment to process? He pondered. Or was there a time constraint for task distribution? Lin Luo scratched his head and inquired of the system, but received no response. After waiting a while, he grew impatient and retrieved his first-year mathematics textbook, flipping to the first page. When a person is cornered, they can accomplish anything, except mathematics, and physics, biology, chemistry, political science, and even language arts. Sometimes, one could scratch their head in frustration without finding a solution. With 3 days of photographic memory at his disposal, Lin Luo resolved to solidify all the key concepts from the first to the third year of high school. To store all knowledge within one's mind, one cannot help but believe that no issues will arise during examinations. Moreover, it would be prudent to peruse the exquisite verses of Tang poetry and song lyrics, as well as the strategic wisdom of Sun Tzu and the profound teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics. Should time permit, one might even embark on the self-study of additional languages. The more skills one acquires, the better. If one possesses an exceptional memory, then learning more is undoubtedly beneficial. This old system of the esteemed has proclaimed that preparations must be made for a potential journey to the illustrious Qian, as it is uncertain when such an opportunity may arise. However, should the return to the Blue Star prove impossible, Lin Luo would resolutely refuse to embark on such a journey. Thus, engaging in tasks to accumulate the system's gold coins is quite satisfactory. Even if the system were to sever ties and vanish, the skills he possesses would suffice to secure a lucrative position, thereby altering his destiny. System, when might I traverse to Qian? Will I be able to return to Blue Star afterward? The translucent chat box provided an answer. When a host acquires advanced knowledge and skills sufficient to alter fate and possesses the strength to safeguard their life, they may return to Qian and traverse freely between the 2 worlds. With the answer, Lin Luo's anxious heart found solace, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anticipation. This old system is quite the dual-edged sword. Splendid. As an avid reader of novels, Lin Luo has often fantasized about the day he might traverse realms. To his astonishment, that day has indeed arrived. The world of Qian embodies ancient civilization. Even the most mundane artifacts brought back would hold immense value. In contrast, the modern world of Blue Star offers contemporary goods that would also fetch a handsome price when transported. Lin Luo had once read a novel about traversing between worlds to engage in trade. The protagonist profited immensely by selling goods across realms. Common modern commodities such as fine salt, sugar, and glass beads hold significant worth in ancient times. Conversely, ancient treasures like gold, silver, jade artifacts, wild medicinal herbs, and rare timbers would yield astronomical profits in modernity. There is no need for extravagance. Merely acquiring a few pieces of century-old golden silk nanmu would ensure his wealth. However, one must heed a crucial point. Qian is a realm of ancient martial arts. With the existence of internal energy, which defies scientific explanation, caution is paramount. Readers of such novels understand the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth and the strategy of appearing humble while concealing true strength. One should earn money discreetly, safeguarding others in times of peril, fostering numerous friendships while minimizing enemies. In times of crisis, friends should advance first while one remains at the rear. It is essential to maintain a low profile, yet one must not be truly inept. Thus, the immediate priority remains to strengthen oneself and accumulate gold coins from the old system. Chapter 4. What is your perspective on the art of war? Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock incessantly blares, heralding the dawn of a new day. At just past 6 in the morning, Lin Luo is roused from slumber, instinctively silencing the alarm with a decisive press on its rooster-shaped crown. Time to rise. With a swift motion, Lin Luo gracefully rolls out of bed. Despite having only enjoyed 2.5 hours of sleep the previous night, he feels invigorated rather than fatigued. After an evening dedicated to mathematics, he also revisited the classics of Tang poetry and song lyrics. It would be no exaggeration to assert that he could now impress at poetry gatherings or tea houses if transported back to ancient times. After a brief morning wash, he dons his school uniform. Typically loose-fitting, it seems to have miraculously shrunk, fitting him perfectly this morning. School uniforms are generally purchased in larger sizes, anticipating the growth spurts typical of this age. Hence, a size that fits snugly one year may be ill-fitting the next. Lin Luo's uniform, usually ample enough to accommodate a down jacket, now fits him just right. Ah, I've grown, he exclaims, noticing a delightful change. Standing before the height chart affixed to his bedroom door, he compares it with his own stature. Remarkably, he has gained 3 centimeters overnight. He now stands at an impressive 185 centimeters. No wonder he felt taller during his trip to the restroom. It was not merely an illusion. Joy radiates from Lin Luo's face, accompanied by a hint of pride. What boy wouldn't he wish to be a bit taller? Of course, not excessively so, lest he struggle to find a partner he could kiss without stooping. It must be the muscle-building elixir's effect, he muses, praising the quality of the system's offerings. So, are you ready? Hurry and serve the rice. After breakfast, your father will drive you to school, calls Zhang Xiuhua from the kitchen, interrupting Lin Luo's moment of vanity. Coming, he responds, hastening to the kitchen to serve the meal. After a hearty breakfast, Lin Jianxi drives Lin Luo to school. Drive safely, Dad. Lin Luo, clutching a tote bag, observes his father's slightly perplexed expression. What is this? You're off to school without a backpack? Yes, just be careful, Lin Luo replies, carefree as he exits the car, swaying slightly as he makes his way toward the gate of number 18 middle school. Surrounded by a throng of students, clustered in groups and dressed in identical uniforms, he is struck by their exuberance. Along the roadside, several vendors offer breakfast items, savory pancakes, and egg-filled crepes, both affordable and satisfying. Students gather eagerly, eyes fixed on the cooking breakfast, occasionally checking the time with anxious glances. The pancake vendor is bustling, moving deftly yet steadily, all the while calling out, "Would you like chili? How about scallions and cilantro? A bit of everything. I don't want cilantro. Make it quick, or we'll be late." The air is filled with the lively energy of morning hustle and bustle. Lin Luo, a familiar voice calls out to him, prompting Lin Luo to turn his head in response. She is not only my desk mate, but also the belle of our class, Chu Jiao Jiao. Her complexion is fair and rosy. Her large eyes adorned with long lashes exude vitality, while her delicate nose adds to her charm. Although clad in an ordinary school uniform, she effortlessly radiates the enchanting allure of youth. With a slight smile gracing her lips and her naturally curly hair swept back into a ponytail, she walks with a graceful sway. Under the sunlight, her laughter blooms like flowers, naturally drawing the attention of her classmates. If she were to star in a youth film, she would undoubtedly outshine many actresses. Oh, is that not my desk mate? What a coincidence! Lin Luo, grinning, placed his hands behind his back as he observed the approaching girl. Is your backpack heavy? I can carry it for you. Chu Jiao Jiao, noticing Lin Luo's hands behind his back, rolled her eyes playfully. No need. I can carry it myself. By the way, where's your backpack? Lin Luo had no backpack slung over his shoulder, only a tote bag in his hand. I left it at home. Didn't he bring it with me? He had memorized the textbook content thoroughly. Why would he burden himself with books? The tote bag merely contained the homework assigned by the teachers yesterday, and that was sufficient. Oh dear, you're in trouble. We have class with the old teacher today, and you didn't bring your textbook. Don't even think about borrowing mine during the lesson. Chu Jiao Jiao teased, tugging at the straps of her own backpack while appraising Lin Luo. Was it just her imagination? Why did her desk mate seem different today? Why do you appear so much taller today? With a skeptical gaze, she scrutinized Lin Luo, her eyes eventually landing on his feet. He wore ordinary sneakers, the kind that felt constricting even without insoles. Are you wearing height-increasing insoles? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Don't slander me. I've simply grown taller. I don't believe you. You grew taller overnight? Just yesterday, you were only slightly taller than me, and now you shot up so much. Chu Jiao said emphatically, making a gesture of disdain. If I were lying, may I be cursed. I don't believe you. Take off your shoes and show me. Are you out of your mind? What if they smell and make you faint? I'm not afraid. Just show me already. Lin Luo and Chu Jiao playfully tugged at each other as they entered the school gate. Not far away, Lin Jian's car was parked by the roadside. He twisted his body to observe the scene, a knowing expression crossing his face. Ha! This little rascal has truly grown clever. Class 5, the third year. Lin Luo and Chu Jiao entered the classroom in succession. The room was already filled with students. Some were frantically copying homework, others munching on snacks, while a few were sprawled over their desks, catching a few extra moments of sleep. Their arrival did not attract much notice. Lin Luo, you finally made it. Zhen Zikong leaped up upon seeing Lin Luo, darting towards him like a flying mantis. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Luo chuckled, catching Zhen Zikong and effortlessly pressing him onto a nearby desk. Woe is me. You stood me up yesterday, and I got caught by the old teacher. Zhen Zikong lamented, his face a picture of indignation and grievance. Yesterday, Lin Luo was indeed running late. He was restrained by the homeroom teacher, who even contacted his parents to discuss his recent academic performance. Consequently, Zhen Zikong returned home to face a combination of educational reprimands from his parents, leaving him with lingering discomfort. However, this was not the most pressing concern. His allowance had been suspended, depriving him of any opportunity to visit the internet CAF this month. Are you joking? We hardly did anything yesterday. Why did the teacher have to target you? Lin Luo expressed his disbelief, pushing Zhen Zikong away to return to his seat while retrieving his homework from his bag to place it on the desk, awaiting the class representatives to collect it. Zhen Zikong wore a look of grievance, exclaiming, "Wasn't I just calling out to give you the new website?" Chu Jiao, rummaging through her backpack, perked up, her eyes involuntarily darting towards Lin Luo. The surrounding classmates exhibited similar reactions, their gazes converging on Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong in unison. Absurd. Are you all right? Can't you just fabricate a simple lie to get past this? Surely, you wouldn't confess the truth, one of them remarked. Zhen Zikong, with a bewildered expression, stared at Lin Luo as if to say, wow, how did I not think of that? Lin Luo shook his head in exasperation. Zhen Zikong resembled a foolish dog, possessing a modicum of intelligence, yet not much more. The clever quip from the previous night should have been reserved for him. Even steeping it in water might have increased his intellect. All right, return to your seat. I still need to study, Lin Luo concluded, pulling another book from his tote. You're still reading? Zhen Zikong leaned in for a closer look. Since when has Lin Luo been a bookworm? Is that The Art of War in Pinyin? Why are you reading that? Zhen Zikong questioned, his face a mask of confusion. I mean, usually Lin Luo is engrossed in novels. He has been obsessively following That Beast Blood Boiling series, which I recommended. But why has he suddenly taken an interest in military strategy? Chapter 5, Why Not Ask the Teacher About Questions You Cannot Solve? What purpose does studying military strategy serve? Are you not aware that the art of war is deceptive? Those who engage in warfare harbor dark intentions. Thus, perusing military texts proves beneficial. Lin Luo pushed Zhen Zikong's large head back with a look of disdain. Did you not wash your hair last night? Your head is utterly greasy. I washed it last night. Did it get oily again by morning? Upon hearing Lin Luo's remark about his oily hair, Zhen Zikong instinctively retracted his head and ruffled his hair with his hand. It's not greasy, Lin Luo replied. You are deceiving me again. Zhen Zikong wore a mournful expression, seeing Lin Luo intently perusing the military strategy texts. He resigned himself to lying down on the desk and indulging in his novel instead. He still had not finished reading Beast Blood Boiling. The art of war concerns the nation's paramount affairs, the realm of life and death, the path of survival and extinction. It must not go unexamined. Lin Luo had memorized the entirety of The Art of War by Sun Tzu after merely 10 minutes of reading. However, mere memorization does not equate to practical application. There's an old adage talking about warfare on paper. One may recite military strategies but fail to apply them effectively. This could lead to disaster. Hence, It is imperative to engage one's intellect. Lin Luo set the book down and glanced at the old system interface. Old Deng, are you not going to refresh the tasks? This time, new messages finally appeared in the semi-transparent chat box. In your quest to return to the great Qian and alter your destiny, you have painstakingly acquired a Blue Star household registration, diligently studied the Blue Star script, and successfully enrolled in a Blue Star Academy. Your immediate priority is to learn the advanced knowledge and culture of Blue Star. Task: visit a renowned master and receive earnest guidance. Reward: the Great Strength Diamond Palm. Lin Luo pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Based on the experiences of the transmigrator Old Deng, along with the rewards provided by the system, such as the 8 steps to catch the cicada and the Great Strength Diamond Palm, one could infer that the Qian Star is fraught with instability. Should he ever traverse to Qian Star, he must exercise utmost caution to avoid missteps. At that moment, the English teacher, the formidable Ho Guifan, fortuitously entered the classroom, carrying an English book and a stack of examination papers. With the ringing of the school bell as she ascended the podium, Ho Guifan placed the test papers on the desk and addressed the students, who already wore expressions of trepidation. Class, for the first 2 periods this morning, we will undertake a mock exam without a break in between. Once completed, we will review the answers and discuss the questions on the spot. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the students below. Oh, what a pity. Just look at your English grades. If you do not practice regularly, will you wait until after the college entrance examination to study? By then, it will be too late. As the English teacher spoke, she skillfully distributed the pre-sorted stacks of test papers to the students at the front row. They received their papers and passed them back in sequence. The papers quickly reached Lin Luo, who took his and passed the remainder to the back row. Jiao Jiezhen Zikong, seated in front of Lin Luo, called out to Chu Jiao with an air of flattery. Chu Jiao immediately shivered, goosebumps rising on her skin. Ugh, how disgusting, she replied with disdain. Lin Luo nearly retched at the exchange. Zhen Zikong, I truly wish to capture this moment. It would undoubtedly be a sensational highlight at your wedding. Hee. Zhen Zikong maintained his ingratiating smile, saying, I'll be counting on you. Please. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Chu Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. My English isn't great either, so you might want to rely on your own wits, she remarked, tilting her head to glance at Lin Luo. Oddly enough, while her usual desk mate might not possess Zhen Zikong's sycophantic nature, they would typically offer her a small bribe during exams. Yet today, there was no reaction whatsoever. She noticed Lin Luo already scribbling away on his paper. Is this for real? Chu Jiao blinked her wide eyes and leaned closer to Lin Luo, eager to uncover his intentions. In an English exam, the majority of questions are multiple choice. Lin Luo was hastily filling in the options A, B, C, and D, causing her to roll her eyes in disbelief. This fellow couldn't even be bothered to copy. Yet, it made sense. This was merely a routine class test, and whether one copied or not was indeed inconsequential. Zhen Zikong, observing Lin Luo's actions, suddenly had an epiphany. Right? Why should I copy? I can just scribble randomly. All right, everyone, focus on your answers and diligently complete your own work. Hua Guifan announced, as she noticed all students had received their papers. With only 2 class periods, plus a 10-minute break, there was little time to finish a test. If they didn't complete it, they would have to wait until afternoon study hall to discuss the questions. The classroom quickly fell silent, save for the soft rustling of pens gliding across papers, occasionally interrupted by the creaking of chairs. Hua Guifan walked around the classroom, hands behind her back, as a measure to prevent cheating or students becoming distracted. Time trickled away. Teacher, is it acceptable to write the essay this way? Lin Luo inquired. Hua Guifan paused, incredulity flashing across her face as she turned to him in disbelief. She questioned whether she had misheard. Not only she, but also Chu Jiao and Zhen Zikong, who sat beside Lin Luo, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. No, my dear fellow, it's perfectly fine to ask the teacher about questions you don't understand. But this is an exam. Asking during the test is inappropriate. Hua Guifan felt an urge to roll her eyes at Lin Luo. This boy, with his fair complexion, seemed to lack common sense. Who in their right mind would pose questions to the teacher during an exam? Oh, Then I'll just submit my paper, Lin Luo declared. Guifan was about to walk away when she nearly slipped upon hearing his words. Wait, if I don't provide you with the answers, you won't write anything. Will you? Hey, let me see that. Guifan looked at Lin Luo's paper, her expression one of disbelief. She had little hope, considering he was a student who consistently scored in the 20s or 30s. What on earth? The paper was completely filled. Could it be that he guessed? Guifan began reviewing the answers, starting from the first question. Gasp. Oh my. Hold on a moment. You come here. Guifan exclaimed, taking Lin Luo's test paper and heading to the podium. Lin Luo followed closely behind, exchanging mischievous glances with Chu Jiao. Teacher, could you enlighten me about essay writing? My English compositions have always been rather lacking. Once you finish explaining, I can complete my task. Guifan, having taught for many years at the 18th High School, may not be a renowned teacher, but she is certainly esteemed. Many of her students have gained admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Hold your tongue for a moment. Guifan, engrossed in grading papers, interrupted Lin Luo without lifting her head. The papers flipped rapidly, one after another. The answers to multiple choice questions were correct, the fill-in-the-blanks were flawless, and the reading comprehension received a perfect score. The final essay? Magnificent. Hey! Guifan suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Luo. Who would have thought, after so many years of teaching, I finally have a moment of astonishment. Lin Luo felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze. Teacher, could you please share how to write an essay? Well, your essay does have a certain stiffness, but it suffices for examination purposes. It should be structured like this, then this, and finally this. Guifan began to quietly explain the nuances of Lin Luo's essay with her pen in hand. The examination hall fell into a hushed silence, with many students staring in bewilderment at the two figures at the podium. Wait, how are you two even communicating? Isn't this an exam? Chu Jiao's large, adorable eyes widened in disbelief. Zhen Zikong looked as though his eyes might pop out of his glasses. Is this even permissible? A teacher is actually providing guidance during the exam. Task: visit a distinguished teacher, receive earnest guidance. Reward: Mighty Vajra Palm, completed. The Mighty Vajra Palm, an ultimate skill of the Southern Shaolin Temple. This technique encompasses both internal and external mastery, enabling one to break bricks and stones with bare hands, showcasing immense power. Goodness, I must be cautious when dusting off surfaces in the future. A moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Lin Luo mused. Did you understand? Absolutely. Teacher, your explanation was exceptional. I comprehended everything. Lin Luo exclaimed, giving a sincere thumbs up. Guifan's lips twitched, unable to suppress a smile. Is my teaching truly that commendable? It must be, otherwise. How could this child's English score have improved so remarkably? My diligent efforts in teaching must be yielding results. Now, take some time to reflect on what we discussed. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Thank you, teacher. Guifan nodded, her smile radiating warmth. Lin Luo, clutching his paper, hurried back to his seat. Zhen Zikong, Chu Jiao, and classmates seated around him all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Their minds were blank. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Chapter 6. Fitting in with classmates? The familiar and endearing sound of the bell resonated through the air. Guifan collected the test papers, announcing that a portion remained to be discussed and that they would continue during the self-study session this afternoon. With a smile that seemed to herald the arrival of spring, she exited the classroom. As the teacher departed, the classroom erupted with lively chatter. Wow, Luo Gu, you truly are my brother. Tell me, how did you manage that? Kong Zi exclaimed, leaping over to Lin Luo's desk, brimming with excitement like a hyperactive monkey. What do you mean? How did I manage that? I merely asked the teacher questions during the exam. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, tucking the test paper into his desk. That was quite the bold move. Zhang Peng, Lu Qingping, and Dai Jinxin, who sat nearby but were not particularly close to Lin Luo, also gathered around, their eyes wide with intrigue. Lin Luo's actions were unprecedented, utterly novel. I was just bored and needed something to do, Lin Luo casually remarked. I'm heading to the restroom. Chu Jiao Jiao, would you care to join me? He asked. Chu Jiao Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could kick Lin Luo. Are you out of your mind? Who would go to the restroom with you? She retorted. I was merely asking out of curiosity. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Kongzi, how about you? Lin Luo grinned, glancing at Zhen Zikong. Kongzi had been waiting for Lin Luo to invite him. Of course. Let us go. My big knife is itching for action. As Lin Luo and Kong Zi headed out, Chu Jiao Jiao's friends approached. Jiao Jiao, come with us. All right, just give me a moment. Zhu Xiao Xiao deeply, sweetly, pulling something from her backpack and stealthily sliding it into her pocket, as if fearing it might be seen, before exiting the classroom with her two friends. This was the nature of school life. Boys paired off to go to the restroom together, while girls did the same. However, once they entered society, the dynamics shifted. Everyone became indistinguishable, and the distinctions of gender faded away. It was commonplace for people to venture to the restroom in pairs, descend the stairs to smoke, or indulge in leisure activities. Kongzi, what is the next class about? In the restroom, Lin Luo held his breath as he relieved himself, casting a glance at Kongzi beside him. Kongzi instinctively shifted to avoid Lin Luo's gaze. It's the old class teacher's lesson. Just mind your own business. Who is looking at you? Don't be so sensitive. Besides, we're all mates. What is there to be afraid of? Afraid I might faint from the needle? Police. Kongzi's face reddened, ready to engage Lin Luo in a spirited debate. Just then, a few individuals entered the restroom, clad in uniforms with their shirts unbuttoned, smoking and casting unfriendly glances at Lin Luo. They didn't step inside, but silently blocked the entrance. At that moment, the restroom was bustling with students taking a break, and upon seeing these individuals, many hurriedly lowered their heads and exited. Those who arrived later, recognizing the blockade, wisely turned back to seek another restroom. Lin Luo, it's Zhangzhe and Jiafei. Zhen Zikong also sensed that something was amiss. Upon seeing the crowd blocking the entrance, he recognized two among them. This group hailed from nearby villages of the 18th Middle School, having known each other since childhood, and they were a rowdy bunch. They formed a clique, known as the Explosive Gang. Their leader, a fellow named Dego, was not particularly tall, but was exceptionally skilled in combat. Rumors suggested his family held some influence, which allowed them to operate with a certain degree of impunity at school, as long as they refrained from bullying academically gifted students. However, this group never instigated trouble. Despite their frequent brawls, they had never engaged in extortion or robbery. Ah, they're coming for me, Lin Luo remarked calmly, feeling a surge of excitement within. Just wait and see how I dazzle everyone. Why are you so thrilled? Are you provoking them? Zhen Zikong whispered, his voice laced with anxiety as he glanced at Lin Luo. Perhaps, came a nonchalant reply. My brother, you're being foolish. Why would you provoke them? They would treat you like a child in a fight. Zhen Zikong gulped, growing even more fearful. Even with the two of them together, they would still likely be on the receiving end of a beating. Their essay saying, among three people, there must be my teacher. Your diligent studies have earned you the recognition of esteemed mentors, but you equally need the support of your classmates. Task: engage with classmates. Reward: storage space, 1 cubic meter. Engage? I understand that. Lin Luo chuckled lightly, patting Zhen Zikong on the shoulder. He was aware of the reason these individuals had come. It was all about Chu Jiao Jiao. Previously, someone had approached him, advising him to steer clear of her. In the past, he might have felt intimidated. Now, it was that he should be wary. With a composed demeanor, Lin Luo retrieved his phone from his pocket and activated the video recording function. Though it was a low-end device with poor pixel quality and limited memory, it sufficed for recording. Kongzi, you stay back and film everything that happens, Lin Luo instructed. Zhen Zikong, already bewildered, felt even more confused at this command. Ah, okay. He took the phone, his hands trembling slightly. 7 individuals were blocking the door, and Lin Luo intended to take them on alone? Had he lost his mind? Brother, if it gets too tough, let's just plead for mercy. There's no shame in that. Look at your lack of spirit. Just watch how I handle this. Lin Luo retorted, adjusting his pants and approaching the 7 individuals with a forced smile. Zhen Zikong crouched behind a partition, sneakily extending his phone to capture the unfolding scene, resembling a battlefield reporter. In the dim light, Lin Luo's silhouette appeared somewhat blurred, yet exuded an air of calm confidence. He surveyed the ragtag group of spirited youths and asked with a faint smile, "Gentlemen, are you looking for me?" "Shit, so you are Lin Luo. Good to know we found you. Didn't we tell you before to keep your distance from Chu Jiao Jiao? Clearly, you don't understand human language. Today, we're going to teach you what it means to listen." A group of individuals encircled him, exuding an air of arrogance and bravado. "Oh dear, I am terrified," Lin Luo remarked, effortlessly rendering Zhang Zhe and Jia Fei speechless. "Is he always this audacious? With so many of us standing here, do you dare to behave this way?" They exclaimed, their faces flushed with anger. "Damn it, strike him." Fueled by rage, they charged at him. Having navigated the school environment for quite some time, they had never encountered anyone as brazen as Lin Luo. Instead of pleading for mercy, he dared to provoke them. "Lin Luo, be careful," Zhen Zikong warned, his face pale with anxiety. A smirk played on Lin Luo's lips as he deftly sidestepped a flying kick, swiftly raising his hand to deliver a powerful shove, sending his assailant crashing into a urinal. "What the hell?" Zhen Zikong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Luo executed a misstep, his arms spreading like an eagle taking flight. With a flourish, he struck, and two unfortunate souls were sent hurtling away, their muffled cries echoing. "Welcome to the urinal, esteemed guests." In a flash, Lin Luo twisted his waist and swung his arms, delivering two sharp claps. Who says one hand cannot make a sound? This maneuver was known as the Daruma's sleeve flick. The two figures sent sprawling let out a cry as they landed unceremoniously. "Once again, welcome." The final two, Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe, stood bewildered, staring at their 5 comrades sprawled in the urinal. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, my brothers have fallen. "Wait, Lin Luo, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us talk this out," they stammered, realizing the futility of their situation. Lin Luo regarded them with a smile that held no warmth, trapping each by the neck. "Now, enlighten me. Who sent you to confront me?" Chapter 7. Kongzi. QEQ is born. Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe stood frozen in fear, their faces drained of color. How had they been oblivious to Lin Luo's formidable prowess? In the blink of an eye, their group of 7 had dwindled to just the 2 of them. Cramped in the confined space of the restroom, they had been unable to push forward. Now, constrained by the situation, they dared not move, fearful of what might ensue. "Yes, it was the Goge who sent us," one of them stammered. "This morning, you were too close to Chu Jiao Jiao at the school gate. The Goge instructed us to teach you a lesson, to keep you away from her in the future." Lin Luo scoffed, his disdain palpable. What kind of toad is this, the Goge, coveting a swan like Chu Jiao Jiao? He leaned in close to Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe, speaking languidly. "Tell that foolish dog to refrain from provoking me. If he does, I shall ensure he regrets it completely. Understood?" Yes, understood." Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe hurriedly nodded, obedient as a well-trained donkey. Task: integrate with classmates. Reward: storage space, 1 cubic meter. Completed. What a ridiculous notion of integration. This system ought to be dubbed the foolish dog system instead. Nevertheless, the prospect of 1 cubic meter of storage space was exhilarating. Lin Luo felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. If it weren't for the overpowering stench in the restroom, he would have taken a deep breath to calm his elation. Releasing Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe, Lin Luo turned to call out to Zhen Zikong. "Kongzi, let us go." Coming. Zhen Zikong excitedly tucked away his phone and dashed to Lin Luo's side, casting a glance at the urinals as he passed. "Wow, that was brutal. My brother is incredible. Hee. Lin Luo, your phone." Zhen Zikong handed over the device. Lin Luo glanced at the recording, confirming it was saved before slipping it into his pocket. This served as evidence that he had acted in self-defense. No matter how far the matter escalated, he was justified. In the next moment, Lin Luo concentrated and the phone vanished into a pocket dimension measuring 1 meter in all dimensions, his newly acquired personal space. With another thought, the phone reappeared in his pocket. Perfect. Outside the restroom, a crowd had gathered, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Though hesitant to enter, they stood anxiously, anticipating what would unfold. As Lin Luo emerged, he was startled by the throng of onlookers. The moment they spotted him and Jin Zikong, the crowd erupted in excitement. They're out. They came out. But wait, where are Jia Fei and the others? What is going on? The assaulters didn't emerge, but the victim did first? Lin Luo. Among the crowd, Chu Jiao spotted Lin Luo and rushed forward, her delicate features etched with concern. Are you all right? She anxiously scanned him for any signs of injury. Iem Mifine. What are you doing here? Lin Luo replied. Chu Jiao observed that he bore no traces of having been in a scuffle, which alleviated her concerns significantly. His pristine appearance indicated that he was not the one who had been beaten. She gestured towards Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyue, stating, Huan and the others heard that Jia Fei and his group cornered a student inside and insisted on dragging me here to witness the spectacle. Now that you've emerged, do you know who was assaulted? Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyue trailed behind, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Lin Luo, Jin Zikong, do enlighten us about the situation within, they urged. Indeed, who was the victim? Jin Zikong, swelling with pride, was about to boast when Lin Luo restrained him. Kongzi, aren't you going to wash your hands? Jin Zikong responded in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Didn't you soil your hands? Should you clean up? You're talking nonsense. I did nothing of the sort. Jin Zikong exclaimed, hopping in frustration, his face flushed with embarrassment. I considered you a brother, and yet you defame me in front of the few beauties in our class. The trio, Chu Jiao, Liang Huan, and Jiao Mengyue, burst into laughter at Jin Zikong's reaction. This Kongzi resembles a little monkey. Oh, you didn't I must have misremembered. Lin Luo nodded, and upon saying this, Jin Zikong felt even more a loss for words. Damn it, he muttered. ISNT the next class with our homeroom teacher? Let's hurry back. Lin Luo called to the others, then took Chu Jiao's hand and headed towards the academic building. This was a classic case of strategic diversion. Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyue hurried after them. Hey, Lin Luo, don't rush off so quickly. You still haven't told us who got beaten. Jin Zikong watched as Lin Luo was pursued by several girls, stamping his foot in frustration. Damn it, this is so infuriating. Suddenly, the classroom bell rang. Their homeroom teacher, Chen Kun, entered, one hand clutching a cup of water and the other a textbook, moving with a demeanor reminiscent of an old bureaucrat. As he appeared, the previously lively classroom fell into an immediate hush, with everyone sitting up straight in anticipation of his lecture. Lin Luo rested his chin on one hand, his brow furrowing as he watched his deskmate leisurely slide over a politics textbook. Chu Jiao glanced at Lin Luo, then turned her head with an air of pride to regard Teacher Chen. Her own desk bore a history textbook, its cover prominently displayed. A subtle smile graced Lin Luo's lips, causing Chu Jiao's eyelashes to flutter and her heart to race. Before we commence the lesson, I have an important announcement, Teacher Chen stated, surveying the classroom before continuing. You are now in your final year of high school, an incredibly significant year in your lives. With less than 200 days until the college entrance examination, the atmosphere in the classroom turned somber. The Gaokao for third-year students is undeniably a weighty topic. 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of arduous study culminate in this final assessment. Everyone knows that those who perform well will find opportunities among the elite, while those who do not may find themselves laboring on construction sites. In order to better prepare students for the impending college entrance examination, our school has decided to implement a class division examination. This is not merely a matter of fast and slow classes, but rather a categorization into intensive, parallel, and foundational classes. The intensive class will comprise the top 50 students. The parallel class will include those ranked from 50 to 100. And the foundational class will consist of those beyond the 100th position. Each class will provide tailored reinforcement based on students' varying academic performances. The intensive class, with a solid foundation, aims for the prestigious universities of Tsinghua and Peking, while the parallel class strives for admission into reputable universities. As for the foundational class, the focus will be on solidifying basic knowledge, with the goal of securing a place in an undergraduate program. Rest assured, regardless of whether one is in the intensive, parallel, or foundational class, all teachers will be the same, dedicated to facilitating better learning outcomes and ensuring that students achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, thus culminating their years of hard work with a satisfactory conclusion. Therefore, no matter how well you perform or which class you're assigned to, it is imperative to continue striving for academic excellence. As Old Qian continued his discourse, a delicate, fair hand slid a note across Lin Luo's desk. Lin Luo glanced at the hand's owner. Chu Jiao Jiao sat upright, her large eyes attentively fixed on Old Qian, her small hands swiftly retracting. You are somewhat endearing, Lin Luo thought. The note bore 4 simple characters. Lin Luo, keep going. A smirk graced Lin Luo's lips as he grasped his pen and swiftly inscribed, I will be waiting for you in the intensive class. After completing his message, he pushed the note back towards her. Upon reading it, Chu Jiao Jiao nearly lost her composure, her wide eyes narrowing as she whispered, Are you serious? Absolutely, he replied. I don't believe you. Oh, shall we make a wager? Chapter 8. The Old Deng system truly exploded with coins. Shall we bet? What shall we wager? Let us bet on whether I can join the sprint class. If I succeed, I win. If I fail, I lose. All right, what shall we stake? With Lin Luo's current performance, victory is assured. Chu Jiao Jiao looked at Lin Luo with eager anticipation, her excitement palpable, although the reason for it remained a mystery. Lin Luo, resembling a sly fox that has pilfered a chicken, could barely suppress the grin curling at the corners of her mouth as she whispered, If I win, you'll cover my breakfast until the college entrance examination concludes. Not a problem. If I win, you'll accompany me home every evening after school. It's settled. Let us seal the deal. Chu Jiao Jiao proudly lifted her delicate chin, extending her petite hand beneath the desk, her fair little pinky beckoning Lin Luo. Childish. Lin Luo remarked on the frivolity, yet extended her own finger, linking it with Chu Jiao Jiao's pinky. Deal sealed, their thumbs pressed together in agreement. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating their interlocked hands, as if bearing witness to their pact. On the playground, classes were engaged in physical education, students jogging laps around the field. The class that Dego was part of was also in gym class, while others ran laps. Dego and his friends were hiding in the restroom. What are you all doing? 7 of you can't handle one. Wang posed a soul-searching question, his expression a marvel to behold. He glared at his minions with a mixture of bewilderment, anger, and exasperation. Jiafei and Zhang kept their heads bowed, unable to meet Dego's gaze. The other 5, reeking and sullen, also lowered their heads, grinding their teeth in frustration. What a disgrace. Not only were they defeated in a single move, but they also emerged from the restroom under the watchful eyes of so many. The news must have spread by now. They had been thrown into the pit, leaving them in a smelly state. Would their reputation as the formidable team of the 18th middle school be tarnished? Answer me. Luke, what on earth happened? Wang demanded loudly, kicking Jia Fei. Why couldn't you handle it? Are you mute? Speak up. Zhang gulped nervously, offering a meek defense. Dego, it's not our fault. We didn't expect that guy to be so strong. Indeed, Dego, you know me, my flying kick is super cool. Yet I was unexpectedly sent into the pit by that fellow from midair. I was slapped away. My arm is still numb. I had it worse. I was flung by a single slap, and my chest still aches. As he spoke, he lifted his shirt to reveal a handprint on his chest, bruised and swollen. Wang's eyes twitched at the sight. That handprint certainly looked formidable. So, you 7 couldn't handle one, and were all dispatched in a single move? Jia Fei stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his pants, not daring to admit he hadn't even thrown a punch. Dog brother. That fellow is undoubtedly a formidable practitioner, striking with both speed and ferocity. He also mentioned, what else did he say? He warned you not to provoke him in the future, or he would beat you senseless. I cannot believe this. With fiery eyes, Wang's gaze turned red, panting heavily. As the esteemed leader of the explosive Sky Gang, when has Dog Brother ever endured such humiliation? Useless. All of them are utterly worthless. 7 against 1, allowing one to be beaten. If this gets out, how will I, Dog Brother of the explosive Sky Gang, ever show my face again? If the proud Sky Gang or the vast Sky Gang hears of this, they would surely laugh me to scorn. The proud Sky Gang and the vast Sky Gate are factions for nearby schools, collectively recognized with the explosive Sky Gang of the 18th Middle School as the triumvirate of gangs. Of course, this is merely banter from the forums. The greatest conflict among the three gangs is the online forum war, debating which gang is the mightiest. Ultimately, it is settled in the game CF, with little interaction offline. This cannot stand. I will not swallow this insult. Gather the men. At noon after school, bring that dir to the little park. I shall see who truly has the upper hand. Ding, 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 ding. The familiar bell chimes. A rather uneventful political class has finally concluded. As Old Qian exits, the classroom buzzes with life once more. Kongzi, still reeling from a bathroom mishap during the break, is now in an emo state. Lin Luo returns Chu Jiao's textbook. Thanks. By the way, has anyone been bothering you on your way home from school lately? Chu Jiao looks at Lin Luo in confusion before shaking her head. No. Why do you ask? It's nothing. I was merely recalling our bet, where I promised to escort you home at night, worried that some toad might disturb you. Uffed. Chu Jiao covers her mouth, giggling, her eyes sparkling with delight. You have quite the discerning eye, recognizing that I am a swan. Lin Luo beams, patting his stomach. No bother is good, Miss Swan. Are you heading home for lunch or dining at the school cafeteria? Huan, and you mentioned a fantastic spicy hot pot nearby that they want to take me to at noon. As she speaks, Chu Jiao seems tempted, swallowing hard. In that instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. She gazes at Lin Luo with her big, watery eyes, pouting. What are you laughing at? No laughing. Who is laughing? I was merely contemplating the task at hand. Of course, this latter remark remains unspoken. Congratulations, host. Your diligent efforts have garnered recognition from esteemed teachers and classmates. However, acquiring advanced knowledge is important, but copying is equally vital. Task: transcribe the renowned literary masterpieces of the Blue Star world. Reward: 10 taels of gold. Seeing Lin Luo's denial, Chu Jiao huffs, turning her head to rest on her desk, playing the little ostrich. Lin Luo does not press the issue, as he is too preoccupied. 10 taels of gold, indeed. Lin Luo picks up his pen, swiftly crafting elegant calligraphy on his notebook. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Do you not see in the high hall? The bright mirror reflecting white hair, morning like green silk, evening turned to snow. In the spring of the 4th year of the Qingli era, Teng Zijing was demoted to govern Bailing County. In the following year, governance flourished and harmony prevailed, with numerous undertakings awaiting revival. Yet, amidst the incessant, drenching rains, the months remained unyieldingly closed as the furious winds howled. Now, the southern lands have been pacified, and the forces are adequately equipped. It is time to reward and lead the 3 armies to secure the Central Plains, striving to eliminate the treacherous and restore the Han dynasty, returning to the old capital. Lin Luo sat upright, engrossed in his writing, the tip of his pen moving ceaselessly across the page. Beside him, the ostrich named Jiao, who had been reclining, quietly raised her head at some point, her large eyes peering curiously at Lin Luo. She was astonished that he had memorized this passage so well. With not a single error. This fellow has a certain charm. Ding, 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 the class bell rang. Lin Luo paused his pen, just finishing the piece regarding Zhou Ji's admonishment to King Qi. 5 full pages were completed. Though the handwriting was somewhat hasty, there was not a single mistake. Task: transcribe renowned literary works from the Blue Star world. Reward: 10 taels of gold. Completed. Ah, how simple it is. 10 taels of gold. Presently, it seems 1 gram is worth about 280. How much would that be? 2013, but who cares? It is undoubtedly valuable. Old Deng has truly struck gold. In the next moment, Lin Luo's expression shifted as he felt a weight in his pocket. Here it comes again. System, could you not use your brain and place the gold in my storage space instead? Lin Luo sighed in exasperation, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a large gold ingot. The ingot gleamed brightly, adorned with exquisite patterns and marked with the insignia of the great Qian dynasty. This gold is truly beautiful. Lin Luo smiled, but did not linger on it, directly placing the ingot into his storage space. This was something that should not be seen by others. He would find an opportunity to sell the gold later, to exchange it for some useful equipment. If he were to truly traverse to Qian, this entrepreneurial fund would be assured. Chapter 9, A New Task. Survival. The morning schedule has finally concluded. The bell ringing for the lunch break resonated like a whisper of autumn, accompanied by a classic piano piece. Zhu Ziao Ziao, with their arms linked with Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu, walked away, their laughter filling the air. One can only wonder what delightful topics occupied their minds, as their joy was indeed enchanting. Lin Luo, what are you having for lunch? The emo-stricken Kong Zi turned back to inquire. He was plagued by a severe case of indecision, often left bewildered at mealtimes, hence his repeated queries to Lin Luo. Board noodles. Lin Luo replied without hesitation. Really? More board noodles? Can't you consider something else? Eating the same every day is making me sick, Kong Zi lamented. You're both broke and penniless. True. I'm both broke and penniless, Lin Luo countered. Fair enough. Then let us stick with your choice. Board noodles it is. Kong Zi conceded with resignation. His allowance had been cut off by his family, and with a meager budget of merely 10 yuan for breakfast and lunch combined, a decent meal was an unrealistic aspiration. The duo, arms draped over each other's shoulders, exited the classroom, enjoying their camaraderie. Kong Zi, you still haven't mentioned what that new website is, Lin Luo prompted. Ugh, how dare you ask? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, Kong Zi retorted, remembering that his allowance had been suspended due to that very website. At that moment, Zhang and Jia Fei appeared around the corner of the stairs, their gazes toward Lin Luo somewhat evasive, yet they had no choice but to approach. Here we go again, Kong Zi exclaimed upon seeing Jia Fei and Zhang Jia, halting in his tracks to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, releasing his grip on Zhen Zi Kong, faced the two. What brings you here? He asked, fully aware they were seeking him out, undoubtedly for something unfavorable. Big dog brother wants to meet you. In the little garden behind the school, Jia Fei and Zhang just spoke weakly, reminiscent of scolded children, their voices lacking the courage to meet Lin Luo's eyes. Don't go, it can't be anything good. Zhen Zikang warned in a hushidone. His voice laced with concern for his friend. Although Lin Luo had bested 7 opponents in the restroom earlier that day, he understood that this group was far larger. If he were to venture to the garden, he would be outnumbered, and should they brandish weapons, he would stand no chance. The risk seemed unworthy of the potential consequences. Don't worry, Kong Zi. You head to the noodle shop and order 2 large bowls for me. Thin noodles with extra chili, no egg, meatballs, or sausage, Lin Luo instructed. Zhen Zi Kong frowned, wanted to offer more advice, but Lin Luo had already taken steps toward Jia Fei and Zhang Jia. Lead the way. I'm eager to meet your foolish dog leader. Lin Luo's tone was calm and untroubled, revealing no hint of anxiety. Jia Fei and Zhang Jia hurriedly led the way, their figures soon merging with the throng of students streaming out of school, quickly disappearing from sight. After a moment of hesitation, Zhen Zi Kong clenched his teeth and hastened toward the office building. He needed to seek out a teacher. Lin Luo ventured alone to the meeting, leaving me behind, and chose to dine at a noodle shop, undoubtedly fearing that my presence would expose him to danger. Yet how could I allow Lin Luo to confront peril unaided? Zhen Zikong sprinted with remarkable speed, nearly losing his glasses, finally arriving at the academic building. Inside the teacher's office, the ever-jovial old Qian had just returned from lunch and was engaged in light-hearted banter with several colleagues. On the table, Ho Guifan had a lunchbox, but her appetite was eclipsed by her animated discussion about Lin Luo. Old Qian, that Lin Luo from your class is truly remarkable. During today's English test, he left me utterly astonished, she exclaimed. Oh, what happened? Chun Kuan inquired, setting down his chopsticks, intrigued. Lin Luo was, of course, a well-mannered student in his class. At the beginning of the first year, Lin Luo had performed commendably, with the potential to rank among the top 20. However, ever since he became engrossed in online novels, his academic performance plummeted. Today, during the English test, Lin Luo asked me how to write the essay, and I was completely taken aback, Ho Guifan continued. A few other teachers shared in her astonishment. Can you believe it? Asking the teacher how to write an essay during the exam is quite audacious. As she examined his test paper, she gasped, "Goodness, he completed the entire exam." Initially, I thought he was writing haphazardly, considering his previous scores barely scraped past 20 points, never once achieving a passing grade. But upon reviewing his answers, they were all correct. Wow! The teachers exchanged expressions of disbelief. Ho Guifan, clearly pleased with the teacher's reactions, continued. I formulated the exam questions myself, so there's no way he could have found the answers elsewhere. Clearly, Lin Luo has been diligently studying in secret. If he can score full marks in English and puts forth effort in Chinese, math, and liberal arts, he has the potential to be a candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen Kuan nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with pride. How could he not feel elated when a student from his class was being praised by his colleagues? Suddenly, the office door burst open, startling the teachers within. Who is it? Zhen Zikong, Chen Kuan exclaimed, irritated as he observed Zhen panting heavily. Teacher, quick, we must save someone. Zhen's urgent, please send a chill of dread down Chen Kuan's spine. Save whom? What's going on? Lin Luo. He has been called to the small garden behind the school by a gang, and they are going to beat him. Teacher, please hurry to rescue Lin Luo. It will be too late if you delay. What? Who are they going to beat? Lin Luo. On what grounds? Ho Guifan erupted like an agitated cat, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up, exuding a commanding presence. I have finally discovered a prodigy in English, and now someone intends to harm him. Have they consulted me, Ho Guifan? Old Chun, why are you standing there? Hurry to the small garden. Indeed, that individual known as Big Dog is hardly a commendable character, his actions shrouded in darkness. Yes, let's hasten our departure. Soon, Chen Kuan, Ho Guifan, and several senior teachers emerged from the office building, their expressions grave and imposing, swiftly making their way towards the small garden at the rear of the school. The garden, though modest in size, typically served as a leisurely stroll for the teachers residing in the dormitory after meals. However, at this moment, it was teeming with a motley crew of unsavory characters. Clad in school uniforms, they exuded an inexplicable air of poor quality. Squatting or standing, they laughed raucously, some with cigarettes in hand, while others displayed an arrogant demeanor. Lin Luo trailed behind Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe, his gaze falling upon this unruly assembly. It seemed they had watched too many gangster films. The educational journey in Blue Star is not without its trials. Although your body has been restored, as one reaches midlife, the essence of internal energy wanes, and physical stamina is severely lacking. Survive amidst the assault of dozens. Task: endure the onslaught of numerous adversaries with a frail physique. Roi, après technique. Ah, it appears an opportunity has arisen. Lin Luo chuckled to himself, suddenly finding these small-time thugs rather endearing, eagerly presenting their treasures. What benevolent souls! He noted the sizable gathering. Upon hearing Lin Luo's nonchalant tone, Jia Fei and Zhang Zhe exchanged glances. Brother, when the scuffle ensues, keep your distance. Big Dog Lin Luo has arrived. A voice called out, prompting Wang, who had been squatting by the flower bed, to leap down. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth and eyes narrowed, he scrutinized Lin Luo with an air of defiance. The 20 or so adolescents surrounding him silently positioned themselves behind him, their expressions menacing, eager for a confrontation. Chapter 10. The Art of Appraisal in Hand. Fortune awaits. Commanding the storm. I, unrestrained, am the object of public admiration. With audacity, I shall never look back. As the world turns upside down, Wang stood before Lin Luo, flanked by a cadre of followers, exuding an air of superiority. One of his minions silenced the blaring music from his phone, the sound loud, yet of lamentable quality. Lin Luo's lips twitched slightly at the spectacle before him. Surely, these fools must be jesters summoned by a monkey. How could they not feel the awkwardness of their own self-composed soundtrack? Wang, gazing up at the strikingly handsome Lin Luo, felt his ire intensify. Ugh, I detest those who are taller, more attractive, and fairer than I. He raised his chin defiantly, his posture exuding an imposing demeanor as he looked down at Lin Luo. Boy, you are quite arrogant. What, is arrogance a crime? Lin Luo lowered his gaze upon Wang, surveying the unimpressive assembly of discontented faces around him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The absurdity of the situation amused him. In his youth, he had been quite the troublemaker, often embroiled in skirmishes with classmates, resulting in frequent summons to the teacher's office. And no shortage of spankings at home. However, boys will be boys, especially when raised on tales of martial heroes. A certain ferocity lay in his veins. It was only upon graduating elementary school that Lin Luo inadvertently broke a classmate's arm, a misstep that cost his family dearly. They did not blame him, but rather advised him to be cautious and avoid such altercations in the future. From that point on, he became significantly more subdued, refraining from physical confrontations. He understood that any troubles he caused would ultimately fall upon his parents. Yet, witnessing this troop of puerile individuals intent on confrontation stirred a long-dormant impulse within him. Damn it, you! Wang Wang, unable to contain his laughter and exasperation, glanced back at his comrades. There were many of them, each appearing menacingly fierce. Yet this young man remained audacious. Surely, he had never endured a beating before. Boy, in all my years, I have never encountered someone so brazen, audacious enough to act tough before so many. Well, now you have, Lin Luo replied, shrugging nonchalantly as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, activating the video recording mode. Are you serious? Wang Wang gaped in disbelief at Lin Luo. Incredulity etched across his features. Do you think we don't exist? Indeed, Lin Luo affirmed with solemnity. He then cast a disdainful glance at the increasingly agitated group, a smirk dancing on his lips. You wretched lot, unable to respect your teachers in school, failing to honor your parents at home, and upon entering society, you become nothing but scoundrels. To me, you are as if you do not exist. Is there a problem with that? Damn it, you! Wang Wang could no longer restrain himself, unleashing a wild kick. He had never endured such humiliation. Today, he vowed to make this boy unrecognizable. As Wang Wang moved, his underlings echoed his call to arms, rushing forward without honor, eager to subdue Lin Luo in a flurry of chaos. In the past, they would engage in fights in a similar manner, overwhelming one individual with sheer numbers and ruthlessly kicking and striking until the matter was settled. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, and swiftly darted backward. In the process, he seized Wang Wang's foot. Wang Wang exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" With one foot on the ground and the other being pulled by Lin Luo, he hopped on one leg for a few moments. However, he soon found himself struggling to keep pace with Lin Luo's retreat. Suddenly, with a loud rip, Wang Wang was forced into an awkward split, his pants tearing at the seam. Ow! Brother Dog clutched his groin, his eyes wide with shock, as a heart-wrenching wail escaped his throat. Lin Luo, holding his phone in his left hand, pointed the camera at Wang Wang's face, capturing every nuance of his expressions. Marvelous. I'll share this on the forum later for everyone to enjoy, he remarked. Let go, let go, let go. Wang Wang, in pain, felt tears welling up in his eyes, his head spinning, rendering him unable to comprehend what Lin Luo was saying. Quick, say Brother Dog. Charge. A group of people clamored and rushed forward once more. Observing this, Lin Luo yanked Wang Wang's foot, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Brother Dog, I'll borrow you for a moment. What? Wang Wang, momentarily forgetting his pain, felt himself spinning as he was subjected to a flurry of punches and kicks. Hey, no. Let me down. Ah. Wang Wang was treated like a large doll, manipulated by Lin Luo to perfectly shield himself from the oncoming blows of his underlings. His anguished screams echoed from afar. Lin Luo's footwork was exquisite, his movements fluid, as he maneuvered through the throng of over 20 individuals, weaving in and out while holding Wang Wang aloft. Stop! Cease this at once. Please, I beg you. Wang Wang cried, fearing that if the assault continued, he truly might suffer a grave fate. Surely, this band of underlings is doing this on purpose. I told you to target Lin Luo, yet you all seem intent on hitting me. Not far off, Ho Guifan, Chun Kuan, and several high school teachers finally arrived on the scene. Initially, they had been too far away to see clearly, but the heart-wrenching cries had struck them with fear. With such a ruckus, they assumed the situation must be dire. However, upon approaching, They discovered the reality was not as they had imagined. Wang's underlings had ceased their attacks, panting heavily and sporting the marks of kicks they had received themselves. Seeing the teachers arrive, they began to panic. Though they were troublemakers, they were still students, and the presence of authority made them uneasy. Lin Luo, treating Wang like refuse, tossed him aside, causing Wang to wince in pain and gasp for breath. Lin Luo, are you all right? Where did they hit you? Did it hurt anywhere? We'll take you to the hospital. Qian and Ho Guifan flanked Lin Luo, their expressions tight with concern as they scrutinized him for any injuries. How is it that not a speck of dust clings to Lin Luo? He felt a surge of gratitude, surprised that the teachers had come all this way to shield him. Teachers, I am perfectly fine. They did not manage to strike me. Did not strike you? Qian, Ho Guifan, and several other instructors exchanged glances between Lin Luo and the group of Wang. These ruffians appeared disheveled, their garments marred with large footprints. Particularly, Wang sprawled on the ground, his face bruised, his jacket torn with several gaping holes, and his trousers ripped. Was it truly they who assaulted Lin Luo, rather than the other way around? This was utterly outrageous. Look at you all. Do you still possess even a shred of dignity as students? Engaging in brawls and bullying your classmates. Which class do you belong to? I demand that your parents be summoned. At this moment, Qian, Ho Guifan, and the other teachers exuded a commanding presence, reprimanding Wang and his cohorts as if they were mere children. They hung their heads in shame, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Jia Fei and Zhang Jia, who had been hiding behind the flower bed, exchanged a knowing glance, rolled on the ground in unison, disheveled their clothing, and stealthily joined the reprimanded group. Mission: survive the assault of dozens with a frail body. Reward: appraisal technique completed. Mission accomplished. Information about the appraisal technique flooded Lin Luo's mind instantaneously. The appraisal technique is the skill to authenticate the genuineness of treasures. Having perused novels centered on treasure appraisal, Lin Luo knew that fortune awaited him. He chuckled softly. Chapter 11. I am reluctant to unmask you. The rascals led by Wang have been taken away by the teachers, and the ultimate outcome hinges upon the negotiations between the educators and those rascals' parents. With the matter settled, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong ventured to their familiar dining spot. This noodle shop, conveniently located near the school, serves alkaline noodles that, after being boiled and rinsed in cold water, possess a delightful springiness and chewiness. The authentic braised sauce, coupled with affordable prices, attracts a steady stream of students daily. At this moment, the shop was bustling with patrons, all clad in school uniforms. Some had already finished their meals, engaging in lively chatter, while others were engrossed in their bowls of noodles. Slurp, slurp. Lin Luo and Zikong sat across from each other, each savoring their noodles. The table was adorned with a napkin and a heap of peeled garlic cloves. After a few bites of noodles, Zhen Zikong tossed a clove of garlic into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and seemed to be overwhelmed by its spiciness. He hastily slurped down a few more noodles, tears welling in his eyes. Wow, this garlic is extraordinary, Zhen Zikong exclaimed, wiping his tears while slurping. Lin Luo cast him a sidelong glance, saying, if it's too spicy for you, then eat less garlic, not as a dish. Zhen Zikong, with his mouth full of noodles, mumbled, you don't understand. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. Lin Luo rolled his eyes in response. Before long, a large bowl of noodles was devoured. Lin Luo wiped his mouth and noticed Zikong was still eating, so he ordered a bowl of noodle soup, sipping it while waiting to finish the meal. Zikong had a penchant for vinegar, adding what Lin Luo deemed a lethal amount to his noodles. Yet he continued to slurp them down as if they were mere water, even managing to sip a few spoonfuls of the soup without a change in demeanor. Lin Luo, however, found it impossible to partake in noodles with vinegar. As Zhen Zikong neared the end of his meal, Lin Luo finally spoke up. Zikong, thank you for today. What is there to thank? We are brothers, Zikong replied, burping, a pungent blend of vinegar and garlic wafting toward Lin Luo. Ugh! Lin Luo recoiled in disgust, gazing at him incredulously. You can eat garlic, but why do you have such a fondness for vinegar? With a cheeky grin, Zikong picked up the vinegar bottle and poured another generous splash into his bowl, stirring it with his chopsticks, resembling a medieval wizard concocting a potion. You wouldn't understand. Garlic wards off bacteria, vinegar brightens the skin, and it can even alleviate aging. So many benefits. Zikong, not particularly dark-skinned, merely had a slightly tan complexion. Throughout his life, he had often been compared to a dark monkey, which instilled in him a strong desire to lighten his skin. Cut out. If you stayed up less at night, you'd undoubtedly have fair skin and live to be 100. Bah, you're the one who stays up late. I'm quite innocent. Thank you very much. Do you think I believe you? Do you think I care if you believe me? I guess you do. After a playful exchange of banter, they noticed others waiting for a table and decided to settle the bill and leave. At the counter, Lin Luo grabbed 2 bottles of soda from the beverage cooler, 1 Coca-Cola and 1 Baisher. Tossing the Baisher to Zikong, Lin Luo tucked the Coca-Cola into his pocket. As the two exited the noodle shop, Kongzi twisted off the bottle cap and gulped down half of it in one go, followed by a lengthy, satisfying belch that nearly squinted his eyes shut. Why aren't you drinking? Zhen Zikong inquired, noticing Lin Luo stuffing the soda into his pocket. A look of confusion crossing his face. Having just eaten something hot, drinking something cold might upset my stomach, Lin Luo replied. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already downed half the bottle. You drank it too quickly. When your stomach acts up, I'll just bring you some tissues. Damn it. Zhen Zikong shot Lin Luo a middle finger, muttering under his breath, good things don't work, bad things do. I want to have an upset stomach. Good things don't work. Lin Luo, with keen ears, overheard Kongzi mumbling incantations and refrained from reminding him. Are you cursing yourself? They had not walked far when they neared the school entrance. It was still before the opening time, and many students crowded the gates, anxiously awaiting entry. One had to question the school as judgment, allowing students to linger outside and potentially encounter danger, making them wait for extended periods. Lin Luo, a sweet voice called out from the crowd, belonging to Chu Jiaojiao. Her call instantly silenced the bustling throng, all eyes fixated on Lin Luo. Surprise, curiosité, bewilderment, and astonishment filled the air. This was Lin Luo. He looked rather dashing. Is this the same person who single-handedly took down the entire explosive Sky Gang? So impressive. Whispers of admiration surged through the crowd, their gazes now imbued with a mix of reverence and intrigue. Chu Jiaojiao squeezed her way through the throng, rushing to Lin Luo's side. Lin Luo, are you all right? She circled him, inspecting him closely. Liang Huan, Jiao Mengyue, and Chu Jiaojiao were inseparable. Thus they followed suit, offering Zhen Zikong a nod and a smile. Zhen Zikong stood there as if paralyzed, grinning foolishly at the two girls. It wasn't shyness. It was just that Lin Luo had just embarrassed him in front of them by mentioning that he had urinated on himself. What a disaster. You've completely tarnished my heroic image. I'm perfectly fine, Lin Luo replied with a smile, taking hold of the small nurse's hand, feeling how chilly it was, and grasping it gently. I heard you got into a fight. Looks like you're making progress. Chu Jiaojiao pouted, her little face puffing up adorably like a goldfish. Realizing her hand was still in Lin Luo's grasp, she huffed again, pulling it away. Lin Luo shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, what can I say? When someone bullies you, you have to stand up for yourself. It's called self-defense. Another huff escaped Chu Jiaojiao, yet the smile dancing in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She and her friends had just returned from lunch when they heard the chatter about Lin Luo. Upon inquiring, they learned that the senior class Estegouge led a group intending to beat him up, only to be defeated single-handedly by Lin Luo, leaving Chu Jiaojiao utterly astonished. While others marvel at Lin Luo's prowess, effortlessly taking on 20 opponents, Chu Jiaojiao's primary concern lies in whether Lin Luo has sustained any injuries. Upon witnessing that he appears unscathed and is even able to engage in playful banter, she breathes a sigh of relief. Yet the thought of Lin Luo, who never instigates trouble at school, being bullied by someone nicknamed Big Dog, makes her cheeks puff up in indignation. Why would that character want to bully you? Quite simply, is because of you. That toad wishes to court the delicate swan that is seated beside him. Who could have known that his intellect seemed somewhat lacking? After all, what kind-hearted individual goes by the name Big Dog? Chuckling softly, Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu observe Chu Jiao's fluctuating emotions, alternating between pouting and laughter, feeling a sense of excitement. Who truly understands? Experiencing the nuances of a romantic pairing up close is far more engaging than watching a television drama. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar whispers of autumn fill the air. The long-awaited spring for boarding students has finally arrived. It is Friday, and they are finally able to return home. An afternoon of lessons has been spent under the watchful eye of their teachers, who are conducting a thorough review. The classroom buzzes with activity as students tidy up and prepare for examinations. Chu Jiao, Liang Huan, and Jiao Mengyu, with their backpacks slung over their shoulders and arms linked, make their way towards the school gates. The bond among the three girls is truly strong, as they spend every day inseparable at school. Lin Luo, with his hands tucked into his pockets, saunters behind Zhen Zikong, who is swaying unsteadily under the weight of a backpack that appears to be filled to the brim, weighing over 30 pounds. Isn't it true that you have just as much stuff in your desk as I do? How come you seem so unfazed? Lin Luo quips. Are you foolish? I've been taking things home in batches for a while now. I didn't even bring my backpack today. Lin Luo smirks at Zhen Zikong, secretly reveling in his own spatial advantage. Unfortunately, such matters cannot be flaunted, which is mildly frustrating. Had I known, I would have done the same and brought my books home earlier. Zhen Zikong leans forward in annoyance, struggling under the burden of his heavy bag. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we head to the Internet CAF for some gaming? Are you out of your mind? We have an exam on Monday. You're not going home to study. You're going to Internet CAF? Oh, please, with my grades. Studying for another 20 days would yield no difference. I'm merely cut out for the parallel class. Zhen Zikong expresses a hint of resignation. Since it's already like this, we might as well enjoy ourselves first. That makes sense. Lin Luo nods in agreement. Then let us go now. I need to check some study materials at the Internet CAF. Zhen Zikong shoots him a derisive look. Checking materials? Is that really what you're doing? I'd be embarrassed to call you out on it. As they exit the school premises, the students disperse like bees leaving a hive. After waving their goodbyes, Chu Jiao, Yang Huan, and Jiao Mengyu each get into a waiting car, as family members have come to pick them up. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong locate their bicycles in the bike shed and set off towards the Internet CAF. Chapter 12. Please learn to use the computer. The Shurching Internet CAF is nestled in the residential area behind the 18th Middle School. Despite sharing the same name, it bears no relation to the renowned CAF. On the contrary, its machines are antiquated, and the ambience leaves much to be desired. Smokers, instant noodle enthusiasts, and those engaged in fierce gaming battles fill the space, accompanied by the cacophony of keyboard clatter and expletives. In one dim corner, individuals are engrossed in watching videos, contributing to the overall disarray. However, due to the absence of an ID check, business flourishes. Arriving late guarantees a lack of available seats. The boys from 18th Middle School refer to this place as the branch campus. During class hours, their whereabouts are all too predictable. Here, they can be found without fail, depending only on the teacher's willingness to show up. Lin Luo and Kong Zi were fortunate to secure a double seat tucked away in a corner. Upon entering the CAF, Zhen Zikong transformed into an entirely different person, exuding an infectious energy as he deftly booted up the computer. Today I shall showcase my formidable prowess with the ultimate sword. One click, and they shall fall silent. Lin Luo reclined with his leg crossed, logging in while casting a glance at the system's chat box. Congratulations, host. You have successfully navigated through the survival challenge, and you have also witnessed the mysteries and might of Blue Star. You have discovered that this place, unlike Qian, possesses technological marvels referred to as treasures by the Qian people, leaving you profoundly astonished. To acquire knowledge of Blue Star, one must master its various technological artifacts. Task: become proficient in using Blue Star's computer. Reward: upon returning to Qian, receive 10 black armored guards. Lin Luo? Wait, is this foolish system truly as dim-witted as it seems? It has taken to spinning grandiose tales. What does it mean to receive 10 black armored guards upon returning to Qian? Does it imply that I will receive nothing here on Blue Star? Lin Luo felt a sense of exasperation. With a swift motion, the computer booted up successfully. It must be said that although the CAF's machines are subpar, they boot up remarkably quickly and run games without lag. Lin Luo's long-standing ambition had been to acquire a computer akin to those in the CAF. However, he later discovered that the CAF's machines operated on dubious advantages. Zhen Zikang's computer had also powered on. He skillfully donned his headphones, simultaneously launching music while logging into his game. Login successful. Let us get started. The black rose shall bloom once more, my grand prowess. Zhen Zikang's voice abruptly ceased. He stared in bewilderment at Lin Luo's computer screen. Wait, brother, you're serious? Zhen Zikang gaped as Lin Luo was diligently browsing past examination papers. He had initially assumed Lin Luo sought academic materials of a different nature. Those kinds of resources were plentiful on his home computer C drive, which he typically accessed covertly when no one else was around. You go ahead and play. I'll look at something for now and join you later. Lin Luo calmly pushed Kong Zi's head away, not bothering to turn his gaze. All right. Kong Zi pouted, but turned back to immerse himself in his game. He eagerly rolled up his sleeves and began a match against advanced AI. With Lin Luo's photographic memory honed over 3 days, he certainly could not afford to squander this opportunity. In this digital age, everything is conveniently accessible. The questions from past examinations, key types of questions, and perfect essays from the college entrance examination. All of these were devoured by Lin Luo like a parched sponge eagerly soaking in water. After completing the humanities material, Lin Luo even glanced at the sciences. It is said that acquiring knowledge in mathematics and the sciences equips one to face the world without fear. This adage has been elevated to a higher status through time travel novels, where countless time travelers have confidently traversed ancient times, relying on their rudimentary understanding of mathematics and science. While students of the humanities may merely flaunt their knowledge at poetry gatherings or in brothels, these scientific prodigies delve into salt and sugar production, creating explosives and other marvels. The shrewd ones embark on entrepreneurial ventures, while the less daring seek a patron to assist in their entrepreneurial endeavors, ensuring a comfortable life for themselves. Wait, Lin Luo. As a student of the humanities, why are you studying physics and chemistry? Zhen Zikang inquired, bewildered. Isn't it common knowledge that humanities students do not take physics? Zhen Zikang harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Lin Luo was merely pretending to be interested in these materials, with the ulterior motive of prompting him to share study resources. Hey, if you want something, just say so. Lin Luo caught a glimpse of Zhen Zikang's screen, which had indeed dimmed. Otherwise, he would have been too engrossed in his own affairs to notice. I'm just browsing. Who knows when it might come in handy? That's true. It could be useful if you ever time travel, Kong Zi chuckled. Zhen Zikang had chosen the humanities because he struggled with physics and chemistry. The humanities primarily rely on rote memorization, lacking the rigorous mental demands of the sciences, which was precisely what he despised most, using his brain. Lin Luo marveled inwardly, exclaiming how impressive Kong Zi was. He casually began to search online. If he were to travel back to ancient times, how would he survive? He might even find himself in Qian, a world steeped in ancient martial traditions. As a modern youth, stepping into such a realm would be utterly bewildering. Before long, several relevant entries appeared on the webpage. Lin Luo casually clicked into a forum platform, noting the abundance of replies. The consensus was that to thrive in ancient times, one must learn the ancient language, etiquette, survival skills, religious practices, and self-defense skills. If conditions allowed, carrying modern medications was essential. If not, one should at least know how to produce them. The recommended medications for time travelers included antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, antihistamines, and arsenic antidotes. There were also suggestions to watch the ancient costume time travel drama, The Myth of the Qian Dynasty, labeled as a cautionary tale. To succeed, one merely needed to act in direct opposition to the protagonist, Yi Xiaochuan. Lin Luo recalled this series, an expansive 8-episode historical drama that premiered in 2010. Initially, he found it quite engaging, as his interest in web novels made him particularly drawn to the time travel genre. However, he had a strong aversion to the romantic subplots typical of female-oriented dramas. As a time traveler, one ought to be the protagonist, making a substantial impact upon returning to ancient times, or, at the very least, being an extraordinary presence. Returning merely to pursue romance, especially with a wild boar skin? If one travels back without causing a rebellion, what is the point? Thus, upon discovering that the myth belonged to the time travel genre, Lin Luo eagerly followed its daily episodes, thoroughly enjoying it. At the outset, rescuing Xiang Yu was a splendid stroke of fortune. This Xiang Yu, though rash, is fiercely loyal, possessing extraordinary martial prowess and influence, a commendable elder brother. With the arrival of a modern individual to guide him, the future seemed secure. However, as the plot unfolded, Lin Luo increasingly sensed something amiss. What the hell, Yi Xiaochuan? Are you meddling with the forces of darkness? Traveling back to ancient times with the desire to return home is one thing, but why would you betray your elder brother Xiang Yu, who treats you so well? By siding with Liu Bang? As the story progressed, various repugnant actions ensued, demonstrating a lack of filial piety. Those who showed him kindness met with tragic fates, often ending in untimely deaths. The troubling aspect is that these individuals need not have perished. It is this indecisive fool, who bears no resemblance to a true man, an insufferable hypocrite. Lin Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was time to act contrary to Yi Xiaochuan. What has Yi Xiaochuan done? Clinging to historical figures for support? Abandon that notion. Reject being a sycophant. Let it begin with me. Turn away from the advances of beautiful women. Such actions are unbecoming of a man. I suggest a thorough investigation into whether Yi Xiaochuan is a coward, giving away the affections of those who adore him to his elder brother. How foolish must one be to commit such an act? A serious inquiry into Yi Xiaochuan's proclivities is warranted. Failing to establish his own power? In ancient times, especially in chaotic eras, lacking followers relegates one to the role of a mere dog, with the perpetual risk of being slain for meat. Compassion must be cast aside. One must be decisive in matters of life and death, for if one exhibits weakness, even a dog may not be spared. In light of this, Lin Luo felt he had arrived in a realm of great potential. However, the immediate priority remains to exploit the system's resources before it becomes aware. Chapter 13. You're a bit unlucky I won, Zhen Zikong exclaimed, triumphantly raising his fist and twisting excitedly on the sofa, casting a delighted glance at Lin Luo, eager to flaunt his victory. Lin Luo, did you see that? My mighty sword struck hard. Lin Luo was engrossed in studying ancient ceremonial knowledge. Given that Qian and Lancing were not of the same realm, and that the Qian belonged to an enigmatic ancient era, Lin Luo had to review all the ancient rituals from Lancing, preparing for a suitable match later. He also intended to revisit the ancient history of Lancing, examining the hierarchical structures and official ranks of each dynasty. It would be utterly ridiculous to arrive into Qian without a grasp of the officials' ranks. Very impressive, Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Zhen Zikong's game summary. What the heck? You were playing against bots and died 3 times. How can you claim to be impressive? What were you looking at? Zhen Zikong inquired. A documentary, Lin Luo responded. Zhen Zikong found himself perplexed by Lin Luo's behavior. Typically, Lin Luo would only watch short films at the internet CAF, never documentaries. Evil spirits be gone. Evil spirits be gone, Zhen Zikong chanted, drawing a cross over his chest with his hand. Lin Luo couldn't help but smirk at Zhen Zikong's antics. Are you out of your mind? I thought you were possessed by a ghost, suddenly so adept at combat, while watching science papers and ancient documentaries at the internet CAF. Are you still Lin Luo? Of course, if I weren't Lin Luo, then you wouldn't have a father, Lin Luo retorted. Go away. I'm ignoring you. Such a brat. Who else could it be but Lin Luo? Zhen Zikong turned back to the game, selecting another match. Why do you keep playing against bots? Why not match with real players? What do you know? I'm increasing my proficiency. By dominating in bot matches, I'll perform better in real ones. Well, that's a point. If you're lacking skill, practice more. Zhen Zikong swallowed his unfinished retort about annihilating opponents and completely ignored Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, chuckling, and opened the next video. It was a basic tutorial on musical instruments, guqin, xiao, dizi, pipa, Eru, and Morinkur, among others. As it was an introductory course, the content was not in-depth, merely covering the origins and usage of the instruments. This was precisely what Lin Luo needed. He didn't require mastery, just a fundamental understanding. After reviewing the musical instruments, he moved on to weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and the like, similarly focusing only on their introductions and basic usage methods. Thanks to the advancements of the internet, a wealth of resources could be found online, such as tutorials on martial arts and weaponry. Although these were simplified versions, they still offered valuable insights, albeit limited. Lin Luo had an exceptional memory, so he jotted down these lessons for later contemplation when time permitted. The mission. After finishing another video, Lin Luo remembered his task of acquiring resources and turned his attention to the system's chat box. Task: proficiently use the computer of Lancing. Reward: upon returning to Qian, 10 black armor guards, completed. Though it was merely a system's empty promise, he had successfully reaped some benefits, and that brought him joy. Kong Zi, it is almost time. We should head back. Lin Luo noticed a prompt indicating that his time was nearly up. Without a renewal of the fee, the machine would soon shut down automatically. Just as Zhen Zikong concluded his current game and saw the notification, he absent-mindedly scratched his head. He felt quite in tune with the game today, achieving victory after victory, and was eager to engage in a match to showcase his true skills. However, his pocket money had run dry, the funds for internet usage being courtesy of Lin Luo. Although 5 yuan per hour was not exorbitant, he found himself financially constrained. All right, I shall return as well. Are you going out tomorrow? Zhen Zikong, still lingering on the excitement of the game, turned to Lin Luo and asked. Yes, I plan to wander around the old street tomorrow. Upon hearing Lin Luo's response, Zhen Zikang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he envisioned where they might meet at an internet CAF for a duel battle. However, upon hearing Lin Luo's subsequent words, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. The old street? ISNT, that where antiques and second-hand goods are sold. Next door is the market for birds, flowers, fish, and insects, as well as old furniture. His grandfather particularly enjoyed visiting that place. What do you intend to do at the old street? You used to enjoy our weekend duo matches. Of course, I'm going there to earn some money. Having acquired the skill of treasure appraisal, why not seize the opportunity to profit? Lin Luo had read numerous novels about appraisal, featuring tales of golden eyes and X-ray vision, and now it was his turn to seize the moment. However, this was not something to be spoken of openly. My father's birthday is approaching, and I plan to stroll through the old street to find a suitable gift. Truly, one who has read thousands of novels can weave a tale with ease. This reasoning seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Yet, who has perused through countless novels? Selecting a gift from the old street, Zhen Zikong suddenly regarded Lin Luo with suspicion, his gaze scrutinizing. Lin Luo, you haven't been influenced by those urban X-ray vision tales, have you? Are you hoping to stumble upon treasure? Can you actually see through things now? Damn, have I been discovered so easily? You've read too many novels. Such absurdity is remarkable. Just then, the computer screen went black, and Lin Luo donned an expression of exasperation, rising to leave. Hey, wait for me. My backpack is quite heavy. Are you capable of handling this, you little rascal? I'm tough enough. Upon exiting the internet CAF, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. The atmosphere inside had been stifling, filled with a mix of smoke, the odor of feet, and instant noodles, akin to stepping into a factory of pickled vegetables. Prolonged exposure left his head buzzing. Outside, a row of bicycles crowded together awaited. Lin Luo retrieved his old bicycle from the corner, unlocked it, and was just about to ride away when he suddenly heard Zhen Zikong exclaim in distress. What's wrong? Lin Luo inquired, puzzled. Zhen Zikong, on the verge of tears, pointed at his electric scooter with a sorrowful expression. Someone has stolen my battery. Huh? Lin Luo dismounted and approached Zhen Zikong, only to find the spot where the battery should have been was conspicuously empty. Emerging from the depths of misfortune, a mere 5 yuan secured for internet access, while the valuable battery worth 500 yuan has vanished into thin air. Such a luck is indeed unparalleled. It seems you are quite beset by misfortune. What shall we do now? Zhen Zikong gazed forlornly at his electric bicycle, tears welling in his eyes. He had envisioned using it to surf the net tomorrow, but now, with the battery stolen, even returning home seems a daunting task. Moreover, upon arriving home, he must confront the wrath of his parents, a prospect that sends shivers down his spine. Lin Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a glance at the entrance of the internet CAF, where a surveillance camera was positioned. Logically, it should have captured the identity of the thief. However, theft occurring outside the CAF is typically disregarded. After all, a notice clearly states that loss is the responsibility of the owner. At that moment, Lin Luo's eyes brightened as he spotted Zhen Zikong's bulging backpack. An idea struck him. Hand me that backpack. Let's seek out the CAF owner. Is that truly feasible? Zhen Zikong instinctively doubted the plan. The owner of this dubious establishment was a burly figure adorned with intricate tattoos, a sight that could intimidate anyone. Yet, Lin Luo was resolute. If it cannot be done, we shall make it so. Grasping Zhen Zikong's backpack, he strode confidently towards the entrance. Despite his trepidation, Zhen Zikong gritted his teeth and followed suit. A true friend stood up for him. He could not cower in the shadows like a turtle. As Lin Luo pushed open the CAF door, a wave of stale air enveloped them. Behind the counter sat a flamboyantly styled young woman, her hair a riot of colors, embodying the essence of a non-mainstream aesthetic. She was preoccupied with a small mirror, attempting to perfect her makeup, the results of which were quite tragic. Perhaps due to her unsatisfactory appearance, her mood was equally dismal. When Lin Luo approached the counter, she did not even lift her head. 5 yuan for an hour, 20 for an overnight stay, with a smile plastered on his face. Lin Luo clutched the backpack and lowered his voice conspiratorially. Sister, do you accept batteries here? Chapter 14. Well, you humans are rather nice. The petite front desk attendant raised her head, gazing at Lin Luo with a look akin to that of a child observing a curious sight. This is an internet CAF, a place of joyful online escapades. You inquire if I accept batteries? It's 5 yuan for internet access and 20 for an overnight stay. Noticing Lin Luo's charmingly youthful appearance, her tone softened as she reiterated the charges. Lin Luo, clutching his backpack, leaned against the counter, inching closer to the young lady with a playful grin. Oh, beautiful miss, we just spent all our money online, but we wish to continue playing. Could we perhaps use a battery to offset the internet fee? He patted his bulging backpack, which indeed seemed to hold something of value. Why, you're calling me a beautiful miss. How delightful. The front desk attendant's face lit up with a predatory smile. Little brother, if you're short on cash, just let your sister know. Later, we could go sing karaoke, and I'll cover your internet fee. How's that sound? Whoa, he trying to trap me. But I didn't intend to get entangled. Lin Luo retorted, Miss, I trade my talents, not my body. Just tell me if you'll accept the battery, or I'll seek other options. Wait, I don't accept batteries here, but I know a place that does. Hooked at last. Lin Luo paused and returned with his jovial demeanor. Please share the address, and I'll sell the battery and treat you to spicy hot pot upon my return. Why? How generous of you to offer hot pot. The front desk attendant was quite pleased with Lin Luo and winked at him before retrieving a business card from under the counter. Turn right when you exit. Walk 200 meters, and you'll find a recycling station. Show this card, and they'll gladly take your battery. With your earnings, come back, and I'll treat you to seafood. Ah, so there's indeed an insider. Lin Luo exclaimed. Thank you, beautiful miss. I'll be back shortly. He accepted the card, blew her a kiss, and hurried outside, leaving Zhen Zikong behind, dumbfounded by the entire scene. He had thought Lin Luo was going to confront the CAF owner, only to receive an unexpected lesson. Once outside, Zhen Zikong felt as though he had stepped into a dream. Lin Luo, when did you become so clever? Oomph. Do you think I've studied military strategy for nothing? This is a case of creating something from nothing, of clandestine maneuvers, coupled with the charm of a handsome lad. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, pondering how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately resorting to giving a thumbs up. Impressive. What shall we do next? Lin Luo waved the business card with a grin. Next, we shall close the door to catch the thief and employ a knife to slay from the shadows. Zhen Zikong scratched his head again, feeling perplexed by Lin Luo's words. What does that mean? Silly. When facing problems at school, consult a teacher. When outside, turn to the authorities. Oh, I see. but we have no evidence. The very act of accepting the battery is incriminating evidence. We shall push your battery cart along with me. Oh, understood. Upon exiting the internet CAF and turning right for 200 meters, one would discover a recycling station discreetly nestled within a residential area. Two dimly lit small rooms housed a middle-aged man of short stature, his unkempt beard lending him a rugged appearance, as he sat on a small stool at the entrance, engrossed in a large book. The cover of the tome featured a voluptuous woman, emblazoned with the title, My Sorceress Master. It was evident that this was a rather thrilling novel. An age-panel van was parked at the entrance, its rear doors ajar, revealing a collection of assorted old goods, with a kilogram scale resting on the ground. Boss, do you accept bicycles? Lin Luo inquired with a playful grin upon noticing the proprietor. The owner glanced at the dilapidated bicycle Lin Luo pushed forth. $20. What? You're selling me a bicycle for 20? Lin Luo exclaimed dramatically, feigning disbelief at the absurdity of the price. Take it or leave it, the owner muttered, returning his attention to his book. Hey boss, I've got a battery here. Interested? Lin Luo pressed, patting the black backpack in his bicycle-less basket. Jin Zikong, nervously pushing a battery-less electric bike, stood behind, anxiously watching the exchange, fearing a confrontation. His anxious demeanor resembled that of a guilty thief. The owner, impatiently looking up at Lin Luo, was about to decline when he noticed a business card in Lin Luo's hand. Oh, a token. Come inside, the owner exclaimed, rising and heading towards the inner room. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, sensing that they were halfway to success. Zikong, why are you still dawdling? Grab your backpack and follow me. Lin Luo beckoned, stepping into the room. Zhen Zikong hurriedly picked up his backpack, cautiously trailing behind Lin Luo. Inside, the lighting was poor and clutter was strewn everywhere. Lin Luo's gaze swept across the surroundings. Appraisal technique activate. With a thought, he perceived translucent text appearing above the various items, though the sheer volume of them made it momentarily overwhelming. Creaking open a small door, the recycling station owner revealed a small courtyard. The sounds of raucous cheers and shouts filled the air. Upon entering, Lin Luo observed four bald men enjoying a barbecue outdoors. A diminutive figure was tending to the grill, his tattered fan flapping vigorously as he battled the heat emanating from the flames, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. On the table lay skewers of lamb, large kidneys, and a platter of sliced watermelon. Each individual had a bottle of beer, and scattered around the ground were more than a dozen empty bottles, indicative of their prolonged revelry. Wow, how carefree they are, Lin Luo mused to himself, his gaze fixating on the necks of the four bald men, each adorned with a glimmering gold chain. Pure gold necklace, value, $39.20, gold-plated silver necklace, value, $10.30, pure gold necklace, value, $40.50, sand gold necklace, value, $250. Oh, this treasure appraisal technique is quite impressive. Lin Luo felt a surge of delight within. Upon seeing the few burly bald men, Zhen Zikong's legs weakened slightly. The entrance of Lin Luo and his companions caused the boastful bald men to pause, their heads tilting as they scrutinized Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong. Old Joe, what are these two kids here for? One bald man inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke and squinting his eyes. The short middle-aged man accompanying Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong replied, Brother Wang, this kid is here to sell batteries with a business card. Oh. The bald men lost interest upon hearing about the battery sales and resumed their indulgence in skewers and drinks. All right, Old Joe, you take care of it. Same old rules, Brother Wang declared, dismissing them. Old Joe then turned to Lin Luo. Young man, come with me. Lin Luo nodded and suddenly asked, My buddy just came by to sell a battery and mentioned that your prices are quite high. Is that true? Old Joe, caught off guard, nodded with a smile and casually replied, Of course, elsewhere they would only offer a maximum of 200. We provide 250. Lin Luo chuckled, glancing at the wooden-like Zhen Zikong. Well, you folks are rather generous. Chapter 15. Working is absolutely out of the question. Old Joe led Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong to a small shed nestled in the corner of the yard. Inside, a multitude of items lay scattered about, with batteries strewn across the floor. All right, let's take out the batteries. I want to ascertain their material. Lithium batteries are a bit pricey, While Li batteries have dropped significantly in value, Old Zhou remarked, his gaze fixated on the bulging backpack Lin Luo carried. The bag appeared quite heavy, and Old Zhou mused about the young man's strength. Was he not weary from carrying it for so long? This battery is quite similar to one my friend sold earlier, Lin Luo commented, scanning his surroundings. Old Zhou pointed towards a corner of the shed, stating, that one there, your friend brought it over to sell, and I offered 250. If yours is comparable, I'll give you 260. In the future, if you acquire any batteries, just bring them to me. Old Zhou presented himself as if he were making a grand offer in exchange for Lin Luo's genuine cooperation. Zhen Zikong stared, astonished, at the battery in the corner. So this is what we found. My brother is truly impressive. How did he come up with such a plan? But this seems a bit outrageous, doesn't it? Stealing batteries from the front of an internet CAF, collecting them from next door, selling them to fund more internet use, and then returning to steal again. Hasn't this created a closed-loop industry? Goodness, there are quite a few batteries here, Lin Luo exclaimed, reflecting on the situation. Of course, it takes a certain level of expertise to engage in this line of work. In any case, no matter how many batteries you manage to procure, bring them to me. I can handle them all. Old Zhou confidently patted his chest, smiling broadly. Got it, I'll remember that. Lin Luo fished his phone from his pocket, aimed the camera at Old Zhou, and then captured a few shots of the batteries before shutting off the recording. Wait a moment, young man. What do you mean by this? Old Zhou's smile froze as soon as he saw Lin Luo pull out his phone. Something seemed amiss. Boss, don't panic. I can see you have considerable strength here. I'm preparing to introduce you to a significant business opportunity. Lin Luo's earnest demeanor left Old Zhou perplexed. A substantial business opportunity? Was there a misunderstanding? Did this young man have an accomplice? It was certainly plausible. Nowadays, young people are bold and often act recklessly. Perhaps he truly could secure a major deal. Haha, that would be excellent. Let us collaborate and grow stronger together. Old Zhou replied with a grin. Lin Luo nodded and dialed a number. Hello, uncle, it's Lin Luo. Yes, bring the goods over. This place seems capable of handling it. Lin Luo hung up after just a few words, turning his attention back to Old Zhou, whose smile had seemingly disappeared. Boss, be prepared. I've sent someone over. Old Zhou's enthusiasm heightened, and he rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly inquiring, young man, how much stock does your uncle have? These batteries could be refurbished and sold as new. Purchased for 250 and sold for 500, representing a substantial profit. The only drawback was the inconsistency of the supply. If this young man's network could ensure a stable source, they would undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. My friend, our energy surpasses your imagination. Lin Luo playfully patted Old Zhou on the shoulder, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Even Zhen Zikong couldn't help but chuckle alongside him. The two laughed, leaving Old Zhou in a state of confusion. What was so amusing? The youth of today truly are peculiar. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed from outside. The small gate to the courtyard was forcefully kicked open. Two middle-aged men in uniforms charged into the yard, followed closely by two younger individuals. Don't move. Stand still. Hands on your head and squat down. The four bald men, who had been engrossed in their skewers, were startled. Upon seeing the uniforms, they sprang to their feet like mice caught in the presence of a cat, attempting to flee. However, having consumed copious amounts of beer, their sudden movements left them unsteady, and they were swiftly subdued. Inside, Old Zhou wore a bewildered expression, still unable to comprehend what had transpired when Lin Luo pressed him down. Old Zhou, don't move. Be compliant. Soon, Lin Luo guided the dazed Old Zhou out of the small room. Zhen Zikong, witnessing Old Zhou's ghostly demeanor, couldn't suppress his laughter, as if he had encountered a spirit. Boss, didn't see that coming, did you? Your head must be buzzing. This is what you get for stealing my batteries. Unsoju. There's another one here. Lin Luo called out cheerfully to the leading officer. Chu Jianjun turned around, relieved to see Lin Luo unharmed, his stern countenance softening slightly. The earlier rush had worried him. He had feared something had happened to Lin Luo. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Next time such a situation arises, I want to agree to it, Chu Jianjun remarked, gesturing for the two young officers to proceed. One of the young officers approached and handcuffed old Joe. Even as the cuffs clicked around his wrists, old Joe struggled to believe the unfolding events. Lin Luo, clutching the batteries and holding onto his token, wore an expression that hardly resembled that of a diligent student. How had he become a troublemaker? He had even raised the price for them. Oh, it's all just a minor incident, Lin Luo chuckled, pointing towards a small black room. All the batteries are in there. I estimated there are about 30. Oh, and Jun Zikong's batteries are also inside. Oh, just make a record and you can take them away, he continued. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Oh, and by the way, I recorded a video on my phone. These individuals admitted to taking the batteries and claimed they could handle as many as we have. Chu Jianjun's eyes lit up, praising. You're quite resourceful. Having that video will save us a lot of trouble. A rare smile brightened Chu Jianjun's usually stern face, and his gaze towards Lin Luo held a newfound appreciation. This young man was truly clever, bold yet meticulous, and possessed a commendable physique. He would undoubtedly make an excellent candidate for law enforcement in the future. It turned out that after Lin Luo and Jun Zikong left the internet CAF, they had not acted immediately. He recalled that Chu Jiao had once mentioned her second uncle, an esteemed old policeman who patrolled the neighboring district. In his youth, he was renowned for apprehending thieves and was reportedly awarded a third-class merit. Consequently, Lin Luo promptly contacted Chu Jiao to obtain Chu Jianjun's contact information. As fortune would have it, Chu Jianjun was on duty that day. Upon receiving Lin Luo's call and listening to his brief account of the situation, he immediately gathered a team and rushed over. Oi, young brother, you lack integrity. You deceived me. Lao Zu lamented. His expression a mix of despair and disbelief as he gazed at Lin Luo, feeling utterly betrayed. I placed my trust in you, hoping to join you in lucrative ventures. Yet you turn out to be a fraud. Had I known, I would have ignored you and spent my time reading at the entrance, waiting for the evening when I could enjoy a beer and skewers, albeit leftovers from others. Now, he found himself with a silver bracelet adorning his wrist, yet still expected to toil away at a sewing machine. And you feel wronged? With hands and feet intact. Why not engage in honest labor instead of resorting to illicit activities? Chu Jianjun glared at Lao Zhou, his tone stern and admonishing. Lao Zhou, sporting the silver bracelet, showed no shame in the face of Chu Jianjun's reprimand. Instead, he scratched his chin and replied nonchalantly, working a regular job is simply not an option for me. I could never bring myself to do it. I lack the skills for business, so I'm left with no choice but to scrape by this way. Nonsense. You are simply lazy, Chu Jianjun retorted, waving his hand decisively. Take them all back. Yes, master. Yes, Captain Chu. Chapter 16. Is 100,000 enough to call a car? The good news is that Jun Zikong's battery has been recovered. The bad news is that the electric bike has been tampered with. However, compared to the loss of 500 yuan, the cost of repairing the electric bike is hardly a concern. Chu Jianjun pulled out 20 yuan and asked a roadside mechanic to fix it. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Otherwise, the mechanic would have closed up shop. Jun Zikong squatted by the roadside, watching the mechanic work with a frown. Lin Luo had initially intended to slip away, but Chu Jianjun insisted on taking him to the police station. Today's events were far from trivial. They had dismantled a fence for stolen goods and uncovered a collaborating dark internet CAF. In total, over 10 individuals have been apprehended in connection with the case, yielding significant results. As the complainant and an exemplary citizen assisting in the investigation, Lin Luo was required to accompany the police to the station to provide a statement. 3 police cars discreetly departed, leaving only Jun Zikong and the mechanic by the street. The boulevard bustled with pedestrians, the streetlights casting a warm, dim glow over the weary souls returning home after a long day. Bored, Jun Zikong watched the mechanic skillfully at work and felt an urge to strike up a conversation. Suddenly, an impulsive thought struck him. Excuse me, what do you do for a living? The mechanic paused his work, his expression unreadable, then looked up at Jun Zikong with a hint of confusion. Young man, could you repeat that? Silence ensued, yet it was deafening. In the vibrant night of South City, the lights sparkled, signaling the beginning of nightlife for some. After finishing his statement at the police station, Lin Luo was taken by Chu Jianjun to the cafeteria for dinner. Indeed, the meals served to civil servants were quite delectable. After dining, Chu Jianjun personally drove Lin Luo home. "Little Lin, you'll be heading to college next year. Want you?" Chu Jianjun asked cheerfully as he drove. "Yes, in a little over 6 months," Lin Luo replied. "Are you interested in applying to the police academy? Your qualifications are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you." Lin Luo, seated in the passenger seat, scratched his head with a smile, unsure yet, saying he'd decide based on his exam scores. In the past, he would have dreamed of attending the police academy, but now things were different. With the Old Deng system, even if he didn't traverse to Qian, he could still thrive without the need to struggle for a few thousand yuan. Chu Jianjun chuckled and shifted the topic, inquiring about Chu Jiaojiao. "Have you and Jiaojiao started dating?" Cough, cough. "Uncle Chu, what are you saying? We're just classmates, at most desk mates, with a good relationship," Lin Luo clarified. "Oh, desk mates." Chu Jianjun gave Lin Luo a knowing look. "Do you like her?" "No." "Old Chu, are you trying to extract a confession?" "Even if I did, I couldn't tell you," Lin Luo protested. "What if you report back to my parents?" "Ha, just a little crush, ha ha." Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly. "That's good enough. So how does that song go? Will you remember tomorrow the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still cherish the you who used to cry the most?" After singing a nostalgic tune, Old Chu patted the steering wheel contemplatively. "If you truly have feelings, pursue them boldly without waiting for the future, lest you be left with regrets. As I have said before, I hold great hopes for you." Lin Luo's embarrassment was palpable, as if he were digging into the floor of a spacious apartment with 4 rooms and 2 baths, complete with a small garden. "Uncle, you are the head of the police, aren't you? You do realize that not a single note of your singing was in tune, don't you?" "What? My niece is so beautiful, and you're not interested?" Noticing Lin Luo's silence, Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow, exuding an overwhelming aura. How could that be? However, isn't it more important to focus on your studies right now? We can discuss it later. "Oh, just drop me off at that neighborhood ahead. Just let me out here." Lin Luo pointed towards the intersection. "I want to get out of the car." This Uncle Chu is truly intimidating. Before long, the police car came to a halt by the roadside. "Would be Lin Luo exclaimed as he awkwardly exited the vehicle, waving goodbye while hastily fleeing. Inside the police car, Chu Jianjun watched Lin Luo dash into the neighborhood, chuckling to himself as he prepared to drive, when suddenly his phone rang. He reached for his phone and answered the call. "Hello, Dad. How did things go with Lin Luo? You didn't slip up, did you?" The sweet voice of Chu Jiaojiao came through, filled with concern. "Haha, Jiaojiao, your little boyfriend is quite impressive." A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. That is how things are." At Lin Luo's home, he sat obediently in a chair, recounting to his parents, who looked as stern as judges, the events of the day. Lin Jianxi held a pack of 7 Wolf cigarettes, while Zhang Xuehua wielded a feather duster. The 2 parents exchanged a glance and silently set down their instruments of interrogation. "Goodness, our son encounters so much in a single day at school. So, your mother and I are not against you doing good deeds, but you're growing up now. You must pay attention to your safety and take care of yourself." Zhang Xuehua spoke earnestly. Don't worry, Mom. If danger truly arises, I will be the first to flee." Lin Luo nodded repeatedly, speaking with seriousness. Although one should not overestimate their own importance, as the world continues to turn without anyone, Lin Luo understood that without him, the very sky would collapse for his parents. They cannot bear such a blow. Thus, Lin Luo resolutely rejected any matters that exceeded his own capabilities, not only for himself, but also for his parents. "All right, it's getting late, so let us not discuss this further. Have you had dinner, son?" Lin Jianxi inquired, ready to conclude the family meeting for the evening. "I've eaten at the cafeteria in the office. I realize that being a civil servant has its perks. The food is plentiful and delicious. If I get the chance, I might want to be a civil servant too." Lin Luo rambled on about the food he had at the office, not actually wishing to become a civil servant, but rather shifting the topic. Indeed, the tense mood of Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua quickly dissipated as they smiled at Lin Luo. "You wanted to be a civil servant? You should focus on getting into a good university first. Indeed, there remains less than a year. If you exert yourself diligently upon your admission to university, your father shall muster his resolve and procure a vehicle for you. Comrade Lin is now indulging in lofty aspirations. Lin Luo tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he regarded Lin Jianxi. Father, are you serious? Of course. A promise from your father is a promise. At that moment, Comrade Lin resembled the figure who once enticed Lin Luo with snacks to achieve a perfect score. So, will you buy a car worth 100,000 then? Lin Luo inquired with a raised eyebrow, testing the waters. 100,000? Is that even considered a car? If we're buying, let us opt for something of quality. Comrade Lin waved his hand grandly. Son, think carefully. Then I want a G-Wagon. Cough, cough. A vehicle worth several million? Are you trying to take your father's life? Oh, but you told me to think it over, and now that I have, you dismiss it. However, Comrade Lin, your vision is rather limited. If you're unwilling to dream bigger, it's no wonder you remain a mere junior manager after all these years. Well then, after some time, I shall purchase you a G-Wagon as a token of filial piety. Lin Luo was confident, as long as the old street wasn't too deceitful. With his expertise in identifying treasures, he could easily profit from the countless fakes. Off you go, shower and sleep, and stop babbling nonsense with me. What kind of battery does your G-Wagon require? Lin Jianxi was unconvinced by Lin Luo's words. Little brat, the combined total in your 3 piggy banks is only $256.56. That barely covers a pack of cigarettes, let alone a G-Wagon. Mom, look at Dad. He looks down on me. Yes, I'll take care of him. Hurry back to your room and sleep, Zhang Shuahua replied dismissively, waving her hand at Lin Luo before rising to leave with Comrade Lin. Lin Luo felt a sense of satisfaction, smiling as he watched the elderly couple return to their room. Mother truly treats me well. Just observe the sheer terror and sorrow on Father's face. It's quite delightful. Go, Mom. Chapter 17 Lo, open the door. It's me, Kongzi. A night of deep slumber was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of a mobile phone, shattering the tranquility of Lin Luo's room. Half awake, Lin Luo did not even open his eyes. With a swift motion, he accurately seized the source of the disturbance. Hello, who is this? Lin Luo's voice was languid, tinged with annoyance, clearly indicating he was still in a state of drowsiness. Lo, open the door, it's me, Kongzi. Damn it. Kongzi, are you out of your mind? It's only 6:30. Lin Luo squinted at his phone screen, realization dawning that it was indeed 6:30. His irritation nearly propelled him through the phone to deliver Kongzi a well-deserved reprimand. Hey, early to bed, early to rise is good for your health, you know? Didn't you say we were going to the old street today to pick out a birthday gift for Uncle? I'm right outside your door. Hurry up and let me in. Just wait for me. Upon hearing that Kongzi was at the door, Lin Luo sprang up, disregarding his shoes, and dashed out of his bedroom. With a whoosh, Lin Luo swung open the security door to find Zhen Zikong standing outside, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Look, I brought you breakfast. Zhen Zikong lifted the bag he was holding. The aroma of meat sandwiches wafted through the air. In this day and age, the supreme meat sandwich only costs 5 yuan 50, generously filled with meat, flaky bread, an egg, and tofu. An irresistible treat that would leave anyone smacking their lips in delight. Had the sandwich arrived, even a moment later, Lin Luo would have undoubtedly retaliated with a swift blow to Kongzi's face. Flattery without cause is often a sign of deceit. Lin Luo scoffed, stepping aside to let him in. Zhen Zikong cheerfully entered, shutting the door behind him. Lin Luo seized the breakfast and made a beeline for the living room. Lo, yesterday you helped me retrieve my electric scooter, saving me from a beating. I'm here today specifically to express my gratitude. Zhen Zikong changed his shoes and followed Lin Luo. Gratitude? I've already received my breakfast. You can leave now. No. Today, I'm also your chauffeur. Zhen Zikong declared, waving his electric scooter keys. My scooter is fully charged. It's enough for us to make 2 round trips. At that moment, old Lin emerged from his room, appearing equally groggy and weary. Who is here? Oh, it's Kongzi. Hello, Uncle. I'm here to take Lin Luo out for some fun. Zhen Zikong replied, feeling at ease since he had dined at Lin Luo's home before. Greeting old Lin like a well-behaved student. Oh, going out is fine. to stay away from the water's edge. Don't worry, uncle. We're heading to the old street. Then that's all right. Old Lin nodded, stifling yawn, and returned to his room. Indeed, age was catching up with him. Sleeping too late and waking too early took its toll. Plus, the bed was too soft, leaving his back aching. Once old Lin had retreated, Zhen Zikong lowered his voice and whispered low, "Did Uncle Lin go cow-stealing last night? Why does he look so exhausted? Cow-stealing my foot." Lin Luo's lips twitched as he shot Zhen Zikong a disdainful glance, too lazy to engage him further, and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Zhen Zikong chuckled to himself and slipped into Lin Luo's room. Lin Luo's room was modest, nearly filled by a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. The bookshelf atop the desk overflowed with tomes, chronicling his academic journey from the first grade of elementary school to his senior year of high school. Scattered across the desk lay an array of texts: Tang poetry, song lyrics, encyclopedias, Tiangong Kaiwu, the Kangxi Dictionary, computer programming manuals, learn chicken language in 3 days, learn Korean in 3 days, the art of war, the 36 stratagems, spring and autumn annals, I Ching plum blossom, Huangdi Neijing, human meridian charts, compendium of materia medica, Qian Fong, the true scripture of the Great Cave of the Clear, among countless others. Zhen Zikong, astonished, exclaimed, "Luo Gu, you're remarkable. Your reading material is so eclectic." "Just browsing." Lin Luo, with a mouthful of saliva, mumbled indistinctly in response. "Can you make sense of this?" Zhen Zikong picked up the hefty I Ching, flipping through its pages, only to find it as cryptic as a cipher. Despite being composed of Chinese characters, their arrangement rendered the text incomprehensible. Naturally, Lin Luo could not decipher it either. Thus, he planned to visit the old street today, hoping to find related literature to acquire for free, confident in his photographic memory. The old street was known for its treasure trove of antiquarian books, some of which were unavailable even in libraries. At this moment, Lin Luo sought to enhance his intellect and prepare for his journey through Qian, believing that immersing himself in literature would be invaluable. Spitting out the saliva, he remarked nonchalantly, "I can't comprehend it, but I feel like I've been sharpening my intellect lately. I learn quickly, so I should read more." "Impressive." Zhen Zikong thumbed up, then set aside the I Ching to fiddle with a neglected gaming console in the corner. Lin Luo leisurely proceeded with his morning routine, brushing his teeth and washing up. Once finished, he rummaged through the wardrobe for a clean outfit. Glancing at Zhen Zikong, who was engrossed in a game of Tetris, he observed how he had managed to score 600 points before meeting his demise, a talent in its own right. "Stop playing, it's time to head out," Lin Luo announced, clutching the meat sandwich Zhen Zikong had brought, pocketing a bottle of AD calcium, and tossing one to Zhen Zikong as he beckoned him to commence their adventure. The South City Old Street, as its name suggested, was a haven for antiquities. In times of chaos, gold flourishes. In times of peace, antiques abound. With the nation's recent prosperity and the rise of treasure-hunting narratives in online literature, antiques and jade have become increasingly recognized. Many believe themselves to be destined to find hidden gems and amass wealth, only to find themselves ensnared in traps, becoming mere fodder for exploitation. On the roadside, the construction site's 6-piece set was evidently counterfeit, with craftsmanship so poor it was ubiquitous. Yet some still believed in its authenticity and were willing to pay for it. Although the old street was notorious for such schemes, the goods offered were marginally more upscale than the construction site's wares, albeit still worthless fakes. Zhen Zikong rode an electric bike, while Lin Luo sat behind, enjoying his meat sandwich and sipping AD calcium as they sped toward the old street. It was Saturday, yet the morning streets were bustling with traffic. Buses were packed with elderly patrons vying for discounted vegetables. Those on single-day work schedules still had to report to work, while those on double days faced overtime, and beleaguered students were off to tutoring sessions. The countenance of every passerby bore a singular expression: exhaustion. After riding the electric bike for over half an hour, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong finally arrived. The archway of the old street was extravagantly adorned, exuding an ancient charm, and vendors were already bustling at the entrance. Although it was still early, the weekend crowd was quite substantial. Securing their electric bike, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong stepped into the old street. This pedestrian avenue was lined with shops, and numerous stalls added to the lively atmosphere with throngs of people coming and going. The stalls showcased an array of typical tourist trinkets, including old coins, yuan shirkai silver dollars, copper ornaments, and various bracelets, all splendidly displayed. Among them was a rotund vendor selling vintage cassette tapes from a tricycle cart, balancing a bowl of stewed delicacies in his hands. This fellow must have indulged in too many ghost stories, Zhen Zikong exclaimed, suddenly pointing at a bronze artifact on a nearby stall with excitement. Lin, look at this. It's remarkable. I believe it's from the Shang or Zhou dynasty. He recalled that history lessons had discussed such bronze ritual vessels used in late Shang period sacrifices, though much of it had faded from his memory since middle school. Lin Luo chuckled. Shang or Zhou? I think it's from last week. Before Zhen Zikong could retort, several passers-by nearby burst into laughter. Last week, indeed. The stall owner's vacant gaze flicked towards Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong, his lips moving silently. Though no words were spoken, Lin Luo could discern his disdainful thoughts. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, silently thinking, "You're selling counterfeit goods and yet can't handle the criticism." He activated his appraisal technique, and, in the next moment, every item in his view was adorned with translucent labels. The labels displayed their prices: glass bracelet, 2 yuan, replica silver dollar, 2 yuan, replica copper coin, 2 yuan, replica gold bracelet, 2 yuan. Gold bracelet, 3,500 yuan. A 2 yuan shop, is it? All fake, except for... Wait a moment. Lin Luo's gaze landed on a charred bracelet at the stall. Blinking in disbelief, he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed marked as a gold bracelet, valued at 3,500. Chapter 18. My goodness, this is not suitable for wearing. As a middle-aged individual traversing the blue star with a frail body, despite your relentless efforts to regain your health and gain admission to an esteemed institution, you find yourself destitute, with all aspects of your existence constrained. In urgent need, you must earn some silver to sustain your daily necessities. Mission: accumulate silver in the blue star. Reward: eternal youth and vitality. The pesky system is at it again. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled brighter as he gazed at the carpet. The vendor at the stall was a portly middle-aged man, somewhat balding and exuding an air of greasiness. He sat on a small stool, fiddling with a set of intricately crafted walnuts, occasionally rubbing one against his face. Those walnuts were rather dirty. Lin Luo, what are you planning to buy for Uncle? Kongzi inquired, noticing Lin Luo's unwavering attention on the stall, eager to assist in the analysis. Let's take a look first. If I find something intriguing, I shall purchase it, Lin Luo replied, taking a couple of steps toward the stall. Kongzi followed closely, his head craned in curiosity as he examined the intriguing items on display. This large golden bracelet looks quite festive. This yuan daitu is also appealing, appearing almost genuine. Oh, and look, there's a jade seal. My heavens, gold inlaid with jade, a national treasure. Though their voices were not particularly loud, they were rather irritating. The stall owner, seated on his stool, displayed no pretense of patience as he listened to their incessant chatter. Are you two going to buy something or not? If not, kindly move along. You're disrupting my business, the vendor said impatiently. Kongzi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly shrank back, standing behind Lin Luo. This vendor is rather fierce. However, Lin Luo seemed unfazed, his attention fixated on the array of jade pendants displayed before him. Sir, it's my father's birthday soon, and I intend to select a jade pendant for him. Do you have any fine pieces? Lin Luo called out, his voice resonating, attracting the attention of several passers-by. The plump vendor's eyes gleamed with interest as he quickly adopted a more amiable demeanor. Of course. Take a look at this, he exclaimed, presenting a jade pendant shaped like a rather mediocrely carved cicada. Look, since you are a student, I won't recommend anything too expensive. This piece is a mere $1,000. What do you think? Kongzi, peering from behind Lin Luo, frowned and interjected, what is this? Just $1,000. That's exorbitant. Trying to swindle my brother's money? Not on my watch. Hey there, young one, you might not understand, but this is a cicada. What does it signify? It means to be extraordinary. It's undoubtedly a perfect gift for someone's birthday. Seeing the gathering crowd, the vendor raised his voice, eager to attract more customers. Extraordinary indeed. It carries a positive connotation, not silent, but soaring high. This is in your textbooks, Kanzi remarked to Lin Luo. Lin Luo shook his head and declared loudly, "Sir, this is simply not suitable for wearing." Both the boss and Zhen Zikong were taken aback. The pedestrians who were about to depart paused in their tracks. Oh, what profound insight does this young man possess? The plump boss furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why shouldn't one wear it?" Lin Luo pointed at the cicada and continued loudly. In ancient times, this cicada was known as the jade mouth, used to place under the tongue of the deceased. I am celebrating my father's birthday, not commemorating his death. Hence, it is certainly inappropriate to wear. The fat boss was rendered speechless. Such a peculiar statement. Zhen Zikong glared and added, "Boss, this is truly unscrupulous. Selling items meant for the dead to the living. No, misunderstood. Wait, look at this." The fat boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily tossed the jade cicada aside. Damn it, that person didn't say it like this when I procured it. It was supposed to be astonishing, not something for the deceased. Take a look at this instead. This is old pit glass type jade. The craftsmanship is exquisite. The pine tree, the lingji, the turtle, so vividly lifelike. The boss boisterously introduced, as though his merchandise was indeed remarkable. This is called longevity through the pine. Sending this to your father on his birthday is absolutely appropriate. Zhen Zikong leaned in to examine it closely. The jade pendant was intricately carved, its vibrant green hue glistening under the sunlight. It seemed quite appealing indeed. Lin Luo, what do you think? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, smiled, and remained silent. Now, you're all students, and this is priced at 1,200, an exorbitant deal. Take it if you want it. The fat boss displayed commendable acting skills, portraying himself as having suffered a great loss while offering it to them at a bargain. A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. A young man purchasing a birthday gift for his father was indeed commendable. The jade being sold by the boss also appeared quite nice, embodying the theme of longevity through the pine, which was fitting. Zhen Zikong turned to Lin Luo, seeking his opinion. However, Lin Luo frowned and emphatically shook his head. "Oh dear, this one is certainly not suitable to wear." Zhen Zikong and the onlookers were momentarily stunned again. This one isn't suitable either. Could it possibly be for the deceased? The fat boss, upon hearing this, grew agitated. "What do you mean? If you continue speaking like this, will I even have a business left? Nonsense. This is clearly meant for the living. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly." Lin Luo, with a bemused expression, looked at the plump boss and continued loudly, "That may not be for the dead, but look at the trees depicted." The boss hurriedly glanced and exclaimed, "One pine tree. The everlasting pine, what's wrong with that?" A major issue arises. One tree and one lingji. This is called a lone tree unable to support itself. A turtle, a 1,000-year-old tortoise, or even a crane, chrysanthemums would suffice, but a green tortoise, how could one wear that? The crowd erupted into laughter. The theme indeed rendered it unsuitable for wearing. Forget it. I see there's nothing worthwhile here. Let's south check the next place. Lin Luo feigned disappointment, waving his hand as if to leave. The boss began to sweat profusely. He couldn't allow these two to depart. There were so many eyes upon them. They have departed, leaving me unable to conduct this business. Please don't leave. If you are dissatisfied, simply exchange it for another. Take a look at this one. The portly proprietor hastily set aside and picked up a piece of. Surely this one will suffice. It is a brand, high-grade ice jade, and for a mere 1,000. It can be yours. Lin Luo paused, a grin spreading across his face as he leaned in for a closer look. The onlookers, initially disappointed, now stifled their laughter, eager to see what Lin Luo would articulate this time. This young lad certainly made shopping quite entertaining, akin to a comedic performance. "Oh dear, this is not suitable for wearing," Lin Luo exclaimed. Laughter erupted around him. "What do you mean, unsuitable?" The rotund vendor seemed on the verge of a breakdown, noticing more and more people gathering. His loud calls were intended to attract business, yet it appeared he was driving customers away. "Your piece is mountains, but no water. Does that not signify a lack of fortune to enjoy it? It cannot be worn. It cannot be worn." The laughter intensified. This explanation was rather amusing. Even more so was the vendor's near-tearful expression. How delightful! And what of this one? This piece also features mountains and water, plus an old sage, exquisitely carved. I'll let you have it for 800. The vendor gritted his teeth as he spoke. Lin Luo leaned in for another look, decisively shaking his head. Oh my, this one is certainly not suitable for wearing. Ha ha! The crowd had been waiting for that line, and upon hearing it, their laughter was infectious. But why not? The vendor, exasperated, examined the in his hands. Although it was acid-washed and dyed, the craftsmanship was commendable. What could possibly be wrong? It's all about the theme. The figure is seated with its back to the mountain, facing the flowing water, and crucially, this person has no teeth. What's wrong with that? What is the issue? The vendor's eyes widened in panic. The crowd, equally intrigued, turned their attention to Lin Luo, awaiting his next remark. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, feeling a tickle of realization, as if he was on the verge of a revelation but could not articulate it. With his back to the cliff, the figure is toothless, and the water flows downward. Zhen Zikong suddenly slapped his forehead, a rare moment of clarity washing over him. I understand now. It's despicable and shameless. Ha ha ha. The onlookers laughed uncontrollably, their abdominal muscles aching from mirth. How entertaining these two children are. Lin Luo maintained a semi-smile, and with a twinkle in his eye, he declared, If your mouth is unclean, allow me to teach you a lesson today. Chapter 19. What a unique gold piece you have. The rotund proprietor stared blankly at Lin Luo, oblivious to the raucous laughter surrounding him. He found the cacophony of voices rather irksome. Ah, he exclaimed, akin to a groundhog's roar, before hurling a despicable and shamelessly tacky piece of jewelry onto the stall. What do you intend to purchase? Choose for yourself. The surrounding crowd erupted into even more joyous laughter. Smiles do not vanish. They merely shift. Lin Luo offered a faint smile as he surveyed the merchant's wares. It was unclear where this fellow had procured his goods. The entire stall was adorned with a single charred bracelet of genuine gold, while all other items appeared to be sourced from a 2-yuan shop. Zhen Zikong nudged Lin Luo and, suppressing his laughter, remarked, Lin Luo, the items from this vendor seem rather peculiar. Should we consider shopping elsewhere? What? You wish to leave? After you hollered for ages and insisted on wearing it, now you wish to depart? The hefty vendor was suddenly incensed, springing up with his flesh jiggling in protest. No way. You must make a purchase. If you do not, at least select something to take with you. Consider it my gift to you. With so many onlookers, if these two little rascals leave, my stall will gain notoriety. This is neither for the deceased nor comedic in theme. What a farce. Ahem, this seems inappropriate, Lin Luo remarked. As he spoke, his hand darted swiftly, seizing a resplendent gold bracelet. Sir, is this piece truly made of pure gold? Lin Luo blinked innocently, almost apologetically, as he presented it to the vendor. If I were to deceive him into claiming it is pure gold, would that not be rather unethical? Of course it is pure gold. Would I sell counterfeit goods? All my items come with certification, the stout vendor proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Then, if it comes with certification, I shall forego it. I cannot afford it. Lin Luo placed the gold bracelet back down. Hey, do not put it back. Just inquire about the price. I can offer you a discount. Even if I can only earn a little, it is still better than nothing. While my principles are significant, a lack of them might yield greater profit. How much do you have to spend? I can negotiate for you. 5 yuan. Before the vendor could finish his sentence, Lin Luo produced a 5 yuan note from his pocket. Sold. 5 yuan? I'll sell it. The vendor gritted his teeth, reaching for the bill Lin Luo held. Goodness. The gold bracelet is being sold for merely 5 yuan. This vendor must be out of his mind. Zhen Zikong's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with the thrill of possibility. If I can purchase a gold bracelet for 5 yuan, and I have another 10 yuan, perhaps I could buy 2 to delight my parents? Lin Luo swiftly dodged, negotiating 5 yuan for 3 bracelets. Will you sell them, merchant? The vendor gasped. You are cutting into my main artery with such bargaining. My cost prices. He nearly divulged the truth. His cost was 2 yuan each, and he had hoped to profit 3 yuan per piece, But now this young rascal was suggesting 3 for 5. What a calamity! Consider me unlucky. 3 for 5, then. It shall be. The portly proprietor, at this moment, was swallowing his shattered pride, determined to showcase to those around him that his wares were indeed marketable. All right, then. My dear boss, keep this, Lin Luo said, shoving 5 yuan into the hefty merchant's hand, subsequently acquiring 3 bracelets from his stall. 2 were resplendent gold, glaringly ostentatious, while the third, charred and blackened, left a dusty residue upon touch. Even the dim-witted Zhen Zikong could discern that these were mere fakes. Otherwise, the owner would have been deranged to sell 3 grand gold bracelets for a mere 5 yuan. Thank you, dear boss. I appreciate it. But now I must explore other stalls. Off we go. The rotund vendor pocketed the coins and returned to his small stool, appearing as if he were warding off misfortune. Today, having neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out, he found himself beset by these 2 little rascals. Truly a stroke of bad luck. Gomewan, gomeol. A plethora of fine treasures awaits. The vendor shouted earnestly to the onlookers, yet was met with a chorus of laughter in response. Lin Luo, chuckling, tugged Zhen Zikong along. No more lingering, let us peruse other stalls. As they departed, Zhen Zikong caught a glimpse of the vendor's frustrated visage. Hee, the poor fellow shall surely struggle to find sleep tonight. Lin Luo, are these gold bracelet counterfeit? Why would you purchase fake ones? Zhen Zikong inquired, walking alongside Lin Luo, his confusion evident. Aren't they for Uncle Lin's birthday gift? Would it be appropriate to present him with fakes? Well, I bought 3 of them, Lin Luo replied, shaking the bracelets in his hand. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, bewildered. So, if they're fake, you're entitled to 3 times the value? Is that why you bought 3? Goodness, if you pursue business, you will undoubtedly prosper. Lin Luo gave Zhen Zikong a thumbs up and tossed the 2 gaudy fake bracelets to him. Take these home for your family's cat, Duo Kai Dwai. Duo Kai Dwai was a rambunctious tabby cat, known for its boisterous antics, reigning supreme in their neighborhood. Huh, wearing these? Is there some significance to it? Zhen Zikong's eyes sparkled with innocence, embodying a naive vet that required no further education. Your cat is quite the troublemaker. Isn't it? Just wait until nightfall. The entire community will resonate with the sounds of their brawls. At this rate, my cats are becoming the local kings of chaos. Huh. Do you recall how Tang Sung dealt with the disobedient monkey? He placed upon him the golden hoop, didn't he? Indeed, the golden hoop spell. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into laughter once more. A gold recovery shop. Lin Luo exclaimed mid-laughter as he spotted a store ahead that specialized in gold buybacks, his mirth intensifying. Come, Zikong, let us embark on a profitable venture. Wait, what profit are we talking about? Zhen Zikong hurried to catch up with Lin Luo, his bewilderment still lingering as they entered the shop. But brother, didn't you just purchase fakes? Zhen Zikong whispered, apprehensive that Lin Luo might be ejected. Who said they were fake? Yours may be, but mine certainly are not. Lin Luo shook the pitch-black bracelet on his wrist and approached the counter. Boss, I want to sell some gold, Lin Luo declared, placing the dark bracelet onto the countertop. The young man behind the counter glanced at the bracelet, then at Lin Luo, and finally towards the entrance, as if to imply, young man, the door is over there. You can leave. Boss, what is the current price for gold recycling today? Lin Luo seemingly ignored the young man's gaze and cheerfully inquired. Today's gold price is 270 per gram, but the recycling price is 260. Could you weigh it and check if it's pure gold? Lin Luo pointed at the black bracelet on the table. The young man furrowed his brow and asked, Brother, this gold piece is quite unique. How did you acquire it? I burned it. Just wanted to see if it was genuine, but my lighter didn't reach the necessary temperature. May I cut it to ascertain whether it's real gold? But I must warn you, once it's cut, it cannot be restored. Lin Luo nodded, sure, go ahead. I'm selling it today. The bracelet, entirely golden in hue, revealed a golden interior upon being cut. The young man fetched a specialized pair of scissors for cutting gold and swiftly snipped the bracelet. Zhen Zikong's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing that the cut was indeed golden, nearly popping out of his sockets. The young man was equally taken aback. No way. This pitch-black bracelet is actually gold. He then brought out professional equipment to measure the purity of the bracelet. The purity of the gold is 999. Do you have a receipt from when you purchased it? The young man asked, his expression peculiar. Who in their right mind would burn gold with a lighter? Is there something dubious about this gold? Zhen Zikong's expression was even more perplexed. I bought it from a roadside stall, 3 for 5 yuan. Does that come with a receipt? Lin Luo replied with a polite smile, shaking his head. No, I just picked it up from a roadside vendor for 5 yuan each. Nora thaped. The young man exclaimed, what? Chapter 20. This world is utterly insane. Congratulations on the wallet's windfall. 3,500 yuan. Lin Luo emerged from the jewelry store with a beaming smile, his pocket enriched by 3,500 yuan. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest joy. Rather, it was the completion of a task issued by the Silly Dog system. Task. Earn Blue Star Silver. Reward. Ageless Spring Technique completed. This was simply astonishing. However, what was the purpose of this Ageless Spring Technique? Could it possibly grant eternal youth after cultivation? Nevertheless, there was no time for detailed contemplation. Shopping on Taobao waited. Zhen Zikong stumbled out behind him, his head still buzzing, somewhat dazed. The shopkeeper appeared, even more bewildered. Wait a moment, could those gold bracelets, priced at 5 yuan for 3 at a roadside stall, actually be genuine? Lin Luo chuckled as he patted Zikong's shoulder. To be honest, Zikong's luck was remarkable. Had it not been for the chubby vendor's reprimand, Lin Luo might have overlooked that stall entirely. Don't be foolish. The vendor clearly made a mistake, dropping genuine bracelets into a pile of fakes. Those two are merely copper-plated. Take them home for Duokai Dwai to wear. Oh, Zikong, still dazed, tucked the bracelets into his pocket. So, shall we continue shopping? Of course. Why else are we here? We must keep exploring, Lin Luo declared with determination as he surveyed the surroundings. With 3,500 yuan, what could one achieve? Just enough to purchase a used spare tire for a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, dreams are beautiful, while reality often proves harsh. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong traversed the bustling street, visiting stall after stall, indulging in 3 candied hawthorns, their eyes nearly glazing over. Yet they failed to find a single authentic item. It seemed that the chubby vendor's gold bracelets were indeed a stroke of luck. Damn it. What use is this treasure appraisal skill? Lin Luo grumbled, lamenting his inability to uncover genuine treasures despite possessing the skill. What are you muttering about? Oh, nothing. Just keep looking, Lin Luo replied wearily. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, feeling somewhat exhausted. After more than an hour of wandering, Lin Luo had yet to purchase anything. Just how long would this continue? Lin Luo, what kind of gift do you wish to buy for Uncle Lin? Zhen Zikong inquired. I think this little peacock is quite lovely. It's rather beautiful. He pointed toward a nearby stall. Several young individuals were selecting items, and a tall, slender girl with wavy hair held up a purple peacock pendant, appearing quite fond of it. It suited her elegant demeanor well. Lin Luo glanced over. Indeed, she was reasonably attractive, though slightly less so than Chu Jiao Jiao. Glass peacock pendant. 5 yuan, not worth a dime. Lin Luo scoffed. Zikong, with your glasses, how can you be so blind? Goodness, this is not something one should wear. Why not? Zhen Zikong inquired, puzzled. When the peacock spreads its feathers, it is merely self-indulgent. Need I say more? Zhen Zikong paused, scratching his head in contemplation. Today, I ventured out with Lin Luo, and it truly expanded my horizons. However, I couldn't help but notice how itchy my head felt. The young lady nearby subtly glanced our way as she gently returned the small peacock to its place. I was astonished to discover such a perspective. It was indeed an eye-opener. The young girl then picked up a small fox. And what of that little fox? Are you unaware that a fox spirit is synonymous with a mistress? Adorned with a fox, can one expect anything good? The young lady Henti scrutinized it closely, but upon hearing these words, she instantly set it back down. While it was undeniably adorable, mistresses must be eliminated. The street vendor's frustration was palpable as he glared at Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong. You two little rascals know nothing. The fox is a symbol of auspiciousness. If you're not buying, then scram. You're hindering my business, do you understand? Don't force me to take action against you. What should we buy, then? Zhen Zikong asked, bewildered, as he surveyed the collection of trinkets, feeling that none of these items were appealing. I don't know. Let us check the second-hand stalls, Lin Luo suggested. Striding forward, they strolled along the entire street, quickly realizing that there was not a single valuable item in sight. They had hoped to find a grand treasure, but all they encountered was a tire. The adjacent street was entirely devoted to selling antiques and second-hand goods, resembling a bustling marketplace for such trades, where discerning the true value of items required keen insight. The array of offerings was staggering. Calligraphy, ancient books, porcelain, seals, inkstones, snuff bottles, vintage furniture, and a plethora of unnamed antiquities. The layout remained consistent, with shops lining both sides and stalls cluttered in front. The throng of seekers was even greater than on the previous street, although the younger crowd was noticeably sparse, with most being middle-aged. As Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong stood at the street corner, they surveyed the bustling crowd. They even spotted a few foreigners enthusiastically admiring a beautifully crafted piece of porcelain, nodding approvingly. The vendor, animatedly extolling its virtues, was spewing saliva in excitement, and it seemed the foreigners were quite taken with it. Clearly, these gentlemen were prepared to part with a substantial sum. Lin Luo, are we really going in there? Zhen Zikong felt overwhelmed. This street was even longer than the last, brimming with more items. How long would it take Lin Luo to inspect each stall? Of course it's worth it. Once I find something remarkable, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Is that a promise, foster father? Absolutely. Then let us go. The mention of a lavish meal invigorated Zhen Zikong. He inhaled deeply, charged with enthusiasm, and followed Lin Luo into the antique street. Replica of an ancient painting, price 350 yuan. Replica of blue and white porcelain. Price 200 yuan. Replica of a snuff bottle. Price 160 yuan. Imitation bloodstone. Price 20 yuan. Artificial Qian seed material. Price 150 yuan. As they progressed, the multitude of small inscriptions began to overwhelm Lin Luo's eyes. However, it must be said that the art of appraisal was indeed incredibly effective. In the future, pursuing a career as an appraiser or opening an antique shop would certainly ensure he never fell prey to counterfeit goods. I can no longer proceed, my adoptive father. I'm so famished that I can hardly move. There lies a quaint restaurant ahead. Let us dine there and rest before continuing our journey, lamented Zhen Zikong, gesturing towards a charmingly antiquated eatery. He was indeed exhausted after wandering for 2 or 3 hours. Who could endure such fatigue? Lin Luo cast a glance at the establishment. Yinyu Tower, he mused, the proprietor must be enamored with wealth. The Jinkong martial arts competition was held at Yinyu Tower, a renowned location from the legend of the Condor heroes. This restaurant occupies a prime spot amidst the street, with naught but this establishment in sight. After a long stroll, those seeking nourishment have no choice but to patronize it. How could business not thrive? Lin Luo, feeling a pang of hunger himself, waved his hand decisively. Let's proceed. In no time, the two entered the restaurant. The owner exhibited remarkable business acumen. The DCOR resembled that of an ancient inn from a period drama, and the waitstaff donned traditional attire. A large television displayed none other than the legend of the Condor heroes, with Ouyang Cook compelling Huang Rong to disrobe. Many patrons were engrossed in their meals while watching with rapt attention. The first floor was nearly at capacity, and Zhen Zikong bravely led the way, securing a table for 2 in a cozy corner. After placing their orders, the waiter departed, and Zhen Zikong eagerly poured a cup of tea for Lin Luo. Pray tell, what manner of gift are you intending to acquire? We have been browsing for nearly 5 hours, he queried. Earlier, Lin Luo had spent 2 hours perusing ancient tomes, appearing quite unconcerned about purchasing a gift. Do you think I enjoy this? This street is rife with counterfeit goods. There isn't a single authentic item in sight. Zhen Zikong scratched his head in bemusement. Is it not to be expected that this place is filled with fakes? Lin Luo replied, his gaze falling upon the teapot on their table, the still active Zisha teapot, price 250,000 yuan. Lin Luo was taken aback. What did you say? 250,000. But outside, there isn't a single genuine artifact, and yet here in this restaurant, this teapot is an authentic antique. Is the owner truly that astute? Operating a business with genuine antiques, does he not fear them being damaged? This world is utterly bewildering. It's as if a mouse were to serve as a bridesmaid for a cat. This is quite the investment. Lin Luo hastily surveyed his surroundings, assessing the tables and the teapots, ensuring they were all replicas. Thankfully, they were indeed fakes. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have been driven to madness. If there were an entire room filled with antiques, one ought to open a museum rather than a modest eatery. It was a serendipitous encounter. Coming for a meal had unexpectedly revealed a genuine antique. However, how could he manage to take this treasure with him? Chapter 21. Lin Luo's Unconventional Maneuver. The service at the Misty Rain Pavilion was remarkably swift. Before long, the waiter, no, the young attendant, brought forth the dishes ordered by Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong. "Gentlemen, your meals have been served. Please enjoy," the attendant proclaimed before attempting to depart, only to be halted by Lin Luo's voice. "Hey, my good fellow, I have an inquiry for you." Zhen Zikong, who had already picked up his chopsticks in eager anticipation, promptly set them down again, resting his hands upon the table as if he were a diligent student awaiting instruction. "Please do go on, esteemed guest. If your teapot were to break, what would be the cost of compensation?" Lin Luo's question rendered the young attendant momentarily speechless, as Zhen Zikong, equally perplexed, directed his gaze towards the teapot on the table. It appeared to be intact. Though confused, the attendant refrained from probing further. "This teapot is a craft acquired from the antique street, priced at 280. Should it be broken, you would simply need to compensate at that rate." "Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties." Lin Luo gestured dismissively, signaling that the attendant could leave. "Of course, enjoy your meal, and do summon me should you require anything further." With that, the attendant hurried off to assist other patrons. It was a bustling Saturday, with numerous guests filling the establishment. Who would pay mind to a mere high school student and a teapot? Zhen Zikong resumed his dining, pouring tea into Lin Luo's cup. "What was that about the teapot?" "I merely thought it resembled an antique, so I inquired," Lin Luo replied. Zhen Zikong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lin Luo, let's take this outside later as a gift for Uncle Lin. First, let us dine," Lin Luo chuckled, picking up his chopsticks to indulge in the feast. Zhen Zikong glanced between the teapot and the platters brimming with delicacies, all exuding an antique charm. Even the bowl for the rice was of the classical ceramic variety. It all looked quite authentic. After a few murmurs from Zhen Zikong, his stomach began to rumble, prompting him to join the ranks of the ravenous diners. Stir-fried beef, human lamb, and twice-cooked pork. The portions were rather modest. Yet Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong each devoured 2 bowls of rice and polished off 3 plates of food, barely satiating their appetites. "Waiter, the bill, please," Lin Luo called out, summoning the attendant once more. "Esteemed guest, please settle at the front counter." "Very well." Lin Luo rose, grasping the teapot as he made his way to the counter. Zhen Zikong. "Attendant. Front desk." "Esteemed guest, what is this?" the front desk attendant asked, bewildered. "Oh, it's broken. I shall compensate at the stated price," Lin Luo replied, his demeanor calm. The front desk attendant. "Is this person unwell?" Though sensing something was amiss, she refrained from further comment. After all, it was not her place to question a patron's willingness to spend. Along with the meal cost and the compensation for the teapot, Lin Luo ultimately parted with 500 coins. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhen Zikong remained somewhat dazed. "Wait, Lin Luo, you cannot possibly intend to present this to Uncle Lin, can you?" Zhen Zikong queried, utterly baffled. Having dined and paid for a teapot taken from the establishment, he was left pondering the rationale behind such an act. "What did you just call me?" Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, gazing at Kong Zi with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of it. Before the meal, he was addressed as father, and now, having dined, he is simply Lin Luo. How swiftly one's demeanor changes. "He, Brother Luo, is that acceptable? Now that we're full, who still calls him father?" "That would be at a different cost." "Humph, considering that you've called me Brother Luo, Kong Zi, I shall not treat you poorly." With an air of grandeur, Lin Luo patted Zhen Zikong on the shoulder before turning to stride towards the antique shop across the way. Zhen Zikong, bewildered, followed closely behind. The antique shop was adorned with exquisite decor. Beautiful antiques were displayed in glass cabinets, with numerous treasures gracing the shelves behind them. Fine porcelain from various dynasties, along with calligraphy and paintings by renowned figures, were arranged not in chaotic heaps, but in a harmonious and complementary manner. Upon entering, one could immediately sense a profound cultural atmosphere steeped in history. A few patrons were quietly examining the treasures on the shelves, engaged in hushed conversations. Lin Luo's arrival went unnoticed by them, save for a young man seated behind the counter who glanced over. "Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Lin Luo calmly inquired as he cradled a purple clay teapot. "I have a family heirloom, a purple clay teapot. Do you accept such items?" He surveyed the surroundings with his peripheral vision, noting that the treasures displayed and the price tags affixed were indicative of authenticity, yet the prices were equally steep. Thus, Lin Luo held little interest in those items. "The purple clay teapot, is it the one you hold?" "Indeed, it has been passed down from my grandfather's grandfather," Lin Luo asserted confidently, caressing the teapot. Zhen Zikong stared at Lin Luo, his expression a mix of astonishment and incredulity, his mouth agape. "Wait a moment, my friend. You're quite something. Just moments ago at the restaurant, and now it's already an heirloom from your grandfather's grandfather?" The young man, however, displayed no astonishment at Lin Luo's words. They were accustomed to all manner of peculiar people and stories in the antique business. There were even those who rushed in with items wrapped in newspapers, claiming to have just unearthed them. "Please have a seat. I shall fetch our master to examine it." Lin Luo nodded and settled onto a nearby sofa. Hongzi sat beside him, feeling the gaze of others upon him as if they were regarding a madman, a sensation he found quite unsettling. "Brother Luo, if we are unmasked, will we be thrown out?" "Why should that be? Even if it's a fake. There is no reason to expel customers. Sit quietly and observe my actions," Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. "When one is out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. The items you present are likewise defined by you. Claim to be the naval commander of a certain dynasty, and as long as someone believes it, then so you are." As they conversed, an elderly gentleman clad in a Tang suit emerged from the back room, following the young man. Upon catching sight of the purple clay teapot beside Lin Luo, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Esteemed guest, allow me to introduce our shop's chief appraiser, Master Hu Shuo. Whether it is nonsense or not, I am indeed Hu Shuo. Greetings, young friend." The elderly gentleman chuckled warmly and addressed Lin Luo, clearly an amusing character. Lin Luo remarked, "What a distinctive name." "Haha, hello, Mr. Hu. I've long admired your esteemed reputation. I never imagined I would have the pleasure of meeting you here today. How fortuitous that you could take a look at the purple clay teapot passed down from my great-grandfather." As he spoke, Lin Luo gestured invitingly. Not wishing to handle the treasured item with his own hands, he placed the teapot on the nearby tea table, allowing Mr. Hu to retrieve it himself. Upon observing Lin Luo's demeanor, whose interest was piqued, he hadn't anticipated that this young man, though youthful in appearance, possessed such decorum. Indeed, Lin Luo had perused numerous treasure appraisal novels. After consuming the wisdom fruit provided by the system, his intellect had flourished, and he now applied his knowledge with finesse. Mr. Hu donned white gloves and, with utmost care, lifted the teapot for examination. After a brief study, his smile broadened. "What a remarkable piece! This is an early work by the renowned late Qing dynasty master of purple clay teapots, Master Songzhu, shaped like a lotus flower, exquisitely crafted and vibrant in spirit. Inside, it bears the unique mark of Master Songzhu, attesting to its authenticity. It is remarkably well preserved." As he inhaled deeply from the teapot, a look of rapture spread across his face. I can still detect the fragrance of the tea within." Seated beside Lin Luo, Zhen Zikong could hardly contain himself. "Master, this teapot was used for brewing tea just 10 minutes ago. How could it lack the scent of tea leaves?" "Young man, I wish to acquire this teapot for my Baogu pavilion. Please state your asking price," Mr. Hu said with a beaming expression. "Mr. Hu, I believe it is only fair for you to make the first offer. Business is built on sincerity, and I must first gauge your earnestness." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. The system had suggested a price of 250 He was curious to see how much Mr. Hu would offer. Haha, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. My young friend, Baogu Pavilion is prepared to offer 300,000. The elderly gentleman held up 3 fingers, signaling an affirmative gesture. Lin Luo remained composed, though his breath caught in surprise, while Zhen Zikong was left in a daze. Wait, this teapot is worth 300,000? Are you out of your mind? Lin Luo once again employed his appraisal technique on the purple clay teapot. Indeed, the appraisal indicated a value of only 250,000, yet here was Mr. Hu offering 300,000. You are more generous than the system. Seeing Lin Luo silent, Mr. Hu removed his gloves and smiled gently. While the current market value of this teapot is estimated at 250,000, it undoubtedly possesses potential for appreciation in the future. After a brief pause, he continued cheerfully, if you happen to have any more exceptional items in the future, I hope you will prioritize us at Baogu Pavilion. Our sincerity will always be unparalleled. Well then, here's to a pleasant collaboration. With Mr. Hu having raised his offer, Lin Luo found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 22. When did the system go blind? An hour later, Lin Luo emerged from the antique shop, cheerfully carrying a small black bag. Right behind him was Zhen Zikong, whose gaze seemed to wander, as if he were still in a daze. The events of the day had surpassed his comprehension. Purchasing 3 gold bracelets for 5 yuan at a street stall, only to discover that one was genuine gold. Just when he thought that was outrageous, he had a meal at a restaurant and learned that the teapot he had taken was an authentic antique, fetching a staggering 300,000. It was simply surreal. Zhen Zikong doubted whether he was still dreaming. The average annual income for 2013 was over 50,000, and selling that teapot for 300,000 equated to 6 years' worth of earnings for an individual. The most money Zhen Zikong had ever seen was when his mother paid his tuition. Lin Luo, too, felt a bit lightheaded. 300,000. How on earth would one spend such a sum? As a newcomer, you have endured hardships to find your footing, encountered an alleged child of fortune from Blue Star, and faced life and death together. Now you are confronted with the test of shared wealth. Task: gain his utmost recognition. Reward: fortune bestows upon you. Fortune bestows upon you, and no evil shall intrude. Wait, alleged child of fortune, him, Zikong, system. When did you go blind? If he is the child of fortune, then I must be the very embodiment of it. However, gaining ultimate recognition seems straightforward. Just throw money at it. Hey, why are you in a daze? Lin Luo clapped Zhen Zikong on the shoulder and pulled him closer. I feel like I'm in a dream. Zhen Zikong replied, his voice wavering. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, pinching Zhen Zikong's arm and applying a bit of pressure. Ouch! Zhen Zikong jumped up, gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply. What are you pinching me for? Lin Luo asked with a grin. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. If I weren't in pain, it wouldn't be a dream. Come on. Zhen Zikong grimaced, rubbing his arm, but the pinch had done its job. He was no longer dazed and felt much more alert. He then advised Lin Luo, carrying so much money isn't safe. We should find a bank to deposit it. Good point. There's a bank called Love It or Leave It up ahead. Let us check it out. Zhen Zikong paused, bewildered. Love It or Leave It? What is that? ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Don't you know? Oh, wow. Don't mention it. That name is quite something. Why not call it Universe Bank while they're at it? As they spoke, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong entered the bank. Earlier, Lin Luo had received cash at the antique shop. He and T brought a bank card, and being under 18 posed its own challenges. Fortunately, at 17, one could still apply for a bank card. It was perfect timing. With no ICBC card in hand, he could open an account, ensuring both convenience and security. Upon entering the Universe Bank, a middle-aged man in uniform greeted them with a professional smile. What business do you wish to conduct? Lin Luo inquired, glancing around the nearly empty store. Realizing the timing was impeccable. We would like to open a bank account, but we are both 17 and still minors. Ah, that is not an issue. Do you have your identification? Yes, we do. The middle-aged man nodded, pressed a few buttons on the ticket machine, and retrieved a number before leading Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong to a service window. Before long, with the staff as assistants. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong each received a bank card. Your bank cards have been successfully processed. Do you require any additional services? The attendant inquired habitually. I would like to deposit some money, Lin Luo declared, opening his small black bag to reveal a stack of cash. 3 stacks, to be precise, each amounting to 100,000. Duong, duong, duong. The attendant stood there, momentarily stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at the stacks of money. She had certainly encountered money before, but having just issued a card to Lin Luo, who was underage, left her perplexed. How can children today possess such wealth? Are you depositing all of it? Indeed, I wish to deposit 200,000 into my card and 100,000 into his, Lin Luo replied, sliding both the newly acquired bank cards and the 300,000 through the window. With utmost confidence, he wondered what surprises his fortunate destiny might bestow upon him. Wait, Luogo, what are you doing? Zhen Zikong instinctively exclaimed, taking a significant step back. That is 100,000. I cannot accept your money. Zhen Zikong protested vehemently, shaking his head like a little monkey. Enough. Wealth acquired through hardship should not be forgotten, Lin Luo reassured him, patting Zhen Zikong on the shoulder. The attendant was nearly in tears, thinking to herself that such a friend would be a treasure. Had it not been for Zhen Zikong, Lin Luo would never have discovered this opportunity. Thus, sharing his fortune was only fair. Despite Zhen Zikong's reluctance, Lin Luo effortlessly prevailed. The staff confirmed the details twice, ultimately dividing the 300,000 into 2 portions, which were deposited into Lin Luo's and Zhen Zikong's bank accounts. Zhen Zikong's eyes glistened with emotion. Luoye, you're truly too kind to me. Stop crying. Take it. I will inform Annie when we return. Do not even think of spending this money secretly. Lin Luo handed the bank card to Zhen Zikong while securing his own card. Father by choice, Zhen Zikong exclaimed, wiping his nose and wrapping his arms around Lin Luo's. Father by choice. Having drifted through life, I lament not having met a wise benefactor. If you do not forsake me, I wish to honor you as my father by choice. Enough, enough. Is that a Jiao Chan at your waist? Do you wish to mimic Elbu and betray your adoptive father? Lin Luo chuckled, playfully pushing Zhen Zikong away. Is the father not satisfied? I have a cousin who is young, beautiful, voluptuous, with long legs, a gentle temperament, and no boyfriend. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tell me more. Task. Obtain the utmost recognition of the suspected child of fortune. Reward. Fortune bestowed completed. In the next moment, Lin Luo felt nothing at all. Fortune, after all, is an intangible concept, reliant solely on instinct. The 2 brothers playfully exited the industrial and commercial bank hall, where the street outside remained bustling with activity. The 2 newly minted 100,000 heirs quickly returned to their normal demeanor. Luo Gu, you haven't yet secured a gift for Uncle Lin. Shall we continue our shopping? Proposed Zhen Zikong, brimming with enthusiasm, ready to accompany Lin Luo for an all-night excursion. Lin Luo shook his head, having lost the desire to continue shopping. He had also realized that the old street still held genuine treasures. However, the prices for these authentic items were quite steep, and the effort to wait for appreciation was considerable. To hope for a bargain was merely wishful thinking. Were the professionals working here fools, leaving behind treasures for you to casually snatch as the chosen one of the day? Take today's purple clay teapot. Such a find is truly a matter of serendipity. To seek treasures, we must rely on you, Kongzi. Let us not linger. Let us purchase a fishing set and head home. Upon hearing this, Zhen Zikong agreed that it was a splendid gift. I think it's great. My dad enjoys fishing, and I'll buy him a set as well. With a balance of 100,000 in his account, Zhen Zikong spoke with newfound confidence. Lin Luo, upon hearing this, suddenly realized something and solemnly advised, Kongzi, remember to buy something for your mother as well, or else you'll surely face her wrath upon your return. Why? Zhen Zikong blinked in confusion, clearly a straightforward lad. Naturally, your father receives a gift while your mother does not. If you don't balance the scales, just wait and see how your mother reacts. That makes perfect sense. But what should I buy? Having no experience in gift-giving, Zhen Zikong was at a loss. Perhaps a gold necklace or a gold bracelet. Women do tend to love shiny things. As the thought of shiny objects crossed Lin Luo's mind, an image of Jiao's delicate, blushing face suddenly emerged. I recall that this girl adores four-leaf clovers. So what are we waiting for? First, let us buy the fishing gear, then head to the jewelry store. Jin Zikong, feeling quite eager, urged them to proceed. Then let us go. An hour later, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong emerged from the Zhou Shunfu gold store, each carrying a bag filled with their purchases. Jin Zikong had bought a gold necklace and a gold bracelet for his mother. He likely envisioned her delight upon his return, her joy radiating as she embraced him, showering him with affection while exclaiming how wonderful her son was, which made him beam with glee, his eyes practically vanishing in joy. Lin Luo, on the other hand, had acquired several items: a gold necklace, a gold bracelet, a gold chain, a gold ring, gold earrings, and a gold pendant. Of course, these would not be presented all at once. Instead, he planned to gift one on each holiday or birthday to avoid last-minute scrambles in the future. He also prepared a gold ring for Old Lin, adhering to the principle of balance. His mother had one, and his father deserved one too. Otherwise, Old Lin would surely have something to say. The incessant sneezing was unbearable. After completing their shopping, Lin Luo and Jin Zikong hurried home on an electric scooter. Speeding along, Zikong dropped Lin Luo off at the foot of his building and eagerly rushed back home. The excitement on his face clearly indicated his impatience to return and boast to his mother. Lin Luo disdainfully regarded Zikong for 3 seconds before swiftly ascending the stairs. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open by Lin Luo. He stepped inside, nostrils flared, and a triumphant grin graced his lips, as if to rival an AK. "Mom, I'm back. Come quickly and see what I bought for you." Chapter 23. Father Lin. "Good son, your dad loves you dearly." "You little rascal, are you looking for a beating?" Zhang Xuehua stormed out of the kitchen wielding a spatula. Old Lin was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a football match. Sea cucumbers versus cherry blossoms, 0-7. He was already quite irate, and the sudden noise startled him further. He rose, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Luo, his hand reaching for a nearby item. Then, the couple noticed the golden packaging bag held by Lin Luo and the fishing gear he carried. Their expressions shifted instantly, filled with confusion as they inquired, "Son, what do you have in your hands? Did you buy a fishing rod?" "Indeed, this is my pure affection for Mom and Dad." Lin Luo grinned mischievously, stepping forward to hand the golden bag to his mother and the fishing gear to his father. "So, where did you get the money?" they exclaimed, astonished. "These items must have cost 1,000 or 2. Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jianxi gazed at the possessions in their hands, feeling more alarmed than delighted. They were acutely aware of their son's financial situation. The 3 piggy banks combined held only 256 yuan and 56 cents. How could he possibly afford such luxuries? Simultaneously, they directed questioning looks at him. I should come clean. Today, I went to Old Street with Kongzi. I gave him 100,000. Mom and Dad, you want to be angry with me, right?" Lin Luo recounted his day's events, blinking at his parents, whose expressions were still in a state of shock. 100,000. You sold a teapot for 300,000, and you gave your classmate 100,000. You little rascal, how generous. This is something only a rare individual would do, akin to Emperor Li Shimin, who spared his loyal ministers after attaining wealth. If it were Liu Bang or Zhu Yuanzhang, they would have said, "What? You want our money? Get lost." Though it stings, Old Lin felt a sense of pride. My son Lin Luo possesses the demeanor of an emperor. However, let this be a lesson for future endeavors. 100,000 is a considerable sum. Son, you did well. That money should be shared. Of course, your mother and I won't blame you. Old Lin patted Lin Luo on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased. He believed that while his son might not be exceptionally outstanding, he was at least well-mannered and possessed a strong moral compass. As he steps into society, he will undoubtedly be a commendable young man. Next time something like this occurs, remember to discuss it with your parents first. Got it, hee. Son, after buying these items, what about the remaining money? With such a large sum, it's unsafe for you to hold on to it. Let your mother keep it for you. Mrs. Zhang's primary concern was indeed the leftover funds. That amounted to 200,000. How much would be spent on gold and fishing rods? The rest, over 100,000, seemed too risky for an underage child to manage. What if he lost it? Lin Luo anticipated that the money would never actually land in his hands. But he was unfazed. With the system he possessed, if he were to worry about finances in the future, that would truly be a waste of his potential. Well, there's still 190,000 left. Mom, haven't you always wanted to get a new big television? Let us buy a new one. The range hood has begun to leak oil. Time to purchase a new one. The washing machine squeaks ominously while washing clothes. Thus a new one is in order. My father's old Santana is also due for an upgrade. Let us sell it and buy a new vehicle. Zhang Xuehua clutched her bank card, her smile radiant with joy. After all these years, the family savings barely exceeded 100,000. Suddenly, a windfall had graced her life. How could she not be elated? Hearing Lin Luo's grandiose declarations, Zhang Xuehua playfully tapped his forehead. You little rascal, having money doesn't mean you squander it. This money should be saved for your future wedding and a house. Why not purchase it now? Lin Luo retorted nonchalantly. Housing prices rise daily. By the time I marry, who knows how exorbitant the prices will be? Since elementary school, he had heard his parents lament about the soaring housing costs, pondering when their meager salaries would ever suffice. The current residence was acquired through a loan, cobbled together during Lin Luo's middle school years. That makes sense. Zhang Xuehua's eyes brightened as she turned to her husband. Darling, let us go house hunting tomorrow. We can gather a down payment, take out a loan for several decades, and the monthly repayments won't be burdensome. When our son marries, it will serve as his marital home. The sooner we buy, the more we save, and we won't have to worry later. All right, your call. Lin Jianxi replied, his gaze fixated on the fishing bag in his hands, not bothering to look up. After all, his wife handled all household matters, so he had little ground to oppose. However, he did worry about Lin Luo being taken advantage of with a fishing rod. Seeing it now, it was indeed far superior to his previous gear. My wonderful son, all those years of nurturing you were not in vain. In a buoyant mood, Zhang Xuehua overlooked her husband's indifference. Otherwise, she would have pinched his ear by now. Hey, Mom, is something burning? I smell something scorched. Oh dear, it truly is. The pot is burned dry. Zhang Xuehua's expression shifted as she hurried towards the kitchen. Now, Dad, don't say I'm unfilial. Lin Luo pulled out a ring box from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jianxi. Lin Jianxi was momentarily taken aback before opening the box to reveal a magnificent gold ring. Good heavens, my son even bought me a gold ring. As he donned the ring, holding the fishing bag in one hand, he joyfully embraced Lin Luo, ruffling his hair affectionately. Good son, I truly adore you. Hey, when we go fishing later with this brand new rod and this resplendent gold ring, won't the other anglers be envious? See that? My son bought it for me. Don't you have such gifts from your children? Huh, you're envious, aren't you? What did you say? 100,000. At Zhen Zikong's home, Zhen Yuqian and Jean Mimi's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless. Well, I initially didn't want it, but Luo insisted I accept it, saying it should be shared among those present. I simply couldn't refuse, and thus we bought these gifts for you. Zhen Zikong presented the gold ornament to his mother and the fishing gear to his father. Zhen Yuqian and Jean Mimi remained momentarily stunned, their bodies rigid as they accepted the items, oblivious to their contents. Old Zhen, this Lin Luo is truly a remarkable child, Jean Mimi exclaimed, her expression tinged with conflict. She was uncertain whether to accept the money. After all, it was not an insignificant sum. 100,000 yuan. Their family could hardly muster such an amount all at once. What if Lin Luo's parents learned of this and disapproved? The repercussions could be dire, especially when it came to dealing with the child later on. Zhen Yuqian understood his wife's dilemma. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the fishing bag in his hand. Son, why don't you give Lin Luo a call? I'll have a word with his father. Yes, indeed. We should consult with his parents about this matter. 100,000 yuan is certainly not something a child should decide on. Jean Mimi nodded vigorously, then turned her gaze toward Zhen Zikong. Zhen Zikong, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, promptly took out his phone and dialed Lin Luo's number. The call connected swiftly. After explaining the situation, he handed the phone over to Zhen Yuqian. Lin Luo, in turn, passed his phone to Lin Jianxi. Dad, Kangzi's father wishes to speak with you. Oh, certainly. Old Lin replied with a smile as he accepted the phone. Hello, hello. This is a matter for the children to decide. As adults, we should refrain from interfering. Old Jun, I see you enjoy fishing as well. We should go together sometime. I know a spot where we can catch some big fish. Oh, Lin Luo, are you free tomorrow? Shall we cast a few lines together? Upon hearing that there was a location where one could catch sizable fish, the fishing enthusiast was nearly ready to set off immediately for a night of angling. Tomorrow 1T work. Your sister-in-law wants to look at some houses. And you know how rapidly housing prices are escalating. Thus, Old Lin engaged in a lively conversation with Old Jun, even though the two had yet to meet in person. Meanwhile, Lin Luo recognized that the discussion would continue for some time. So he turned back to his room to delve into the system. Having had the system for 2 days, he had yet to explore its capabilities thoroughly. Remaining passive was not his style. He preferred to take the initiative. Chapter 24. The Dog System. You are quite the rascal. Lin Luo firmly closed the door behind him, and the chatter between his father and Kongzi's dad outside gradually faded. He plopped down onto a chair, skillfully propping his legs on the table. Let me take a look at the everlasting youth technique. What's the deal with it? While outside, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of making money on Taobao, leaving him little time to delve into the opportunities of today. Lin Luo shut his eyes, recalling the information transmitted to him by the system regarding the everlasting youth technique. This technique, a well-guarded secret of the Qian Qian man, involves the dual cultivation of life and essence, leading one to the pinnacle of innate power. It invites one to comprehend true nature without losing oneself in the process. When can one further refine the great elixir, thus transcending to become a true immortal? Let us not hastily associate dual cultivation with carnal desires. In Taoist terminology, it refers to the comprehensive cultivation of body and mind, attaining the highest state of perfection. It can also be viewed as the harmonious cultivation of both physical form and consciousness. Upon mastery, one can refine the body and enhance vitality, achieving a state akin to crystal, pure and flawless. The most renowned among such practices is the innate skill, which Wang Chongyang practiced. This orthodox Taoist martial art possesses immense power and directly addresses the concepts of innate essence and life. The incomplete, innate skill later gave rise to the Zixia divine art. Cultivating oneself and nurturing one's nature leads to natural health and longevity, alongside methods for preserving one's youthful appearance. The everlasting youth technique embodies all of this. For those who successfully cultivate it, the benefits are manifold, including the art of maintaining a youthful visage. What a remarkable treasure! Lin Luo's eyes sparkled, his breath quickening with excitement. As a child, he had dreamed of becoming a hero after watching martial arts films, yearning for skills like the 18 dragon-subduing palms, wind godlegs, and the cloud-dispersing palm, dreams that once seemed utterly unattainable. Now, however, that daydream had transformed into reality. How could Lin Luo not feel exhilarated? After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he managed to calm his racing heart and began to study the technique word by word. Before long, he rose and sat cross-legged on the bed. He followed the instructions of the technique, raising his right index finger to the heavens and his left index finger to the earth, attempting to perceive the true qi. With his eyes tightly shut, he focused inwardly, observing his breath with intent, the tip of his tongue gently resting against the upper palate, his mind becoming a vast expanse of clarity. It wasn't long before he sensed a peculiar flow of energy within his body. This flow represented the true qi of internal cultivation. Thanks to consuming the flesh-rebuilding pill, all of Lin Luo's meridians and acupoints were in an open state, allowing the true qi to circulate with remarkable ease. As Lin Luo prepared to manipulate the true qi to commence his training, he discovered that the true qi began to autonomously follow the pathways of the everlasting youth technique. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a small, white orb of energy resembling a caterpillar, inching its way through the labyrinth of meridians. After completing a full cycle, small heavenly circulation, the true qi would grow stronger. Moreover, it operated without his control, akin to an automatic cultivation process. Lin Luo opened his eyes, cautiously rising to assess the situation. The true qi continued to flow within him, undeterred by his distractions. As it coursed through his body, a warm sensation enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Wow, am I experiencing a cheat mode right now? Lin Luo scratched his head and returned to his chair, confirming once more that the true energy was still operating automatically. Gradually, he felt a sense of relief. This was preferable. After all, he had no desire to engage in the arduous practice of meditation at fixed intervals every day. Currently, he had acquired 9 rewards from the system, which included muscle-enhancing and bone-forging elixirs, wisdom fruits, and a storage space infused with the essence of cultivation. The martial arts skills he received comprised the 8 steps to chase the cicada, the mighty Vajra palm, and the ageless spring technique. Presently, he had yet to utilize the 10 tails of gold and the 10 great Qian guards. Out of the 9 rewards, 3 pertained to martial arts, indicating a favorable probability. This clearly suggested that the world of great Qian was fraught with peril. Lin Luo was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of great Qian. Moreover, the rewards bestowed by the system were predicated on Lin Luo's return to Great Qian to defy fate. Hence, proceeding to Great Qian required utmost caution. This was the domestic realm. Where he oversees, he would undoubtedly establish a few arms depots before venturing to Great Qian. Regardless of who one might be, a single shot would ensure their descent to meet the king of hell. System, given the dangers of Great Qian, why not present more tasks? Lin Luo tentatively addressed the system. He was in the midst of exploring its capabilities. Previously, Lin Luo had been so overwhelmed by the sudden arrival of the system that he had failed to consider this aspect. Now that he had reaped some benefits, he had regained his composure. The immediate priority was to study the system thoroughly. Only by comprehending its workings could he better exploit its resources. However, after waiting for a moment, there was no response from the system. Lin Luo pondered, then opened the drawer and retrieved an apple-flavored energy stick. He tore open the wrapper and placed it in his mouth, the sweetness of the apple gradually spreading, invigorating his thoughts. System, open the task list. System, sesame, open. System, where are you? System, I seek to defy fate. Grant me a task. Lin Luo exclaimed, frustration mounting. System, you scoundrel. Call me forth. With the lollipop still in his mouth. Lin Luo called for 5 minutes, yet the unresponsive system showed no signs of acknowledgement. This was unexpected. With a crunch, he bit into the lollipop, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What are the tasks? At 38 years old, you, a once-defunct body traversing Blue Star, must restore your form, pursue knowledge, and reforge your martial path. Now, having achieved a modest level of martial prowess, you need to seek out experts to hone your skills and validate your learning. Task: engage in sparring with experts from Blue Star to solidify your knowledge. Reward: official document for the position of County Magistrate of Yun Prefecture. Lin Luo. What the heck? If I can't get the system to respond, I must resort to calling it by a different name. You cheeky system. Lin Luo grumbled to himself, hastily examining the task. Sparring with experts from Blue Star. This task seemed rather absurd. Compared to Great Qian, Blue Star was merely a fledgling in martial arts. Where can one even find experts in Blue Star now? Surely, they wouldn't expect him to engage in a martial arts wind. With great ambition in the heavens, who can rival me? With my sword in hand, who can conquer the world? In the Central Plains, the true colors of heroes are revealed, with the winds of the martial world rising. I shall traverse the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the martial arts scene is quite vibrant, with notable figures such as the Monk Long, renowned for his legendary skills in the art of defense. Lin Luo, familiar with these legends, often finds himself reminiscing about the captivating tales of martial prowess. Besides his passion for fishing, Lin Jian, Lin Luo's father, also enjoys watching sports and boxing, and Lin Luo has frequently accompanied him in these pursuits. Thus, when the topic of experts arises, his thoughts invariably drift to the martial arts world. However, given the peculiar nature of the foolish dog system, this task should not prove overly complicated. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Luo, prompting him to rummage through the trash bin. Soon, beneath a pile of crumpled tissues, he unearthed a flyer for a newly opened gym in the neighborhood. The flyer prominently featured the word combat, accompanied by an enticing image of a coach donning boxing gloves. The striking representation of a muscular man with an 8-pack was particularly compelling. The presence of combat classes at this gym suggests that the coach must possess considerable skill, as one cannot become a coach without having stepped into the ring. In comparison to the average individual, they are undoubtedly experts. With time still on his side, Lin Luo resolved to pay a visit to the gym. If fortune favored him, he might even complete his task today. Seizing the opportunity before the foolish dog system could react, he intended to capitalize on this chance. Yet, the nature of the task's reward struck him as peculiar. Gazing at the words appointment document of the county magistrate of Yenzhou, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the foolish dog system had realized it had mistakenly bound him to the wrong host and was now attempting to make amends? Why else would it provide him with an appointment document? Chapter 25. The Jim Yingu wondered if the dog system had reacted. No, that couldn't be right. He must be overthinking it. After all, when a urea bag had traversed through time, it was undoubtedly bare. He had no idea where it had found a urea bag to cover itself, just to avoid being caught. Upon crossing back to the Qian, how would he have managed to procure an official document? Thus, the official document for the county magistrate of Yuzhou must have been prepared for the urea bag's return to the Qian. Having concluded his analysis, Lin Luo felt reassured in his deductions. After all, he had consumed the wisdom fruit and developed his intellect. If he were to err in his analysis, it would render his newfound intelligence pointless. With clarity on the matter, Lin Luo discarded the promotional flyer and rose from his bed. In the living room, Comrade Old Lin was still merrily engaged in a phone conversation. It was evident that the person on the other end, Comrade Old Jun, was quite to his liking, as they had been chatting for quite some time. "Dad, I'm going out for a bit," Lin Luo called out to Old Lin, who responded with a wave of his hand. Lin Luo then slipped into the kitchen to inform his mother, lest she worry and seek him out later, which would surely lead to consequences. However, as Lin Luo peeked into the kitchen, he found his mother, Ms. Zhang Xuehua, animatedly conversing on the phone. "Mom, I'm heading out." Go ahead, do you have money on you? If you want to eat something, handle it outside. We're not cooking at home today." Ms. Zhang's tone was exceedingly gentle, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Lin Luo felt a shiver run down his spine. "All right, Mom, I got it." With that, he turned and dashed away. Such gentleness was somewhat unfamiliar to him. "Mom, I still prefer your former rebellious spirit." "Hey, come back," Ms. Zhang called after him. "Huh? What is it?" "Take out the trash." She pointed to the garbage bin by her feet. "Oh, now that's more like it." Lin Luo disposed of the trash in the bin downstairs, then, hands clasped behind his back, whistled as he made his way toward the entrance of the community. It was dinner time, yet the neighborhood remained lively. People were walking their dogs, tending to their children, and wandering aimlessly, while a group was engrossed in a game of mahjong under the gazebo. Each person enjoyed their own sphere, undisturbed by the others. Upon exiting the community, he was greeted by a bustling night market, vibrant and full of life. Vendors sold grilled sausages, lamb skewers, fried chicken, stinky tofu, spicy hot pot, and various other delicacies. The mingling aromas created a rich tapestry of scents, steeped in the essence of street food. The street side shops, selling spicy hot pot and barbecued noodles, bore expressions of despair as they watched the thriving night market, their owners gritting their teeth in frustration. Those jogging by, striving to lose weight, wore expressions of agony, truly the stumbling blocks on the path to fitness. Adjacent to the night market, a newly opened gym had emerged. The concept was rather clever. After indulging in the night market's offerings, one could come to the gym to shed the extra pounds, effectively creating a commercial loop. "Boss, I'll have some stinky tofu." "Boss, I'll take a pot sticker." "Boss, 3 sticks of starch sausage, please." After a few minutes, Lin Luo resolved the evening meal, his body reeking of fried snacks, and leisurely entered the gym. The establishment spanned 2 floors, and upon entering, one was greeted by the sight of 2 front desk attendants, clad in crisp, white blouses. One boasted an alluring figure, while the other was rather unremarkable. Both sported neat ponytails and wore sweet smiles. "Welcome, esteemed guest," they chimed in harmonious tones. Lin Luo approached the front desk, surveying the gym's interior. Soothing music played in the background, and the space was ample, featuring no fewer than 30 treadmills. though the number of patrons was modest. Some were jogging on the treadmills, while others were engaged in weightlifting. I would like to inquire about your combat classes, Lin Luo stated, glancing at the name tags of the two attendants, Zhun and AI. To be frank, Zhun indeed had a captivating presence. But AI's playful smile, accentuated by her small canine teeth, was also quite charming. Just observing these two attendants suggested that the gym's owner possessed a keen sense for aesthetics, employing two attractive young women to draw in clientele. However, he pondered whether an appropriate balance of genders at the front desk would be more effective, as excessive fitness pursuits might attract the same sex rather than the opposite. Upon learning of Lin Luo's interest in combat classes, the two attendants' smiles brightened. Indeed, esteemed guest, we have professional combat instructors. Award-winning ones, at that. Excellent. That is precisely the talent I seek, Lin Luo responded, satisfied. May I try a class? I wish to assess the instructor's capabilities. Absolutely, Zhun replied, her smile warm. Our instructor is currently in the gym. She then picked up the intercom and called out, Instructor Yin, please come to the front desk. Understood, came a clear, cool voice over the intercom. Soon, a tall, statuesque female instructor clad in gym attire approached. She possessed an icy beauty, with slender brows, enchanting eyes, a high nose, and subtly tinted lips, her complexion a healthy wheat tone. As she approached, Lin Luo discreetly appraised her stance, noting the steadiness of her movements, indicative of her martial prowess. The instructor, this guest, is interested in our combat classes. Please assist him, Zhun announced. Certainly. Hello, I am Yin Ge, the instructor at this gym. Allow me to give you a tour, she replied, her voice cool and composed. Despite her smile, an aura of distance lingered. Lin Luo returned a faint smile. No need for a tour. I am Lin Luo. Instructor Yin, let's proceed directly to the trial class. I am in need of a combat instructor. Yin Ge momentarily appeared taken aback, her wide eyes assessing the young man who had been so openly observing her legs. He seemed young, likely a student, with a clear purpose of wanting to learn combat. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could he be here for me? Very well, follow me, she replied. Yin Ge nodded slightly, turning to signal Lin Luo to follow her as she led him to the second floor. Compared to the first, the second floor was less cluttered with equipment, but was divided into three distinct areas. The first was a combat zone featuring an octagonal cage. The second contained over 30 stationary bikes, and the third was a yoga area currently in session. Through the transparent glass of the door, one could glimpse more than 10 figures clad in yoga attire, their bodies gracefully contorted on the mats. Lin Luo cast only a fleeting glance before averting his eyes, maintaining a calm expression and resolute stride. His sole purpose for being there was to engage in combat with skilled practitioners. Coach Yun, is the yoga class exclusively for women? Yin Ge inquired, glancing at the door of the yoga studio, secretly thinking that Lin Luo was indeed a fellow who enjoyed admiring legs. Not at all. Men are welcome to enroll as well. However, there are currently too few participants for the male yoga classes to commence. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to sign my parents up. It's rather dull without a mixed class. Is that so? Yin Ge, with her back to Lin Luo, allowed a subtle smirk to play on her lips, resembling a cunning fox. In that case, your uncle and aunt can join the current class, and there are free public sessions every week. Why didn't you mention that sooner? How much is each class? I'll be the first to enroll. That sounds splendid. I'll inform them when I return. As Lin Luo spoke, he approached the octagonal cage, his demeanor shifting to that of a dreamer solely focused on combat. I have a strong desire to fight, but I've never had the chance before. Coach Yin, where should we begin? Yin Ge couldn't help but smirk at his earnestness. First, we need to warm up and stretch to reduce the risk of injury. All right, what should I do? Lin Luo asked, glancing around with a tilted head. I'll guide you through some stretches. Then we'll do shuttle runs here for 10 minutes to prepare your body before entering the cage. As she spoke, Yun Ye scrutinized Lin Luo's attire. Do you have any workout clothes with you? Chapter 26. Yin Ge, are you here to disrupt the event? Not at all. Just this outfit. Lin Luo raised his arm, revealing a hoodie, sweatpants, and a pair of unremarkable sneakers, altogether costing no more than 200 yuan. Though it was street vendor merchandise, it was remarkably comfortable to wear. Your attire is not conducive to movement. For today, this will suffice. But if you truly attend classes in the future, it would be best to wear shorts. You've seen boxers in the ring, haven't you? They all wear short sleeves and shorts, allowing for unrestricted movement. Lin Luo nodded with a smile. He understood the reasoning well enough. But today he was merely there to partake without cost. There was no need to change clothes. A swift and decisive engagement was all he sought. All right, Teacher Yun, let's begin. First, let's perform a cross-arm stretch. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, grasp one arm with the opposite elbow, and gently pull it toward your body, feeling the stretch in your shoulders and chest. Lin Luo followed Yun Ji's lead, executing a few simple stretches and then jogging a few laps to thoroughly warm up his body. After removing his shoes, he entered the octagonal cage with Yun Ge. I will now teach you how to wrap your hand wraps. This is essential for wrist protection. Lin Luo diligently mirrored Yun Yi's movements, wrapping one hand wrap around his left hand, then replicating the action for his right. Observing Lin Luo's adeptness with the hand wraps, Yun Ge raised her finely arched brows. This young man does not appear to be a novice at all. Here, with these boxing gloves. Lin Luo accepted the gloves handed to him by Yun Ge, donned them, and lightly threw a few punches, the sound echoing with a satisfying thud. Teacher Yun, what comes next? Lin Luo appeared eager to proceed, while Yun Ge, with gloves on, appraised Lin Luo's physique. The loose hoodie concealed his form, yet he possessed a tall and slender stature, a natural frame for clothing. Such individuals look good in anything. Next, I will teach you the boxing stance and footwork. In the ring, the most crucial aspect is defense, so one fist remains forward while the other guards your chin. Yun Ge demonstrated the stance. Lin Luo cast a quick glance and imitated the standard boxing posture. Is this correct? Not quite. You're not even trying to feint it, are you? Yun Ge thought to herself, but nodded in agreement. Yes, now I will teach you the punching technique, along with the force application and footwork coordination. No matter the circumstances, let us complete this introductory lesson. Fighting may seem straightforward, yet it is deceptively simple, heavily relying on quick reflexes, agility, and physical stamina. As our ancestors have said, one must observe keenly and listen attentively. This remains true today. The methods of attack in the ring are not overly complex. Punches, elbow strikes, knee strikes, whip kicks, and ground techniques, such as the crosslock or guillotine. These introductory lessons will not delve into such details. Yun Ge merely outlined the punching motions and corresponding footwork. Lin Luo listened intently, grasping the concepts with ease, his limbs moving in harmonious coordination, executing the techniques with remarkable flair. Noticing this, Yun Ge removed her gloves and donned the focus mitts, inviting Lin Luo to practice the punching combinations against the pads. Left jab, knee strike of A, right hook. Left hook, elbow strike. Yun Ge defended against Lin Luo's punches with a focus mitt, feeling the force behind his blows, her brows involuntarily arching slightly. This lad possesses a formidable punch. Although he wasn't using his full strength, merely a casual strike, it already exerted considerable pressure on her. Has Teacher Yun ever participated in a ring competition? Lin Luo inquired, having completed a set of attack patterns, pausing to catch his breath with a smile. I competed for 2 years, but my family disapproved, so I stopped. How about you? You don't seem like a novice. You must have trained before. Yun Ge countered. I practiced a few years of traditional martial arts, passed down from my family, but I have no experience in mixed martial arts, Lin Luo replied, sensing it was time to transition to the main topic, as the prelude had been ample. I came here to see if traditional martial arts can hold up in the ring. Teacher Yun, why don't we spar a little? Yun Ji's expression remained unchanged, yet it was evident that her smile had faded. What? Are you here to challenge me? Her voice turned cold, her gaze sharpening, exuding a hint of a heroic demeanor. Haha, how could that be? I merely wish to gauge my own abilities. Teacher Yun, I hope you'll impart your wisdom. Afterward, dinner is on me. How does that sound? All right, since you wish to test your skills, let us practice. It's been a while since I've sparred with anyone, Yun Ge replied, removing the focus mitt and donning her boxing gloves. She was tall and graceful, her movements deliberate as she put on the gloves, clearly relishing the moment. Once she was ready, Lin Luo smiled and stood opposite her. Teacher Yun, let us begin. Okay. With her voice barely fading, she unleashed a fierce front kick aimed directly at Lin Luo's abdomen. Wow, a sneak attack, Lin Luo exclaimed, swiftly deflecting her long leg with a gentle sweep of his right arm, executing a Daruma sleeve brush and stepping forward into a low stance. The black gloves cut through the air, rushing towards Yunji's face. In a flash, Yunge leaned back, using the momentum from her right leg to pivot and evade Lin Luo's strike. Simultaneously, her left fist struck fiercely at Lin Luo's ribs. With a muffled thud, Lin Luo effortlessly blocked the punch with his arm. Indeed, a master. Had it been those ruffians from school, they would have already been on the ground. Yet Yunge could still hold her ground against him. Lin Luo grinned, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Yunge. What? Yunge was taken aback, not expecting Lin Luo's footwork to be so elusive. However, being a seasoned competitor, her resolve was solid, and her reflexes swift, making her difficult to fluster. Despite Lin Luo's speed, she managed to keep pace with him. In the next moment, Yunge launched another punch, still fierce and rapid. Lin Luo remained unhurried, slightly shifting his body to dodge the blow. He prepared to test the 8 steps to chase the cicada, as the system task indicated to seek out a master for sparring to validate his learning. In this octagonal cage, Lin Luo moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, effortlessly evading all of Yunji's attacks. Straight punches, swinging blows, whip kicks, side kicks, and front kicks. Each strike from Yunge lacked full power, as she ensured the flexibility to change tactics at any moment. After a series of attacks, her breathing began to quicken. As it became apparent that her strikes could not catch up with Lin Luo, she slowed her assault and shifted to defense. As the enemy advances, I retreat. When they tire, I disrupt. The moment you expose a flaw, I shall strike with force. With Yunji's offensive momentum halted, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Tired already? Perfect. I have completed the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and now it is time to experiment with the great strength diamond palm. Teacher Yun, here I come, Lin Luo declared, surging forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a dual punch. Fierce tiger pushes the mountain. His fists exuded the ferocity of a tiger, regardless of their actual power. The intensity could not falter. Yunge felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a ferocious tiger were leaping toward her. She nearly resorted to a slide tackle. However, she maintained her composure, swiftly retreating while pivoting to counter with a punch. With a resounding impact, their gloves collided within the octagonal cage, producing a dull thud. Yunge felt an overwhelming force push her backward, while Lin Luo appeared unfazed, advancing toward her with fists aimed at her shoulders. Climbing stars to retrieve the moon. This technique was a powerful grapple, designed to seize one's arms and wrench them with such force that it could incapacitate the shoulder. However, with gloves on, it transformed into a punch. Yunge, having exchanged a blow with Lin Luo, dared not engage in a head-on confrontation. With a butterfly step, she evaded Lin Luo's iron fists, simultaneously launching her own punch, hoping to land a critical strike beneath his ribs. Yet Lin Luo's technique suddenly shifted. His right fist executed the Dharma sleeve brush with ease, deflecting Yunji's attack, while his left fist rose from below, delivering a blow straight to her chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Luo's punch, though not delivered with full force, caused Yunge to bounce back. Ouch! You came here to challenge me, didn't you? She exclaimed, rubbing her chest and glaring at Lin Luo. Task: spar with a master from Blue Star to solidify one's skills. Reward: appointment document for the county magistrate of Yunzhou, completed. How could this happen? Haha, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lin Luo awkwardly lowered his hands, feeling somewhat flustered. How did I miss that? Under normal circumstances, that punch would have landed on your chin. It's all the gloves' fault. They're just too large. I should have known better than to wear them. Look at the situation I've caused. How embarrassing. Chapter 27. The proper way to engage with the Old Deng system. Misunderstandings abound. Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly as he removed his boxing gloves, hastily offering an explanation. Teacher Yun, it's all due to the oversized gloves. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have landed a hit. He deftly shifted the blame while casting a concerned glance at Yunge. Are you all right, Teacher Yin? Yunye inhaled deeply. Feeling the pain subside, she understood that Lin Luo had not struck with full force. Otherwise, her delicate features would surely have been bruised. After all, injuries are an inevitable part of sparring. However, in today's bout, I concede defeat. Do you plan to continue with your lessons? Yunge arched an eyebrow playfully as she inquired. With that grimace on your face, how could I possibly continue with the lesson? No, I was quite rude earlier. Allow me to make amends by treating you to a meal, Teacher Yun, Lin Luo exclaimed. Let us skip the meal. I haven't clocked out yet. If you truly wish to apologize, how about enrolling in my class instead? Yunge responded, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Isn't this a bit too practical for an apology? I can't let your punch go unreciprocated, Lin Luo replied, initially hoping for a free lesson to fulfill his system task. However, the prospect of training with such a statuesque and elegant coach seemed rather enticing, and spending a little money didn't seem like a loss. I'll just step into the restroom first. Please explain the enrollment process when I return, Lin Luo said as he loosened his hand wraps. I'll be waiting for you at the front desk, Yunge replied, her smile brightening as Lin Luo expressed interest in enrolling, finally shedding her icy demeanor. As she spoke, she too untied her hand wraps and began organizing the training equipment within the octagonal cage. Lin Luo exited the cage, donned his shoes, and made his way to the restroom, not truly needing a break, but rather curious to examine the official document that had been bestowed upon him by the foolish dog system. Let me see what this document looks like, he thought, recalling that the previous system task had required him to learn the characters of Blue Star, indicating that the scripts of Qian Star and Blue Star were indeed different. He was eager to discover the distinctions. Lin Luo pulled out the official document. It resembled the formal decrees seen in television dramas, but upon opening it, he was met with a bewildering array of characters that left him utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend a single word. Although he knew that the spoken language of Qian Star and Blue Star was the same, he could understand the babbling of the urea bag. This written form was entirely foreign. Would he, upon arriving in Qian Star, become illiterate? He had aspirations of attending poetry gatherings and socializing in elegant establishments. How could he possibly maintain his facade? While reciting poetry might be manageable, if he were to leave behind a written masterpiece, he would surely be at a loss. Furrowing his brow, Lin Luo retrieved the large yellow fish from his storage space, which bore the inscription produced by the great Qian dynasty. Curiously, these characters bore a resemblance to Blue Star's script. Why then was the writing on the document so dissimilar? After pondering for a while, he decided that further investigation was futile. He returned the document and the golden fish to his storage space. For now, he could only hope that the system would provide more information about Qian Star in the future. Old Deng, let us embark on our task. You engage in a contest with the masters of the Blue Star, validating your acquired skills, and realize that there remains ample room for your growth. The path of martial arts demands diligence, and a multitude of formidable experts on Qianqing presents unpredictable dangers. You must ascend to the realm of first-rate masters upon your return to the Great Qian. Task: engage in 10 contests with Blue Star masters. Reward: minor healing pill. Here it comes again. The system task has indeed returned. Just utter the name Old Deng, and a new task refreshes. This Old Deng system has quite the personality. Lin Luo mused while stroking his chin, gazing at the translucent chat box displaying the message. Engage in 10 contests with Blue Star Masters. Reward: minor healing pill. Following the principle that tasks issued by the silly dog system are rarely troublesome, this contest should be. A slight smile curved Lin Luo's lips as he turned and exited the restroom. Descending to the first floor, he found Yunge conversing with 2 young receptionists at the front desk. De Zhenzhen was laughing with her eyes crinkled, while Xiao AI was animatedly gesturing. Only Yunge maintained a serene, gentle smile. Teacher Yun, Lin Luo's voice rang out, causing the 3 young women at the front desk to turn in unison. Lin Luo's radiant smile and confident stride exuded an air of nobility, especially in his solid footing. Student Lin, Yunge echoed Lin Luo's affectionate address, her smile brightening the atmosphere. De Zhenzhen and Xiao AI exchanged glances, their expressions filled with playful curiosity. Is there a problem with how they address each other? Are they indulging in a teacher-student roleplay? Have they slipped into character after just one class? Hee hee, you two know how to have fun. All right, enough of that. I must go sign the contract, Yungu said with a smile to the two receptionists. Understood, Coach Yun. The two young receptionists watched as Yungu took the documents and accompanied Lin Luo to the leisure area. The leisure area, adorned with soothing music and a few tables and chairs, was bustling with people. Lin Luo and Yungu sat facing each other. At that moment, numerous individuals were engaging in their workouts. 5 men and women were jogging on the treadmills, while several muscular men in the equipment area showcased their strength. 2 middle-aged gentlemen gathered around the billiard table in the rest area, amiably practicing their shots. What a splendid place to spend one's leisure time. This is my course pricing sheet. A total of 1,500 yuan for 10 lessons. If you enroll for 30 lessons at once, there is a discount. Let us start with 10 lessons. Lin Luo promptly signed his name on the contract without hesitation. Are you not going to reconsider? Also, how old are you this year? Are you 18 yet? A contract signed by someone under 18 lacks legal validity. The thought of Lin Luo purchasing lessons only to find the contract invalid was amusing. 17. But I can make my own decisions. Teacher Yun, let us not dally. It's your turn to sign now. Lin Luo cheerfully pushed the contract toward Yungu. 17. Yungu exclaimed, her eyes scanning Lin Luo in surprise. Although she had suspected this little rascal was a student, she hadn't expected him to be under 18. The remarkable prowess he displayed was far beyond what one would expect at such a young age. Very well. Yungu picked up the pen and signed the contract. You are the inaugural student at this establishment. Shortly, I shall provide you with a set of athletic attire, along with a complimentary backpack. The newly opened store is currently hosting promotional activities, offering gifts for enrolling in courses, and thus Lin Luo paid no mind. Observing Yungu sign the contract, he cheerfully raised his hand. Teacher Yun, may our collaboration be fruitful. Yungu gazed at Lin Luo's uplifted palm and then realized he intended to engage in a high five. With a charming smile, she raised her hand to meet his. Smack! Their hands met momentarily, yielding a somewhat soft sensation. Just as Yungu was about to lower her hand, Lin Luo seized it firmly. What are you doing? Yungu inquired, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. Could this boy be revealing his true nature? Such a lecher. Did he assume that merely 10 lessons would suffice? In the next moment, Yungu observed Lin Luo grasping her hand, then lifting it to initiate another high five. Smack, 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 8, 9, 10. Lin Luo counted aloud, releasing Yunji's hand after completing 10 high fives. All right, we shall high five once per lesson as a vow. You must be my instructor for these 10 sessions. Should anyone else attempt to substitute, I shall certainly be displeased. Lin Luo let go of Yunji's hand, speaking whimsically. Having engaged in 10 exchanges with the esteemed expert of Blue Star, the count was precisely as intended. Yunyi. Huh? Is that all? She tilted her head, puzzled as she regarded Lin Luo, this somewhat attractive rogue. What kind of maneuver is this? Lin Luo, unfazed by Yunji's thoughts or perceptions of him, turned his attention to the system's chat interface. Task: engage in 10 exchanges with the esteemed expert of Blue Star. Reward: Xiao Huandan completed. How delightful. I knew the task would not be so troublesome. It seems I've discovered the proper method to navigate the foolish dog, Old Deng system. Oh yes, just as Lin Luo reveled in his good fortune, he felt a weight in his pocket. The Xiao Huandan had arrived. System: what exactly is the Xiao Huandan? Is it a potion for enhancing true energy? The Xiao Huandan, a secret concoction of the Qian men, is a little dragon-hued pill that, when consumed, can elevate one's prowess by 30 years. A single pill equates to 3 decades of arduous cultivation. It's practically a game-changer. One can only say that this elixir is exceptionally remarkable. Chapter 28. Yungu. This boy is quite strange. What is the matter with this imp? After exchanging a few claps, why is he so elated? Is he so easily satisfied? Yungu found herself in a state of confusion. It wasn't that she was overthinking. Rather, Lin Luo appeared exceedingly peculiar. Are you all right? I'm Fine. What could possibly be wrong? By the way, I need to use the restroom. Ah, going again? Didn't you just come from the restroom upstairs? Yun Yi is bewilderment deepened. With wide, perplexed eyes, she watched as Lin Luo hastily got up, his hands pressed into his pockets, rushing towards the restroom. The way he positioned his hands and his urgent demeanor sparked an absurd thought in her mind. Is he going to relieve himself in a rather indulgent manner? Yun Ge glanced at her own delicate, fair hands and recalled how Lin Luo had forced her to clap, causing her cheeks to flush. It can't be that serious. It's just a few claps. Have the youngsters today become so temperamental? The newly opened gym had scarcely been utilized, and thus, there were no strange odors wafting from the restroom. Lin Luo pulled out a dark pill from his pocket, akin in size to a muscle-enhancing elixir, resembling a chocolate-covered treat. Without a second thought, he tossed the pill into his mouth. After a few chews, he realized it was quite dry. However, the effects were remarkable. Within moments, he felt a warm current rising from his dantian. Then it surged forth in vigorous bursts. The true qi erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, initiating a sprint of energy. The true qi he had cultivated over 30 years was infinitely more potent than the feeble energy he had previously possessed. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, his breath lingering. Through the mirror, he beheld his own eyes gleaming with vitality, radiating an otherworldly glow. His temples slightly throbbed, imparting an extraordinary aura to his presence. What bliss! Lin Luo stretched his limbs, reveling in an unprecedented sense of refreshment. He then began to circulate his true qi according to the mantra of the mighty Vajra palm, noticing a faint white glow emanating from his hands. He could sense that a strike delivered from this stance would undoubtedly be impressive. However, the sink would surely suffer. Lin Luo exhaled, simultaneously dissipating the energy in his hands. He could now consider himself extraordinary, right? The thought felt surreal. Just by indulging in a snack, he had unwittingly acquired the system of a traveler, a system that seemed to function like a clueless dog, completely unaware that it had mistakenly bound itself to the wrong master, relentlessly assigning him simplistic tasks. In just 3 days, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a top-tier expert. This was an exhilarating experience. Old Deng, let's go complete some tasks. Lin Luo mentally summoned the simple-minded Old Deng system. At 38, you have endured familial ruin, achieved great success in examinations, celebrated marital bliss, faced betrayal, encountered life-threatening tribulations, and transcended through death, all while navigating profound joys and sorrows, rendering your mindset far more resilient than the average person. After traversing to another realm, you find yourself physically impaired and bereft of martial prowess. Yet, undeterred, you bravely confront myriad challenges, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. At this juncture, you return to Qian, possessing the strength for self-preservation. However, the pressing matter at hand is to acquire the advanced cultural knowledge of munching, enabling you to defy fate upon your return. Mission: acquire a piece of advanced knowledge or technology absent in Qian. Reward: health elixir. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, contemplating the message in the system's chat box. According to the system, he had already attained the status of a top-tier expert. 30 years of true qi, coupled with a formidable, great strength Vajra palm, indeed made him a formidable force. Yet, was being a top-tier expert in Qian truly of such little value? Nevertheless, the task appeared quite feasible. A mere glance through books would suffice. Qian lacked only technological advancements, and any one of them could easily fulfill the requirement. For instance, methods of mineral salt filtration, sugar refinement, or gunpowder production, among others. The crux, however, lay in the reward. What exactly was this health elixir? System: what purpose does the health elixir serve? It doesn't resemble any traditional elixir. Before long, information regarding the health elixir materialized in the system's chat box. The health elixir was a widely circulated medicinal pill in the Grand Jianghu of Dian, known to enhance physical strength, bolster vitality, and diminish the likelihood of illness. So it's akin to a health supplement from Qian. Lin Luo mused. Yet, unlike the ineffective health products of munching, this one truly bore results. Just then, Lin Luo exited the restroom, humming a tune, feeling invigorated. As she walked, she flicked her wrists, for one must always wash their hands after using the restroom. After all, one should complete the performance in its entirety. This demonstrated meticulous thought and thoroughness. Meanwhile, sitting in the booth, Yungu observed Lin Luo's return with an expression that betrayed her typically frosty demeanor. A voice echoed in her mind, repeatedly asserting, "This boy is up to no good." "Hey, Teacher Yin, why is your face so flushed?" Lin Luo remarked, noticing the rosy hue on Yunji's cheeks, which contrasted sharply with her otherwise icy goddess-like visage. "Oh, it's nothing. You, dry your hands." Yungu instinctively grabbed a tissue from the coffee table and tossed it to Lin Luo. Unfazed, Lin Luo caught the tissue, chuckling as she wiped her hands and expertly tossed the crumpled paper into the trash bin. Simultaneously, she noticed the items beside Yungu, a fitness outfit and a small bag, gifts Yungu had procured for her. "Teacher Yun, let us aim to schedule our classes on the weekend. During the weekdays, I finish school quite late," Lin Luo suggested. "All right then, we shall set our classes for Saturday and Sunday." Yungu replied, her cheeks still tinged with red. At that moment, Lin Luo finally perceived her unusual demeanor. "Why on earth is your face as red as a teapot?" Yet, he couldn't deny it was rather charming. "Teacher Yin, let us meet again next Saturday. If anything comes up, just call me," Lin Luo said, her mind preoccupied with completing the task at hand, leaving little room to ponder Yunji's blushing. "Oh, sure." As Yungu rose, eager to utter another word, he noticed that Lin Luo had already picked up his belongings and departed without a backward glance. How peculiar. Why was he leaving so swiftly? Observing Lin Luo's resolute silhouette, a flicker of confusion crossed Yungu's mind. Suddenly, the realization struck him, and he called out, "Hey, don't go. You haven't paid yet." Lin Luo, nearly at the entrance, halted abruptly, smacking his forehead in exasperation. No wonder it fell off. "I hadn't paid," he exclaimed, almost absconding after taking the items. He had nearly gotten away without settling the bill. With an awkward chuckle, Lin Luo retrieved his wallet and inquired, "Where do I pay?" Yungu pointed with his slender fingers toward the finance office and then guided Lin Luo there. 10 minutes later, Lin Luo emerged from the gym, a bag in hand, his wallet now containing a gym membership card. Not only could he visit the gym at his leisure, but he also had 10 sessions of Yungu's martial arts lessons. "Mom, I'm home," Lin Luo exclaimed as he pushed open the door. His first utterance was a call to his mother. Zhang Xuehua was seated on the sofa, engrossed in discussion with Lin Jianxi, their heads close together over some matter. Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, the couple turned to look at him. "So, come take a look. What do you think of the layout of this apartment?" Lin Luo changed into his slippers and leaned over the back of the sofa, resting a hand on each of his parents' shoulders, squeezing his head between them. "Let us see. Oh, not bad. A 3-bedroom unit in the commercial district, well ventilated, surrounded by shopping centers, schools, parks, and hospitals, with the subway and bus right at the doorstep. The amenities are comprehensive, priced at 7,055 yuan per square meter. I think it's quite reasonable." Lin Luo patted his parents' shoulders, adding, "If you think it's suitable, go ahead and make a decision. I need to get back to my studies." Just as he turned to leave, a thought crossed his mind, and he pulled the gym membership card from his wallet. "Mom, there's a new gym at the entrance of the community. They offer free public yoga classes. You should check it out when you have time." "Oh, why bother with that? It's a waste of money," Zhang Xuehua replied, but a smile blossomed on her face as she held the membership card, feeling quite pleased. She enjoyed following along with yoga classes on television during her free time, but had never been willing to spend money on a gym membership. Little did she expect that her son, not only diligent in his studies, but also thoughtful enough to buy her a gold necklace and a gym membership, would turn out to be such a wonderful son. "All right, go study. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to some hairy crabs as a reward." Chapter 29. Culinary skills are indeed skills. Amidst the haze of war, as the enemy approaches the city, Lin Luo, rewarded by his mother with a sumptuous feast of hairy crabs, hummed a tune by Ah Song, delightfully retreating into his cozy abode. Today, he reaped substantial gains, not merely in monetary terms, but also in the acquisition of the ageless Changchun technique and a minor elixir. Yet, the most significant achievement lay in his discovery of the key to refreshing the system. By merely invoking the Old Deng system, he could renew his quests. Seated comfortably in his chair, Lin Luo opened his drawer and retrieved a lollipop. Glancing at it, he noted it was his favorite apple flavor. Swiftly unwrapping it and savoring its sweet, crisp essence, which evoked a refreshing sensation. In the realm of Qian, any modern technology is deemed advanced. Thus, Lin Luo's gaze wandered across his bookshelf. Although it primarily housed textbooks from his primary school days to the present, a few extracurricular books also resided there. Soon, his attention fixed upon a flamboyantly covered volume. He reached for it and extracted it from the shelf. The 108 Techniques of a House Husband. This was a book brought home by Old Lin, initially intended as a gesture of goodwill towards Mrs. Zhang. However, his inaugural attempt at cooking had resulted in a mishap, burning a pot, shattering 2 plates in a bowl, and even slicing his finger while chopping vegetables. Thus, Old Lin came to the profound realization that he was not destined for the kitchen and relegated the book to gather dust on Lin Luo's shelf. Flipping through the table of contents, Lin Luo noted the 108 recipes, which included nourishing soups, meals for expectant mothers, convalescent dishes, and post-operative fare, encompassing various regional cuisines such as Sichuan, Hunan, Hangzhou, and Shandong. Each recipe was accompanied by detailed cooking methods and historical anecdotes. After a swift perusal, he glanced at the system chat box. Quest: learn advanced knowledge or skill not found in Qian. Reward: health pill completed. Culinary techniques are indeed skills. The dogged system had not specified which skill. A familiar feeling washed over him as he felt a weight in his pocket. Lin Luo retrieved a health pill, known to enhance strength and bolster immunity. After a moment of contemplation, he took the elixir to the kitchen. It was the perfect opportunity to practice his newly acquired skills. In the living room, Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua were still deliberating over suitable house layouts, oblivious to Lin Luo's culinary endeavors. After a flurry of clattering and stirring, Lin Luo triumphantly produced 2 bowls of seaweed and egg drop soup. "Mom, Dad, try the seaweed and egg drop soup I just learned to make," he exclaimed, dividing the health pill in half and adding it to the 2 bowls before presenting them to Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua. "Goodness, are you still my son? You've learned to cook." Zhang Xuehua expressed her surprise, her lips curling upwards in delight. Meanwhile, Lin Jianxi scrutinized the bowl of soup with a serious expression. The presentation was promising. The egg drop soup appeared crystal clear, not murky, with beautifully crafted egg ribbons. A drizzle of sesame oil added a fragrant aroma characteristic of the dish. Yet, the true test lay in its flavor. "Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink," Lin Luo urged. Zhang Xuehua picked up the ladle and took a sip, her eyes instantly brightening. The flavor is truly delightful." "Is it?" Lin Jianxi, skeptical, also took a spoonful. "Indeed, it's rather good, certainly far superior to what I could manage." He couldn't even boil an egg properly, often ending up with either cracked shells or undercooked results. The couple, thrilled yet having skipped dinner, quickly finished the egg flour soup, feeling a warm and comforting sensation enveloping them. However, they remained oblivious to any unusual changes in their bodies, attributing the warmth and perspiration to the steaming soup. "So, your culinary skills are commendable. Now, off you go to wash the dishes," they remarked. "Well done. I'll add 10 more to your allowance tomorrow." Lin Luo smirked, suppressing a grin, and turned to wash the dishes. Despite the family's modest financial situation during his childhood, Lin Luo had never endured hardship. His parents always reserved the sweetness for him, bearing the burdens themselves. Now, with a health supplement enhancing their vitality, what was the harm in washing a few dishes? He could do it for a lifetime without complaint. In the kitchen, Lin Luo turned on the tap to rinse the dishes. "Old Deng, come out and refresh the system." He was unstoppable now. The silly dog system was too easy to manipulate. He could seize opportunities with minimal effort, and to not be diligent would be a waste. At 38, you have poured your heart and soul into learning the advanced cultural knowledge of the Blue Star, and with the exam approaching, strive to emerge at the forefront among the candidates. Task: achieve the top rank in the academic competition. Reward: Swordsmanship? Swordsmanship. What kind of skill is this? The name sounds rather ordinary. Who was the one who was defeated by that urea bag? Oh, the soul-claiming sword. Look at its title. Though a bit rustic, it's explosive. But this swordsmanship is far too mundane. System, what exactly is this swordsmanship? Lin Luo, always the inquisitive child, asked. Swordsmanship, the secret arts of the reclusive Gigu sect of Qian. Gigu sect sounds quite impressive. Since it's a secret, it must be something remarkable. Lin Luo stroked his chin, glancing at the system task. This is troublesome. The exam is on Monday, and it's only Saturday. I can't continuously refresh tasks now. It's so frustrating. Old Deng system, give me another task. Lin Luo tilted his head, his brows furrowed in a knot, unwilling to give up. If 2 tasks could be generated simultaneously, it would provide him with more options. In response to the host's strong request, the system side quest is now activated. Qinsheng Yinzhou is located at the border of Qian and Beiyang. Yinzhou is currently suffering from severe drought, with 3 years of no rain, leaving the people in dire straits. As the newly appointed county magistrate of Yinzhou, seek solutions to rescue the people of Yinzhou. Task, find a way to alleviate the drought. Task, Dakian Guard of 100. Is this absurd? I haven't even returned to Qinsheng to take office, and they're already putting me to work. The solutions to drought are now remarkably simple. A single artillery shell can resolve it. By deploying dry ice or silver iodide, a chemical reaction can occur within the clouds, resulting in precipitation. However, in the ancient realm of Qinsheng, how could one achieve this? No, wait. Lin Luo suddenly realized. The system merely instructed him to find a solution to the drought, not to resolve it himself. This foolish system is easily deceived. This task should not be overly challenging. Old Deng, through artificial rainmaking, one can launch dry ice or silver iodide into the clouds to induce rainfall. If that fails, one could dig more wells and suspend metal objects over water tanks to utilize the temperature difference between day and night to generate dew. Lin Luo articulated several potential solutions, disregarding whether they were feasible. After all, the system only required him to find a solution to the drought, not to resolve it outright. Task, find a solution to the drought. Task, protect the 100 guards of the great Qian, completed. How infuriating. I knew it. This foolish system is easily fooled. Lin Luo grinned, though his earlier excitement had waned. Aren't these merely routine operations? Modesty is key. Although the rewards for this side quest can only be claimed upon reaching Qinsheng, it is nonetheless something he has earned. Old Deng system. Let us continue to grind for tasks. Lin Luo was eager to seize the opportunity. However, the message that appeared in the chat box extinguished Lin Luo's smile. Old Deng's Traversal system is updating. What? Why has it suddenly begun updating? Could it be that it has come to realize its own ineptitude and seeks to upgrade itself, hoping to turn the tide? Old Deng system. Foolish Old Deng system. Lin Luo called out several times, yet the system remained unresponsive. In that moment, Lin Luo's heart sank. Chapter 30. Still a foolish system after the update. Could it be true? Lin Luo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Typically, he relished the moments spent reading novels in the comfort of his bed, yet now his mind was utterly restless. Surely, this foolish system hadn't remained as such. At 2 a.m, the night market outside the community buzzed with life, laughter, and the clinking of glasses filtering through the cracks of the window, disrupting his dreams. Lin Luo furrowed his brow and sat up abruptly. Old Deng system. Old Deng's transmigration system is updating. The same message appeared once more. What a nuisance. This wretched system didn't even provide a progress bar for the update. Lin Luo inwardly lamented the Old Deng system and, with a heavy heart, lay back down. He felt as though he had forgotten something significant, yet it eluded his grasp. All blame fell upon this foolish Old Deng system. Old Deng's transmigration system update complete. Awakening early in the morning, Lin Luo's eyes fell upon this line of text. What in the world? He exclaimed as he suddenly soared into the air with a lightness that was astonishing. What in the world? He repeated, fully roused now. He pushed against the ceiling to stabilize himself before gently descending back onto his bed. The inner strength he had cultivated over the past 30 years was indeed extraordinary. A slight exertion had propelled him to such heights. Excitement flickered in Lin Luo's eyes. Overnight, he had transformed into a master of inner strength. The martial arts dreams of his childhood had materialized. How could he not be exhilarated? "Son, breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash up," came the voice of his mother, Zhang Shuohua. "Coming." Lin Luo quickly responded, inhaling deeply as he donned his clothes and made his way outside. In his eagerness to acclimate to his suddenly enhanced physique, his movements appeared somewhat awkward, as though he had become stiff. However, as he grew more familiar with his body, that stiffness swiftly dissipated. Lin Luo skillfully brushed his teeth, bubbles forming in his mouth. "Old Deng, it's time to tackle the side quests," he called out to the system, a hint of trepidation in his heart. With the silly system upgraded to version 2.0, would have gained some intelligence. If it discovered it had bound itself to the wrong individual, would it sever the connection? He hadn't even had the chance to visit Qian. Would he have to bid farewell to the foolish system so soon? Having crossed in a blue star, you have diligently sought to alter your fate and return to Qian, finally discovering a solution to the drought in Yinzhou. However, despite the farmer's meticulous efforts, the yield remains insufficient, and as the soon-to-be magistrate of Yinzhou, it is your responsibility to address the issue of low agricultural output. Task: find a solution to the low agricultural yield in Yinzhou. Reward: fragrant first-class quality. Lin Luo paused mid-brush. Wait a moment. Had this foolish system truly upgraded in vain? The upgrade was no different from the previous version. The Old Deng system believed that the solution to the low agricultural yield was merely to apply fertilizer by drying and fermenting the sediment from the riverbed along with manure. Then spreading it across the fields to enhance soil fertility, they could increase production. Task: find a solution to the low agricultural yield in Yinzhou. Reward: premium fragrance completed. At this moment, Lin Luo felt a weight in his pocket. The familiar formula and the well-known method of reward distribution confirmed that this foolish system had not realized its error in binding the wrong host. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile as he retrieved the system's reward. Premium fragrance. What on earth is this? It appeared to be a dark, unremarkable substance, reminiscent of a certain candy. It bore no scent and was devoid of any allure. How could it be called premium fragrance? System: where's the item description? Premium fragrance, an exquisite rarity of the great Qian dynasty. Upon consumption, it bestows upon the body an enchanting aroma that brings tranquility to the heart and mind. Such a remarkable item exists. So, after consuming it, I will transform into a fragrant beauty? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to ingest it. After some thought, he decided to swallow it all at once. After all, there was no harm in trying. After finishing his morning routine, Lin Luo made his way to the dining room. Zhang Shuohua had already set breakfast on the table, while his father, Lin Jianxi, awaited the arrival of his wife and son to begin the meal. The table was adorned with plain congee, pickled vegetables, deep-fried dough sticks, and a few tea eggs. Although simple, the family relished the meal with great appetite. As Lin Luo ate, he observed his parents. Their hair appeared significantly darker, and the wrinkles on their faces had softened considerably. They radiated vitality and seemed invigorated. This fitness pill was indeed remarkable. Once I arrive at Qian, I must discover the method of its formulation and bring it back to Blue Star. This will undoubtedly create a billion-dollar market. Considering the health products on Blue Star, which were exorbitantly priced yet utterly ineffective, how would the purveyors of such fraudulent goods react when I unveil the fitness pill? If they cannot compete with my product, they will resort to attacking me. Thinking critically makes all the difference. Lin Luo swiftly conceived a solution. Indeed, on Blue Star, when faced with a problem, if one cannot resolve it, they often target the individual raising the issue, thereby eliminating the problem altogether. In the vast market of health products, everyone seems to peddle counterfeit goods. If you offer something genuine, it threatens everyone else's livelihood. They would rather target you than anyone else. It seems prudent to maintain a low profile. With a sigh, Lin Luo finished the congee in his bowl. Upon raising his head, He noticed Zhang Xuehua and Lin Jianxi staring intently at him. Ah, I see. Lin Luo obediently went to wash the dishes. Honey, don't you think our son seems different today? Zhang Xuehua was the first to notice Lin Luo's subtle changes. As is often the case with women's keen intuition, Lin Jianxi pondered for a moment but failed to identify anything amiss. What do you mean? Have you not noticed that our son seems taller? She remarked, recalling that she had purchased him a t-shirt just last month, which now appeared somewhat snug. What of it? At 21, one still grows. Our son is only 18, the perfect age for growth, Lin Jianxi replied dismissively. I haven't finished yet, Zhang Xuehua said with a hint of uncertainty. What else? Our son smells delightful today. Haven't you noticed? Lin Jianxi rubbed his nose and shook his head decisively. No, I haven't noticed anything. You filthy man, smoking and drinking all day, neglecting personal hygiene. It's a wonder you can smell anything at all. I'm not referring to your son. So why am I being dragged into this? Old Lin smirked inwardly, yet wore a facade of sincere remorse, as if burdened by guilt. Ignoring the mistress of the house is a surefire way to invite misfortune. The system is online. Time to complete some tasks. Lin Luo swiftly washed the dishes, making efficient use of his time as he called upon the system once more. However, the chat box displayed only the main quest, to secure first place in the school examination. To his dismay, there were no side quests available. What on earth did this foolish system update? Old Deng, what exactly did you accomplish during the night? The refresh count for side quests has now been updated. The host may refresh side quests once daily. Please prioritize the main quest. Damn, is that all? I expected a grand upgrade to version 2.0. It's merely 1.0.2, a minor patch that left me fretting all night. What a disappointment. Chapter 31. Songlong Reservoir. Lin Luo washed the dishes with his usual speed. He did not use any detergent. He simply let the water run and wiped them down with a dishcloth. After all, a little dirt never hurt anyone. Mom, I'm done washing up. I'm going back to read, Lin Luo announced as he exited the kitchen, intending to indulge in a brief nap. He had been startled by the silly dog system the previous night, only falling asleep past 2 o'clock. Although he now possessed unparalleled skills, staying awake all night posed no real threat to him. Yet he felt as though something was amiss. Stop reading and put on a jacket. Come with us to see the house. Zhang Xuehua called out to Lin Luo, her excitement palpable. She had been eagerly anticipating this evening, longing for the night to pass swiftly so they could visit their new home. The more she thought about it, the less she could sleep, tossing and turning until she finally dozed off in the middle of the night. Ah, you and Dad can go without me. I'll just listen to whatever you decide, Lin Luo replied, somewhat reluctant to join. He would rather spend that time napping, reading, and then perhaps hitting the gym. Zhang Xuehua raised an eyebrow. What is this? You say you'll listen to us, yet when it's time to join us, you hesitate? Lin Luo instinctively shrank back. Despite being regarded as a top-tier expert by the system, the sight of his mother still made him feel intimidated. This was what one might call bloodline pressure. All right then, let us go. Zhang Xuehua beamed, her eyes twinkling as she playfully nudged Lin Jianxi. What are you waiting for? Let us head out. All right, let us go. Lin Jianxi gestured grandly, rising to take his wife and child out the door. Lin Luo, over here. Zhen Zikong waved excitedly. Standing behind him was a middle-aged couple. His parents, Zhen Yuqian and Jean Mimi. With one hand in his pocket, Lin Luo observed Zikong bouncing and beckoning him, which inexplicably reminded him of a silly husky. Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua approached with smiles. Brother Zhen, Brother Lin, sister-in-law, little sister. The two families met triumphantly outside the Platinum community. What brings you here? Lin Luo asked Zikong quietly, slinging an arm around his shoulders. He had not heard his parents mention it before, so he was quite surprised. My dad heard Lin Bo was showing you a marriage house yesterday, and thought about getting me a place too, so we could be neighbors, Zikong said with a proud grin. The thought of living next to his good friend brought him immense joy. It would be so convenient for late-night internet escapades. Seeing Zikong's mischievous smile, Lin Luo knew exactly what he was thinking. Their SA class division exam tomorrow. Which class do you think you'll end up in? He inquired. At this, Zhen Zikong fell silent. Why do you bring up such an unpleasant topic when I'm in a good mood? Is that polite? Haha, brother Lin. How about we head to that place you mentioned this afternoon for some fishing? After hearing you talk about it last night, I couldn't sleep for wanting to go. What a coincidence. That is precisely my intention. The fishing rods are in my car. Oh, how in sync we are. Lin, I have also brought a barbecue grill. When we catch fish, we can prepare them fresh right there. Lao Lin and Lao Zhan were beaming with joy, while Zhang Xiuhua and Jean Mimi exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison. A telepathic connection? We were not oblivious when the two of you conspired over the phone last night. Nevertheless, a morning of house viewing followed by an afternoon outing is a delightful way for the family to unwind. The house viewing in the morning went exceptionally well. Having already made the decision to purchase, they examined the model home and, after settling on a floor, Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian promptly paid the deposit. For individuals without stable employment, securing a loan can be quite cumbersome. However, for Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian, who have been industriously working for over a decade, it was rather straightforward. They merely awaited Monday, when the bank would reopen to finalize the paperwork. Lin Luo harbored serious doubts that these two fishing enthusiasts expedited the process solely to hasten their departure to the fishing site. As anticipated, once they exited the sales office of the Platinum Community, Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian drove both families straight to the fishing spot, Sanglong Reservoir. This newly constructed reservoir, nestled in the mountains and not yet widely publicized, was relatively uncrowded. Lin Jianxi became aware of this location during the reservoir's construction, as their company's machinery was utilized on site. He had visited the area previously and contemplated returning to cast a line once it was completed. The car was parked a kilometer away from the reservoir, with only a narrow path leading forward, necessitating a walk. After parking, Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian eagerly retrieved their belongings from the trunk. Zhen Zikong, slender and delicate, carried the fishing bag while Lao Zhen managed the barbecue grill. Lin Jianxi and Lin Luo each bore a fishing tackle bag and carried supplies purchased from the supermarket. Zhang Xiuhua and Jean Mimi, donning sunglasses, strolled hand in hand, their faces alight with joy as they admired the scenery, occasionally gesturing to find the perfect spot for a photo. I brought a scarf. I can help you take pictures later. One exclaimed. Oh, I brought one too. They said in unison, revealing matching pink scarves. Lin Luo, curious, asked, why do they enjoy posing with scarves and photographs? Zhen Zikong, burdened by the fishing bag, inquired perplexedly. If you ask me, who should I ask? Lin Luo also wished to understand. He had initially thought his mother was an exception, but he soon realized that many women he encountered shared this penchant. Come on, hurry up. We're almost there. Lin Jianxi urged those trailing behind, having already caught sight of the reservoir ahead. Zhen Yuqian, carrying the barbecue, huffed and puffed, but maintained his resolve. I should have bought a smaller grill. This one is quite cumbersome, he lamented. Yet, upon beholding the reservoir, Zhen Yuqian felt rejuvenated and sprinted ahead, even outpacing Lin Jianxi. Brother, stop dawdling. Hurry up, we've arrived. Let us see who can catch a fish first. That would undoubtedly be me. The two enthusiastic anglers strode forward with buoyant spirits, eager to outpace one another. In truth, there was no path in this world. It is only through the footsteps of many that a way is forged. Lin Luo discerned that this location had been charted by fishermen. Otherwise, how could such lush trees and flourishing vegetation have given rise to this narrow dirt trail? The Long Dragon Mountain Reservoir was impressively vast, its waters stretching beyond the horizon. Lin Luo was genuinely astonished to witness the picturesque scenery he had only read about in textbooks, where the sky met the water in a shimmering dance, and reflections painted a tranquil tableau. The reservoir's banks were wide and level, perfectly suited for camping. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong sought out the most scenic spot and unfurled their camping mat from their pack. After a flurry of activity, they successfully established their base for the outing. Upon glancing up, Lin Luo noticed that Old Lin and Old Zhen had already set up their fishing rods by the water's edge, engaged in jovial banter. The two mothers stood nearby, one posing for pictures while the other snapped away, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It appeared that they were the only ones laboring here. Kongzi, want to give a try? Lin Luo tilted his chin in the direction of the fishing rods. Kongzi shook his head vigorously, popping open a can of beer and taking a sip. No, fishing isn't that exciting. How about we explore the surroundings instead? His eyebrows arched playfully as he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Fourth grade adventure, the era of exploration. He had little interest in fishing. Rather, he was eager to experience wilderness survival firsthand. With Bear Grylls currently in vogue, the wilderness survival segment of the exploration program captivated Gen Z Kong, who had longed to partake in such an adventure. Today's environment presented an ideal opportunity. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a clever lad. You have some ideas. Chapter 32. A bundle of gold in the woods. Dad, Mom, let us take a stroll around. Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Understood. With their parents' approval, Lin Luo and Kong Zi excitedly set off. Luo, what shall we do now? Kong Zi, trailing behind Lin Luo like a devoted sidekick, inquired. Lin Luo surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with nothing but trees. Kong Zi, we are like castaways on a deserted island. Our primary concerns are shelter, water, and food. With shelter and water secured, we must now seek sustenance. Lin Luo declared earnestly. Kong Zi quickly grasped the situation. Got it. We need to consume high-quality proteins and carbohydrates. Please assign the mission, Captain. His enthusiasm for the adventure show they watched weekly was evident as he understood the essentials of surviving in the wild. Excellent. Let's explore the area. On it. Kong Zi, thrilled, wielded a military shovel and began hacking away at the wild grasses and bushes ahead. This shovel, of good quality, had been a fortunate find from the trunk of Gen Zi's car, and it felt quite comfortable in his hands. Lin Luo followed behind with his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips, reflecting his good spirits. Such imaginative play might seem childish for 3- or 4-year-olds, yet for 17- or 18-year-olds like Lin Luo and Kong Zi, it was perfectly suited to their whims. The Songlong Mountain Reservoir, a prominent project in the southern city, boasted commendable water quality and greenery. Beyond the reservoir lay a densely wooded mountain. After advancing over 200 meters, they appeared to be walking in a straight line, though they had actually strayed from the path. Luo, go look. Mushrooms! Kong Zi suddenly exclaimed, darting ahead to a tree, pointing at a few rather unattractive mushrooms on the ground. Their caps resembled conical hats, a yellow-brown hue. Lin Luo recognized them instantly from his encyclopedic knowledge. These are dog urine fungi, also known as crystal ghost mushrooms. The stalk has turned gray. They are inedible. Is that so? Kong Zi scratched his head, intrigued by the peculiar sight. I remember Qian once cooked a pot of these, and, after eating them, he rushed to the restroom, vomiting incessantly. Lin Luo chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yes, that's the one. Ugh, what a waste of time. Let us continue searching for something else. Kong Zi expressed his disdain, crushing the mushrooms underfoot before forging ahead. Luo, do you think there are any wild animals around here? Don't get your hopes up. This isn't a primeval forest. There are wild birds, but can you catch them? Playing house is one thing, but you're diving too deep into character if you think you can capture wild animals. Just as Lin Luo finished his teasing, he heard Kong Zi let out an excited yelp and dart away. What did you find? Luo, go come quickly. I've made a significant discovery. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A significant discovery? What is it? He quickened his pace to follow. Could Kong Zi have spotted a small animal after all? This place shouldn't be like this. However, Lin Luo's expression quickly grew serious. He saw Kong Zi rush to a tree, where, half buried among the dry twigs and leaves, lay a filthy backpack. Its contents were unknown, but the backpack was bulging, with some areas showing signs of wear and tear. It appeared to have been abandoned here for quite some time. Brother Luo, this must be a backpack left behind by someone who passed through here before. It likely contains valuable supplies. Gen Zi Kong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. What do you call this? A blind box, or rather, a wilderness blind box. Perhaps there are treasures inside. At this moment, Lin Luo was genuinely impressed. Kong Zi truly was his treasure-hunting pioneer, able to uncover good things wherever he went. Hold on. Lin Luo stopped Gen Zi Kong, who was eager to inspect the bag. What's wrong? This bag is suspicious, Lin Luo remarked, beginning to survey the surroundings, but he found nothing amiss. What is it, Brother Luo? Don't you find it peculiar? Where are we? In the wilderness, with no villages or shops in sight. Look around. There's no sign of human activity. How could there be a bulging backpack here? Hiss. You're right, Brother Luo. Is it possible that this bag was hidden here by a criminal? Zhen Zikang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. We all read novels. Who doesn't have a wild imagination? Quite likely. Lin Luo nodded. In fact, he had another unspoken suspicion. It could be remnants of a victim. This might be something left behind by a victim, though the other remains may not be here, making this hypothesis less probable. Of course, there was also the possibility that the remains were buried beneath the dry twigs and leaves. Thinking of this, Lin Luo pointed to the surrounding debris and said, Kongzi, Day, let's see what's beneath. Without further thought, Zhen Zikang obediently began to dig around the backpack. With a shovel in hand, he worked swiftly, and the dry twigs and leaves were quite loose, making the task effortless. Thus, he soon excavated a hole around the backpack. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, activating his treasure appraisal technique. Worn-out backpack. Worthless. This appraisal technique was rather simplistic. It could only determine whether something had value or how much it was worth. As for whether there were treasures inside the bag, it was indifferent. Therefore, Lin Luo did not expect the appraisal technique to uncover any hidden gems. It merely assessed the surface value of items. Zhen Zikang was exhausted but still covered his mouth and nose with his collar. Once the dry twigs and leaves were cleared away, a foul, moldy odor wafted up from them. Brother Luo, there is nothing around this bag. Lin Luo nodded, donning gloves as he crouched down. Seeing this, Zhen Zikang, disregarding his fatigue, squatted beside Lin Luo, his eyes gleaming. In wilderness survival and outdoor exploration, what was it all about if not the thrill of the unknown and the excitement of discovery? Now, in the wild, a bulging backpack had appeared, and no one knew what it contained. Zhen Zikang's curiosity had reached its peak. Brother Luo, shall we open it? Open it. Lin Luo seized the backpack and lifted it slightly, discovering to his surprise that it was quite heavy. Kong Zi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixated on it, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. As the zipper was slowly drawn open, the contents of the bag gradually came into view. Among them was a filthy shirt. Lin Luo extracted the shirt, immediately sensing something was amiss. It felt unusually weighty. There was something concealed within the shirt. What astonished both Lin Luo and Zhen Zikang even more was what lay beneath the shirt. Hiss! Kong Zi's eyes widened in shock, his breath caught in his throat. Lin Luo was equally startled. Within the bag, an array of golden items was revealed, glimmering enticingly. Through the plastic, they could discern gold necklaces, rings, bracelets, and various other ornaments. They had seen these very items just the day before in a jewelry store, so there was no mistaking their authenticity. With the gem appraisal skill still active, Lin Luo could see the prices marked on each piece. Gold ring, 1580 yuan. Gold bracelet, 5350 yuan. Gold pendant, 4550 yuan. All genuine. Lin Luo stared incredulously at Zhen Zikang. I knew it. The child of fortune does not bear his title in vain. Kongzi, you truly are my treasure-hunting pioneer. Zhen Zikang remained dazed, gazing blankly at the bundle of gold. Luo, what do we do now? His voice faltered, his throat constricted with excitement. So much gold. It felt like a windfall from the heavens. What should they do? We should call the police, Lin Luo suggested, as he began to unveil the items wrapped within the shirt. Wow! Kongzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 33. Uncle Chu, do you desire credit? The abrupt ringing of the telephone shattered the serene atmosphere of the Chu family's lunch. Qiao Li and Chu Jiao simultaneously set down their chopsticks, turning their gazes towards Chu Jianjun. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking. Both possessed delicate brows that resembled distant mountains and eyes as clear as autumn waters. However, one exuded a mature charm, while the other radiated youthful innocence. Chu Jianjun felt a twinge of embarrassment. After finally securing a day off, he had promised to enjoy a meal with his family, only to be interrupted by incessant phone calls. It was a surprise, a pure and unexpected one. He was eager to discover who dared to intrude upon his cherished family time. With a feigned display of irritation, he retrieved his phone to check the caller ID. Xiao Li and Chu Jiao exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes in unison at Chu Jianjun's antics. Chu Jianjun's eyes widened when he noticed the caller was labeled as that pig. Instantly, he straightened up. "Hello. What do you need, kid?" He answered, connecting the call. Xiao Li and Chu Jiao exchanged puzzled looks, curious about who was on the other end. The term kid was rarely used by him. "Un so ju, do you want credit or not?" Came the voice of Lin Luo over the phone. Chu Jiao immediately recognized Lin Luo's voice and felt a surge of curiosity about why her classmate was calling her father. Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "You haven't stumbled upon a den of thieves again, have you?" "No, uncle Chu. Just tell me if you want it or not." "Of course I want it. Now tell me what is going on." "If you've discovered a den of thieves, don't act rashly." Chu Jianjun ziplit stenli, genuinely concerned that Lin Luo might impulsively confront danger alone. What if something went wrong? Uncle Chu, in recent years, have there been any significant gold robbery or theft cases in our city? The ones with considerable quantities. Lin Luo's mischievous voice prompted Chu Jianjun's brow to furrow deeply. In an instant, several cases that matched Lin Luo's description flashed through his mind. "Yes, what of it? What's going on?" Chu Jianjun abruptly stood up, causing the table and chairs to rattle, nearly toppling the dishes. Xiao Li and Chu Jiao were startled, but they did not admonish him. For Lin Luo's words were indeed alarming. Those involved in such matters are serious criminals. "Kid, I'm not in the mood for jokes. Where are you? Are you safe? Tell me what is happening." Chu Jianjun's tone turned serious, radiating an intense aura. The South City, too. 13 gold heist had occurred, where a staggering 15 kilograms of gold was stolen. The robbers had employed crude firearms and explosives, resulting in 5 fatalities and 3 severe injuries. The incident occurred in the dead of night, when the perpetrators raided a jewelry store's vault, resulting in the immediate deaths of 3 security personnel on duty. After successfully obtaining their loot, the criminals did not hastily flee the scene. Instead, they leisurely smoked 2 cigarettes. When the patrol arrived, the offenders opened fire, leading to 2 fatalities and 3 injuries. Ultimately, the assailants escaped after sustaining gunshot wounds. At that time, the city was under martial law, with checkpoints established on major thoroughfares and police vehicles patrolling the streets. Yet they failed to apprehend the culprits. No hospitals or clinics within the city reported receiving any gunshot victims, and the stolen gold never entered the market. Now, 3 years have passed, and the criminals seem to have vanished without a trace, leaving the case unresolved. Sensing the gravity in Chu Jianjun's tone, Lin Luo promptly explained the situation. "I am currently by the Canglong Lake, Uncle Chu. This bag contains a bloodstained shirt wrapped around a handgun, along with a plastic bag filled with gold jewelry. Do not move from your location. I will gather a team and head over immediately. Ensure the scene is secured and stay safe." Chu Jianjun swiftly uttered these words as he rushed to the door, putting on his shoes while dialing colleague. "Dear daughter, you both stay at home and eat. I must act immediately." With that, he slammed the door shut, and the sound of his hurried footsteps gradually faded away. Inside the dining room, Xiao Li and Chu Jiao exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, Xiao Li appeared to recall something, and her expression shifted to one of intrigue. "My dear, was it your little boyfriend on the phone just now?" In an instant, Chu Jiao's face flushed a deep crimson, her fair neck following suit. "Mom, what are you talking about? He is ignoring you." She pouted, her cheeks flushed, while her mind conjured Lin Luo's mischievous grin. "That rascal Lin Luo is certainly not my boyfriend," she retorted with a huff. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuqian sat on a small stool. His ears perked up at the sound of a car horn. "Lin Ge, did you hear anything unusual?" Lin Jianxi shook his head and glanced back at his wife, who was busy grilling lamb skewers. "It's strange. Where's Xiao Luo and Xiao Kong?" Zhen Yuqian suddenly realized he had brought his wife and son along. He raised his hand to check his watch, worry etched on his face. They've been gone for over an hour. Surely they haven't gotten lost. Lin Jianxi furrowed his brow. Getting lost in a place like this would be perilous. If they go the wrong way, they could venture deeper into danger. It would be hard for even the divine to rescue them. "Don't panic, I'll call my son." Perhaps they are on their way back. As Lin Jianxi spoke, he pulled out his phone to call Lin Luo. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing it was his son calling, he hurriedly answered. Hello, son, where are you? Why haven't you returned yet? What? Oh, I'll come right away. Flustered, Lin Jianxi quickly hung up, dropped his fishing rod, and dashed out, nearly startling Zhen Yuqian into a fall. Is something wrong with my son? Lingo, what happened? Zhang Xuehua and Jin Mimi turned their attention, their faces etched with confusion. Quickly, to the car, Lin Luo exclaimed, There's been an incident. Upon hearing that an incident had occurred, particularly one involving the two children, several adults hastened towards the parking area. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of several police vehicles parked outside, their lights flashing as officers diligently recorded the license plates of Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian. As Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian approached, an officer promptly advanced to inquire about the situation. Uncle Chu, over here, Lin Luo called out loudly, quickly guiding the newcomer towards them. Chu Jianjun, leading the team, arrived and his expression was quite remarkable upon seeing Lin Luo and Jin Zikong. What on earth is going on with these two children? They seem to stumble upon cases wherever they go. Where's the evidence? Chu Jianjun asked urgently. Right here. Lin Luo pointed to a backpack beneath a tree. Chu Jianjun and the accompanying officers exchanged frowns as they observed that the area surrounding the backpack had been excavated and the bag itself was ajar. I was concerned that this might belong to a victim, so I dug a little to see if there was anything else beneath the bag. Lin Luo discerned their unease and, without waiting for their questions, offered an explanation, adding, Everything is inside, and we wore gloves, so no fingerprints were left. The expressions of Chu Jianjun and the officers behind him shifted to one of intrigue as they regarded Lin Luo. Particularly, Chu Jianjun, with a grin, looked at Lin Luo with admiration. I told you, you have a knack for investigation. Now, let's proceed with the scene examination. Yes, Captain Chu. Chapter 34. Is this extra credit for the college entrance examination? In the forest, several inspectors, clad in gloves and boot covers, were meticulously examining the scene surrounding the package. Due to Zhen Zikong's excavation, a pit had been unearthed around the package, which would likely increase their workload significantly. However, it was not a major issue. After all, if it weren't for Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong, this package might have remained undiscovered for an indefinite period. The primary focus of the investigation should indeed be that package. You two have performed admirably. Discovering this item and promptly notifying the authorities is commendable. Juzian Pais Xin So Li. This is 15 kilograms of gold. It is truly remarkable to remain unaffected by such temptation, exemplifying the virtue of integrity. The moral education lessons have not been in vain. Today, we owe a debt of gratitude to Kongzi. Without him, I would not have found this package. Lin Luo patted Zhen Zikong on the shoulder, downplaying his own contributions. Zhen Zikong stood tall and proud, beaming with delight. Did you hear that? Brother Luo praised me. Chu Jianjun looked at Zhen Zikong in astonishment, recalling that just 2 days prior, this young man had his battery stolen, only for Lin Luo to track down the thief's den. It was surprising that once again, it was due to him. How did you come across this package? Chu Jianjun inquired. Well, we were fishing and having a picnic by the reservoir, feeling quite bored. So we decided to engage in some wilderness survival experience to pass the time. Kongzi was leading the way, and I was following behind. Not long after, he discovered this package, and then I called you. Just like that? Yes, just like that. Chu Jianjun's expression turned somewhat dazed as he glanced at Lin Luo, and then at the beaming Zhen Zikong. A sense of incredulity washed over him. The city bureau has been investigating for years without a single lead. Yet these two children stumbled upon such a significant clue in mere moments. Their luck is truly extraordinary. Uncle Chu, does this count as a meritorious deed for us? Lin Luo asked. With so much gold in that package, not to mention a firearm, disregarding the monetary value involved, this case is anything but trivial. Now that they have directly discovered the stolen goods, along with a gun, how could this not be considered a notable achievement? Chu Jianjun held a cigarette between his lips, but did not light it, his expression revealing no hint of joy or sorrow, as if he were lost in thought. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Chu Jianjun nodded. Of course it counts. When we return, I will file a report and send a letter of commendation to your school. Is that all? Lin Luo pouted. Such a significant contribution. And a mere letter of commendation suffices? What about some tangible reward? Perhaps a monetary bonus? For such a major case, is there no bounty? Even a modest sum of 500 nabaner would suffice. You little rascal, do you understand nothing? That letter of commendation will go into your records. Later, when you aspire to enter public service, it will serve as a valuable addition to your credentials. Chu Jianjun shot Lin Luo an exasperated glance. You really ought to appreciate the value of this, you know. Zhen Zikong, though not particularly focused on public service, perked up at the mention of extra credit, eagerly looking at Chu Jianjun and asking, Uncle Chu, is this extra credit for the college entrance examination? Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo simultaneously directed their gaze towards Zhen Zikong, their expressions peculiar, as if they were observing a Siberian husky. What are you thinking? If writing commendation letters could earn extra points for the college entrance examination, then the competition would merely be about who has garnered the most letters. Lin Luo remarked, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Zhen Zikong awkwardly smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although the college entrance examination has often been criticized, it must be acknowledged that this fateful test remains relatively equitable. Knowledge is knowledge, ignorance is ignorance, and deceit is futile. If you possess the capability to attend university, that is your achievement. If you lack the ability, do not blame others for your shortcomings. This case is of significant magnitude, and there is a reward involved, totaling 100,000 yuan. The jewelry store that was robbed also has a reward, which will be even higher. At that time, I will ensure that it is handled discreetly, so you two students should refrain from making any appearances, Chu Jianjun cautioned. Sensing that Zhen Zikong might misconstrue his intentions, he elaborated further. The perpetrators have yet to be apprehended. This is a measure of protection for you. It seems this child is not particularly astute, so it's better to clarify matters. Rest assured, we all understand. Wealth should not be flaunted, and one should not journey alone in affluence. Zhen Zikong responded, nodding knowingly and lowering his voice. Chu Jianjun and Lin Luo exchanged another bewildered glance. What do you truly understand? They thought. While it could be said that he is not foolish, having studied for several years and grasping the concept of discretion, his comprehension of the situation was evidently lacking. The criminals are still at large. They know you stole from them and will undoubtedly seek revenge. Do you comprehend that? Upon Lin Luo's insistence, Zhen Zikong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh no, I must be more cautious, he exclaimed, nervously glancing around as if the criminals were lurking in the shadows. Watching him, Uncle Chu, I noticed that the garment is filthy, yet it doesn't appear to be dirt. It seems to be bloodstains. With today's advanced technology, extracting blood for DNA testing should lead us to the identity of the criminal, right? Lin Luo inquired. Chu Jianjun nodded, then shook his head, his brows furrowing in contemplation. This left Zhen Zikong even more perplexed. Wait, Uncle, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Can you clarify? Zhen Zikong instinctively glanced at Lin Luo for guidance, but Lin Luo appeared to understand the situation fully, causing Zhen Zikong to swallow his questions. Did you comprehend, Luoge? If I press further, would that make me seem a bit foolish? Lin Luo remained oblivious to Zhen Zikong's subtle gestures. Indeed, the domestic capabilities to trace criminals through blood samples exist, but whether a match can be found is uncertain. Comparing blood samples to the national DNA database to identify the perpetrator is feasible. However, whether the criminal is present in the database remains unknown. If the offender is not a citizen but a foreigner, it would be even more challenging. I hope we can find something, Chu Jianjun sighed, patting Lin Luo on the shoulder. Young man, I reiterate my earlier sentiment. If the opportunity arises, consider joining the patrol. I have high hopes for you. Despite his youth, Chu Jianjun greatly admired the maturity, boldness, meticulousness, and intelligence displayed by Lin Luo, especially considering that this young man also seemed to possess good fortune. The den of thieves from the day before yesterday, as well as the current stash of stolen goods, were both discovered by Lin Luo. Sometimes, luck manifests as a reflection of one's abilities, indicating that this young man possesses an innate talent for this line of work. Lin Luo shrugged and candidly stated, "Being a bounty hunter is acceptable, but as for being a patrol officer, I think not. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and leisure, and cannot abide by constraints." Of course, this was mere pretense. He was not averse to restrictions, but rather, if he were to traverse to Qian in the future, he might find himself there for several days. How could he possibly maintain a patrol position under such circumstances? A freelance lifestyle suits him better, where vanishing for a few days would not be an issue. If questioned by his family, he could simply claim he had gone to procure goods from mountains. Upon his return, selling the wild ginseng and century-old reishi mushrooms he found would eliminate the need for further explanation. Chu Jianjun regarded Lin Luo with a smile, shaking his head. "Kid, if wanted criminals were easy to capture, there wouldn't be so many still at large. It's all about luck. Who knows, you might just catch one." After saying this, Lin Luo recalled his parents, who were likely waiting at the parking area. "Uncle Chu, we have no further business here, right? My parents are still outside." "All right, let us head out together." Chu Jianjun nodded, tucking his cigarette into his pocket. He turned and led Lin Luo and Jin Zikong towards the parking area. With so many dry branches and leaves around, smoking could spark a wildfire. As a public servant, Chu Jianjun certainly possessed a commendable level of awareness. Chapter 35. Nothing can stop the fishermen. "Alas, they are out, they are out. My son, are you all right?" Zhang Xuehua and Jean Mimi waved their hands excitedly as they saw Lin Luo and the others emerge from the woods. Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that the children were unharmed. Although they had feigned composure in front of their wives, they had been quite anxious inside. Yet they could not allow their worry to show. If they panicked, the two women would surely be even more frightened. Zhen Zikong hurriedly approached Jean Mimi, filled with excitement, and was enveloped in her embrace. "Mom, iem me fine. Luo Ge and I discovered." Jin Zikong animatedly recounted their findings in the forest. Lin Luo was similarly flanked by Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua, who were keenly inquiring about what had transpired within the woods. What could have happened to warrant such a large patrol? They had been quite startled by the commotion. Lin Luo chuckled. "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. Allow me to introduce someone. This is my desk mate, Chu Jiaojiao's uncle. Uncle Chu, these are my parents." Lin Jianxi released Lin Luo and warmly stepped forward to grasp Chu Jianjun's hand. "Hello, hello. I'm Xiao Luo's father, Lin Jianxi. I hope it's all right to call you brother." Chu Jianjun nodded with a smile. "Then I shall call you brother as well." "Ah, brother. Haha, you have truly raised a wonderful son. Ah, this little rascal can be quite mischievous, often giving me headaches. I hope he has caused you any trouble?" Lin Jianxi expressed his concern, knowing that if his son had caused any trouble, he would have to smooth things over. Despite having confidence in Lin Luo's character, the gravity of the situation made him uneasy. "Not all, quite the contrary. We owe a great deal of gratitude to Lin Luo and his friends. They uncovered crucial evidence regarding a significant case in the woods." Chu Jianjun tightened his grip on Lin Jianxi's hand affirmatively. "Thank goodness there was no trouble." Lin Jianxi sighed in relief, but then his curiosity piqued. "What on earth caused such a commotion today? Brother, could you enlighten me?" "Of course. If it's inconvenient to discuss, just disregard my inquiry," Lin Jianxi added. Chu Jianjun maintained his smile, yet his tone grew more serious. "I cannot divulge too much, but it pertains to a gold robbery case. The children discovered hidden gold in the forest, a substantial amount, along with vital clues about the criminals." "I see," Lin Jianxi exclaimed, while Zhen Yuqian fully relaxed. It seemed their son was indeed involved in something significant. A sense of pride illuminated their faces. Their child had achieved something remarkable. Chu Jianjun continued, "However, it is best that we keep this matter discreet, as the criminals have not yet been apprehended. If they find out that their hidden gold has been discovered by the children and reported to the authorities, it could pose a grave danger." Upon the conclusion of Chu Jianjun's remarks, Lin Jianxi and Zhen Yuqian both registered the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement while their smiles faded. "Indeed, this matter must remain confidential. You young one, have you heard? This is not to be disclosed," Zhen Yuqian exclaimed, delivering a playful smack to Zhen Zikong's head with a stern gaze. "Look at Lin Luo, so composed. And then there's you, practically bursting with excitement, unable to conceal your discovery of the gold. Feeling unjustly chastised, Zhun Zikong covered his head, refraining from retorting. Father, just a moment ago, you weren't like this. Your change of demeanor is too abrupt. Earlier, I overheard Xiao Lin mentioning that you all were fishing and having a picnic here. It's best to avoid this area for now, as it's unsafe. Indeed, well said. Old Lin nodded vigorously, then turned to Zhun Yuqian. Brother Zhun, we cannot linger here. Let us pack our belongings and relocate for our fishing endeavors. Very well. Today I refuse to believe we cannot catch any fish. Lin Luo's mouth twitched. He had anticipated Old Lin suggesting they head home, yet they were merely changing fishing spots. It must be said, this fisherman truly possesses remarkable tenacity. Nothing shall deter my passion for fishing. A night of sweet dreams. Lin Luo was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of an alarm clock. Groggy and disoriented, he grasped the rooster-shaped alarm clock, momentarily restoring tranquility to the world. Outside, the sun valiantly streamed through the gaps in the curtains, as if eager to announce something. Get up, young man, it's time for the early 8. After a brief period of dazed stupor, Lin Luo suddenly sat upright, raking his hand through his hair and rubbing his face, gradually regaining awareness. Thoughts of purchasing a house, exploring reservoirs, adventures in the forest, a stash of gold, his father and old Zhun's Air Force, and buying fish in a market flooded his mind. Suddenly, Lin Luo jolted awake. Today is Monday, the senior year's preliminary class placement exam. With a swift motion, he rolled out of bed. After a day of familiarizing himself with his body, he was no longer prone to sudden flights. He had fully mastered his physical form. Lin Luo hurriedly washed his face, brushed his teeth, donned his school uniform, and dashed to the door to put on his shoes. On the shoe rack lay a 20 yuan note accompanied by a note. 10 yuan pocket money as a reward. Have breakfast outside, no spicy strips allowed, and good luck on the exam. The elegant handwriting was unmistakably his mother's. Lin Luo chuckled to himself, slipped on his shoes, and retrieved a pen from his storage space to leave a response on the note. Mom, don't forget my hairy crabs. Having secured his shoes, he swiftly exited. With pocket money at his disposal, breakfast preparation was a task he would forego, a mutual understanding between Lin Luo and his parents, for they too relished their leisurely mornings. Riding his dilapidated bicycle, Lin Luo sped towards the entrance of the 18th middle school, where a considerable number of students were already making their way inside. Although it was the senior class placement exam, there was no disruption among the other grades. The most notable alteration was the absence of morning exercises. However, being Monday, the flag-raising ceremony took precedence, so there would be no morning exercises today. On the roadside, there were still aunties and older ladies selling breakfast, with stalls offering pancakes, meat buns, and egg-filled pancakes, all bustling with business. Among them, Lin Luo's favorite was the egg-filled pancake, for its generous size and hearty portion that could satiate one's hunger. Auntie, I would like the deluxe egg-filled pancake. All right, dear, would you like some chili? Yes. Please add plenty of scallions, cilantro, and chili. Sure thing. You take care of your change now. The auntie skillfully kneaded the dough, swiftly rolling it into a large rectangular pancake. Lin Luo deftly retrieved 20 yuan and placed it in the auntie's cash box, then fished out 14 yuan. Good morning. Lin Luo, a sweet, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, floated from behind. Without needing to turn around, Lin Luo knew it was Chu Jiao. He glanced back to see the petite and delicate Chu Jiao tilting her head, gazing at him with a bright smile. Her slender hands clutched the strap of her backpack, the heavy bag eliciting a frown from Lin Luo. Today's students resembled snails, carrying their burdens like a shell, struggling step by step to ascend. Isn't there an exam today? Why are you carrying such a heavy backpack? As he spoke, Lin Luo reached out, grasping her backpack and effortlessly lifting it before letting it drop back down, executing a swift motion to relieve Chu Jiao of her burden. Before she could react, her backpack was already in Lin Luo's grasp. It's not heavy. I'm quite strong. Chu Jiao laughed, playfully waving her little fist, then tugged at her backpack to demonstrate. Look, I can carry it. Lin Luo tilted his head, observing the young girl eager to prove herself. Together, they lifted the backpack, their eyes meeting. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes seemed to speak volumes. Chapter 36. The Qian Monitor of Great Qian. There's quite a bit of water here. Auntie, I would like a deluxe meat sandwich with extra chili. Suddenly, the voice of Zhen Zikong echoed from the neighboring stall. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao turned their heads in unison, one looking left, the other right. Chu Jiaojiao even pouted and attempted to whistle, though no sound emerged. It was unclear from which television drama she had learned this. It was rather endearing. Hey, Luo Ge Jiaojiao, what are you two up to? Zhen Zikong finally noticed the duo at the adjacent stall, scrutinizing Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao with curiosity. Something felt amiss about them today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Of course, we are here to buy breakfast, Lin Luo asserted confidently, then turned to Chu Jiaojiao. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Oh, Auntie, I would like an egg pancake. Chu Jiaojiao seemed to remember her purpose all at once, hurriedly addressing the lady preparing the pancakes. All right, dear, it will be ready shortly. The auntie smiled warmly and continued her work. Chu Jiaojiao fished out 5 yuan from her pocket and requested change. The process of making an egg pancake is quite simple. Fry the pancake, stir-fry shredded potatoes, radishes, and tofu skin, then add the seasonings. Once the pancake puffs up, crack an egg into a small cup, whisk it quickly with chopsticks, then puncture the puffed pancake to fill it with the egg mixture. Finally, roll the vegetables inside the pancake, and just like that, an egg pancake is complete. Lin Luo opted for the deluxe version, which included an egg, sausage, and spicy strips, costing 6 yuan, while Chu Jiaojiao settled for a basic version at 350. Old Deng, let's start the side quest. While waiting for breakfast, Lin Luo mentally summoned the Old Deng system. As the magistrate of Yinzhou County, you have endured countless hardships to discover methods to alleviate drought and improve agricultural yields. However, Yinzhou County has long suffered from natural disasters and human misfortunes, leading to a dire state of livelihood, with barely 1 in 10 citizens surviving. The population of Yinzhou County has sharply declined. While you have resolved the issue of low agricultural yield, the labor force is scarce, and the available plow oxen are few. Untamed oxen cannot be utilized for farming, and you must promptly address the shortage of plow oxen. Task: find a solution to the scarcity of plow oxen for farming. Reward: Qian Monitor Compass. Qian Monitor? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a wave of skepticism washing over him. Wait a moment. The Qian Monitor. This name is familiar. He recalled having seen it in a documentary on ancient government systems. It was the name of an official institution. A flood of information regarding the Qian Monitor surged into his mind. From the Qin and Han dynasties to the southern dynasties, the Grand Historian was responsible for celestial phenomena and calendars. The Sui dynasty's Ministry of Secretaries included the Grand Historian's office, which was renamed the Monitor by Emperor Yang. In the early Tang dynasty, it was transformed into the Grand Historian Bureau and subsequently renamed several times, including the Ministerial Pavilion and the Celestial Observation Bureau, or associated with the Ministry of Secretaries. In the 5 dynasties and early Song dynasty, it was called the Celestial Monitoring Office, later reformed into the Grand Historian Bureau during the Yuanfeng reforms. The Liao dynasty's southern officials referred to it as the Celestial Monitoring Office, while the Jin dynasty called it the Celestial Platform under the Ministry of Secretaries. The Yuan dynasty had the Grand Historian Institute, and during the Ming dynasty, it continued under the name Celestial Monitoring Office, eventually being renamed Qian Monitor, maintaining the Ming system into the Qin dynasty. This department is responsible for observing celestial phenomena, calculating solar terms, and formulating calendars. In essence, it functions as an ancient meteorological bureau, yet it has produced numerous prominent figures, such as Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng from the Tang dynasty, as well as Tang Ruowang during the Ming and Qing dynasties. But what purpose does the Qian compass serve? Is it perhaps employed for the practice of feng shui? System: what is the function of the Qian compass? Lin Luo, ever inquisitive, promptly sought clarification from the system. The Qian compass can identify malevolent entities and treacherous beings within a 100-mile radius. Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Goodness! A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his body. What had he just discovered? The Qian compass could indeed pinpoint evil spirits and treacherous beings within 100 miles. This was nothing short of a magical artifact. Having perused numerous online novels, particularly those within the realms of fantasy and martial arts, Lin Luo recalled the depictions of the Qian. It was said to summon deities above, vanquish malevolent forces below, regulate the nation's fate, cleanse treachery and phantoms, and safeguard the dynasty. It now appeared that the Qian of the Great Qian was precisely that. This implied that the Great Qian was not merely an ordinary ancient dynasty, but potentially a divine or celestial dynasty, teeming with chivalrous heroes, formidable rogues, and practitioners of immortality alongside malevolent spirits. If this were indeed the case, the Great Qian's waters ran deep. He had previously believed that being a top-tier warrior would afford him freedom within the Great Qian, yet he now realized he had been rather arrogant, confined within a limited perspective. No, he must remain cautious. Lin Luo had once eagerly anticipated his journey to Qian, but now he simply wished to remain in Blue Star until he attained invincibility. System: as long as a ring is placed in the nose of an ox, it can be easily tamed for plowing. The system's chat box clarified that untrained oxen could not be used for plowing. However, if a ring is simply placed in the ox's nose, what need is there for training? Thus, it could be concluded that the plowing oxen of the Great Qian did not wear nose rings. Task: find a solution for the scarcity of plowing oxen. Reward: Qian compass completed. A new message appeared in the system's chat box. Upon seeing it, Lin Luo felt a sudden weight in his pocket. No way. Silly dog system. Could you not collapse my storage space next time? Lin Luo patted his pocket. Fortunately, the compass was not large, or else his pocket would surely have burst. Now was not the time to examine it, so Lin Luo tucked the compass into his storage space, intending to study it after his examination. The egg-filled pancake is ready. The pancake vendor swiftly wrapped the freshly made egg-filled pancakes. This one is your deluxe version, and this one is for you, little girl. Lin Luo and Chu Jiaojiao reached out to receive their pancakes, while Zhen Zikong approached with his meat sandwich. Chu Jiaojiao, isn't there an exam today? Why did you bring your backpack? Zhen Zikong posed the same question as Lin Luo. The backpack looked notably heavy, likely filled with numerous books. This is, my second uncle asked me to bring it for Lin Luo. Chu Jiaojiao replied, loosening her grip on the backpack and then brushing her hair back. Off for me? Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback as he hefted the backpack, which seemed to weigh over 10 pounds. I understand now. Uncle Chu must be expressing his gratitude to Luo Ge for such a significant favor, hence asking you to deliver his token of appreciation. Zhen Zikong exclaimed. As if suddenly imbued with extraordinary wisdom, his curiosity piqued about the contents of the backpack. Luo Ge, do take a look at what's inside. Ah, yes. Chu Jiaojiao chuckled, covering her mouth in delight, resembling a playful little fox. This indeed is quite a substantial gift. It feels rather heavy. Let me see. Lin Luo casually unzipped the backpack. As the zipper parted, a stack of books was revealed within. Zhen Zikong leaned in closer, and upon seeing the books, he burst into laughter reminiscent of a quacking duck. Ha ha! Chu Jiaojiao, your second uncle is truly generous. This fellow is brimming with schadenfreude. With a peculiar expression, Lin Luo retrieved a book titled Criminal Law, followed by another one labeled Civil Law, and yet another, Fundamentals of Public Security. The backpack also contained Administrative Management, Criminal Psychology, Inspection Law, and Inspection Skills. My goodness, it appears they intend to groom him for a path in inspection. Chapter 37. The Class Division Exam. Everyone chose C. This was specially procured by my second uncle through someone. Do not let his sincere intentions go to waste. Chu Jiaojiao, cradling her egg pancake in both hands, said with a beaming smile, her steps light as she made her way to school. After a couple of strides, she glanced back with a smile. By the way, remember to return my backpack tomorrow. No need to thank me. Lin Luo, carrying the backpack, twitched his mouth. Oh, I truly appreciate it. Hee hee. Luo Ge Chu Uncle's heartfelt gesture should not be taken lightly. Do your best. I'm rooting for you, brother. The clever Zhen Zikong winked at Lin Luo, playfully showing off his antics. Lin Luo rolled his eyes at him. You can still laugh. Today is the class division exam. I'll be waiting for you in the sprint class. Snap! A bolt from a blue. Zhen Zikang's smile froze on his face as he stared blankly at Lin Luo, who was departing with the backpack. Hey, I was so happy. Why did you have to say that? Really? Rise, people. Great Wall. On Monday, there was neither an early class nor a recess, but there was a flag-raising ceremony. After the solemn and dignified ceremony, all faculty and students returned to their respective classrooms to commence the day's instruction. First and second-year students could never comprehend the urgency felt by the third-year students. In truth, it is only in the latter half of the academic year that students in the third year truly grasp the immense pressure of impending examinations. With the Gaokao looming like a mountain overhead, the entire third-year cohort consists of over 400 students, divided into 13 examination rooms, each accommodating only 35 individuals. The examination regulations and proctoring methods are strictly aligned with those of the Gaokao. Thus, upon entering the examination room, students are enveloped by an invisible sense of urgency. Seating arrangements are organized according to academic performance rankings, signifying that students in each room are of roughly equivalent capabilities. Even if one wished to cheat, there will be no one to copy from. Zhen Zikong, seated a few places ahead of Lin Luo, could not help but glance around eagerly, hoping to spot familiar faces. Upon noticing Lin Luo behind him, he exchanged a few playful winks. Lin Luo, exasperated, waved his hand, signaling Zhen Zikong to settle down promptly. Standing at the front of the classroom was their English teacher, Ho Guifan, who was meticulously arranging the examination papers with a serious demeanor, while another teacher sat in the last row, expressionless, surveying the examination room. The presence of two proctors clearly indicated the strictness of the examination monitoring. All right, we will now distribute the papers. Everyone must answer diligently, write your own responses, and refrain from looking around. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have committed plagiarism, and your exam results will be nullified, Ho Guifan stated sternly, distributing the prepared papers to the first row. The first examination would be in English. During the listening portion, absolute silence is required. The examination room was quiet, filled only with the sound of papers being passed back. Soon, everyone had received their papers. Lin Luo twirled a pen in his hand, gazing at the dense array of English letters on the paper, a slight smile gracing his lips. With an entire English-Chinese dictionary committed to memory, why worry about a minor exam? After writing his name, class, and exam number, Lin Luo began to review the questions. Once a seemingly cryptic sequence of letters, it now appears as simple as phonetics. The teacher who set this question certainly has a mischievous streak. With the answer all being C, it will be interesting to see which clever student manages to select the correct option this time. The classroom speaker crackled with static, and soon the English listening comprehension began. Lin Luo perked up one ear, multitasking as he listened while filling in the blanks on his paper. By the time the listening exercise concluded, Lin Luo had nearly completed his answers. All right, the listening has concluded, so make sure to focus on your answers. No wandering eyes. Ho Guifan's voice rang out again, her gaze sharp as she scanned the eager students. From the podium, every little movement below was crystal clear. Those few who stole glances at their neighbors, looking guilty as if caught in the act, were utterly exposed. Zhen Zikong quickly retracted his head, staring at the cryptic symbols on his paper, scratching his head in frustration. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Forget it, I'll just choose C. Ding, 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 ding. The final exam has come to a close. English and mathematics in the morning, followed by Chinese and comprehensive arts and sciences in the afternoon. By the end, darkness had fallen. The examinees gathered their belongings and exited the examination hall, returning to their respective classrooms. Homeroom teachers directed their students to restore the classroom to its original state and tidy up before hastily departing. It wasn't that they were eager to leave, but rather they were anxious to return to their offices to grade the papers. In fact, as soon as the first exam concluded, the papers for the second exam had already begun to be marked. All this was aimed at facilitating class divisions the following day and enabling targeted tutoring based on the results of these examinations. The classroom was filled with the sound of chairs and desks being moved, with a few who had tried to cheat already slipping away, leaving behind the diligent students who busily returned the furniture to its proper places. Hey, your backpack. Lin Luo handed Chu Jiao's backpack back to her. Chu Jiao, surprised, received the bag, which felt surprisingly light, as the books inside had vanished. Did you go home at noon? In just that short time? You ran back to drop off your books? You silly fool. What if it affects the afternoon exam? No, I asked someone to take my books home for me. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, though in truth, he had stored the books in his own space. After lunch, with time on his hands, he even managed to read through the criminal law and civil law. Chu Jiao, did you remember the answers for the comprehensive arts and sciences multiple-choice questions? Zhen Zikong approached, having moved his desk, and his first question was about the answers. Chu Jiao shook her head, her large eyes playfully glancing at Lin Luo as she chuckled. No, but you can ask Lin Luo. He's going to the intensive class, so his answers must be reliable. Right, Lin Luo? She laughed, tilting her chin up. Zhen Zikong shook his head vigorously. Oh, please, he sat behind me today. Asking him is no better than asking myself. After Kongzi finished speaking, he flashed a grin at Lin Luo and said, Lo Ge, don't take it amiss that I speak plainly. One must have dreams, but one must not indulge in fantasies. Let us face reality. With a chuckle, he added, after 3 days of neglect, today I shall teach you what filial piety truly means. Lin Luo, eager and spirited, pounced like a fierce tiger. With a loud yelp, Zhen Zikong found himself pinned to the table like a helpless chick. No, brother. The ultimate secret technique, a 1,000-year kill. Lo fit. Please don't, The remaining classmates burst into laughter at this spectacle, their previously heavy hearts lightened by the comedic display. Zhu Ziao, her cheeks flushed and a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, shook her head slightly while clutching her backpack. How childish Lin Luo is. It's quite embarrassing. But was it merely an illusion? She gently sniffed the air. There was an intriguing scent about Lin Luo, faint yet distinctly pleasant. Instinctively, she inhaled again, and for reasons unknown, her face flushed even more, radiating an enticing charm. Let the winds of youth tousle your hair and guide your dreams. The bell signaling the end of evening study sessions rang, a call to dreamers. Accompanied by melodious songs, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong exited the school together, while Chu Jiao walked ahead, her backpack in tow. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Santana parked by the roadside. Lin Luo, my family has come to pick me up, so I must take my leave, she said, waving sweetly. All right, see you in the spring class tomorrow, Lin Luo replied, casually placing his hands in his pockets and lifting his chin in a playful manner. Tomorrow, you shall witness my true strength. Lo Ge, stop pretending and head home quickly. If you're late, Aunt Zhang will twist your ear again. With a suppressed giggle, Chu Jiao rolled her eyes playfully at Lin Luo before darting towards the waiting car. Such character, Lin Luo remarked with a wry smile. Zhen Zikong, has anyone ever told you how much you deserve a good beating? Not until now. Zhen Zikong replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. Well, now you have. Lin Luo exclaimed dramatically. Brother, I was wrong. Chapter 38. Mastery of Swordsmanship and the Compass's Direction. Lin Luo. See you tomorrow. The young girl stood by the car door, beaming as she waved at him. With one hand firmly suppressing Zhen Zikong, Lin Luo maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, returning her smile. See you tomorrow. As he watched Chu Jiao drive away, Lin Luo finally released Zhen Zikong. All right, make haste and return home, he said, patting Zhen Zikong on the shoulder with a serious tone. Why? After all that effort to finish the exams, I need to unwind at an internet SAF, Zhen Zikong replied, stretching his shoulders. His addiction to gaming was profound. Having missed out on the CAF during the weekend and after a long day of exams, he felt restless without a brief escape into gaming that evening. Are you certain? The results are out tomorrow. You should be ingratiating yourself with your parents now. If you wait until the scores are released to curry favor, you might find yourself in a rather uncomfortable position. Zhen Zikong instinctively covered his rear, his mind buzzing with the implications. Why didn't I think of that? No more talk, Luo Ge, I'm off. See you tomorrow. He hurriedly retreated to retrieve his electric scooter. "Hey, good luck," Kongzi Lin Luo said, unhurriedly making his way to the bike shed, where he found his old bicycle. Though the bike appeared worn and was left outside without a lock, it remarkably offered a smooth ride. As the students of the senior year gradually dispersed, the school's teaching building remained illuminated. The dormitory students were still engaged in their evening study sessions, their arduous journey far from over. The streetlights cast a dim glow, and the roads continued to bustle with traffic, people resembling a colony of ants, laboring tirelessly to sustain their livelihoods. Lin Luo pedaled leisurely, blending into the flow of vehicles. "Mr. Wong, have you finished your end?" "All set. I've entered the scores." "Wonderful. Quickly check the system for the rankings." "I'm refreshing it now." In the office of the senior grade group, the teachers, fatigued from a day of work, rubbed their shoulders or flexed their wrists, each seated before their computers, eagerly refreshing the system. As the 18th Middle School, a key demonstration institution in the district, had long embraced semi-intelligent teaching methods, student scores were inputted into the system, which integrated the data, automatically updating the rankings for each grade and class, thereby easing the teachers' burdens. The computer screen spun in circles as the class teachers awaited with keen anticipation. Soon, the page refreshed successfully, displaying the grade and class score tables. "What? No way. Old Qian, look at this. Goodness." Chen Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. The expressions of the other class teachers and subject instructors mirrored his shock. Task: achieve first place in the academic competition. Reward: mastery of swordsmanship completed. The abrupt completion of the task caught Lin Luo off guard. He anticipated that the task would be fulfilled without him even being aware of the results. It seemed the rankings had already been determined within the school. At that moment, information regarding the mastery of swordsmanship flashed in Lin Luo's mind. With the sword wielded fiercely, one seeks to achieve the ultimate goal, which signifies unity. The art of swordsmanship, centered around connection, comprises 8 fundamental forms, embodying the profound wisdom of the strategist from the Valley of Ghosts. One must comprehend the larger picture, excel in intuition, master rhetoric, adapt swiftly, possess both wisdom and courage, devise long-term strategies, and be decisive. The 8 forms are as follows: 1 blade, 1 life, where one cleverly disarms the adversary, leaving them vulnerable, followed by a powerful thrust aimed at their vital points. This serves as the foundational technique of swordsmanship. Flattening the 4 C's positions one behind the enemy. With their back turned, one harnesses the momentum of a forward charge, swiftly pivots, and unleashes a sword strike, creating a formidable force, akin to a torrent capable of calming tumultuous seas in an instant. Pool unmoved employs stillness to counter motion, despite the enemy's aggressive approach. One merely guards their entrance, keenly observing for any openings as the opponent rushes to victory, and then strikes decisively at their weak points. This is a masterful counterattack within the swordsmanship. Drawing from both sides allows one to be cornered when pressed with lightning speed. One redirects their weapon, catching the enemy off guard to turn the tide of battle. Earth and Sky Shift involves launching attacks from midair, skillfully rotating one's body, creating confusion in the enemy's vision, leaving them disoriented and unaware of their impending defeat. Singing with the sword is a close-quarters attack where the practitioner uses their formidable finger strength to flick the enemy's weapon. Lightly, it deflects the incoming blade. But with greater force, it can disarm the opponent entirely, accompanied by a resonant hum akin to song. Reverse sword. Embrace the origin entails throwing the sword to grasp it in reverse, tracing a circular motion before the chest to parry an incoming blade. Its power rivals that of Earth and Sky Shift, yet its complexity bears the risk of fatality, marking it as the most perilous technique in swordsmanship. The 100 Steps flying sword represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where one throws the sword forward with the momentum of a rainbow piercing the sun, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The stronger the intent of the swordsman, the greater the power of this strike. Within 100 paces, it can sever a throat. In Lin Luo's mind, it was as if an animated figure was demonstrating the 8 forms of swordsmanship, igniting his passion and making him yearn to find sparring partners immediately. Remarkable. Yet, he pondered how this sword technique compared to the soul-chasing death sword. Growing up watching martial arts films, his fascination with martial prowess and swords was almost instinctual. Just hand a boy a smooth, straight stick, and chaos would ensue. For boys, that is their sword, their dream of a martial realm. The youthful heroism connects the 5 great cities, with courage and loyalty intertwined. In the midst of conversation, life and death are equal. A promise is as weighty as gold. Kill 1 man in 10 steps. Leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Once the matter is settled, depart with a flick of the sleeve, concealing both merit and fame. A general, blessed by the heavens, possesses righteousness that surpasses time. Riding through 100 battlefields, a single sword against 1,000 foes. Having traversed 3,000 miles in battle. A sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. In a hall filled with flowers, intoxicating 3,000 guests, a sword's frost chills 14 provinces. Well-versed in Tang poetry and song lyrics, Lin Luo's mind was instantly flooded with exhilarating verses. Even his breath quickened. He turned back, contemplating purchasing a sword online. Lin Luo muttered to himself, one hand gripping the handlebars, while his right hand revealed a compass, the very one he had acquired today from the Grand Qian Astronomical Bureau. The system claims that this device can pinpoint malevolent entities within a 100-mile radius. Whether it truly works remains uncertain. This compass, no larger than a small round mirror, boasts a dark bronze hue, reminiscent of the compasses wielded by ghost-hunting Taoists in classic films. However, the inscriptions on this compass are considerably simplified. Unlike contemporary compasses, which are layered and densely packed with various feng shui principles, this one offers ease of use. It encompasses concepts such as the yellow spring water, mountain calamity, celestial star feng shui, the 24 mountains, 72 dragon paths, 60 earth tigers, and 120 gold, all employed for channeling dragons, shifting sands, assessing pulses, and observing qi. It serves numerous purposes, from analyzing feng shui and inspecting yin-yang residences to surveying mountain energies and determining auspicious locations. At the center of this grand compass, known as the Great Qian Qing Tianjian, lies the heavenly pool, where the needle acts as a compass. This is a divine instrument. The outer circle features the primordial 8 trigrams, followed by the earth plate, human plate, and heaven plate. Lin Luo's understanding of compasses is limited, as his current readings do not delve into the realm of feng shui. Indeed, most individuals encountering a compass would likely appear perplexed, utterly unaware of the inscriptions and how to utilize it. However, as Lin Luo focused his thoughts, the needle within the compass began to turn. With this motion, he instantly grasped its intended use. Simply follow the direction indicated by the needle. Chapter 39. Ah, Pan, you truly came? Just follow the compass, and it will all be over. Lin Luo gazed at the compass within the celestial pool, watching as the needle gradually rotated, seemingly guiding him toward his destination. Instantly, he comprehended the purpose of this compass. As he walked, doubts began to plague his mind. This compass could pinpoint malevolent beings and treacherous individuals within 100 miles. The Qian dynasty's astronomical bureau utilized this compass to discern loyalty from treachery, eradicate the wicked, and eliminate evil spirits. As its name suggests, malevolent beings refer to spirits and other nefarious entities. Treachery in ancient times denoted those who disrupted the state and endangered the nation. However, when evil spirits and treachery are mentioned together, it likely refers to those malevolent figures who threaten the realm and jeopardize the state. This device surely does not pertain to ethereal beings, does it? Lin Luo's mind was in turmoil. Logically, he should trust in science. After all, where in the world are ghosts? Yet, such occurrences as traversing dimensions had already transpired, and now this unscientific compass had appeared in the realm of Qianxing. Not to mention, he was a bona fide elite, with 30 years of internal energy surging within him. What if this compass truly led him to something extraordinary? Would he be on the brink of opening the door to a new world? What if he witnessed explosive scenes, such as battles between shadowy figures and extraterrestrials? Or a yellow-robed Taoist confronting an immortal cat demon? Would he be apprehended by some clandestine organization? Would calling Uncle Chu for rescue be effective? Lin Luo's imagination was a whirlwind of narratives drawn from various novels. Before long, he followed the compass needle to a secluded and difficult path. In certain areas, iron boards encircled the vicinity to prevent pedestrians from entering. It appeared that road work was underway. The surface was riddled with potholes, and the number of passers-by dwindled as he ventured further into the remote area. After several minutes of arduous travel, Lin Luo felt as though his very essence was being jostled, until he finally spotted a small van parked in the darkness, a little over 100 meters ahead. With a swift motion, Lin Luo halted his bicycle, his gaze piercing as he examined the compass in his hand. The needle within the celestial pool pointed directly at the van, shifting in accordance with Lin Luo's movement. The arrow was firmly locked onto the small vehicle ahead. At last, he had found it. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced. He gradually dismounted his bicycle, parked it to the side, and concealed himself in the shadows, swiftly darting forward. Lin Luo executed his 8-step technique flawlessly, transforming into an inconspicuous shadow, arriving at the van in mere breaths. He crouched behind the vehicle, resembling a ghostly apparition, emitting not a single sound. Having practiced the ageless spring technique bestowed by the system, Lin Luo found his eyesight remarkably sharp, particularly at night, enabling him to see in the dark. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of others nearby. Then, he tilted his head, straining to listen to the sounds within the van. There were no voices, only the soft sounds of two individuals snoring gently. 2 people were asleep inside. Lin Luo bent low, moving like a phantom as he circled the vehicle, the compass needle unwaveringly pointing toward the van. It was confirmed. The individuals were indeed within the vehicle. What manner of individual could be deemed a nefarious villain? Lin Luo felt a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The thought of opening the car door only to find 2 minotaurs reclining within was undeniably thrilling. Goodness, what nonsense am I conjuring? Shaking his head, Lin Luo retrieved a key from his storage space, the ring adorned with an ear pick and a small cross screwdriver typically used for watch repairs. With the screwdriver in hand, he smirked and thrust it toward the rear tire. With a swift motion, the screwdriver pierced the tire, and as he withdrew it, the air began to escape. This was a classic case of targeting the horse before the rider. If the occupants inside hesitated to open the door and attempted to flee, they would find themselves hindered by a missing wheel. Subsequently, Lin Luo tugged at the car door, but it was locked and remained shut. The tinted windows obscured any view of the interior, leaving him in uncertainty. Not deterred, he rapped on glass. The sharp sound echoed unsettlingly in the darkness of the roadside. The snores from within abruptly ceased. "Brother, someone is tapping on the glass." Inside the van, a thin, crew-cut man whispered nervously, his hand instinctively reaching beneath the seat to grasp a dark firearm. Beside him, a longer-haired individual with greasy locks and triangular eyes glinted with an ominous light replied hoarsely, "Don't panic. Let us assess the situation." With that, the man with triangular eyes calmly withdrew a weapon from his lower back, holding his breath as he listened intently to the sound from outside. Just then, several more knocks reverberated from the right side. Both men turned their gaze in that direction, yet the black-tinted windows obscured any view of the outside world. "Brother, could that be the seller arriving?" The crew-cut man whispered, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Nonsense. There is still an hour until the transaction." The man with triangular eyes glanced at his phone, noting the time was barely past 8, and frowned as he spoke in a low tone. "Is anyone in the car? If you're sleeping, don't seal the windows. It's dangerous." A youthful voice called out from outside, exuding the innocence of a good-hearted child. "Brother, it's just a kid," the crew-cut man blurted out, receiving an irritated glare from his companion. "Of course, I gathered that. In such a remote place. Where'd a child come from?" Bang, bang, bang. Lin Luo struck the glass with increasing urgency. "Can anyone hear me? Wake up, don't sleep." At that moment, the car door opened a crack. The man with triangular eyes positioned himself sideways, one hand hidden behind his back, his expression cold as he scrutinized Lin Luo. Noticing the boy was clad in a school uniform, with a cherubic face and innocent, bright eyes, his tension and worry dissipated significantly. "Kid, what brings you here alone at this hour?" he inquired. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, studying the man whose voice grated like a blade against stone. His gaze was unsettling, devoid of any warmth, particularly his face, which radiated an extreme coldness. Moreover, this individual bore a peculiar scar on his throat, a deep indentation, suggesting he had endured significant trauma. In the passenger seat sat a young man with a buzz cut, unremarkable in appearance, his hands concealed in an unseen place. His body taut, clearly poised for action at any moment. Lin Luo raised the compass in his hand and flashed a smile at the triangular-eyed man. My family has a long-standing tradition of feng shui, and today I intend to put it into practice. Uncle, while you rest in the car, it will be prudent to leave a window slightly ajar to avoid the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The triangular-eyed man and the buzz cut, upon seeing the compass in Lin Luo's hand, felt their tension ease somewhat. Acknowledged, this place is perilous. You, a mere child, should not wander about. Best return home. As the triangular-eyed man finished speaking, he prepared to close the car door, but Lin Luo called out to him. Uncle, your tire is flat. I noticed the rear tire is deflated. Lin Luo pointed towards the back wheel. The triangular-eyed man furrowed his brow, pushed the car door open, and leaned out to inspect the rear tire. How could it be flat after being fine just moments ago? What a stroke of bad luck. Just then, Lin Luo struck like lightning, too swift for the triangular-eyed man and the buzz cut to react. There was a dull thud as the triangular-eyed man's jaw took the blow. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed as if falling asleep. Hey, Uncle, what happened to you? Lin Luo exclaimed. The buzz cut jumped in shock and instinctively rose to check on the triangular-eyed man, only to be struck in the forehead by a clod of dirt the size of a fist. With a resounding thud, the clod shattered, blood instantly gushing from the buzz cut's head as he slumped back into his seat. All done. Lin Luo dusted off his hands, pushed the triangular-eyed man back into the car, and then retrieved 2 homemade firearms from beneath their seats. These 2 were indeed up to no good. Upon seeing the firearms, Lin Luo was thoroughly convinced. The Grand Cheese compass had truly led him to genuine danger. Yet, these weapons seemed oddly familiar. As he examined the 2 makeshift firearms, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Note, in the past, it was common in the North to refer to small firearms as Luzi, such as the Mauser or Browning, due to the method of chambering being referred to as Lu. Chapter 40. Uncle Chu, do you still desire accolades? It could not be mistaken. Lin Luo found the scene increasingly familiar. The pivotal detail was that he had only encountered these peculiar items yesterday at the Songlong Mountain Reservoir. There was no way he could be mistaken. The design and craftsmanship of these 2 firearms were remarkably similar to the one he had observed in the backpack hidden among the trees at the reservoir yesterday. It must have been produced by a small workshop. One must admit, such workshops do not hold back. They are capable of creating items like this. Lin Luo mused, yet his actions were swift as he stowed the 2 firearms into his storage space, then removed the shoes of the short-haired man and extracted the shoelaces, binding the hands and feet of both the triangular-eyed man and the short-haired individual. Next, Lin Luo resumed his search within the vehicle. These 2 ruffians, armed with firearms and hiding in such a desolate place devoid of even a ghostly shadow, made their identities all too apparent. They were certainly not upstanding citizens. Moreover, Lin Luo had overheard their conversation in the car. Though their voices were hushed, he caught mention of the seller and that the transaction was scheduled for an hour later. This was crucial information. It indicated that someone would arrive here in an hour to engage in a deal with these 2 miscreants. They were the sellers, and whatever goods they possessed were likely in the vehicle. Soon enough, Lin Luo discovered a cardboard box beneath the back seat of the van. The box, about the size of a shoebox, felt rather heavy upon lifting. Upon opening it, he found the contents wrapped in newspaper. Unwrapping the paper revealed bags sealed with self-adhesive closures, some resembling rock candy, others appearing to be granulated sugar. Damn it, Lin Luo cursed, closing the shoebox and promptly retrieving his phone to dial Chu Jianjun's number. Chu Jianjun was savoring the noodle dish his wife had just served, a look of pure enjoyment illuminating his face. A generous mouthful of noodles accompanied by a clove of garlic made it seem as though he was indulging in a culinary masterpiece. In contrast, his daughter, Chu Jiao, displayed far more decorum, taking delicate bites and occasionally casting her mother a look of exasperation. "Mom, my dad's eating sounds so loud." Chu Jiao complained to her mother. Chu Jianjun paused mid-bite, suddenly aware that his little cotton-padded jacket was beginning to feel a draft. Xiaoli smiled tenderly, ruffling Chu Jiao's hair affectionately. "Your father has always eaten this way. You should know that by now. Who told you your man is in this line of work? He often misses meal times due to his busy schedule, and by the time he sits down to eat, the food might already be cold. Often, he receives assignments midway through a meal, necessitating a hurried departure. Thus, when he finally has the chance to eat, he devours his food as if competing with someone, leading to a habit of rapid consumption that is difficult to break." Chu Jianjun wiped his mouth and smiled at his wife and daughter, then slowed his eating pace. Just then his phone rang. Having just lifted a pair of chopsticks filled with noodles, he froze, reluctantly placing the noodles back into the bowl as he hastily retrieved his phone. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, which displayed the name of a certain pig, the urgency he had felt dissipated. Jolie and Chu Jiao both gazed at him, seemingly inquiring, "Are you leaving again?" Chu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively, answered the phone, and simultaneously picked up his noodles. The tomato and egg sauce enveloped the noodles, exuding a delightful aroma and tasting exquisite. "Kid, why are you calling me so late?" Chu Jianjun asked cheerfully, initially believing that Lin Luo was calling regarding the few books he had given him. These books were the textbooks for the patrol school, essential for those attending the police academy. He genuinely believed Lin Luo had great potential in this regard and wished to nurture him. Slurping up his noodles, Chu Jianjun inquired further. Across from him, Chu Jiao and Jolie exchanged glances, one filled with curiosity, the other with a flushed face tinged with shyness. "What on earth is this rascal calling for at such a late hour?" "Uncle Chu, aren't you concerned about your reputation?" Lin Luo's remark caused Chu Jianjun to sputter his noodles, followed by a fit of coughing. Yesterday, Lin Luo had asked about the hidden gold. Today, could it be that he had unearthed the criminals? "You scamp, what is it? Speak." Chu Jianjun coughed a few times, finally managing to regain his composure, though his tone was irritable. A sharp click, the unmistakable sound of a gun being readied, resonated from the other end of the line. Chu Jianjun's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grave. He was all too familiar with that sound. "Kid, where are you?" Chu Jianjun inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his calm before asking in a low voice. "On the eastern side of Chunhua Road, in the construction zone, there's a van with 2 individuals inside, armed with 2 guns, and 3 kilograms of substance resembling white sugar. I've subdued them, and they are currently unconscious. In 50 minutes, someone is coming for a transaction, presumably the buyer. I can't ascertain how many people are involved. Moreover, these 2 guns are quite similar to the one from yesterday at Songlong Lake. They likely originate from the same small workshop." Lin Luo spoke rapidly, his voice low yet remarkably clear, exuding a steadiness that belied his high school status. As soon as Chu Jianjun heard Chunhua Road, he sprang into action, swiftly donning his shoes and grabbing the car keys before rushing out the door. Chu Jiao and Jolie sat in the dining room, watching the resolute figure of old Chu depart, a pang of unspoken heartache washing over them. It was a time when countless households were illuminated, with wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, as people returned home to rest after a long day. Yet, some were burdened, trudging against the tide. "Jiao, is that little boyfriend of yours planning to become a patrol officer too?" Jolie nudged Chu Jiao, her expression tinged with resignation. Chu Jiao's face instantly flushed, her head bowing in embarrassment as she murmured, "What? Yes, not my boyfriend, Mom. Don't say that. We're just classmates." "Oh, you sound just like I did back in the day. How could I possibly be mistaken?" Jolie sighed with a hint of nostalgia, beginning to tidy up the remaining half bowl of noodles left by old Chu. "Alas, you and I, we really are unfortunate. Take care, young man." Chu Jianjun's voice was heavy. After uttering these words, he ended the call and swiftly reached out to his colleagues. The matter concerning the illicit activities and drug dealings at the transaction site was perilous and could potentially escalate into a serious crisis. At such a dangerous moment, there was only a high school student present at the scene. Chu Jianjun shuddered at the thought of how he would face Lin Luo's parents and his own daughter should any unforeseen incident occur. Director, Springhua wrote. The information was relayed up the chain, and within minutes, the narcotics unit, SWAT team, and criminal investigation division were all mobilized. Meanwhile, on the unpaved eastern section of Springhua Road, Lin Luo crouched inside a small van, sending a text message to her mother, stating she was out grabbing a bite to eat. This was to preemptively deter any inquiries from her mother later on. Hurry back after eating, came the reply from Ms. Zhang Xuehua. After reading the message, Lin Luo silenced her phone and retrieved the grand Qian monitoring compass. The area within 100 miles was, in linguistic terms, somewhat abstract. It was not a precise measurement, but rather a radius of approximately 50 kilometers. At that moment, the needle on the compass began to spin once more, indicating the emergence of new malevolent entities. A subtle smile graced Lin Luo's lips as she acted swiftly, tearing a cloth in half and stuffing it into the mouths of her captives, one with a flat head and the other with triangular eyes. She then tore the flat-headed one's jacket into strips to bind their mouths, ensuring they couldn't shout upon awakening. The remaining strips were used to secure their necks to the seat, preventing any struggle once they regained consciousness. After completing these tasks, Lin Luo seized both their phones and car keys, feeling a sense of security wash over her. She then opened the van door, stepped out, and found a dark, concealed corner nearby to crouch down and monitor the compass. When others arrived, she could launch a surprise attack. If the numbers were overwhelming, she could quietly slip away. Unlike some protagonists in television dramas who are foolishly merciful, leaving their enemies alive without a final blow, or engage in futile banter only to be ambushed and severely injured. Lin Luo had vowed never to be such a fool when watching those shows. Chapter 41. Befriending Influential Figures, Rewards, and the Principle of Non-Aggression. Lin Luo crouched in a shadowy corner, gazing intently at the compass in his hand. The pointer spun incessantly, leaving him uncertain as to when the buyer would arrive. Perhaps it had detected a new treacherous entity, or the malevolent being was simply on the move. Both the phones of the sharp-eyed man and the one with the flat top were with Lin Luo. Should the buyer call, he would be alerted. His vantage point allowed him to easily spot anyone approaching. The situation in the Great Qian remained nebulous. The known information hinted at ancient artifacts, advanced martial arts, and possibly the existence of extraordinary beings practicing the mystical arts of cultivation. Thus, Lin Luo momentarily abandoned the idea of venturing to Qianxing. He resolved instead to become a fortunate bounty hunter on Blue Star, to reap rewards from the old man, indulge in a bit of heroism, and earn a little extra on the side. Once he became invincible, he would return to Qianxing to amass wealth. Old Deng, it's time to embark on a mission. Lin Luo mentally called to the system, preparing himself to exploit opportunities. In Blue Star, devoid of any foundational skills, you have toiled day and night, pouring your heart and soul into your efforts, and finally emerged victorious in the prestigious academic examination, securing the top position. However, to defy fate and alter your destiny, your solitary strength is insufficient. You must cultivate connections to garner greater assistance. Task: cultivate relationships with influential figures beyond the academy and earn their admiration. Reward: non-aggression. Non-aggression? That sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Luo pondered for a moment and soon recalled information from his middle school history textbook. The school of thought, particularly Mozi, emphasized the principles of universal love, non-aggression, frugality, and simplicity. It advocated for equality and mutual affection, opposing warfare and extravagant living, while promoting thrift and the employment of the capable. How advantageous it is to possess a discerning mind, Lin Luo mused, yet he grew curious about the system as reward. What exactly is non-aggression? After a brief contemplation, Lin Luo shook his head, deciding against exhausting his mental faculties any further. One cannot envision what they have never encountered, much like one cannot imagine a color they have never seen. Since he could not conjure an image, he might as well inquire with the system. Old Deng, what is the purpose of this non-aggression? Non-aggression is a type of weapon crafted by the Divine Mechanism sect of the Great Qian. Also, it is a weapon. Lin Luo felt a stir of excitement. He was currently in dire need of a trusty weapon. The Divine Mechanism sect, by its very name, suggested a prestigious lineage in the forging industry, and he had faith that this non-aggression would not disappoint him. Night enveloped the entire southern city. In the city center, lights blazed and neon illuminated the streets, bustling with a continuous flow of traffic and throngs of people heading in various directions. However, the eastern section of Chunhua Road lay in darkness due to ongoing roadwork, rendering it bleak and seemingly isolated from the rest of Southern City. At that moment, several vehicles arrived in succession, halting in the shadows. The engines soon silenced, and a few individuals disembarked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Upon spotting a van parked at the roadside, they swiftly concealed themselves. Lin Luo observed their hiding spots, glancing at the compass in his hand, which did not point towards them. It seemed they had been summoned by Uncle Chu. Buzz Lin Luo's phone vibrated slightly. He retrieved it, shielding the light with his hand to take a glance. It was a message from Chu Jianjun. "Where are you?" Indeed, the seasoned inspector opted for a text message rather than a phone call. In various television dramas, one often encounters foolish characters who hastily call undercover agents while remaining obliviously safe in their offices, disregarding the peril faced by others. Behind the brick wall on the right side of the van, Lin Luo swiftly replied to the text, only to observe several shadowy figures emerging and swiftly advancing towards his direction. They crouched low, concealed in the darkness, moving with barely a sound, their speed remarkable. Most individuals would likely miss their presence, but Lin Luo's keen eyes discerned every detail, including the weapons they wielded. Soon, the figures reached the back of the brick wall, which served as a pavement for the sidewalk, providing perfect cover in the dimness behind it. Lin Luo, "Un so ju." In the next moment, Chu Jianjun's large hand landed on Lin Luo's head, ruffling his hair. "You little rascal, you nearly scared me to death. Why didn't you call ahead about such a dangerous situation?" Chu Jianjun glared at Lin Luo, his tone gruff. His voice was low, as if squeezed from his throat. "All right, Uncle Chu, let us focus on the matter at hand and assess the situation." A middle-aged man beside them restrained Chu Jianjun, speaking in a similarly hushed tone. "What is the current status?" Chu Jianjun released Lin Luo's tousled hair, furrowing his brow as he inquired quietly. All eyes turned to Lin Luo, who remained vigilant of their surroundings. "After school today, I was studying the dragon-seeking and gold-splitting technique passed down by my grandfather, and I discovered that the compass," Lin Luo explained, only to be met with incredulous expressions from Chu Jianjun and the other middle-aged men, as if they were questioning his sanity. "Are you joking? You can't be serious?" After a moment of uncertainty, Chu Jianjun asked, "Dragon-seeking and gold-splitting? You twirled the compass, and it led you here, where you noticed something unusual about the van, and then took action." "Correct. That is how I found these two big fish," Lin Luo exclaimed, revealing two rustic firearms from behind his waist. "Look." Upon seeing the firearms, Chu Jianjun and the middle-aged man's expressions sharpened instantly. "You too, check the van," the middle-aged man commanded in a low voice. "Understood." Immediately, two individuals prepared to rush towards the van, but Lin Luo quickly called out to them. "Wait, I've locked the van, and here are the keys." He produced the keys, prompting a moment of surprise and admiration from Chu Jianjun and the middle-aged man as they exchanged glances. This kid is remarkably composed in his endeavors. Someone took the keys and hurried to the van, inserting them into the lock. The door swung open, revealing two individuals bound in the front seats, still unconscious. Their mouths were gagged and their necks constrained by the seat belts, rendering them immobile even if they regained consciousness. The two men cautiously opened the back door, carefully controlling the noise as they slipped into the vehicle, with the faint light of a mobile phone illuminating their surroundings. The two individuals discovered the cardboard box Lin Luo had mentioned beneath the back seat. Upon opening it, they simultaneously gasped in astonishment. The contents weighed over 3 kilograms, and one of them extracted a bag, inhaling its pungent aroma. Indeed, it was ice. A surge of anger washed over their faces. The sheer volume of this contraband, if circulated, could lead to untold familial devastation and ruin. Soon, they exited the vehicle and returned behind the brick wall. Team Chu, Team Wang. The two individuals in the vehicle remain unconscious. We found approximately 3 kilograms of ice in the compartment. Hiss. Both Chu Jianjun and Team Wang gasped in disbelief. 50 grams is sufficient for a substantial supply of peanuts. There are 3 kilograms here. This is a major case, undoubtedly. Their gazes towards Lin Luo were imbued with newfound admiration, particularly from Chu Jianjun. I told you, this lad is destined for this line of work. Young man, allow me to introduce you to Team Wang from the narcotics unit. You may address him as Uncle Wang. This is my nephew, Lin Luo. Chu Jianjun continued with the introduction. Uncle Wang. Lin Luo greeted respectfully. A smile graced Team Wang's face as he nodded in approval. Well done, young man. Tonight, you have made a significant contribution. In the future, should you encounter such matters, directly contact Uncle Wang without risking yourself. Hey, old Wang, what do you mean by that? If there are issues, they should come to me, not you. Juzian dun zito, galading. You think you're going to steal my thunder? Get lost. You handle petty thieves. When it comes to capturing such drug fiends, it's undoubtedly my responsibility. Team Wang asserted firmly in a hushed tone. Task: forge connections with influential figures outside the academy and earn their esteem. Reward: non abrisión, completed. Task accomplished. Lin Luo felt a wave of joy, sensing a weight in his pocket, which he promptly stored away in his spatial compartment. Uncle Chu, Uncle Wang, please cease your bickering. The individual in the vehicle with the triangular eyes has a scar on his throat, which I suspect might be from a gunshot. Uncle Chu, I recall you mentioning that the gold robber had sustained gunshot wounds, though he had never seen a gunshot injury. The wound on the triangular-eyed man's throat appeared more akin to a bullet wound than a knife cut. Upon hearing Lin Luo's observation, both Chu Jianjun and Team Wang paused, then simultaneously sprinted toward the van. Chapter 42. Lin Luo. My excellence cannot be concealed indeed. It is a gunshot wound, and not a recent one. This fellow is likely the scoundrel from 3 years ago. Chu Jianjun and Wang Qian observed the scar on the triangular-eyed man's neck, their expressions as cold as ice. Why did he attempt to steal gold 3 years ago, and why did he conceal it in Songlong Lake? We can only ascertain that once he regains consciousness. Chu Jianjun and Wang Qian retreated behind the brick wall, their faces betraying no emotion, yet their hearts were a tumultuous blend of doubt, anticipation, and tension. It seems they are arriving, Lin Luo suddenly whispered. Chu Jianjun, Wang Qian, and the others immediately braced themselves, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At this moment, the area around Chunhua Road was meticulously ensnared, awaiting the buyers to unwittingly walk into the trap. Their purpose here was to apprehend both parties involved in the transaction. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was not the slightest sign of movement. It hardly resembled the arrival of anyone. Chu Jianjun and Wang Qian turned to Lin Luo, who was intently focused on the compass in his hand, raising a finger to point. The malevolence approaches from the east, over there. The group looked up in the direction Lin Luo indicated, but remained silent and dark. Were we truly anticipating? Chu Jianjun's lips twitched. Just as he was about to admonish Lin Luo to refrain from making a fuss, the distant sound of a car engine grew louder. Simultaneously, faint lights flickered to life in the east. As the glow drew nearer, it ultimately halted a mere few dozen meters away from Lin Luo and the others. Goodness, this is incredible. The eyes of Chu Jianjun, Wang Qian, and the others widened in astonishment as they gazed at the compass in Lin Luo's hand. No way. You truly did it. I initially thought Lin Luo was merely fabricating stories, but it turns out there was indeed substance to his claims. Can the art of divination be employed in such a manner? Yet, this was not the moment for astonishment. The group remained crouched behind the brick wall, cautiously observing the vehicle. The car remained running, but its headlights were extinguished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Luo's phone vibrated in his pocket. Whose phone is that? Chu Jianjun inquired with a furrowed brow. When they set out, all phones had been surrendered, leaving only Lin Luo with one, intended for communication. It belongs to the triangular-eyed man, Lin Luo murmured. With that, Lin Luo, under the watchful gaze of Chu Jianjun and Wang Qian, retrieved his phone, pressed the answer button, and in a hoarse voice greeted, "Hello." A deafening silence. "We have arrived. Where are you?" A middle-aged man's voice emanated from a phone, tinged with an edge of anxiety. Chu Jianjun and Wang Qian exchanged glances. This indicates that the other party is not alone. Please exit the vehicle. We have also arrived. Lin Luo continued in a constricted voice. The triangular-eyed man's throat bore an injury, rendering his speech unpleasant, akin to the rasp of blades against one another. Lin Luo could only mimic to a degree. However, the other party seemingly remained oblivious to the anomaly, flinging open the car door and stepping out. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle, hands resting on their lower backs, one of whom was carrying a briefcase. They did not stray far, even leaving the car doors ajar. The individual in the driver's seat remained inside the vehicle. The 3 of them were vigilantly scanning their surroundings, prepared to flee at the slightest disturbance. Quite prudent, Lin Luo mused. However, given the perilous nature of their undertaking, such caution was entirely justified. We have disembarked, but where is you, dumb cannon? Lin Luo's gaze flickered as he distinctly noted that the 3 who had exited the vehicle were devoid of mobile phones. Meanwhile, the driver gripped the steering wheel tightly. Then was on the phone? Is it just you few who have come? Lin Luo spoke in a hoarse, gravelly tone, tinged with malice. Huh, dumb cannon. What do you mean by that? The voice on the other end of the line immediately sensed something amiss and grew wary. I've realized that the honest path to making money is too slow, so I've devised an alternative route to wealth. Lin Luo chuckled maniacally, his tone reminiscent of a lunatic. Chu Jianjun and Captain Wang exchanged eye rolls, bemused by Lin Luo's antics. Since when did selling rock candy equate to honest earnings? Do you hold some misunderstanding of that term? Captain Wang retrieved his walkie-talkie. Make your move. His voice was low, yet the individuals on the other end could still hear it, causing their hearts to race. What does that mean? Make a move? This is bad. Quickly get in the car. Dumb cannon is planning to turn on us. The 3 hastily attempted to return to their vehicle. However, at that moment, lights suddenly illuminated the darkness surrounding the street. The car's high beams flickered on, piercing through the blackness and casting a brilliant glow upon the vehicle, rendering the individuals momentarily blinded. It was over. The red and blue police lights, accompanied by the wailing of sirens, reverberated through the air, creating an atmosphere laden with urgency. Before the occupants of the car could regain their composure, over a dozen burly men clad in bulletproof vests emerged from the shadows. Some were even lurking just behind the brick wall to the right of the car. A mere 2 or 3 meters away, armed with an array of weapons, they swiftly advanced. Don't move. Hands on your heads, lie down. Behave yourselves, or we will fire. As commanding shouts rang out, the 3 individuals outside the vehicle were forcefully pinned to the ground, with 2 or 3 officers restraining each of them. The car doors were yanked open with brutality, and the 2 inside were dragged out unceremoniously, pressed to the ground like discarded rag dolls. This entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Captain Wang led a team to inspect the interior of the vehicle, while Chu Jianjun remained in place. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Luo ended the call and handed 2 mobile phones to Chu Jianjun. These belonged to the 2 fellows in the van. Chu Jianjun nodded, stowing them away. The call records and contacts within those phones were crucial evidence. Uncle Chu, how shall we calculate my merit this time? Surely I deserve a 2nd-class merit award, or even a 3rd-class one. I wouldn't mind. Chu Jianjun nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. You wouldn't mind a 3rd-class merit? In the realm of military honors, the 1st-class merit is claimed by family members, the 2nd class is received in a relaxed manner, and the 3rd class requires standing. In peacetime, obtaining military commendations is a formidable challenge. While 3rd-class honors are relatively common, 2nd-class ones are scarce, and 1st-class recognitions are exceptionally rare. It is even more improbable for someone as young as you, who is not part of the system, to aspire for such accolades. If you wish to earn a military honor, you might consider joining our inspection team first. Tonight's actions by Lin Luo, if scrutinized, might earn him at least a 3rd-class merit, perhaps even a 2nd-class one. But alas, Lin Luo is merely an amateur. Perhaps it would be better to convert those aspirations into something tangible. I believe becoming a bounty hunter could be quite rewarding. With 7 individuals in these 2 vehicles, once the bounty is released, Uncle Chu, do notify me. Lin Luo felt no dismay. After all, he had no need for military honors. Money was his true desire. "You rascal!" exclaimed Chu Jianjun, in high spirits after solving a major case. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, he chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, once the bounty is in, I will personally inform you." "Very well, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. My parents are waiting for me at home." "Don't rush. It's quite late now. I will drive you back," Chu Jianjun replied with a gentle smile. It would be rather inconsiderate to let a young achiever toil away and then send him off home by bike. "Indeed, let Uncle Chu take you home." Wang Dui chimed in with a hearty laugh. They had discovered a stash of cash and other contraband in the vehicles, making tonight's operation a resounding success. With a thorough investigation into these individuals, they were bound to reap significant rewards. Setting aside the merits, the eradication of a major drug den was a commendable achievement in itself. "Xiao Luo, jot down my number. I insist on treating you to a meal as a reward for our great contributor." Lin Luo readily took out his phone and noted down the number, calling Wang Dui. "I expect a fine meal. It must be exquisite." "Hee. Xiao Luo, do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Uncle Wang to introduce you to someone? My wife's family has a niece." "Hey, Wang Kaixian, what are you doing? This is my family's designated son-in-law. Don't meddle." "Old Wang, are you trying to steal the wall?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Wang Dui replied nonchalantly, tilting his head with a raised eyebrow. "This is a society governed by law, where arranged marriages are frowned upon, and free love is encouraged. It ultimately depends on Xiao Luo's consent, does it not? Isn't that right, Xiao Luo?" "Xiao Luo, don't mind him. His niece looks just like him," came to retort from the other side. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could my niece possibly resemble me? I didn't even give birth to her," Lin Luo observed, bewildered, as the two prominent figures argued heatedly. "What's this? Are you two competing over me?" He smirked. "I knew my excellence and talent could not remain concealed. Enough chatter. Xiao Luo, come on. Let Uncle take you home," Chu Jianjun said, wrapping an arm around Lin Luo and steering him towards the car. "After all, this is the little wild boar that his precious daughter fancies. He must not let another cabbage steal her away." Chapter 43. A son-in-law half as good as a son as the red light illuminated the intersection. Chu Jianjun gently pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a gradual halt. "Xiao Luo, it is not that I wish to admonish you, but please refrain from engaging in such reckless endeavors in the future," Chu Jianjun said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lin Luo. He was genuinely concerned. This young man had a knack for attracting trouble. A high school student daring enough to infiltrate a den of thieves was one thing, but tonight, he had confronted two criminals all by himself. It was a stark reminder of the audacity of youth, unafraid of danger. Outside the car window, the streets shimmered with neon lights. Luxury cars lined the bar's entrance, and numerous young women, clad in revealing attire, some alluring, others innocent, were seen entering and exiting the vehicles. Lin Luo cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze, grinning as he reassured, "Uncle Chu, worry not. I promise I shall not repeat this folly. It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Who could have anticipated that the compass from the Qian Observatory would lead me to such a significant catch? Thankfully, it was a fortunate turn of events. Had it been a fish demon transformed into a human, I might have truly met my end. Such promises are often fleeting." "Easily forgotten," Chu Jianjun retorted. "Did I not instruct you during our last encounter at the recycling station to contact me immediately in such situations? Do not act recklessly alone." His thoughts spiraled into dread. 7 individuals, each armed. Initially, Lin Luo had faced off against 2 alone. The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine. What if something had gone awry? That stretch of road was devoid of any witnesses. A life could be extinguished, hastily concealed within a vehicle, and discarded in a remote ravine, leaving no trace behind. Yet, despite his fears, Chu Jianjun held Lin Luo in higher regard. To incapacitate 2 armed men with nothing but his bare hands, albeit by surprise, was no small feat. Such talent, if not harnessed for the patrol, would be a grave waste. Under the pressure of urgency, I subdued those 2 and promptly called you, Lin Luo replied innocently, shrugging with a semblance of grievance. "Uncle Chu, One must uphold integrity. You cannot benefit and then turn around to lecture me. You little rascal, who has benefited from you? If it weren't for Jiao, I wouldn't even bother with this conversation, Chu Jianjun huffed as the traffic light turned green ahead, gently pressing the accelerator. As the car began to move, a thought struck him regarding Lin Luo's dragon-slaying technique and the compass. It was all rather peculiar, bordering on the unscientific. It surpassed his comprehension. However, being of Eastern descent, who among them had not been exposed to tales of the supernatural during childhood, from ghost stories recounted to frighten children from wandering near water or into the woods, he had inevitably been influenced by such folklore. Thus, Chu Jianjun instinctively pondered the realm of metaphysics. What exactly is this dragon-slaying technique of yours? I am unsure. My grandfather merely shared snippets with me, and I haven't fully grasped the incantations. Today, I was simply following the compass's lead, Lin Luo replied. Oh, Chu Jianjun regarded Lin Luo thoughtfully, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Make sure you remember this. Should anyone inquire in the future, this is how you must respond. Understood, Lin Luo affirmed, nodding earnestly. Oblivious to Lin Luo's subtle changes in expression, continued in a gentle tone. Today's case is substantial. I anticipate we will be occupied for quite some time. Please refrain from discussing this with others, and should you encounter a similar situation in the future, be sure to inform me. Furthermore, I have asked Jiao to bring you a book. I urge you to scrutinize it, particularly the sections on the regulations governing inspection actions. You may claim that you cannot abide by constraints, yet at times, discipline serves as a safeguard for life. Many lessons are learned through the trials of blood and tears. All right, I understand, Uncle Chu. You sound just like my father, Lin Luo replied, scratching his head, feeling that something about Uncle Chu was amiss. You rascal. If you were my son, I would have already given you a couple of kicks. Chu Jianjun remarked with a sidelong glance at Lin Luo, though internally he felt an odd sensation, as if he had perhaps overstepped. Was it because, after all, a son-in-law is akin to a son? The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Lin Luo's residential complex. He unloaded his bicycle from the trunk. Drive carefully. Uncle Chu, he said. Yes, hurry home. Don't keep your parents waiting. Please send my regards to them. Goodbye. As the car pulled away, Lin Luo surveyed his surroundings. Despite the late hour, the night market at the entrance of the complex remained lively. The enticing aromas of various barbecued delicacies, fried skewers, and marinated treats mingled in the air, making one's mouth water involuntarily. Having not yet dined, Lin Luo patted his stomach and eagerly plunged into the night market. Half an hour later, he returned home. In the living room, Lin Jianhua sat on the sofa watching a table tennis match, where the national team was decisively defeating their Japanese counterparts. Zhang Xiaohua reclined with a facial mask on, resting her head on Lin Jianhua's lap, grumbling about when her son would return. Upon hearing the door open, the couple straightened up and turned their attention to the entrance. Lin Luo, carrying a bag of fried skewers, was about to change his shoes when he caught sight of his parents gazing expectantly at the delectable treats in his hands. Oh, you're still awake? Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly, noticing their fixation on the skewers. Shall we share some? Son, go fetch some beer. Lin Jianhua commanded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohua promptly pushed him up. You go, dear. Son, why are you home so late? You must be tired. Come sit with your mother. I'm getting old, Mom. Lin Luo replied with a playful expression, sauntering over to join his parents. Resigned, Lin Jianhua got up to retrieve the beer from the refrigerator, returning with a bounty of aromatic fried skewers. Having spent 50 yuan on a delightful assortment of fried chicken bones, starch sausages, chicken skewers, fried bean curd, fried rice cakes, grilled squid, and grilled gluten, Lin Luo felt pleased with the bounty, especially considering that prices were still reasonable, just 1 yuan for a skewer, with the most expensive items reaching only 2. Although Lin Jianhua and Zhang Xiaohua had already dined, the irresistible amalgamation of flavors from the fried skewers was simply too overwhelming for their appetites to resist. With a satisfying crack, Lin Jianhua opened 2 cans of beer, handing one to Lin Luo before taking a bite of a chicken skewer. This is delightful. Son, how did the baking go today? Old Lin inquired as he raised his beer for a toast with Lin Luo. It went well, I feel I've made progress, Lin Luo replied. That's what matters. Lin Jianxi and Zhang Shuahua observed Lin Luo's relaxed demeanor, their worries dissipating. Today was the day of class placement exams, and they had feared that Lin Luo might not return home due to poor performance. However, it seemed their concerns were unfounded. His hearty laughter and carefree spirit suggested he had likely spent the time at an internet CAF. Great shot! The excited commentary from the television echoed, accompanied by thunderous applause from the audience. With a score of 0-2, the national table tennis team had decisively clinched the second game against Japan. One more game, and they could send the little ones home. Old Lin, brimming with enthusiasm, clinked his glass with Lin Luo, took a hearty swig of beer, and let out a satisfied belch. Ah, this game is truly exhilarating, a release of pent-up frustrations. His face radiated an uncontainable pride. When will the men's football team match the prowess of the men's table tennis team? He lamented, shaking his head. What a disgraceful performance in that last match, 0-8. Recalling the embarrassing score, old Lin wore a pained expression, leading Lin Luo to suspect he might have placed a bet on it. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuahua relished her fried rice cakes, enjoying the sweet, crispy treat. Upon hearing old Lin mention the football team again, she casually remarked, I heard that the men's football team struggles because Gao Qiu retired. Was he really that skilled? In the living room, Lin Luo and Lin Jianxi fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 44. The Art of Eagle Vision and the Refinement Techniques of the Bureau of Astronomy. Ding, ding, ding. At the break of dawn, the rooster's alarm once again disrupted the tranquility of the morning. Lin Luo's hand shot out from beneath the covers, deftly grasping the rooster's comb and skillfully silencing the cacophony. Yawning, Lin Luo sat up, his disheveled hair a testament to his late-night revelries watching the table tennis match. The men's team had decisively triumphed over their Japanese counterparts with a resounding 3-0 victory, nearly achieving a complete shutout in the third match, only to deliberately miss a shot, granting their opponents a single point to preserve a semblance of dignity. As the match concluded, the Japanese players were reduced to tears, much to the delight of Lin Luo and Lin Jianxi. What a wonderful day it promised to be. Lin Luo lowered his arms and rose to wash up. The house was eerily quiet, his parents still ensconced in slumber. With a shrug, he tiptoed to the bathroom to attend to his personal hygiene. Given his late night, breakfast would undoubtedly have to be sought outside. Old Lin, his father, was a manager at a construction rental company, enjoying a rather flexible schedule. His mother, Zhang Shuahua, ran a small supermarket in their neighborhood, merely needing to check in on the store from time to time. Hurry up, Old Deng. Let us tackle today's main and side quest together, Lin Luo exclaimed, frothy toothpaste bubbling from his mouth as he urged the silly dog system to expedite the task completion. Having successfully acquainted yourself with significant figures, you have gained enhanced learning opportunities, discovering that all aspects of the blue star surpass those of the great Qian. To defy fate is akin to waging war. The troops may not march, yet provisions must precede them, with transportation vehicles being of utmost importance. Task: study the transportation vehicles of the Blue Star. Hua, Eagle Vision Technique. As you prepare to assume your position in Yinzhou, you have uncovered methods to address drought, increase agricultural yields, and train oxen, earning the admiration and affection of the Yinzhou populace. However, Yinzhou, long afflicted by natural disasters and human misfortunes, suffers from a lack of quality seeds, leaving the people with fields yet no crops to sow. Task: seek out superior grain varieties. Reward: refinement techniques of the Bureau of Astronomy. Lin Luo spat out the foam from his toothpaste in disbelief. The main quest of the silly dog system was as ridiculous as ever. Hadn't he noticed that he had been cycling to and from school for several days now? The task of finding superior grain varieties seemed somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. Yet, he remained uncertain about what the Eagle Vision technique and the refinement techniques of the Bureau of Astronomy entailed. Old Deng, where is the reward description? Let me see it. Eagle Vision technique, a method for enhancing the eyesight of the divine archers of the great Qian. Refinement techniques of the Bureau of Astronomy, the pinnacle of refining techniques in the great Qian. Lin Luo fell silent for a moment, utterly disappointed. He had expected the eagle vision technique to resemble some gaming skill, akin to treasure. As for the refinement techniques of the Bureau of Astronomy, he had envisioned it as a method for crafting magical artifacts, reminiscent of those found in cultivation novels. Instead, it was merely this. Shaking his head, Lin Luo continued brushing his teeth. Once finished with his morning routine, Lin Luo ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through the pantry to retrieve a potato and a sweet potato. His mother relished sweet potato porridge, while his father enjoyed steamed potatoes dipped in egg sauce. Hence, the household often stocked these two items. The system, potatoes, and sweet potatoes are all exceptional varieties of grain. They are not only drought-resistant and high-yielding, but also adaptable to various soils, truly remarkable staples. After perusing numerous time travel novels, particularly those set in the early Tang dynasty during the Jingguan era, the quest for superior grain varieties is certainly not a challenge for Lin Luo. Task: seek out quality grain varieties. Reward: Art of Artifact Forging from the Astronomical Bureau. Completed. I knew it. A smile spread across Lin Luo's face as the contents of the artifact forging techniques flooded his mind. The more he read, the more astonished he became. Goodness. It seems I spoke too loudly just now. My apologies. Truly, the ability to forge a compass that can pinpoint treacherous and malevolent entities is a testament to the exceptional craftsmanship of the great Qian's Astronomical Bureau. This art of forging is indeed extraordinary. The system states that this is the pinnacle of forging technology in the great Qian, and it is no exaggeration. Creating mechanical traps or forging weapons and armor is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is also information regarding the crafting of magical artifacts, such as the compass Lin Luo acquired yesterday. This segment mentions sorcerers. To forge a magical artifact, it must be controlled by a sorcerer wielding spirit fire. The higher the level of the spirit fire, the more potent the magical artifact becomes. Thus, it is clear that the great Qian world undoubtedly possesses extraordinary power. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, returned home to don his school uniform, and made his way to the door to put on his shoes. On the shoe rack lay a crisp 100 yuan bill. Wow, what a windfall. Today I found a 100 yuan note. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled as he picked up the bill, delightedly stowing it in his storage space. To be honest, Lin Luo had collected 300,000 outside, but nothing compared to the joy he felt upon receiving this 100 yuan pocket money. After consistently receiving 5 or 10 yuan, suddenly being gifted 100 was exhilarating. The sensation of newfound wealth was simply intoxicating. There is nothing like a mother's love. A child with a mother is like a treasure. Lin Luo hummed a cheerful tune as he descended the stairs. The bike shed downstairs was crammed with an assortment of bicycles. Electric bikes and regular bicycles were jumbled together. Lin Luo exerted some effort to extract his old bicycle from the shed, hopped on, and pedaled away with a swift burst of speed. Task: learn about transportation vehicles from Blue Star. Reward: Eagle Eye Technique. The Eagle Eye Technique is a method employed by the sharpshooters of the Great Qian to hone their vision. The top sharpshooters of Blue Star can shoot a spear through a gate from 100 paces away, accurately hit a target with pinpoint precision, and discern a white feather embedded in a stone ridge. Moreover, the Great Qian is a world of even greater martial prowess than Blue Star, where sharpshooters surpass Lin Luo's imagination. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the methods of training vision for sharpshooters. However, as the details of the Eagle Eye Technique flooded his mind, Lin Luo found himself momentarily stunned. Achieving mastery in the Eagle Eye Technique indeed allows one to see minute details from thousands of meters away, and it also enables the adjustment of focal length, rendering clarity regardless of distance. After a long pause, Lin Luo finally managed to utter 2 words: impressive. As he meandered along, Lin Luo arrived at 18th Middle School. Auntie, I'll have a deluxe version. I'll be back shortly to pick it up, he called out as he passed by a stall selling egg-filled pancakes, before heading off to park his bicycle. The 18th Middle School boasts its own parking shed, where one can secure a parking permit to ensure the safety of their bicycle. In reality, Lin Luo's dilapidated vehicle could do without such a permit. However, obtaining one offers a distinct advantage. It allows students to sneak into school through a small gate at the parking shed if they arrive late, thus evading the consequences of tardiness. Otherwise, Being caught late would result in a penalty of standing outside the school until the homeroom teacher arrives to collect them. Additionally, the class would incur point deductions, affecting the weekly competition for the mobile red flag. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Luo decided to acquire a permit. After securing his bicycle, Lin Luo returned to the egg pancake stall. The vendor, an amiable lady, was enjoying a bustling day with a throng of students eagerly awaiting their orders. After a wait of 6 or 7 minutes, Lin Luo finally received his portion. "Wait, I only ordered one," he exclaimed, gazing quizzically at the 2 egg pancakes the lady handed him. She, busy rolling out more pancakes, chuckled warmly. "This is for that girl from yesterday. You little rascal. Oh, don't just stand there. Look, here comes that girl." Lin Luo turned to see Chu Jiajiao basking in the sunlight, her smile radiant. Upon noticing Lin Luo, her expression brightened even further. Lin Luo fished 10 yuan from his pocket and placed it in the vendor's cash box. "Auntie, no need for change." This amiable lady certainly knew how to foster connections. Chapter 45. The class division results have been released here. I bought this for you. Are you really this kind-hearted? Chu Jiao received the egg-filled pancake, her watery peach blossom eyes scrutinizing Lin Luo. She appeared slightly more attractive than before, and an alluring fragrance emanated from her, one that even the freshly made pancake could not overshadow. It was peculiar. How had this simpleton suddenly become so perceptive? Lin Luo took a bite of his pancake, the heat causing him to suck in a sharp breath. "Piss, why aren't you eating?" he mumbled. This girl was merely watching him. The pancake was best enjoyed while warm. "I'll wait until we reach the classroom to eat," Chu Jiao replied, cradling the pancake in her hands as she stepped towards the school. The slight upturn of her lips in the sunlight added a touch of charm. The loose-fitting top of her uniform concealed her figure, yet the tailored pants perfectly showcased her long, slender legs. Lin Luo followed behind, taking another bite of his pancake and inhaling deeply. "You girls are too prim and proper. The fresh aroma diminishes if you let it cool." Chu Jiao turned back to glance at him, confirming that this simpleton was still the same. At that moment, students were streaming inside, many, like Lin Luo, munching on their snacks. The teachers at the entrance, checking uniforms and hairstyles, chose to overlook them. With his mouth stuffed with pancake, Lin Luo noticed Chu Jiao assessing him, her eyes bright and her lips glistening with oil. He smugly raised an eyebrow. "So how do I look?" "Humph, Zhu Beiji," the girl playfully retorted, a smile gracing her face as she turned to leave. Lin Luo, however, beamed with even greater pride. "Hey Chang'e, wait for me." Chu Jiao quickened her pace, her laughter blooming like a flower. Upon entering the teaching building, they discovered a throng of students gathered in the first-floor hall. The results of the class division exam from the previous day had been announced. A row of class lists was posted on the display wall. As long as students spotted their names, they could directly proceed to their designated classes. "Simpleton, the results are out. If you're not in the elite class, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Chu Jiao threatened, waving her small fist at Lin Luo, her sharp teeth peeking through in a playful display. Yet, she appeared entirely adorable, lacking any real intimidation. Lin Luo, brimming with confidence, lifted his chin and responded proudly, "Just don't forget our wager." "Oomph, I certainly won't forget. Just remember, if you lose, don't try to weasel out of it." If Lin Luo won, the girl would buy him breakfast. If she won, he would escort her home every night. "Wow, look over there, who's the top of the elite class?" A familiar exclamation erupted from the crowd. Lin Luo and Chu Jiao turned towards the sound. It was Liang Huan, Chu Jiao's close friend, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, jumping up and down in excitement, as if she had witnessed something astonishing. One might think she was the top student herself. "Let me see. Wow, Lin Luo. No way. How can be Lin Luo?" Amidst the crowd, several familiar voices emerged, all belonging to classmates. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they surged forward, eager to witness the truth for themselves. Could it possibly be Lin Luo? Chu Jiao's eyes grew wide with astonishment. She blinked in disbelief before attempting to push her way into the throng. "Oh dear, with so many people, what do you intend to do in there?" Lin Luo grasped her arm and inquired with a smile. Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? I just want to check the rankings. She replied, why not just ask directly? Liang Huan, which class are you in? Lin Luo called out loudly. Liang Huan, seated at the front, had already spotted Chu Jiao's name. 15th in the spring class. He. Little beauty, a bet. Lin Luo nudged her arm, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Look, we're both in the same grade. One is number 1, and the other is number 15. Quite a match, don't you think? Chu Jiao's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, her elegant neck blushing as well. Who has a match with you, Zhu Beiji? You're so shameless, she retorted. Oh, come on. Everyone knows that Zhu Beiji and Chang Yi are the perfect pair, Lin Luo teased, causing her cheeks to burn even hotter. When pursuing a girl, the 3 most important traits are shamelessness, and shamelessness. Before Chu Jiao could respond, he continued, all right, now that we know our class, let us head to the classroom to secure our seats. But remember, even shamelessness has its limits. There are so many people here. We must leave some dignity for the girls. Wait, that's not right. Chu Jiao suddenly realized, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Lin Luo. How did you manage that? Lin Luo was her deskmate, and she was all too familiar with his usual academic performance, a steady decline. To leap to the top of the entire grade seemed utterly implausible. If one were to claim that Lin Luo had cheated, whom could he have copied to achieve such a feat? And as for copying from textbooks, has anyone ever heard of someone scoring full marks in an open book exam? Let alone this recent class placement test, where the supervision was exceptionally strict. Clearly, it was not a case of cheating. Lin Luo's usual grades were abysmal, a source of frustration for his parents and teachers alike. How had he accomplished this miraculous feat? The girl was utterly baffled, her mind swirling with questions. Some secrets are best kept hidden. I could tell you that I memorized all the high school textbooks from cover to cover, but you wouldn't believe me anyway. If you're not going to share, then I'm not interested. Chu Jiao sniffed dismissively, clutching her egg pancake as she ascended the stairs. The third-year classes were located on the 5th floor, necessitating a daily climb up the stairs. Someone had previously asked the teacher why the third-year classes weren't on the ground floor, to which the teacher had replied, to broaden one's horizons. One must ascend to greater heights. It was hard to fathom their reasoning, truly believing that climbing higher would correlate to better exam results. Third-year class 1. It was aptly dubbed the sprint class. At this moment, a few students have already taken their seats in the classroom. Glancing around, Lin Luo and Chu Jiao noticed only unfamiliar faces. With no assigned seating, everyone simply chose their spots. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Luo and Chu Jiao received only fleeting glances from the others, who quickly returned to their studies. Truly, they were among the top-performing students in the entire grade, demonstrating a commendable dedication to their studies. Habitually, Lin Luo and Chu Jiao sat together. The sudden change of environment felt a bit disconcerting to them. It's quite strange to be in a new classroom, Chu Jiao murmured, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Although every classroom in the school was identically arranged, with blackboards at both ends, doors at both ends, and matching desks and chairs, the absence of familiar faces made it feel different. Fortunately, her deskmate was still Lin Luo, which brought her a sense of comfort. Lin Luo, however, was less sentimental about the change. He would read his novel no matter where he sat. It's all right. We'll get used to it in time. Adaptation is essential, he reassured her. People often experience initial discomfort and shyness in new situations, but familiarity breeds comfort over time. Nodding in agreement, Chu Jiao took out her thermos, poured herself a cup of warm water, and began to nibble delicately on her egg pancake. She always maintained a ladle-like demeanor, taking small bites regardless of how delicious the food might be. In contrast, Lin Luo, with a more carefree approach, took out his leftover egg pancake and devoured it heartily, his mouth stuffed full, wearing an expression of mild disdain. I told you if it sits for a while, it loses its appeal. This leftover pancake is far from the delight of a freshly made one. Lin Luo quickly finished the last bites of his egg pancake, crumpling the packaging into a ball. Just as he was about to dispose of it, he noticed his deskmate extending the cup of warm water towards him. Her fingers were slender and delicate, with a hint of rosy blush at the joints. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a touch of shyness. Lin Luo, have some water. Chapter 46. The East Factory needs talents like you. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated upon the water cup that was handed to him. His profound, peach blossom eyes locked on a Chu Jiao Jiao, who blushed deeply under his scrutiny, her expression adorably bashful as she averted her gaze. Are you going to drink or not? Chu Jiao Jiao burst out, her large eyes glaring at Lin Luo. If you want to drink, just take it. If not, speak up. Why do you keep staring at me? It's quite embarrassing. Thank you, fairy, Lin Luo replied playfully, adopting a tone reminiscent of Zhu Beiji, flashing a goofy smile as he accepted the cup and gulped it down. Sweet. Your water is indeed sweet. Zhu Xiao Xiao my Zadian Di, snatching the empty cup back and casting Lin Luo an eye roll, a perfect blend of innocence and charm. Lin Luo chuckled and stood up to dispose of the trash in the bin at the back of the classroom. At that moment, more and more classmates entered the classroom. Some were familiar faces from Lin Luo's previous class, while most belonged to other classes. Without exception, they were all top students from various grades. Only Lin Luo seemed to have arrived here with an extraordinary advantage. Those who had previously shared a class with Lin Luo and Chu Jiao Jiao now chose to sit beside them. After all, in unfamiliar surroundings, people tend to gravitate towards those they know. This tendency explains why, upon encountering fellow townsfolk while venturing out, one feels an immediate sense of kinship. Lin Luo, how on earth did you manage that? Questioned Yo Zeta, a top student from class 5. You were so inconspicuous in class, yet suddenly you shine so brightly. Neo Zeta, despite being a top performer, rarely seemed to study. He often indulged in extracurricular reading and played more vigorously than anyone else after class, yet consistently ranked among the top 3 in exams. Such individuals are often referred to as overachievers. Neo Zeta occupied the seat in front of Lin Luo, taking the place of Kong Zi. How can you criticize me when you enjoy yourself more than anyone else in class and still place in the top 3 in every exam? Lin Luo had harbored resentment towards Neo Zeta for some time. How could it be fair that while everyone else struggled, he thrived? Neo Zeta shrugged innocently. I don't know really. I grasp what the teacher teaches effortlessly. So why shouldn't I have some fun? Ugh. Neo Zeta, I genuinely want to punch you. Wei Jifan, seated next to Neo Zeta, gritted his teeth. He was the type who studied relentlessly, both at school and at home. Yet each exam found him trailing behind Neo Zeta. He had scrutinized Neo Zeta for ages, trying to decipher the secret to his success, yet he remained baffled. Hey. A gentleman settles disputes with words, not fists. We're all from the same class. Let us foster unity and camaraderie. Neo Zeta grinned, playfully restraining Wei Jifan's fist. He relished witnessing the frustration of others who, despite their tireless efforts, could not surpass him. Just wait. When we reach the advanced class, I will surely surpass you. Wei Jifan huffed, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Well, I wish you success. Lin Luo and Chu Jiao Jiao exchanged amused glances as they observed the verbal sparring between the two at the front, particularly Lin Luo, who felt an unusual sentiment stirring within him. Back in class 5, he only conversed with Chu Jiao Jiao and Kong Zi. The other exemplary students, especially the top achievers, seldom engaged with him. Each group maintained its own social circles, with the academically inclined distancing themselves from those less fortunate in their studies. Lin Luo and Kong Zi belonged to the category that neither the diligent students acknowledged nor the struggling ones could integrate into. The bell rang, indicating the preparation period. With 10 minutes remaining before class commenced, the classroom was already filled with students. As the bell chimed, all began to study independently, focusing on their weaker subjects. Only Lin Luo, from his desk pocket, extracted a copy of Public Security Management, leafing through its pages. Yet, he was multitasking at the same time. Old Deng, it's time to complete the tasks. Lin Luo mentally called out to the system. The main quest had no limit on attempts. Upon completing one task, he could immediately summon the next. However, the side quests were restricted to one per day. After enduring countless hardships, You have finally managed to establish a foothold on Blue Star. Yet, your foundation remains unstable, even with connections to influential figures. Acquiring a wealth of advanced knowledge from Blue Star within a short time proves challenging. To return to Qian Star and alter your fate. To transform from a carp into a dragon, you require further assistance from the inhabitants of Blue Star. Task: develop your own influence on Blue Star, gather talents, and accumulate power. Reward: diagram of the Great Sun visualization. Upon reading the message from the system, 3 bold question marks slowly appeared on Lin Luo's forehead. Has this dogged system raised the difficulty? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Given the system's ineptitude, the tasks issued should typically be easy to navigate. Thus, could the directive to gather talents and develop his own influence be interpreted as? Lin Luo pondered, shifting his gaze towards the 2 individuals in front of him, Niu Zita and Wei Jifan. What splendid names! How did their parents come up with such monikers? Truly remarkable. Just what I need for my Eastern factory. Hey, little Niu, little G, Lin Luo called out, poking the 2 seated ahead of him. Wei Jifan was engrossed in her English vocabulary, muttering the words to herself, while Niu Zita was studying mathematics, grappling with the subject as this particular exam had proven challenging for him. He knew he had to engage with his studies, lest he become frustrated by others' perceived superiority. Upon hearing Lin Luo's appellation, both of them twitched the corners of their mouths. Who do you think you are, getting first place and calling us that? Chu Jiao couldn't help but giggle, unable to contain her amusement. Lin Luo's mischief was evident as he jestingly referred to them in such a manner. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan turned to face him, their expressions darkening, clearly conveying that unless he explained himself, their encounter would not end well. Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome. Let me address a serious matter. I am preparing to establish a study assistance group. Lin Luo, adopting the tone reminiscent of classic Hong Kong films, exuded an air of authority, shrugging his shoulders in a laid-back manner. Hey, we all hail from Class 5, so don't say I haven't looked out for you. I am the leader, and as my members, you can reach out to me whenever you find something unclear. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan exchanged glances before responding in unison, not interested. After uttering this, they turned to resume their reading. We may allow individuals who are more impressive than us to exist, but we will never tolerate anyone who seeks to elevate themselves by stepping on us. Ah, what a pity. I shall have to find others. When your grades end up at the bottom of the class, you might feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Luo turned to Chu Jiao with a grin. What about you? Would you like to join? Hey, what kind of address is that? Your Highness? No way, that sounds terrible. Chu Jiao stifled a laugh, her bright eyes sparkling as she realized that Lin Luo, despite his foolishness, could be quite entertaining at times. Don't be so ungrateful. Those 2 are mere eunuchs, while you're a princess. Shouldn't that make you happy? Niu Zita and Wei Jifan's expressions darkened further. Do you think we don't exist while you speak like that? They retorted. And what would you say you are? Chu Jiao asked, barely containing her laughter at the amusing expressions of Niu Zita and Wei Jifan. Isn't my identity already clear? Lin Luo puffed out his chest, striving to appear more formidable. Niu Zita and Wei Jifan could no longer contain themselves, gritting their teeth as they declared in unison, "You are merely the chief eunuch." Puffed. Chu Jiao erupted into even more laughter. Chapter 47. Bestow the titles of Crown Prince and Second Prince. He, the Grand Steward, is indeed the Grand Steward. Will the 3 of you join my esteemed group? Lin Luo grinned, finding no fault in the position of Grand Steward. After all, it held significant prestige, and even the 2 young eunuchs had to heed his authority. Upon hearing Lin Luo refer to himself as the Grand Steward, both Niuzi and Jizi's expressions softened considerably. Joining is acceptable, but you must refrain from calling me Niuzi. And me, Jizi, is simply too unpleasant. Chu Jiao stifled a laugh, nearly moved to tears. Those names were indeed unappealing. One had to wonder what Lin Luo was thinking. Very well then, I hereby appoint you as the Crown Prince, and you shall be the Second Prince. Lin Luo raised his hand in decree. Upon hearing Second Prince, Wei Jifan erupted, his face flushed and eyes wide, nearly on the verge of slamming the table in indignation. No way. Why should I be the Second Prince while he is the Crown Prince? Niuzi, grinning widely, pointed at himself with glee. Why can't I be the crown prince? Your academic performance is inferior to mine. Am I wrong? Therefore, you should be the second prince. Wei Jifin's neck stiffened, his face reddening with ire. I refuse to accept that. I have sat at the same table with the emperor before. I should be the crown prince. If academic rankings are the basis, then how can I be relegated to a lesser title? I simply refuse to accept this. In a bid to overshadow Niuzi, Wei Jifin dug up trivial matters from their first year of high school. Niuzi relished the look of defiance on others' faces, feeling secretly delighted. Sitting at the same table means nothing. I have even borrowed homework from the emperor. Our camaraderie deserves recognition. Thus, I should be the crown prince. You have connections. I do not. Just obediently accept your title as second prince. Lin Luo crossed his arms, casting a playful glance at Chu Jiao. Chu Jiao covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. She could barely contain her laughter. Why are you two competing? Both are crown prince and second prince. Still calling the emperor father. Ha ha ha. I can't bear it. My stomach aches from laughter. All right, enough of your quarrel. Here's the deal. You shall be the crown prince, you the first brother, and as for you, you shall remain as the esteemed lady. Lin Luo intervened, pacifying the incessant bickering between Niuzi and Wei Jifin. That is more like it. Wei Jifin, with a flushed face, huffed in agreement. Niuzi remained cheerful, his face similarly flushed. Regardless of titles, witnessing Wei Jifin's exasperation was already a source of delight for him. In the end, what happens next is of little concern. Very well, I hereby announce the official establishment of a senior year intensive study group. I shall be known as the Emperor of Learning. You are the crown prince. You the first brother, and you, dear lady. Should new members join later, we shall collectively assign them titles. Any objections? Lin Luo turned to the trio, beaming with anticipation. None, let be as such. I concur. Now, esteemed Emperor of Learning, please enlighten us on the objectives of our mutual study group. Chu Jiao's eyes sparkled with suppressed laughter as she inquired. I shall oversee your attentiveness in class. Within 5 minutes after each lesson, report to me any concepts you've failed to grasp, and during evening study sessions, I will provide a unified explanation. Our study group's objective is to strive for the top 5 in the class. How does that sound? Do you possess the confidence? Lin Luo directed a self-assured gaze at the trio. Wait a moment, I have a question. Wei Jifin raised her hand, looking at Lin Luo with a puzzled expression. What question do you have? There are only 4 of us. Shouldn't it be the top 4 instead of 5? Before Lin Luo could respond, Niuzi interjected to clarify. Are you foolish? The 5th place is indeed represented by 4 individuals. It's just the 4 of us that fit perfectly. Ah, I see. Wei Jifin scratched her head, feeling as though her question had been rather silly. How did someone with such reasoning even make it into the top class? Niuzi teased with a grin. Wei Jifin blushed. Mind your own business. Niuzi's banter was quite ungracious. When I study doubly hard under our leader, I shall surely surpass you in the next monthly exam. Wei Jifin vowed silently, while Chu Jiao could no longer contain her laughter. The young girl leaned on the desk with one hand, the other covering her flat stomach, her shoulders shaking in mirth. How had I not noticed before that our class harbors such remarkable talents? Truly fascinating. Task: develop one's own influence in Blue Star, gather talent, and accumulate power. Reward: Great Sun visualization chart completed. Perfect. Lin Luo felt a surge of pride upon seeing the task completion notification in the system chat box. I knew this simple-minded system wouldn't assign overly complex tasks. I completed it effortlessly. System: what is the origin of this Great Sun visualization chart? The name evokes an air of fantasy. He pondered the nature of this great Qian. Having already transitioned from ancient parallels to high martial arts, and now veering toward the mystical. I hope it doesn't lead to the emergence of combat, aura, and magic. Great Sun visualization chart. A secret of the Great Qian's transcendental sect, visualizing the Great Sun, embodying holy light, dispelling evil, binding spirits, safeguarding the path and oneself. Wow, how impressive. Truly worthy of the transcendental sect. It certainly has substance. From the spoils procured through the system, Lin Luo had acquired the authentic secret techniques of the Transcendental sect, including the ageless longevity skill, minor elixir, and now this great sun visualization chart. He had yet to visit the great Qian, but he was aware of the existing extraordinary powers, such as the Transcendental sect and the Astronomical Bureau. He wondered if there were even more formidable entities yet undiscovered. I feel immense pressure. I must remain cautious and prudent. Unless I become invincible, I shall avoid venturing into the great Qian. With this thought, Lin Luo began to study the Eagle Eye technique and the Great Sun visualization chart, which he had just obtained that day. The Eagle Eye technique is designed to enhance vision. Following the cultivation method, Lin Luo began circulating his true energy around the acupuncture points surrounding his eyes. Gradually, he sensed a shift in his vision as the blackboard at the front of the classroom began to enlarge. With a mere thought, the blackboard transformed, growing larger and smaller at will. As Lin Luo sat in the fourth row, he found himself surprisingly able to discern the smallest line on the vision chart hanging by the blackboard. Moreover, the magnified version of the smallest line appeared larger than the standard first line. This remarkable eagle eye technique was indeed a testament to the prowess cultivated by the sharpshooters of the great Qian, equipped with an innate sniper's lens. Truly impressive. Lin Luo could not help but inwardly commend this newfound treasure. From now on, when the young wives downstairs engaged in their squabbles, he could comfortably observe from above without the hassle of a cumbersome telescope. Additionally, the young sisters across the way, who frequently performed their exercise routines without drawing the curtains, would no longer be a challenge for him. He could now free his hands, clearly observe their movements, and perhaps even learn a thing or two. After testing the remarkable utility of the eagle eye technique, Lin Luo withdrew his true energy and felt an indescribable clarity wash over him. Even without the true energy, he perceived that his vision had become sharper. The eagle eye technique indeed enhanced his sight, proving itself to be a selection worthy of a divine sharpshooter. Subsequently, Lin Luo endeavored to visualize the Great Sun visualization diagram. If the eagle eye technique was already so formidable, how incredibly powerful could this secret technique of the great Qian's mystical gate be, especially since it was not meant for public dissemination. The Great Sun visualization diagram depicted a radiant sun on a clear day, surrounded by a vast ocean of clouds. Within the sun, there seemed to be a golden crow taking flight, while amidst the clouds, a golden-armored celestial being appeared, though both were shrouded in a misty vagueness, eluding clear perception. This image evoked an ineffable sense of mystery. According to the system, the task was to close one's eyes and attempt to conjure the true likeness of this illustration in one's mind. The more detailed and vivid the visualization, the greater the rewards. Do not underestimate this endeavor. In truth, even imagining 5 words in one's mind is a challenge, let alone conjuring a clear image. However, at this moment, the system directly implanted the image into Lin Luo's consciousness. As he closed his eyes, the vivid Great Sun visualization diagram unfolded before him, as if he were locked in a gaze with it, completing the experience effortlessly. Chapter 48. Mathematics teacher Qian Wenjing with his eyes closed. Lin Luo found himself immersed in an ancient landscape painting. The sky was a tumultuous sea of clouds, with a resplendent sun suspended high above, casting a golden-red hue over the clouds. The brilliance of the sun was blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at it, while amidst the clouds, hints of a golden-armored figure could be discerned. Although Lin Luo had read a few fantasy novels, they were not his preference. He favored the simplicity and excitement of urban tales like Little Liu Bei and Country Doctor. Among the few fantasy novels he had encountered, Dosan Duan left a lasting impression on him. The pioneer of annulment plots, an expert in fire control, Qian. Thus, he was not well versed in the tropes of fantasy literature. This is merely a visualization of the great sun. Nothing particularly special, Lin Luo mused, subconsciously desiring to enlarge and scrutinize the image. As he focused his thoughts, his vision began to magnify, revealing the sun and clouds growing larger, almost as if they were coming to life. Within the sun, a golden crow unfurled its wings, gradually flapping them, causing the surrounding clouds to turn in waves. The golden armored deity began to emerge from the clouds, and the radiance of both the sun and the celestial figure intertwined, casting a warm light toward Lin Luo. He felt enveloped in a gentle warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Suddenly, the ringing of the class bell broke the spell. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. The first class had commenced. The mathematics teacher, clutching a stack of papers, entered the classroom with a demeanor reminiscent of a cultured scholar. The mathematics teacher was a small, elderly man, often donning a hat to conceal his baldness, which he would remove during lectures. His hair was rather peculiar. The left side was long, while the right side was nearly devoid of hair, creating an amusing contrast as it swept across to the right, effectively hiding his bald spot. During summer classes, when the windows were open and the wind blew, his hair would flutter whimsically, adding a touch of charm. Lin Luo sensed nothing unusual within himself. The cultivation speed of his everlasting spring technique had not accelerated. System, what is the purpose of this great sun visualization? He pondered, seeking guidance from the old system. The great sun visualization, a secret of the Qian man, allows one to envision the great sun, embodying sacred light, dispelling evil and binding spirits, protecting the path and the self. Lin Luo was taken aback for a moment. How foolish of him to harbor expectations for this nonsensical system. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside thoughts of the great sun visualization. The notion of embodying golden light and dispelling evil seemed irrelevant to him. Perhaps he would understand its significance upon reaching Qian. At the podium, the elderly Mr. Qian adjusted his glasses and regarded the students below with a serious expression. These were the most promising candidates of the current class at the 18th high school. The top 10 were contenders for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, while the next 25 also held hope for admission to 985 and 211 institutions. As long as we maintain our momentum over the next 6 months, charging forward with determination, the results of this year's college entrance examination from the 18th high school will undoubtedly dazzle all of South City. Despite what Mr. Qian has mentioned about the equal caliber of faculty across the sprint, parallel, and foundational classes, the content delivered in each class undoubtedly differs. The instructors will naturally focus their attention on the sprint class. I have taught some of you, while others I have not yet had the pleasure of instructing. Today, let's become acquainted. My name is Tian Wenjing, and I shall be your mathematics teacher from this point onward. With her name inscribed on the blackboard, Tian turned around, her expression serious as she continued. We are the sprint class. Since we are sprinting, you must understand that it requires an all-out effort to reach the finish line and secure commendable results. Therefore, in the coming months, I hope everyone will give their all and not falter. Do not assume that simply being in the sprint class guarantees your place here indefinitely. In next month's monthly examination, anyone whose score falls outside the top 50 in the grade will be replaced by students from the subsequent class. Although this should be a message from your homeroom teacher, I will convey it now. We will begin distributing the test papers. This lesson will focus on addressing your weaknesses as soon as possible. When I call your name, please come up to collect your paper. Now let us be swift. Lin Luo. Upon hearing his name, all eyes turned to Lin Luo, who stood up, towering at 185 centimeters, with a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes that complemented his well-defined features. He wore the school uniform. It could not mask the vigor of youth. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, causing the girls in the class to gaze in admiration. How handsome! Why had I never noticed such an attractive boy at our school before? Is he new? I've never heard of him before. He must be from class 5. They whispered among themselves. Tian Wenjing also scrutinized Lin Luo. Previously, she had taught classes 1, 2, and 3, while classes 4, 5, and 6 were under the tutelage of a different mathematics teacher, so she was unfamiliar with him. However, her curiosity was piqued. After yesterday's test scores were released, she was genuinely astonished by Lin Luo's exceptional performance. The exam comprised all the key problem types that had been covered from the first to the third year of high school, including 2 challenging extension questions at the end. Given the elevated difficulty, she had not anticipated anyone would manage to complete it. Yet Lin Luo not only succeeded, but did so with clarity of thought, concise steps, and correct answers. This indicated that Lin Luo had not only mastered the material, but had also surpassed his peers in progress. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lin Luo approached the podium and retrieved his test paper. The bold red mark of 105 stood out prominently on the paper. A smile graced Qian Wenjing's face, a rare sight for someone who typically wore a serious expression as if perpetually owed a debt. Her demeanor radiated warmth, appreciation, and anticipation. I must commend Lin Luo. Previously, his mathematics scores were rather average. Yet in this recent placement exam, he achieved a perfect score. Wow! The entire class erupted in astonishment, gazing at Lin Luo with mouse agape. They were all acutely aware of the formidable nature of this mathematics examination. Some had not completed the questions by the end, while others, upon confronting the final two challenging problems, felt an overwhelming urge to bow before the teacher in desperation. Yet amidst such daunting questions, Lin Luo had achieved a perfect score. Chu Jiao looked at Lin Luo with a glimmer of incredulity. No, it was sheer shock. Her desk mate, who typically relied on her answers for homework and whose exam scores had consistently plummeted, had suddenly risen to prominence. Could it be due to their recent wager? Qian Wenjing remarked with a sense of deep reflection. Lin Luo must have been diligently studying in secret. Grades do not lie. Think about it. While you were all relaxing, playing games, or engrossed in novels, Lin Luo was memorizing formulas, practicing test questions, and preparing for the college entrance examination. Oh, I didn't tea. Lin Luo protested, feeling the peculiar gazes of his classmates weigh heavily on him. Qian Wenjing, you are slandering me. Thanks to your words, I now appear as a cutthroat competitor. How will my classmates perceive me from now on? Niozida looked at Lin Luo with a mocking glint in his eyes, as if to say, so, you two belong to this ilk. Wei Jifan bore a face of deep resentment, gritting his teeth as he glanced between Niozida and Lin Luo. None of you are virtuous. You feign ignorance of studying, yet your true colors emerge during exams. Thieves, all of you. Lin Luo, why don't you share a few words with the class? Qian Wenjing smiled warmly at Lin Luo. Come on, good student, say a few encouraging words to everyone. Lin Luo. Chapter 49, Me, the mathematics class representative. There exists a methodology to learning. Under the watchful gaze of the entire class, Lin Luo gradually articulated these words. My approach is to engage in profound contemplation. During class, I attentively absorb the material presented by the teacher, striving to comprehend everything thoroughly. Upon returning home, I reinforce my understanding and seek clarification from the teacher on any uncertainties. This is my method. It may not suit everyone, yet I hope it proves beneficial to you. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Luo turned his gaze toward Qian Wenjing, who wore a smile that conveyed one simple sentiment: satisfaction. Teacher, I'm done. I'm heading back. All right, off you go. Qian Wenjing replied with a beaming nod. Lin Luo has articulated his thoughts quite well. Everyone should strive to emulate him. Now, let us proceed with distributing the papers. Jiboda, Niozida, Qian, Wei Jifan, Chu Jiao. The 35 papers were swiftly handed out, followed by the problem-solving segment. Since the students in the intensive class were all top achievers, Qian Wenjing lectured at a brisk pace, outlining each question's focal points and knowledge bases before presenting the answers. If anyone appeared confused, she would elaborate. Otherwise, she would move on. The class listened intently. For in mathematics, a momentary lapse in concentration could render one utterly lost. Each step must logically connect. A break in the chain leads to disarray. Only Lin Luo's gaze wandered as he discreetly monitored the system chat box. Old Deng, refresh the new tasks. I feel formidable. The main quest of the Old Deng system was often simplistic and easily accomplished, yet the rewards were peculiar and lacked coherence. Qian was not an option for now. His greatest desires were to become invincible or wealthy. Fortunately, the system seemed wary of him failing and continually supplied him with techniques, elixirs, and artifacts. However, it need not inundate him with such items. He desired something more immediately useful. You have endured life and death on Blue Star, pouring your heart and soul into establishing your own faction, the Study Assistance Group. This faction will serve as your greatest asset upon returning to Qian Star. So please nurture it, ensuring it becomes the most formidable force on Blue Star. Task: recruit more talents into your faction. The target is 20 individuals. Reward: golden pen. A golden pen. The system seems to have heard my innermost thoughts, acknowledging that providing me with techniques and artifacts was of little use. It has now opted to bestow upon me monetary rewards. The golden pen must be crafted from pure gold. I could certainly sell it for a handsome sum later. Lin Luo mused, casting another glance at the system task. Expanding the study group. Recruiting 20 individuals. This is quite manageable. A simple announcement after class should suffice. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lin Luo found this sound to be exceptionally endearing. Mathematics teacher Qian Jing collected the papers. The remaining material would be covered in the afternoon. If anyone had questions, they should consult Lin Luo, whose foundation is exceedingly solid. Qian Jing said, smiling at Lin Luo. He returned her gaze with a cheerful smile. Old Qian, well done. With your assistance, my tasks have become significantly more manageable. From this moment forth, Lin Luo shall temporarily assume the role of our class representative for mathematics. Lin Luo pointed to himself, bewildered. Wait, why me as the math representative? Is it really that casual? Yes, it's you. All right, class dismissed. Qian Wenjing nodded, donned her hat, and cheerfully departed with her thermos. This year's cohort has yielded a promising talent. Provided Lin Luo's performance remains steady, he is destined to be the top scholar in the humanities this year. I never expected such a delightful surprise just before my retirement. Truly, the heavens have been kind to me. Once old Qian left, the classroom did not erupt into the lively chatter typical of other classes. Instead, students quietly perused their papers, some rising to head outside, presumably for the restroom. Ahem, classmates. Lin Luo stood up, his voice capturing everyone's attention. The room fell silent as they gazed at him, uncertain of his intentions. Here's the thing. In order for us to progress together and gain admission to our dream universities, I have established a mutual assistance study group. Members of this group will support one another, whether during breaks or evening self-study sessions. As long as I am in the classroom, you may approach me with any questions at any time. We currently have 4 members, all aiming for a top 5 finish in the upcoming monthly exam. If anyone is interested in joining, please come and register with me. I want to join. Lin Luo, count me in. Suddenly, the classroom buzzed with excitement. The mere fact that Lin Luo could score full marks in mathematics and rank first in the entire grade was enough to entice everyone. Who wouldn't want to join the elite class? There are few foolish enough to resist, and their minds are focused on study, with minimal bickering among themselves. During this period, those with ulterior motives are unlikely to thrive academically. The crucial factor is that there are already 4 members in the group. With someone as exceptional as Lin Luo assisting, achieving a top 5 finish in the grade is within reach, and we certainly wouldn't want to be left behind. Hold on, one at a time. Neo Zeta, Wei Jifan, you two help keep track. Lin Luo was pleasantly surprised by the enthusiasm of his classmates, exceeding his expectations. Fortunately, with the assistance of Neo Zeta and Wei Jifan, the list of group members was quickly compiled. Lin Luo scanned the names and memorized them all. Now let me speak. Standing atop a stool, Lin Luo raised his hand, and the class fell silent, each student gazing up at him with rapt attention. The teacher often says that the college entrance examination is akin to 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. However, as long as we unite as one, we shall be like a bulldozer, while others fight alone. We will push through together. Therefore, I will now outline the responsibilities of each member. Everyone listened attentively, unaware that 2 individuals stood by the back door, peering in curiously through the window. Is this truly the top student of our entire senior year? The principal remarked. Not only is he the top of his grade, but he also holds the highest scores across all subjects, with the exception of Chinese, achieving perfect scores in every other discipline. Truly remarkable. To suggest he has resorted to cheating would be an affront to one's intelligence. Unless all the answers from each subject were provided to him, and in great detail, who could possibly attain such results? Particularly in mathematics, where the solution process is required. Typically, test papers only display the final answers without the steps leading to them. The principal's eyes sparkled as he gazed through the glass at Lin Luo, who stood on his chair delivering an impassioned speech, his smile radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. With youthful exuberance, he expressed grand aspirations, dismissing the past's powerful figures as mere dust. Indeed, a promising talent, Director Wang. Ensure you keep a close watch on him. This year, our school's evaluation of excellence depends on him. The principal's confidence was met with a firm assurance from Wang Shan. Rest assured, from this day forth, Lin Luo shall be our school's key protected individual. Let us motivate and assist one another, with the sole aim of enhancing our academic performance. Any uncertainties must be clarified. Feel free to approach anyone, especially me, as I am more than willing to help unravel any confusion. Lin Luo thought it prudent to maintain a fade of diligence. Having previously boasted about completing tasks, it would be unwise to turn back now. He held his reputation in high regard. Remember, during breaks or morning and evening self-study sessions, do not wait until I return home to inquire, for I shall be diligently working in secret. Laughter erupted in the classroom. You've declared it openly. Can it still be considered secretive diligence? They teased, poking fun at his competitive spirit. All right then, when you find the time, come up with a code name for yourselves. For instance, I shall be known as the Martial Emperor. Whoever surpasses my grades, I shall willingly step aside. Another wave of laughter swept through the classroom, dispelling the initial awkwardness that had lingered. Lin Luo returned to his seat, feeling a familiar weight in his pocket. He reached in and grasped a slender, elongated object. Upon inspection, it was a golden rod, approximately 10 centimeters in length, intricately engraved with designs and inscriptions that Lin Luo could not decipher, likely unique to the great Qian. System, is this truly a pen? It lacks even a nib. How can it be called a pen? He resolved to sell it, deeming it an insult to his intellect. Golden pen, originating from the divine machine sect of great Qian, could transform into any pen type according to the user's thoughts, while simultaneously enhancing the writer's penmanship. Another magical artifact. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grasping the golden pen, he envisioned a fountain pen, and soon, the golden pen manifested a nib. A beautifully crafted golden fountain pen had taken shape. The divine machine sect is indeed formidable, Lin Luo praised inwardly, then retrieved ink from his storage space to fill the pen. Next, he attempted to write a few characters on paper. It seemed the pen possessed a will of its own, guiding Lin Luo's hand as he wrote. With the sun and moon in hand, I plucked the stars from the heavens. There exists no one in this world quite like me. My brush dances like a dragon and a snake, exuding a magnificent aura, with an innate pride that is as natural as the sky. The elegance of my calligraphy far surpasses that of Lin Luo's previous works, as though, in an instant, Lin Luo has transformed into a master calligrapher. His eyes shimmer with brilliance. I apologize for my earlier outburst. This brush is not for sale. Chapter 50. Kanzi has picked up another bag. The delightful whispers of autumn resounded once again. After a long morning of classes, the bell rang, signaling the end. The other classrooms erupted with excitement as students rushed out, eager to engage in their revelries. Some headed to the cafeteria, while others dashed towards the school gates. The restrooms became a venue for clandestine gatherings. However, the sprinting class remained unusually tranquil. English teacher Ho Guifan was methodically organizing her textbooks, unfazed by the rush. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask now. I will arrive a little late for the afternoon study session, she announced, scanning the room. Noticing the absence of inquiries, she continued nonchalantly, well, if there are any questions, you can also ask Lin Luo. With that, she gathered her belongings and departed. In the classroom, Lin Luo rested his chin on one hand, watching the formidable teacher leave. His classmates wore peculiar expressions. For this marked the fourth time such a statement had been made by their instructors, mathematics, Chinese, geography, and now English. They sensed that more teachers would echo this sentiment in the afternoon. At the front of the classroom, the bulletin board displayed the class rankings. Lin Luo topped the list with the highest overall score, and he also excelled in every subject. During the recent tests, he was consistently the first to be called upon, receiving accolades from teachers, much to the chagrin of his classmates, who had grown weary of the praise. When the bell rang, it was time for him to accept his rewards. Observing Lin Luo, burdened with accolades, the students of the sprinting class could only utter one word: impressive. What shall we have for lunch? Lin Luo inquired of Chu Jiaojiao. Huan and Yu invited me for potato noodles. Would you like to join? Chu Jiaojiao looked at Lin Luo with anticipation. She had not had many meals with him. No, Lin Luo replied. What is so good about potato noodles? It's just a trivial dish. Besides, the portions are scant, and one doesn't even feel satisfied after eating. It's quite pricey. Adding a couple of fish balls costs 2 yuan. It's practically highway robbery. Only a fool would go for that. Chu Jiaojiao pouted, but she was not disheartened, for she had grown accustomed to his dismissive nature. Fine, suit yourself, you silly boy. At that moment, Liang Huan and Zhao Mengyu entered through the back door of the classroom. Both were from Class 2 and performed admirably in their studies. Thus they could easily drop by after class. Jiaojiao, Huan, and Yu greeted cheerfully. Chu Jiaojiao's face brightened as she stood up to embrace the two girls. Are you hungry? Let us go quickly. We might miss out on seats. The 3 girls linked arms and made their way out. Pist pist, a familiar signal echoed. Lin Luo turned to see Zhen Zikong peering in from the back door, his head poking in cautiously. Luo, come out. He beckoned. What are you afraid of? This isn't a forbidden area. They won't stop you, even as an outer disciple. Lin Luo stepped outside, grinning as he scrutinized Zhen Zikong, whose face bore an expression more sorrowful than joyful. What's with that glum face? Have you been bullied? He inquired with a teasing tone. Indeed, it is quite all right. I can still ask Luo to call back, though it may be of little use. Luo, I am in despair during the class division exam. I was placed in parallel class 5. Isn't that rather good? You haven't had to move anywhere, and you needn't change classrooms. Although I have attended half a day of classes in the intensive training class, Lin Luo still feels somewhat unaccustomed and finds himself reminiscing about Class 5's classroom. It is often said that individuals experience joy and sorrow differently. Zhen Zikong wore a sorrowful expression, his brows drooping like a large, forlorn emoji. Alas, Class 6, which is foundational, is right behind Class 5. When I return home, my parents will surely scold me mercilessly. Lin Luo placed a comforting arm around Zhen Zikong's shoulders and cheerfully made his way toward the stairway. Look on the bright side. At least you are not in a foundational class. Otherwise, your situation would be far worse. Luo, you possess a remarkable talent for consolation, yet I cannot find any joy in this. Zhen Zikong sighed deeply, rummaged through his pockets, and produced 2 crumpled 10 yuan notes, gazing at Lin Luo with hopeful eyes. Luo, I shall treat you to a bowl of board noodles for lunch, along with a duck leg and a cola. Are you truly so generous? Lin Luo regarded Zhen Zikong with a skeptical gaze. You must certainly have an ulterior motive. I can believe you would treat me to noodles, but the addition of a duck leg and cola certainly suggests you desire something in return. After all, during our usual meals, Kongzi is one to save every penny, directing his funds toward internet cafes. Today, however, he seems willing to spend extravagantly. Such unusual behavior undoubtedly conceals ulterior motives. Zhen Zikong, embarrassed, broke into a grin, his small eyes narrowing into slits. Ha ha ha. It seems, Luo, you truly understand me. Spare me, for matters requiring parental signatures are best directed to your biological father. Your adoptive father is unable to assist. Lin Luo resolutely pushed Zhen Zikong's 20 yuan away, his demeanor firm. What on earth? My grades are abysmal, and my prospects for university may be in jeopardy. I heard that Luo established a study assistance group, and I hope to seek your help in improving my situation. Zhen Zikong attempted to shove the 20 yuan into Lin Luo's pocket, resembling the desperate faces often portrayed in television dramas when seeking favors. Lin Luo widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Zhen Zikong. No, Kong Datu, are you attempting to bribe me? Is this your way of soliciting my assistance? Testing my integrity with such a sum? What official could withstand such a test? Lin Luo adopted a righteous expression, firmly returning the 20 yuan. Do you not know me, Lin Luo, a paragon of integrity? I have just been appointed as a minor group leader, and already I'm being approached with bribes. There are wrongdoers among the populace. Zheng Zikong picked up the 20 yuan, exasperated, and said, Luo, are you done with your performance? Can you manage this if I had a chicken leg? If only you had mentioned the chicken leg sooner. Why did you not say so earlier? This afternoon during self-study, I will make arrangements. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Luo snatched the 20 yuan from Zheng Zikong's hands and hummed a tune as he descended the stairs. Luo, wait for me. Board noodles are indeed delightful. No matter how one consumes them, they never become tiresome. This afternoon, Lin Luo relished a substantial bowl of wide board noodles, generously topped with chili, accompanied by a large duck leg, a hefty chicken leg, and a bottle of Coca-Cola. The price for this portion is merely 15 yuan. In the realm of noodle dishes, it can be regarded as a lavish and luxurious choice, enough to satiate Lin Luo's hunger. However, at this price for potato noodles, one can only achieve a modest fullness. Zheng Zikong's serving consists solely of plain noodles, accompanied by a broth of noodle vinegar. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Luo and Zheng Zikong did not linger in the establishment, as the space was limited, with few tables and chairs available, and many patrons awaiting their turn. Thus, diners here seldom tarried for long. As Lin Luo hummed a tune, with a bottle of cola tucked in his pocket, he walked back, while Zheng Zikong followed behind, burdened by heavy thoughts. An impending beating awaited him upon returning home. Fortunately, he had Luo good to back him up, and he hoped the duration of the punishment would be somewhat reduced. With this thought, Zheng Zikong felt a measure of comfort. Hey, Luo, go look what this is. Zheng Zikong suddenly called out to Lin Luo, then bent down to retrieve a bag from the flower bed by the roadside. This bag was a men's waist pouch, commonly seen on the waist of street vendors, convenient for rummaging through change. Goodness, are you some sort of treasure hunter? How is it that you find something wherever you go? Lin Luo exclaimed, giving Zheng Zikong a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, he was the favored child of fortune. Remarkable indeed. The bag was nestled among the dense leaves of a plant known as the evergreen. Its green hue blended seamlessly, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Let us see what's inside, Lin Luo encouraged, tilting his chin for Zheng Zikong to open it. He was quite curious about what treasure Zheng Zikong might unveil this time. Zheng Zikong shook the bag. It felt a bit hefty, yet not overly so. As he unzipped it, they discovered a stack of items within. The expressions of both Lin Luo and Zheng Zikong shifted to one of intrigue as they beheld the contents. What on earth had been discarded here? Chapter 51. Borrowing life with lottery tickets. Truly a talent, Brother Luo. Who do you think discarded this here? Zheng Zikong inquired as he pulled out the contents of his bag. A substantial stack. It was evident that he held a keen interest in these items. As he began to fidget with the pristine tickets one by one, Lin Luo extracted a few to examine. They were all new, and the dates corresponded perfectly. What else is in the bag? Lin Luo asked, intrigued. Zheng Zikong opened the bag wider and retrieved another bundle, which was accompanied by a slip of paper. Aside from that, the bag contained nothing more. There's a note. Let me see what it says. Zheng Zikong, not wearing glasses, squinted at the words on the note as he brought it closer. To the destined one, this is my final possession. If someone finds it, I wish you good fortune. If no one finds it, then I wish myself luck. What does that mean? A barrage of questions erupted in Zheng Zikong's mind, and he flipped the note over. There were more words on the back. He leaned in closer to read. Today I, Ho Longtao, am using the money from lottery tickets to lend you 10 years of life. Sincerely grateful. Goodness, you, your whole family. Zheng Zikong trembled with anger, his face darkening as he began to express his disdain for this Ho Longtao and his entire lineage, wishing them endurance against all adversities. He was about to toss the lottery tickets and the note away, but Lin Luo snatched them from him. What are you doing? Don't throw them away. No, Brother Luo, look at this fool. He wants to borrow life with lottery tickets. Zheng Zikong was genuinely appalled, his displeasure palpable. He had heard from the elders in his family about such practices. When someone was gravely ill or nearing death, they would stuff a red envelope and write a note to borrow life. Whoever found the envelope would supposedly lend their lifespan to the individual. He never expected to encounter such a bizarre situation today. How absurd. Borrowing life without even stuffing money in. Just lottery tickets. What new twist on the old tale. He grumbled. One might as well call it freeloading. A lottery ticket costs at least 2 yuan, and this stack must be worth hundreds or even thousands. Indeed. But what if none of them win? What then? A fleeting hope? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, regarding the 2 stacks of tickets and the note with disdain. This is all superstition. Do you really believe in this? What era are we in? We should trust in science. Are you aware that there are always a bunch of fools in QQ groups sharing those images, claiming that if you don't forward them, your whole family will face misfortune? You must share them to avert calamity? Yes. Zhen Zikong nodded, his expression filled with righteous indignation. I've encountered that before. It's utterly disgusting. Isn't it similar? It's all psychological. Ignoring it is the solution. Lin Luo spread his hands in dismissal, his face a picture of contempt. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping in. I forwarded it. So, among the fools, you count yourself. Ahem. Let's continue. The act of borrowing life is not as simple as one might think. I have heard that for such matters, one must inscribe the birth date and time. Moreover, it is most effective if the subject is a newborn, brimming with innate vitality. Thus, in many neighborhoods, when a child is born, inquiries regarding their birth details abound. Lin Luo deftly shifted the topic. Zhen Zikong, engrossed in the conversation, appeared to absorb every word. Kongzi, you are remarkably earnest. It almost makes me feel embarrassed. Lin Luo remarked. Look at me. Zhen Zikong blinked, curiously observing as Lin Luo produced a resplendent golden pen from his pocket. Oh, that pen is truly exquisite. Kongzi's eyes sparkled with interest. He longed to touch it, yet hesitated, aware it belonged to Lin Luo. Brother Luo, is this pen user-friendly? Kongzi inquired diplomatically. Hurry and say it is. You shall understand once you try it. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at Kongzi as he inscribed 2 bold characters on a slip of paper. Not lending. He then tucked the note back into his waist pouch. Go on. Toss it back. Zhen Zikong, with a look of surprise, swiftly reclaimed the pouch and returned it to Wani Yanking, spitting out a curse. Damn you, shameless scoundrel. Borrowing life with a lottery ticket. You truly are a marvel. Brother Luo, your pen. All right, let us go and check the lottery results, Lin Luo said, tucking away the golden pen along with 2 stacks of lottery tickets, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I have already stated not lending. The wonders of the golden pen must remain undisclosed, especially to you, Kongzi. These 2 stacks of tickets were from the previous day's draw. If they had won, they could claim their prize within 60 days of the announcement. This meant that, should fortune favor them, they could redeem their winnings now. He recalled a lottery outlet not far from the snack shop, where he often observed a few individuals seated within, diligently analyzing the winning numbers. They appeared quite professional, though it was uncertain if they had ever struck gold. These tickets had been found by Kongzi, and Lin Luo was confident that with Kongzi's luck combined with his own foresight, there would be a delightful surprise in store. Brother Luo, where did you acquire your pen? Zhen Zikong, devoid of interest in the lottery, was instead captivated by Lin Luo's golden pen, its brilliance undeniably appealing. If you won't lend it, I shall procure one for myself. It was a gift from a relative, said had been brought back from abroad. Quite precious, indeed, Lin Luo fabricated casually. Yet, it was not entirely a falsehood, for the Qian was indeed overseas. Upon hearing the pen was expensive, Kongzi's enthusiasm waned. If it were a couple of hundred, he might muster the courage to consider it. Anything pricier was beyond his means. What kind of pen could it be, encrusted with gold and diamonds? Sold at such a high price? What about those pens that cost only a couple of dollars? The lottery outlet was modest in size, even smaller than the adjacent milk tea shop, featuring a machine on the counter and several varieties of scratch-off tickets displayed within. 2 chairs occupied the space in front of the counter. A whiteboard hung on the wall, filled with inscrutable numbers and graphs, resembling Morse code. Lin Luo and Kongzi entered the cramped shop, barely managing to squeeze in. Despite the tight confines, they managed to fit in. Inside the store sat 2 individuals, one, a gaunt man in his 40s, his face lined with deep wrinkles. The other, a portly fellow with an oily mane, likely having neglected personal hygiene for quite some time. Upon their entrance, Lin Luo and Kongzi were immediately met with a pungent odor of body odor that hung in the air. The two men appear to be engrossed in a fervent comparison between the numbers in their small notebooks and those on the wall, seemingly attempting to deduce the next lottery numbers. Lin Luo mused that this task was as challenging as predicting the arrival of the east wind. "Boss, what are the winning numbers from yesterday?" Lin Luo inquired, his brow furrowed. "They're right up there. The topmost numbers are from last night," replied the proprietor, who wore glasses and exuded a shrewd demeanor. For reasons unknown, Lin Luo felt instinctively that this man was not of good character. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced at the numbers on the wall and asked, "May I ask your surname, boss?" "Oh, you may call me Ho." Lin Luo nodded, contemplating for a moment before declaring loudly, "Not borrowing." The proprietor was startled, momentarily frozen in confusion, blinking in disbelief for quite some time. "What do you mean? Kanzi, let us go." Lin Luo gestured, leading Kongzi out of the shop. "Luo, go, what is going on?" Kongzi asked, perplexed as he glanced back at the bewildered shopkeeper. "We just got here. Why are we leaving? Aren't we checking the numbers?" Lin Luo scoffed quietly. "That man is Ho Longtao." "What?" Kongzi exclaimed, visibly agitated, his frustration boiling over. "Lin Luo restrained Kanzi. Enough with the curses. That guy is a fool. But the lottery tickets he offers are anything but foolish." "What do you mean?" Kongzi queried, confusion etched on his face. "Let us discuss it later," Lin Luo urged, quickening his pace toward the entrance of a nearby school. He committed the numbers to memory, intending to compare them later. Surely, there would be some rewards. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Ho finally regained his composure. He hurried to the shop's entrance, watching the retreating figures of Lin Luo and Kongzi with clenched teeth. "They took my lottery tickets, and not only did they refuse to borrow, but they also insulted me." Chapter 52. The value of treasure hunting is on the rise. At long last, the gates of the 18th Middle School have swung open. A throng of students has gathered at the entrance, eagerly streaming into the school. Among them, Kongzi and Lin Luo merge into the crowd, making their way inside. "Brother Luo, do you think these lottery tickets will win?" Zhen Zikong expressed his skepticism about the matter. "My mother says those are meant for the director. It's a fool's errand to think an ordinary person could win the lottery. Just look and you'll see." Lin Luo himself was not entirely confident, yet he could not dismiss the notion that Zhen Zikong's luck bore a peculiar charm. Perhaps, hidden within those two stacks of tickets, lay a winning ticket. After all, it was essentially free. The duo hastened to the teaching building and arrived at the spring class. At that moment, a majority of the students were seated, engrossed in their books. Upon observing the scene, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong silently turned away and proceeded to Class 5, where a few individuals occupied the classroom. Some lost in novels, others engaged in card games, all seemingly preoccupied. No one paid them any mind as they entered. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Luo and Kongzi settled down and produced the two stacks of lottery tickets. "Go fetch a piece of paper," Lin Luo instructed Kongzi, who complied and returned with a sheet upon which Lin Luo inscribed a series of numbers. Red, 15, 8, 33, 13, 1, 12, blue, 3. This was the winning combination from the previous day's draw. "How can I tell if we VE won?" Kongzi gazed at the numbers on the paper and then at the tickets in his hand, his expression one of confusion. Having never purchased a lottery ticket before, he pondered why he would waste money on something worth 2 yuan when he could enjoy a gaming session at an internet CAF instead. This is the double chromosphere. If the numbers on your ticket match these 7, you win. The first prize requires matching 6 red numbers and 1 blue, irrespective of order. The second prize is for 6 red numbers with no restriction on the blue. The third prize is for 5 red numbers and 1 blue. The fourth prize is for either 5 red numbers or 4 red numbers and 1 blue. The fifth prize requires 4 red numbers or 3 red and 1 blue. The sixth prize is simply for matching 1 blue number, Lin Luo explained as he distributed 1 stack of tickets to Kongzi. "Here, each of us has a stack. Let us see who wins more." Kongzi scrutinized the tickets, scratching his head in uncertainty. "Brother Luo, are you sure we won't be borrowing trouble? Who would have thought you were such a superstitious lad?" Lin Luo remarked with a smirk. If they were in the great Qian, he might have been more cautious, preferring to trust in the possibility of the supernatural since great Qian had its fair share of mysteries. Yet here, on Blue Star, he identified as a staunch materialist. Let us do this. If you feel uncertain, once we win, you can donate a portion of the prize to a Taoist temple and let the priest dispel your misfortune. Is that feasible? Truly, you're something else. Brother Luo, your ideas are rather audacious. Kong Zi's eyes sparkled, as if a new realm of possibilities had opened before him. Although he did not genuinely believe these tickets would yield a win, what if they did? Of course. If anything happens, let the priest handle it, Lin Luo concluded, turning his attention to meticulously examining the tickets, ignoring Kong Z's musings. Each ticket is a single entry, with a series of numbers followed by a bracketed 1, and a total of 2 yuan inscribed below. 9, 3, 5, 11. No matches, none at all. Lin Luo perused 20 tickets in succession, yet not a single one bore a matching number. Luo Ge, do you think this one is a winner? Zhen Zikong's voice resonated with uncertainty as he extended the ticket in his hand towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and glanced at the numbers on the ticket, and then inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. Red, 15, 33, 13, 1, 12, 9 blue. 3, 5 red numbers and 1 blue number. So close to being a complete match. This is a third prize. While the amount is modest, merely 3,000 yuan, it's a windfall indeed. Kongzi, your luck is extraordinary. Lin Luo genuinely praised him. Truly, he is my treasure-hunting pioneer, a master of fortune. For the third prize, keep it safe and find a place to redeem it after school. Hee, Luo Ge, you'll get your share of this money. Zhen Zikong grinned like a husky that just snagged a bone. All right, let us each hold on to our stack of tickets. Whoever wins keeps their prize. Lin Luo waved his hand, urging Zhen Zikong to continue checking his own tickets, while he resumed his examination of the ticket in his hand. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, resolute in his thoughts. If Lin Luo fails to win, he would divide the 3,000 yuan with him. With this in mind, Kongzi continued to sift through the remaining tickets, scrutinizing the numbers on the paper. Lin Luo inspected another 10 tickets, his expression darkening with each glance. This is absurd. This lottery truly is a swindle. Not a single winning number. Lin Luo gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend how his luck could be so dismal. After all, he was the one who had stumbled upon the legendary system. How could his fortune be so poor? I refuse to believe it. Yet out of 30 tickets, not even a 5 yuan win. What sort of lottery is this? Just scrap paper. Lin Luo furrowed his brow in frustration, preparing to examine the next ticket when Zhen Zikong suddenly erupted with excitement. Wow! He exclaimed, wow, wow, wow. Kongzi abruptly leaped to his feet, trembling with exhilaration as he thrust the ticket in his hand towards Lin Luo. Luo, 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 Luo. Are you feeding pigs? Lin Luo regarded Zhen Zikong with a deadpan expression. What are you so flustered about? Luo, go look at this. Zhen Zikong took a deep breath, his hand shaking as he gingerly presented the ticket to Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the fervor over yet another potential win. Look at your lack of composure. It's merely a winning ticket. Can't you maintain a bit of calm? Such a trivial matter, and yet you react so dramatically. How will you accomplish great things in the future? One must possess serenity to achieve greatness. Lin Luo adopted an air of nonchalance, accepting the ticket. Wow, he echoed, his voice thick with disbelief. Red, 15, 33, 8, 1, 13, 12 blue. 6, Luo Ge, this must be a win, right? Zhen Zikong whispered, his voice trembling with anticipation. Good heavens, 6 red numbers matched perfectly, though the blue number did not. This is a second prize. Lin Luo rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the ticket once more. Indeed, it was a second prize. He then turned to the gleaming-eyed Kongzi, who seemed to be brimming with energy, and slowly raised his thumb in admiration. Remarkable. The intrinsic value of the treasure-hunting pioneer continues to escalate. Hurry and secure it. This is a grand prize, and we mustn't let it slip away. Lin Luo returned the lottery ticket, urging Kongzi to stow it away safely and keep it close, for this could be worth hundreds of thousands. Kongzi nodded eagerly, immediately tearing open his pants. Wait, what are you doing? Lin Luo exclaimed in bewilderment, watching as Kongzi shoved the lottery ticket into the small pocket of his green zippered underwear. Lin Luo stared, utterly flabbergasted. Wow, your approach is quite something. Hee hee. This is a secret stash tool my dad bought, but my mom found out, and now it's all mine, Kanzi replied with a proud grin. Initially, he had been quite dismissive of it, but now that it was truly in use, he felt it was invaluable. There could be no safer place than this. Keeping it close to his most prized possession certainly ensured its security. Your dad is impressive. Lin Luo raised his thumb again, surprised to discover that the seemingly ordinary old Jun had his own clever tricks. Shaking his head, Lin Luo pulled out another lottery ticket to examine. There were only a few left, perhaps 6 or 7. No way, could it really be gone? Don't worry, Brother Luo, this ticket is half yours. Kangzi confidently patted his pocket. No need, I said whoever buys it owns it, and besides, I also won here. Lin Luo glanced at the ticket in his hand, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. I told you, my luck cannot possibly be bad. I won. Let me see what prize. Kangzi leaned in eagerly, squinting at the numbers. Red, 1, 8, 12, 15, 33, 13, blue, 9. Lin Luo pushed Kangzi's head back. Stop looking. Like you, I matched 6 red numbers. But this blue number flipped from 6 to 9. It's still a second prize. Now, there was no need to worry about dividing the spoils unfairly. I knew it. Kangzi's luck is unbeatable. His treasure hunting abilities are extraordinary. Awesome, Brother Luo, we're going to get rich. Kangzi looked ecstatic, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Indeed, Lin Luo nodded, acknowledging that the he referred to was Zhen Zikong. This fellow's prowess as a treasure hunting pioneer was undeniably on the rise. After returning from dinner, they found 2 stacks of lottery tickets in a roadside flower bed, yielding 2 second prizes. The odds of that happening are lower than those of deliberately purchasing lottery tickets for a second prize. However, as Kangzi's adoptive father, his fortune is indeed intertwined with mine. Chapter 53. The commendation letter has arrived. Lin Luo has finished reviewing the remaining lottery tickets, including the ones in Zhen Zikong's possession. They are all rendered as mere scraps of paper. The only winning ticket belongs to Lin Luo, who has secured a second prize, while Zhen Zi holds both a second and third prize. To be frank, one cannot help but envy Zhen Zi's extraordinary luck. Brother Luo, it feels as if I'm in a dream, Zhen Zi exclaimed, his hands hanging by his sides as he clutched his little golden pouch. His face flushed with excitement and joy. He was trembling from exhilaration. One might think he was experiencing something far more intense. Lin Luo shot him a disapproving glance. Look at you, so uncomposed. Can't you maintain your composure? It's merely a second prize. Observe how nonchalantly I take it in stride. All right, class is about to begin. I shall return first. You can dispose of these scraps. The classroom was already filled with a majority of students, and he felt it inappropriate to linger in another class. Hey, Brother Luo, where do we go to claim the prize? Zhen Zi whispered, still brimming with anticipation. Were it not for a semblance of rationality, he would have rushed to claim the prize immediately, securing it without delay. 4 prizes exceeding 10,000 yuan. We must visit the city's welfare lottery center. After school, call Uncle Zhen and have him bring your ID and bank card to pick you up. Lin Luo's ID and bank card were securely stored in his storage space, reserved for moments such as this. To his surprise, today proved to be such an occasion. Wow, I'm calling him right now. Zhen Zi could hardly contain his eagerness, unable to wait until school ended. Typically, the welfare lottery center closes at 10 in the evening. If they rushed over after evening classes, they would still arrive by 7, collect the prize, and return home without any delay. Lin Luo said nothing more, simply waved his hand and exited class 5. However, as he stepped out of the classroom, he collided head-on with Chun Kuan. Chun Kuan was hurrying along, and upon seeing Lin Luo, his face lit up with joy as he seized Lin Luo's arm. There you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. Huh? Looking for me? Lin Luo was taken aback, puzzled. What is the matter, Brother Kuan? For those like them, who maintained a good rapport with the teachers, particularly the homeroom teacher, titles became inconsequential. For instance, Chun Kuan could be addressed as either Teacher Chun or Brother Kuan at school, as long as one refrained from calling him Brother G. The district leaders have arrived to present a commendation letter to you and Zhen Zikong. They are currently in the principal's office. Come on, we need to get you both. Chun Kuan beamed with delight. It had been years since such an event had occurred, and now it was happening in his class. Indeed, it was his class. After all, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong were still his students as of Sunday. "All right, Zhen Zi, the teacher is calling," Lin Luo shouted back into the classroom. With a loud ah, Zhen Zi dashed out. "Brother Qian, what is going on? It's good news. Hurry, let us go. The principal and others are waiting," Chen Qian said cheerfully, taking Lin Luo and Zhen Zi by the arms and leading them downstairs. The teaching building and the office building are not interconnected, yet they are in close proximity. After descending the stairs and walking a mere 100 or 200 meters, one arrives at the ladder. In comparison to the teaching building, the office building is notably more aesthetically pleasing. The principal's office is located on the east side of the second floor. Lin Luo and Kong Zi follow behind Old Chun and arrive at the principal's office. At that moment, the door to the office was ajar, and even from a distance, the sounds of laughter and conversation could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. Old Chun rapped on the door, causing the individuals conversing inside to turn their attention toward the entrance. "Principal, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong have arrived." Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong stood behind Old Chun, peering into the office. Chu Jianjun, clad in uniform, sat upright on the sofa, flanked by two young individuals, presumably his apprentices. "Haha, come in. Our little heroes have arrived." The principal beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. What a surprise. It has been years since I have heard of such an event. An official commendation from Municipal Bureau for high school students, personally presented at the school. You will have much to boast about at the district meeting. Lin Luo and Kong Zi entered the office. Kong Zi appeared somewhat nervous. However, with Chu Jianjun present and Lin Luo by his side, he managed to compose himself. "Good day, Principal." "Hello, Uncle Chu," Lin Luo greeted politely. The principal nodded with a smile, growing increasingly fond of Lin Luo. Having witnessed Lin Luo's impressive performance in the classroom that morning, he was pleasantly surprised by the afternoon's turn of events. Chu Jianjun rose with a cheerful demeanor, looking at Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong as he spoke. "Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong, I am here on behalf of the Municipal Bureau to express my sincere gratitude to both of you. Your honesty in returning lost property and promptly reporting a significant case has provided crucial assistance in apprehending the criminal suspects. Following deliberation by the Bureau's leadership, we have decided to award both of you certificates of commendation and letters of appreciation." He saluted, along with the two young inspectors behind him. Lin Luo instinctively returned the salute. As a member of the Youth League, it was an appropriate response. Zhen Zikong was a beat slower but followed suit, albeit imperfectly. The principal's smile widened at this exchange, clearly pleased as he nodded in approval. At that moment, a lesser-known teacher in the principal's office raised a camera and began snapping pictures. Ceremony concluded. Chu Jianjun lowered his hand and produced 2 certificates of honor, one for each student, alongside 2 letters of appreciation. Holding the certificate and letter, Lin Luo noticed everyone's gaze upon him, signaling that it was time for him to say a few words. He then solemnly began his speech. "I would like to express my gratitude to the school and the teachers for their guidance. This recognition serves as motivation for my future endeavors, and I will." He continued, while Zhen Zikong, overwhelmed by the moment, struggled to keep up, his mind buzzing and stammering as if his tongue were tied. He had never experienced anything like this before. Lo, as expected, spoke with remarkable ease. Yet do I not also have something to contribute? The principal, the teachers, and Uncle Chu were all observing him. I too. In a moment of impulsiveness, Zhen Zikong blurted out. The atmosphere in the office instantly grew peculiar. Lin Luo's lips twitched slightly. Did this fellow watch Romance of the Three Kingdoms last night? Chu Jianjun barely managed to suppress his amusement. Zhen Zikong truly was a talent. "Ha, Lin Luo, Zhen Zikong, the reward associated with the case is still undergoing processing. Kindly provide your banking information, and the relevant funds will be transferred directly to your accounts," Chu Jianjun said with a smile. "All right, I'm quite familiar with this." Lin Luo promptly began to write down his details in the little notebook that Chu Jianjun had handed him. He had memorized the account numbers from the savings card he had applied for just last Saturday. It was simply delightful to possess such a photographic memory. Before long, Both their banking information and names were inscribed. "Uncle Chu, it's done," Lin Luo declared. Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow, glancing at the card number in the notebook with a hint of surprise. "You're not just writing anything at random, are you? If even a single digit is incorrect, it could lead to significant complications. If the transfer fails, it will have to be returned and the process restarted, greatly extending the time for the funds to arrive. Rest assured, it's accurate. I applied for the card with Kongzi just last Saturday," Lin Luo replied confidently. "Oh, a card obtained on Saturday. Somewhat perplexed as to why anyone would be so idle as to memorize their bank account number. "All right, if all goes well. The funds should arrive within 3 to 5 days. Just keep an eye out for the banking notifications," he added, then turned to the principal. "Principal Gao, this concludes our business here. We shan't intrude on your work any longer." "Not at all. The police and the community are like one family." "Captain Chu, allow me to see you out," Principal Gao responded warmly, accompanying Chu Jianjun and his companions out of the office. Lin Luo and Zheng Zikong followed behind. After watching Chu Jianjun and the others depart in their vehicle, Lin Luo and Kongzi were once again caught by the principal, who engaged them in some idle chatter until they finally managed to escape and slip back to their classroom. Chapter 54. The Diary of the Astronomical Bureau's Sorcerer. Although it was not a public commendation throughout the school, it was nonetheless a delightful matter to have received acknowledgement from the principal. With a corresponding record in my academic file, Lin Luo walked briskly back to the classroom, where a history lesson was in progress. Zhang Qian, dressed in casual attire yet unable to conceal her fine figure, was discussing the comprehensive examination paper, focusing on modern history. To be candid, modern history is rather harrowing. A mere page could encapsulate the lives of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of individuals. At times, it is truly unbearable to behold. However, one cannot simply avert their gaze. These historical events are meant to be indelibly etched in our memories. "I'm back," Lin Luo announced as he pushed open the classroom door. The history teacher, Zhang Qian, was an alluring young woman. Yet she always wore large black-framed glasses and dressed in plain clothing, neglecting her appearance, which significantly detracted from her allure. This was not unusual, as high school students are beginning to mature in various aspects, and certain taboos are strictly forbidden within school. To mitigate potential issues, teachers in secondary schools typically refrain from presenting themselves in an overly glamorous manner. "Ah, you should head back quickly," Zhang Qian said gently, adjusting her glasses. If it were any other student, she would have inquired about their whereabouts and why they had returned so late. However, for Lin Luo, who consistently achieved full marks in history, she saw no need to ask. Instead, she focused on the lesson. Lin Luo returned to his seat with a swift pace, under the curious gaze of his classmates. Chu Jiao, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, nudged Lin Luo's arm, her delicate face brimming with curiosity. "Where did you go?" she whispered. Meanwhile, the students in front, Xiao Nyozi and Xiao Jizi, subtly leaned back in their chairs, their ears perked up, clearly intrigued despite their silence. Noticing their antics, Lin Luo smiled faintly. "Settle down, everyone. I'm about to share something impressive." He recounted how, on Saturday, he had performed a good deed, leading to a commendation from the Municipal Bureau, and how Kuing-gu had accompanied him and Kongzi to the principal's office to collect the award. He placed the certificate and commendation letter on the desk, a striking red booklet adorned with a golden characters honorary certificate, accompanied by a handwritten letter of commendation. Xiao Nyozi and Xiao Jizi's eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to glance at the documents on the desk. "Wow, it's real!" Chu Jiao exclaimed as she swiftly snatched the certificate, opening it to reveal its contents. Lin Luo, for providing significant evidence and clues in the Golden Heist case on February 13th in Nanching, assisting the police in apprehending the suspects. This certificate of assistance in solving the case is issued as a reward. "Impressive. You're quite remarkable." Zhu Xiao Price. It turned out that Lin Luo had called his father away on Saturday due to this case. But what about last night? Of course. Just look at who I am. "My dear, once my treasury is replenished this Saturday, you may enjoy all the spicy hot pot and potato noodles you desire. My treat." "Ugh, who are you calling my dear? How shameless." Her playful indignation stirred something within Lin Luo. There might be a chance here. So will you come and eat? Is it not possible to indulge in hot pot? Chu Jiaojiao softly inquired, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After enjoying the hot pot, we could savor some snacks like popcorn, perhaps catch a movie, and afterwards take a leisurely stroll in the park. Surely, you could have searched for such a delightful itinerary online? I'm quite anxious for you. How can this foolish boy remain so oblivious? All right, I have heard that Hadaleo offers a delectable taste. Lin Luo, too, had only heard of it and never had the chance to partake, as his living expenses had always been rather tight. Now that he had some funds, he certainly ought to experience it. Yes, let us hasten to class. Chu Jiaojiao's heartbeat quickened as she whispered, promptly settling down in her seat. Her cheeks were intensely red, and her charming lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Her large, watery eyes gazed at the exam paper, yet the content eluded her comprehension. This fool seems to finally be awakening. Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng lay their heads down on their desks, wearing expressions of exasperation. For heaven's sake, we were merely here to observe, and now it feels like we are consuming dog food. What a lack of decorum. At the podium, Zhang Qian was explaining the exam paper, and the entire class was listening with utmost seriousness. Only Lin Luo's gaze wandered aimlessly. Old Deng, it's time to undertake some tasks. Through your arduous efforts, the study group has finally flourished. However, your subordinates still require cultivation. As the soon-to-be magistrate of Yinzhou County, you are in dire need of talents in various fields such as administration, criminal investigation, taxation, education, agriculture, and water conservancy. Task: cultivate a talent proficient in mystical arts. Reward: Spirit Fire Seed. Spirit Fire Seed? That sounds somewhat familiar. It was mentioned earlier that crafting magical artifacts necessitates the manipulation of spirit fire by sorcerers. The higher the grade of the spirit fire, the more potent the resulting artifact. Could this spirit fire seed be akin to the extraordinary fire seed of Emperor Xiao Yan, enabling mastery over fire? Old Deng, what is the purpose of this spirit fire seed? The spirit fire seed, upon refinement, can generate a companion spirit fire, which can be used for alchemy, artifact crafting, and the creation of glazed bones. What, pray tell, are glazed bones? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, pondering if he could utilize spirit fire to refine his own bones. Sorcerers use spirit fire to temper their own skeletal structure, achieving glazed bones that are indestructible. This is a method for sorcerers to enhance their physical form. Admit it, the world of the Qian is indeed fantastical. I see. Sorcerers excel in range combat, while warriors prefer close quarters. However, this does not imply that sorcerers possess weak physiques or that warriors are inept at range. Zhuziazia, allow me to assist you with a question. Lin Luo, filled with determination, nudged his deskmate, Chu Jiaojiao. The girl looked at Lin Luo in confusion, unsure of his intentions. We are in class, brother, and it is history class at that. The teacher is discussing the exam paper, and you suddenly wish to solve a problem with me? Lin Luo paid no heed to Chu Jiaojiao's bewilderment and took out a golden pen, inscribing on the blank space of the paper, 500 plus 20 equals 520. Do you comprehend? Lin Luo observed Chu Jiaojiao's baffled expression and blinked playfully. Don't just stare at me, nod your head. Lin Luo made exaggerated facial expressions. Is there something in your eye? Chu Jiaojiao tilted her head. Why does it seem like Lin Luo is acting strangely? Not at all. Just tell me if you understand this problem. So simple. Do you really need to teach me? Of course I understand. Chu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, perplexed by Lin Luo's antics. Could it be that he was using the homophony of 520 to confess his feelings? This fool, how could he be so hasty? The young girl's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Excellent, system. She has mastered it. Did you hear that? Lin Luo glanced at the system's chat box. Task: cultivate a talented practitioner of arts and sciences. Reward: Seed of Spirit Fire. Completed. What a cost. The Seed of Spirit Fire is in hand. How far am I from becoming a practitioner? I wonder what practitioners in the Great Qian are like. Are they truly capable of summoning winds and rains, commanding thunder and lightning, as depicted in those fantasy novels? Just as Lin Luo indulged in visions of the grandeur of practitioners, he felt a stirring in his pocket as if something had increased in quantity. No way. Lin Luo was startled and hastily reached into his pocket. This is a joke, after all. It is the seed of fire. Don't burn my pants now. Oh, foolish system. Yet what he retrieved was a smooth, jade-like orb. Lin Luo pulled it out, discovering it resembled a glass ball. Within the translucent sphere bloomed a white lotus, appearing as if a flame was encased in ice. It was indistinguishable from the small glass balls sold outside for a mere dime. System, is this the seed of spirit fire? How does one use it? Lin Luo clutched the seed of spirit fire, perplexed, and inquired of the system. Swallow it or insert it into your body. Oh, so simple. Oh, wait a moment. Lin Luo's eyes widened slightly, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Swallowing? I comprehend, but what does it mean to insert it into my body? Is it what I think it is? Puff. Insert it in? Indeed, insert it into the navel. The seed of spirit fire will be absorbed by the dantian. Oh my, it's the navel. You should have clarified that, old fool. Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly. What did you expect? I thought it was the nostrils. Lin Luo scratched his nose and stowed away the seed of spirit fire. Let us not consume it just yet. If this seed of spirit fire has special effects and everyone in the class is watching, I'll be completely infamous. Hey, wait a moment. Has this system been quite chatty today? Old fool, thanks to your diligent guidance, an exceptional talent has emerged among your subordinates. However, you have discovered that their physiques are severely lacking. The urgent task is to train your subordinates' bodies, enabling them to possess greater strength and vitality to assist you in returning to the great Qian. Task: let your subordinates in physical training reward. Diary of the Astrologer. Oh, astrologer. Huh, a diary? Lin Luo had been prepared to soar, thinking he could become a practitioner, summoning winds and rains, commanding thunder and lightning. In the next moment, his spirits plummeted. A diary is of little use. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. Damn system. Yet soon, Lin Luo regained his composure. A diary is not without merit. This sorcerer's journal is likely to contain numerous accounts pertaining to the Grand Qian, such as encounters with monsters, significant events that transpired within the imperial court, and insights into cultivation. Furthermore, through this journal, one could also learn the script of Grand Qian, thus avoiding the embarrassment of becoming illiterate upon arrival. With this thought, Lin Luo felt an immediate sense of comfort. Chapter 55, Searching for All. The gambling system did not discover the wrong host. The delightful chime resonated, and soon the classroom was filled with lively chatter. The foundational class was the first to burst out of the classroom, hurrying in clusters towards the hallway restrooms. Those who lagged behind had no choice but to head to the larger restroom by the playground. In contrast, the parallel class maintained a quieter ambience. Some students immersed themselves in books at their desks, while others gathered in small groups to converse. The sprint class, however, was distinctly different. Aside from those heading to the restroom, each student sat quietly at their desks, poring over their examination papers. This division exam encompassed all critical subject matter, serving as an opportunity for self-assessment and improvement. Mistakes made were to be carefully analyzed, ensuring they would not recur in the future. Great Prince, Big Brother, Lin Luo exclaimed, rising from his desk to lean over and scrutinize Niu Zida and Wei Jifan, exuding an air of intimidation. Niu Zida and Wei Jifan felt as if they were prey under the gaze of a predator, sending chills down their spines. What's the matter? Niu Zida stammered. Do you know why my academic performance has suddenly improved so remarkably? Lin Luo inquired, feigning an air of mystery as he addressed Niu Zida and Wei Jifan. Though his primary audience was Wei Jifan, this individual was known for his diligence, albeit hindered by slightly inferior natural talent, which rendered him perpetually a step behind the more gifted Niu Zida despite his efforts. Genius, after all, is comprised of 1% talent and 99% hard work. Yet without that 1% of innate ability, one cannot achieve perfection. This disparity delineates the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Lin Luo's voice, moderate in volume, resonated through the hushed classroom, drawing the curiosity of several classmates. Niu Zida merely scoffed, unconcerned. Isn't it just competitive pressure? I'm well acquainted with it. Wei Jifan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he regarded Lin Luo, eagerly awaiting his revelation. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Noticing Lin Luo's gaze flitting between him and Yozita without elaborating further, Wei Jifan could no longer contain himself. Hurry up and tell us why. Lin Luo's heart leapt with delight, though he maintained a composed exterior. It's because I work out, having a strong physique. As he spoke, he lifted his shirt to reveal a set of six-pack abs, lending credibility to his claims. The sight of his sculpted abdomen, complemented by an enticing V-line, left both Nyozita and Wei Jifan momentarily speechless. Goodness, you truly are insufferable. Not only are you excelling academically, but your physique is also remarkable. Zhuzia, who had been watching Lin Luo playfully tease others with a smile, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes fixated on the seemingly endless V-line, rendering her unable to look away. Wow, incredible. Among the onlookers, some gasped in astonishment, others drooled, and a few even expressed a desire to touch. Isn't it enough that you're academically gifted? Must you also manage your physique? Is that even fair? Coming back to reality, Chu Jiaojiao felt a dryness in her throat and a flush in her cheeks. At that moment, she observed the reactions of her classmates around her, particularly those few girls whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Luo's sculpted abs. Her expression shifted, and she acted swiftly. "Pull your shirt down," she exclaimed, seizing Lin Luo's clothing and concealing his abdominal muscles once more. "How dare you covet my man?" The girls instantly displayed expressions of disappointment and longing. "What gives? It's not every day we get such a treat. And you want to let us see?" The boys wore expressions of envy and jealousy. "Lu Ye, what must I do to be as remarkable as you?" Wei Jifan asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she clenched her fists. "Simple, just work out with me." Lin Luo replied earnestly, striking a muscular pose. Today's youth are so focused on their studies, neglecting exercise. A mere headache can easily affect their performance. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting approval. "Indeed, I often catch colds," one chimed in. "With a strong physique, you can study late into the night without worrying about fatigue or poor performance during exams. A robust body allows you to commute faster, saving precious time for your studies. When you feel fit, your spirit is lifted and your mind operates more effectively without the fear of hair loss. So what do you say? Do you want to learn?" Lin Luo crossed his arms, exuding an air of confidence, though he bore an uncanny resemblance to a beggar selling secrets in a martial arts film. "I want to learn. I want to learn too." The surrounding classmates seemed almost hypnotized, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they clamored for his guidance. "All right, starting today, I will teach you how to utilize your break time for physical training." Lin Luo wore an expression of a mentor ready to impart wisdom. "Come on, those who wish to learn, stand up. Spread your legs, engage your core, lift your chest, keep your knees straight, and begin squat. 15 during one break will total 100 day. Over time, your strength will naturally increase." Under Lin Luo's persuasive influence, many classmates began to follow suit. Performing squats. 1, 2, 3, 15. Excellent. Take a breather. You can also practice during your free time, aiming for 30 per set, with 3 sets in total, resting 10 seconds between each. "You will thank me later." Lin Luo grinned, his smile carrying a deeper meaning. Squats are immensely beneficial for men. It's said that neglecting leg training leads to futility in the end. The principle is the same. All right, everyone, keep pushing forward. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Lin Luo concluded with a flourish before returning to his seat. "What on earth are you up to?" Chu Jiaojiao leaned closer to Lin Luo, whispering her inquiry. She sensed that he had been behaving oddly in recent days, constantly engaging in unexpected and perplexing actions. Her desk made it transformed significantly. When did he develop those abs? He should have mentioned it earlier. "Ah, the early bird catches the worm. I am inherently kind-hearted and cannot bear to see my classmates suffer." Lin Luo chuckled, indulging in light-hearted banter. People know to place the fire beneath the pot to boil water, yet some insist on heating the water surface. Once the water boils, it inevitably transforms into steam and escapes the pot. "You stubborn old ox," exclaimed Chu Jiaojiao, her delicate hand inexplicably reaching towards Lin Luo. Hey, hey, mind the occasion. Shu, keep your voice down." The young girl's cheeks flushed bright red, the color extending to her translucent earlobes. She was astonished by her own boldness, wondering how, in a moment of impulsiveness, she followed her instincts. Yet, the sensation was truly delightful. It is often said that the more beautiful a girl is, the more mischievous she becomes. Today, Lin Luo has witnessed this firsthand. Chu Jiao Jiao is indeed a little vixen, no doubt about it. However, in this mutual assistance group, today I help you, and tomorrow you shall assist me in return. Lin Luo smirked, resting his head on the table, feigning a state of calm to conceal his subtle actions beneath the surface. Let me take a look at what this sorcerer's diary entails. The diary of the sorcerers from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was directly transmitted into Lin Luo's mind, thus eliminating the need for him to examine the physical text. The first line consisted of a series of peculiar characters. Lin Luo was unfamiliar with them, knitting his brows in confusion. There was no choice but to seek help from a system. He wondered if the foolish system would notice anything amiss. How could a host who traversed from Qian not recognize the official characters of Qian? Yet, he had no choice but to gamble on it. This silly system's intelligence. No, where did it even acquire intelligence? Therefore, he commanded, "Search, Old Deng system. Translate this for me. What does it say?" At 38 years old, having endured the tribulations of life and crossed into the blue star, amidst great astonishment, anger, sorrow, and joy, have suffered a mental breakdown due to overstimulation. The immediate priority is to heal the injury and recover all your memories so that you may return to the Qian unbound. Task: seek out a skilled healer to treat your mental ailment. Reward: memories of the Qian. Lin Luo's expression turned peculiar, pondering whether a certain expletive was appropriate to utter. Dog system, it is you whose mind has gone awry. Chapter 56. How can I prove that I am not mentally ill? Lin Luo silently cursed the system in his mind, yet the dunderhead system remained utterly unresponsive. Observing the system's turtle-like retreat, Lin Luo, in resignation, began to scrutinize the task at hand. While playful antics were all well and good, one must never jest with the seriousness of a mission. Despite the system's apparent ineptitude, the rewards for completing tasks were indeed quite substantial. With the memories of the great Qian at his disposal, he was spared from mere guesswork. Human fear often arises from the unknown. When one is aware that a fool lies in wait to frighten them at a crossroads, they are less likely to soil their trousers upon encountering such a trickster. Moreover, they could capitalize on the opponent's momentary lapse in focus to deliver a swift kick, incapacitating them entirely. Lin Luo's brow furrowed slightly. The task of seeking out a sage capable of curing mental ailments appeared rather daunting. Where could one possibly find such a healer? Wait a moment. Could mental illness be synonymous with insanity? Ridiculous. Lin Luo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This old system would rather suspect its host of being unable to handle stress and succumbing to madness than entertain the notion that it had mistakenly bound itself to the wrong individual. Nonetheless, this old system's lack of sanity was, in a way, beneficial. How else could he exploit its quirks for his own gain? As for who could treat insanity, naturally, it would be the esteemed psychiatrists. In the southern city, there exists a renowned mental health institution, famously dubbed the first mental hospital, affectionately referred to as Little Green Mountain. Surely, the absurdity of the situation would find its resolution there. However, venturing to such a place seemed impractical and a significant waste of time. Lin Luo preferred to approach tasks with cunning and swiftness, prioritizing expediency. Hey, if you're going to touch me, at least don't pinch. Lin Luo grasped Chu Jiao Jiao's small hand firmly, casting a glare in her direction. Chu Jiao Jiao blushed, retracting her hand and adopting a posture of feigned innocence, like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. The sensation was too delightful, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself unable to resist. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of madness at his own audacity. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Zhao Min, the homeroom teacher of the intensive class, entered the room. Zhao Min stood around 5'7", with short hair that brushed her ears, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, bearing a slight resemblance to the character he from the film The School's Out. Though she was in her 30s, She exuded an air of youthful vitality. Alongside Zhang Qian, who taught history, she taught politics, both of them unconcerned with their attire, relying instead on their natural allure. Earning the title of the school's two teaching blossoms in the online forum. As their teacher entered, the classroom, already quiet, fell into an even deeper silence. All eyes fixed upon Zhao Min. Dear students, I am Zhao Min, your homeroom teacher who will guide you through the challenges of the forthcoming college entrance examination. Zhao Min elegantly inscribed her name on the blackboard, her handwriting remarkably graceful. Before we begin, I wish to address an important matter. Starting today, our intensive class will embark on the fast track to conquering the college entrance exam. The pace and complexity of our studies will be considerably heightened compared to before. You may soon find yourselves feeling overwhelmed, fatigued, and under immense pressure. This is entirely normal. Opportunities to change one's life are rare, and the college entrance examination will be the first, and perhaps the most easily grasped, of such opportunities. To alleviate the overwhelming burden of academic pressure that can lead to feelings of depression and despondency, the school has invited a renowned psychology lecturer to conduct a seminar for our senior class. The session is scheduled for this afternoon during the 3rd and 4th periods. Once the class concludes, students are encouraged to swiftly visit the restroom before gathering in the multifunctional classroom. As the lesson commences, everyone is instructed to take out their comprehensive examination papers. The classroom is filled with the sound of papers rustling, and soon, all students have their sheets laid out on their desks, preparing to listen attentively, seemingly indifferent to the earlier comments made by Zhao Min Lin Luo too. Retrieve his paper from his desk pocket, his fingers dancing joyfully across the surface. Just as he was about to doze off, the school's timely intervention feels like a much-needed reprieve. He plans to seize the opportunity to converse with the psychology professor shortly. However, Lin Luo wonders about the effectiveness of the psychology lecturer, pondering whether psychological disorders and mental illnesses are truly synonymous. Just as he contemplates how to approach his task, Zhao Min at the podium speaks again, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Before we delve into the topics, I must commend Lin Luo for his solid foundational knowledge in comprehensive studies. However, he needs to strengthen his understanding of current political affairs. Zhao Min's gaze meets Lin Luo's as the class falls silent, each face reflecting the sentiment of knowing this was inevitable. Every subject teacher has offered praise, and it would be remiss for the political instructor to refrain from doing so. Lin Luo scratches his head, appearing adorably naive. Truth be told, he does not comprehend why political exams necessitate the assessment of current events. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. The questions are few and carry minimal weight. I understand, Min Jia, he replies. Zhao Min chuckles lightly, playfully admonishing, Lin, remember to address me by my title during class. Yes, Princess Min Min, he responds, and the classroom erupts in laughter, as Min Min is indeed her nickname. Zhao Min covers her mouth, smiling, and waves at Lin Luo, stating that while class is in session, he should refer to her as teacher, but after class, he is free to address her as he wishes. Yes, teacher, Lin Luo obediently replies, settling down in his seat like a model student. With that, the lesson begins in earnest, and Zhao Min adopts a serious demeanor. The content of comprehensive studies largely relies on rote memorization, as long as one is not too rigid in thought and can discern the examiner's intent. Answering the questions poses little difficulty. The bell rings, signaling the end of the period, and Lin Luo swats away Chu Jiao's playful antics with an eye roll before rising to visit the restroom. He must prepare himself for a TTE with the psychology lecturer shortly. The multifunctional auditorium is located on the 3rd floor of the library, a spacious venue capable of accommodating an entire grade. The indoor gymnasium is situated below, yet it has never been opened to the public. Its intended purpose remains a mystery. The seating arrangement was organized by class, with the sprint class positioned in the front rows. Accompanying the students were several school leaders attending the lecture. Chu Jiao and Lin Luo sat together. Originally, the eldest prince and the eldest brother intended to sit beside Lin Luo, but their plans were thwarted by the homeroom teacher who claimed the spot first. Min Jia, May I consult the psychology teacher about a few questions later? Lin Luo inquired, tilting her head toward Zhao Min. What is on your mind? Zhao Min asked, momentarily taken aback, but quickly displaying concern. The teachers at the school held the top students, especially those with prospects for prestigious universities like Qinbei, in high regard. Any minor ailment or deviation in their state would draw significant attention. After all, these students represented the school's academic standing. Any slip-up was simply unacceptable. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Jiao subtly edged closer to Lin Luo, her ears perked up. It's just a few simple inquiries. Please don't be anxious, teacher, Lin Luo replied with a smile. Zhao Min, now aware of her own tension, managed a gentle smile. Of course, there will be time for you to interact and consult later. Just raise your hand when you wish to ask anything. Got it. At that moment, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously combed and donning gold-rimmed glasses, cheerfully ascended the podium. Hello, students. It is a privilege to be invited to our 18th middle school to engage in a dialogue of the soul. I am your speaker today, Li Changming. You may address me as Teacher Li. The students erupted in applause, their enthusiasm perfectly timed, neither too long nor too short. Occasionally, a single person would initiate the clapping, leading to a resounding wave of applause that honored the speaker. Li Changming nodded appreciatively and, once the applause subsided, continued with a smile. Before we begin, I'd like to ask if anyone among you is familiar with the concepts of psychological safety and mental health? Oh, a question. Lin Luo suddenly stood up, instantly becoming the center of attention. Zhao Min and Chu Jiao were taken aback, their expressions a mix of surprise as they gazed at Lin Luo, puzzled by her boldness. Oh, this student is quite proactive. Please, share your thoughts, Li Changming invited with a warm smile. Lin Luo spoke loudly. Teacher, I want to ask, how can I prove that I'm not insane when someone labels me as such? The entire room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Lin Luo, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Even Li Changming felt a buzz in his head. My questions seem to be a bit different, he stammered. This studentess inquiry is quite challenging. In reality, there are clear distinctions between normal and mentally unstable individuals, although some may appear normal while harboring psychological issues. In the face of being labeled as insane, one should remain calm and rational, behaving normally, which will naturally demonstrate one's sanity, provided the other party is not merely insulting you. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo wore a smile as he took the lead in applauding. Was there a leader? The audience was momentarily bewildered, but then, as if a switch had been flipped, thunderous applause erupted. Li Changming smilat finely, nodding supli, while awkwardly digging his toes into the ground, as if trying to unearth a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room apartment. What was there to applaud about, I wonder? Chapter 57. Whose sorcerer visits the stage daily? Amidst the resounding applause, Lin Luo resumed his seat. System, the master has successfully healed me. Lin Luo conveyed to the system. Task, seek a distinguished individual to treat brain ailments for oneself. Reward, the Qian's memories completed. Excellent, the mission is accomplished. Lin Luo closed his eyes, preparing to absorb the Qian memories. Ahem, the concepts of psychological safety and mental health are. On the podium, Li Changming awkwardly began his presentation. Initially, he had planned several interactions, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. The students of number 18 high school appeared to require something substantial. Below, Zhao Min observed Lin Luo, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. She simply could not comprehend what Lin Luo had just done. Had he been bullied, or was he being ridiculed as mentally unstable? Zhao Min's delicate brows furrowed in anger, her expression growing fierce. How dare anyone bully my precious student? Are they seeking a death wish? I must inquire with Lin Luo's former homeroom teacher to discover who had tormented him. With this thought, Zhao Min glanced toward Class 5. Chen Qian was also stretching his neck to peer in this direction, meeting Zhao Min's questioning gaze. He had witnessed Lin Luo's peculiar behavior and felt anxious. This child was typically carefree. He had shown no signs of distress before, even in the principal's office. Could it be that the antics of Wang and his group had left him with psychological scars? Confirming Chen Qian's anxious expression, Zhao Min became increasingly certain that Lin Luo had been bullied before the class rearrangement. With a pained heart, she looked at Lin Luo, who had his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, appearing deeply troubled. What a tremendous grievance he must have endured at that moment. The Old Deng foolish dog system began to transmit the Qian memories into Lin Luo's mind. Perhaps due to the size of the compressed file or the haste in which it was introduced, Lin Luo found it somewhat overwhelming, causing him to grimace in discomfort. The Qian memories flowed through his consciousness like a river. This was the memory of the urea bag. Lin Luo observed it from a third-person perspective, akin to watching a film. From a urea bag's birth to school enrollment, and ultimately, its death and subsequent transmigration. The critical moments mentioned when Lin Luo bound the system were vividly replayed. Arduous study, passing the imperial examination, minor achievements, unexpected fatherhood, fellow scholars, assassination, and transmigration. Good heavens, Lin Luo had previously sensed that the urea bag's life was tragically unfortunate. But that was merely a textual description. Now, having experienced a holographic replay, he realized it was tragic beyond imagination. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. Lin Luo had now mastered the official script of Qian. Excellent. Let me see what is inscribed in this sorcerer's diary from the Bureau of Astronomy. Eagerly, Lin Luo began to peruse the pages of the sorcerer's diary. Qian, year of Yong'an, first month, 9th day. Gao Li have finally been accepted into the Bureau of Astronomy. Though I am merely a lowly apprentice sorcerer with limited abilities, from this day forth, I, Qiao Jili, shall dedicate my meager light to the grand Qian. I must earn money, accumulate wealth, and amass great fortunes. Lin Luo's features contorted in disbelief. No, this Qiao Jili is not much different from those who have succeeded in the civil service examinations. On the 10th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Great Qian Yong'an, I never expected that my first day at the Astronomical Bureau would coincide with such a grave incident. Today, our superior led us on a citywide manhunt for the infamous Peach Blossom young master, that vile flower thief, who dared to target the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State. I truly admire his audacity. Fortunately, the Duke's residence is guarded by a third-rank expert who managed to destroy the tools of this rogue's trade. Alas, this scoundrel possesses remarkable lightness of body, enabling him to escape. By the heavens, Lin Luo, eyes closed, furrowed his brow in astonishment at the fortune of this Qiao Jili, his first day on the job, and he stumbles upon such sensational news. And as for this Peach Blossom young master, he truly deserves his fate, reveling in danger only to meet his downfall. Even after his equipment was destroyed, he still managed to flee. His lightness of body is indeed formidable. Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement and flipped back through the pages. Gao Li put in some effort and write about the lightness of body techniques employed by the Peach Blossom young master. On the 11th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Great Qian Yong'an, how peculiar! The city has been thoroughly searched. Yet the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom young master remain elusive. Even the Astronomical Bureau's divination techniques cannot pinpoint his location. Where could he have vanished? On the 12th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Great Qian Yong'an, we have found him, in a desperate bid for survival. He has dug a hiding hole beneath the cesspit in the rear courtyard of the Bureau of Music. This Peach Blossom young master is indeed cunning, but ultimately, the Astronomical Bureau has outsmarted him. However, I must say the blossoms in the Bureau of Music bloom so vibrantly, they bring me great joy. On the 13th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Great Qian Yong'an, we captured the Peach Blossom young master, and I received a reward of 3 taels of silver. How splendid! At last, I have acquired some money. To celebrate, I decided to visit the Bureau of Music to admire the flowers. On the 14th day of the 3rd month in the first year of the Great Qian Yong'an, last night's flowers were truly enchanting, making it difficult to leave. However, spending 2 taels in a single night was exorbitant, and my heart aches. Yet, with the potential to earn extra money for aiding my colleagues in recovery, I must strive to accumulate wealth. Upon reading this, Lin Luo's expression began to contort. Within just 1 week of employment, he had fallen to such a lowly state. Qiao Jili, you have deeply disappointed me. Where are the details of your flower-admiring escapades? Where's the narrative, the imagery, the methodologies, the documentation? By heavens! Lin Luo continued to read, his countenance darkening further. This thick volume of a diary could almost be summarized in 8 words. Earned 2 taels, indulged in music. For heaven's sake, which practitioner spends every day indulging in songs? Could you not write something of substance in your diary? What are the methods of cultivation? The techniques for refining artifacts? Insights into martial arts? Records of your work at the Astronomical Bureau? It's all flowers and more flowers. When funds run low, you merely observe from afar. Are you a gardener? Lin Luo was furious, his frustration mounting as he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a familiar chime. Unbeknownst to him, 2 class periods had passed. Lin Luo felt even more distressed, realizing he had spent 2 whole classes reading Qiao Jili's records of flower admiration. And what a censored version it was. All right, students. Today a psychological lecture concludes here. Should you have any further inquiries, please call this number for consultation. Li Changming raised his hand to point at the telephone information displayed on the large screen, revealing a smile that showcased 8 gleaming teeth. Lin Luo, do you still need to consult with Teacher Li? Zhao Min had been closely observing Lin Luo, noticing that he had his eyes closed while listening to the lecture. His expressions shifting as if he were undergoing some torment, she felt a deep concern for his psychological well-being. This was a promising student destined for prestigious universities. Missing out due to mental health issues would be a lifelong regret. Oh, I'm fine, Min Jia. Lin Luo managed to force a brilliant smile. He was merely disgusted by that charlatan, Qiao Jili. What a wonderful child he was, enduring such inner anguish yet putting on a brave face, not wanting to worry others. Zhao Min looked at Lin Luo with a heart full of compassion. I must do something for this student. By the way, Min Jia, may I go home early today? I don't want to attend the self-study class. Lin Luo pleaded, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with hope as he gazed at Zhao Min. Third-year students who lived off campus were not required to attend evening self-study, but they still had to participate in afternoon self-study sessions. Having been unsettled by Qiao Jili's antics, he intended to visit the lottery center to redeem his ticket, hoping to cleanse his wounded spirit with money. Observing Lin Luo's pitiful demeanor, Zhao Min instinctively nodded in agreement. All right, Lin Luo, you may go home early to rest. If you have any issues, be sure to communicate with your teachers. We are here to help you. Remember, there is nothing insurmountable. Zhao Min spoke with utmost sincerity. Yes, I understand, teacher. Lin Luo nodded heavily, yet a strange feeling lingered in his heart. What did teacher Zhao mean? What is it that cannot be overcome? At that moment, various classes orderly exited the multifunctional auditorium. After leading her students outside, Zhao Min instructed them to head back on their own, and she hurried a few steps to catch up with the group from Class 5. Teacher Chun, wait a moment. Chapter 58. The remarkably resilient little golden pants Teacher Chun. I wish to discuss some matters regarding student Lin Luo with you. Zhao Min hastened to catch up with Chun Kuan. The urgency concerning Lin Luo left Zhao Min no room for delay. Chun Kuan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao teacher, I was just about to speak with you as well. Their mutual intentions aligned, and they soon found a corner that would not disrupt the flow of traffic to converse. So it was indeed those individuals from Wang. Zhao Min's brows furrowed slightly. She possessed a modest understanding of Wang and his associates. For those students who merely drifted through school, the teachers could only offer repeated advice to study diligently, but such encouragement would seldom extend beyond the 4th attempt. Education is not solely for the teachers. The knowledge acquired belongs to the students themselves. As long as they do not disturb their peers, such students are essentially regarded as lost causes. As the college entrance examination approaches, they typically opt for early admissions, continuing to meander through junior colleges. Tian Kun nodded, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. I can only speculate, but those individuals causing trouble for Lin Luo may find themselves on the receiving end of the consequences. The image of Wang's face, battered and bruised, made Chun Kuan even more uncertain. Could it be that those who resort to violence suffer from psychological shadows? Surely, one cannot feel guilt over such actions. Kongzi, are you ready? Lin Luo peeked into the classroom from the entrance of Class 5, inquiring. Curious glances were cast toward Lin Luo, whose head had merely poked in. What could he possibly want to do? Almost there. I'm coming. Kongzi excitedly packed his bag and dashed to the classroom door. The thought of redeeming a grand prize today made his heart race with anticipation. My dad is already waiting outside. Kongzi tugged at Lin Luo, sprinting ahead, visibly more anxious than Lin Luo himself. At this hour, the first and second-year students had already been dismissed, leaving only the unfortunate third-year students and boarders to attend self-study sessions. With 4 classes in the afternoon, including a self-study period and an additional evening study session, attendance for the latter was voluntary, as the school did not enforce it. Though teachers were present to assist with questions, blending in among the younger students, Lin Luo and Kong Zi successfully exited the school gates. Kong Zi, Lin Luo, over here. The voice of comrade Lao Zhen echoed from a short distance ahead. Huh? Why do I only hear my dad's voice, but not see him? Zhen Zikong looked around, surrounded by younger students, struggling to locate his father. Lin Luo's height of 185 centimeters became apparent in the crowd. Over there, Lin Luo guided Zhen Zikong toward Lao Zhen. As Zhen Qian, Kong Zi's father, was not particularly tall. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy watching Lin Luo effortlessly usher his son over like a chick. How wonderful it would be to have such a tall son. Haha, Shaolin, my boy, hop in the car. Lao Zhen beckoned Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong to enter the vehicle. Lin Luo opened the car door, preparing to step inside, though an odd sensation lingered within him. Something seemed amiss. Shaolin, my son. Lao Zhen, who are you calling son? Xiaolin, my son. Today you have been assigned to your senior year classes, haven't you? Which class did you end up in? Zhen Qian settled into the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt as he casually inquired. In the back seat, Kongzi clutched his backpack, his smile abruptly frozen on his face, appearing remarkably stiff. Lin Luo cast a knowing glance at Kongzi, a smirk playing on his lips. Oi, so you haven't mentioned it yet. Kongzi immediately shot a pleading look, his lips moving rapidly yet soundlessly. Lin Luo could discern his silent plea. Foster father, save me, help me, rescue me. As if fearing that Lin Luo might not comprehend, he subtly gestured with his hand, mimicking a kneeling posture. All right then, considering your awareness, I shall lend you a hand. Ahem, comrade Zhen, during such a joyous occasion, let us refrain from discussing sorrowful matters. To the lottery center, we go. Haha, very well. Brace yourselves, we are off. Zhen Qian chuckled, promptly releasing the handbrake, easing off the clutch, and accelerating smoothly into the flow of traffic. Whether it was the driver's natural inclination for conversation or Zhen Qian's fondness for chatting, he soon asked, Today, Xiao Kong called me, saying that you had won the lottery, but he was rather vague about the details. How exactly did you win? What was the amount? Lin Luo glanced again at Zhen Zikong. Realizing he had not disclosed the information, Zhen Zikong scratched his head, resembling an endearing rural dog. I was just afraid someone might overhear. There's so many people in class. What if someone snatched my lottery ticket? Indeed, Xiao Kong has a valid point. As the saying goes, one must not harbor ill intentions, but should always remain vigilant, Zhen Qian remarked before inquiring. So, how much did you win? 3,000? Zhen Qian had already exaggerated the amount. After all, his wife often remarked that winning the lottery was as unlikely as a pig climbing a tree. Those wins are meant for the directors. Ordinary folks have little chance of winning. Uncle Zhen, you guessed quite accurately. Kongzi won 3,000. Lin Luo replied with a cheerful nod. Zhen Qian's eyes lit up with joy. Good job, my son. Your luck is commendable. And what about you, Xiaolin? I won about the same. He's just 3,000 ahead of me. Lin Luo exchanged a conspiratorial smile with Kongzi, both of them reveling in their good fortune. Indeed, you two have exceptional luck, Zhen Qian mused, recalling how the two children had once found 300,000 on Old Street, and now they had struck the lottery. Could it be that our ancestral graves are emitting good fortune? This Saturday, we shall return home to pay our respects. With that thought, Zhen Qian did not probe further and skillfully maneuvered the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the city's lottery center. He found an empty spot by the roadside and parked the car. With a swift motion, Zhen Qian engaged the handbrake and unbuckled his seatbelt. Come, let's enter together, he said as he exited the vehicle, retrieving Zhen Zikong's identification card and bank card from his pocket. At this moment, The funds in the card had already been allocated for a new house, leaving it empty. Zhen Zikong had hastily abandoned the vehicle. Lin Luo opened the car door and stepped out, glancing at the location of the lottery center, which was still open, with passers-by occasionally wandering by. Zhen Zikong did not rush to exit the car. Instead, he adjusted his trousers, preparing to unfasten his small golden pouch to retrieve the lottery ticket. Just then, the car door was yanked open. Zhen Yuqian urged him, "Why are you dawdling, my child?" With the door wide open, curious pedestrians on bicycles paused to peek inside. Oh no! Zhen Zikong, with his trousers down around his legs, clutched the small golden pouch, looking utterly bewildered at Zhen Yuqian. Zhen Zikong. Oh, Zhen Yuqian, what on earth is this attire? Quite unique. Dad, what are you doing? Close the door. I'm getting the lottery ticket. Zhen Zikong finally grasped the situation and felt a wave of panic wash over him. Zhen Yuqian promptly shut the car door. Hey, you little rascal. So you do know how to feel shy. Zhen Yuqian awkwardly chuckled, rubbing his nose to mask his embarrassment. Inside the car, Zhen Zikong, startled by his father, seemed to encounter a dilemma. He tugged at the zipper of his small golden pouch, but wouldn't budge. Ugh. Oh, damn. Outside the car, Zhen Yuqian wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. Aren't you just getting the lottery ticket? Why all this commotion? Zhen Yuqian rested his hand on the car window, leaning in for a better look. There in the back seat, he saw Zhen Zikong straining to pull at his small golden pouch, his face contorted with effort. With a rip, the small golden pouch tore open, yet the zipper remained stubbornly closed. Good grief. This is absurd. Zhen Zikong was on the verge of despair. So all the defenses of this pouch are concentrated on the zipper. Huh? Suddenly, the car door was flung open again as an exasperated Zhen Yuqian tossed in a set of keys. Son, stop struggling. Just use the nail clippers. You little rascal. Do you think I bought these pants for no reason? It's because they can hold things well. Unfortunately, when he attempted to open the small golden pouch at home with a small knife, he was caught red-handed by Jean Mimi. Just recalling that scene made Zhen Yuqian feel a twinge in his back. Chapter 59, 70,000. I'm on cloud 9. Lin Luo, possessing keen eyesight, stood on the curb, observing Zhen Zikong's series of antics within the car, his mouth animatedly moving with laughter. This fellow certainly has a touch of fortune by his side. If he hadn't dragged me to the internet CAF, I would still be in the classroom engrossed in novels, likely missing out on the system altogether. Then there was the incident with the lost battery. My assistance led to uncovering a den of thieves and establishing a connection with Uncle Chu. Following that, he took me to the old street for a meal, resulting in a windfall of 300,000. And then our wilderness survival escapade, which seemingly aimed at the stolen goods, yielded a significant bounty. If one were to say luck protects him, one must also acknowledge his knack for attracting it. Zhen Zikong emerged from the car, his expression dark. Dad, I never wish to wear such undergarments again, he lamented, casting a mournful glance at old Zhen. What kind of underwear is this, with a zipper that won't budge? Oh, this type of underwear is tricky. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to open. You must be gentle and patient, Zhen Yuqian replied sagely, smiling with experience. From now on, I'll go commando. I refuse to wear them, Zhen Zikong declared indignantly, leaping onto the curb. Luo, go, let us go. Little rascal, having something is better than nothing. Don't be so picky. You don't look like you're going commando. Zhen Yuqian chuckled reproachfully, locking the car and following suit. Upon entering the lottery center, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong conveyed their intentions to the staff, who promptly guided them to the verification station. Once confirmed, the staff beamed with delight. Congratulations, you two. You've won the double colorball lottery, with this period's prize pool amounting to 190 million. You have secured the second prize, totaling 299 yuan. Zhen Yuqian stood behind, grinning widely. While the figure of 190 million didn't initially register, the announcement of the second prize left them momentarily dumbfounded. Upon hearing the amount of 279,000, they felt as if struck by lightning. What? You say it's just a second prize? 279,000. Goodness gracious! These two children are not merely lucky. They must be reincarnations of fortune itself. Surely, their ancestral graves must be ablaze. What immense luck this is. After deducting a 20 personal income tax, the actual amount you will receive is 223,439 yuan. Please fill out your personal information, and if everything checks out, the funds should arrive today, the staff continued. Zhen Youqian's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. In contrast, Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong appeared remarkably composed. Lin Luo took the form, filled in both his and Zikong's bank account details, and handed it to the staff. All done. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all. It's our job. As they exited the lottery center, Zhen Zikong was ecstatic, dancing with unrestrained joy. Had he known how to perform a social dance, he would surely have shown off right there. Lin Luo remained much more composed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he patted Zikong. You seem quite elated. Certainly, Luo. I have won the lottery. Ha ha ha, 200,000. Kongzi continued to dance with unrestrained excitement, resembling a robot that had been switched on, twisting incessantly. He had already envisioned installing a magnificent computer at home, where he could indulge in any pastime he desired. But why are you so thrilled? It's not even yours. Kongzi froze, his movements halted, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Not mine? What do you mean? Luo, what do you mean by that? Which class are you in? Although Lin Luo did not state it explicitly, Kongzi had already grasped the implication. Which class? Parallel, Class 5. There are 8 classes in total, and I am ranked 3rd from the bottom. He glanced at the bank card in his hand. This is my lifeline. I see your expression. You understand, don't you? Yes, Luo. Oh, Kongzi pulled out 3,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Luo's pocket. Father, please keep this safe for me. I'll give you half tomorrow. Kongzi's expression was resolute, his gaze filled with trust in his adoptive father. All right, rest assured, I will safeguard this money. Ha ha ha. I knew you were the most reliable, father. Lin Luo nodded expressionlessly and patted Kongzi's shoulder sympathetically. He then smiled at Uncle Zhen, who stood behind Zhen Zikong, his face a mask of embarrassment. Uncle Zhen, you heard that. It has nothing to do with me. The smile may fade, but it merely transforms. Zhen Zikong's smile vanished. Zhen Youqian chuckled, giving his son, who had stiffened, a gentle pat. So, don't just stand there. Get in the car. Let us take Xiao Luo home. Oh, Zhen Zikong looked at Lin Luo with tear-filled eyes. Father, save me. Save me. Save me. Lin Luo shrugged. My child, I truly cannot help you this time. Xiao Luo, make sure to greet your father when you get home. All right, take care on the road, Uncle Zhen. Just as Lin Luo raised his hand, the A-86 shot off with a whoosh. With a zero-frame start, it launched forward. The sound of Zhen Zikong's anguished cry echoed faintly. Well then, Kongzi, I wish you good luck. Lin Luo waved cheerfully into the void, just as he was about to enter the community when he felt his phone vibrate twice in his pocket. It was a text message notification. Lin Luo casually took out his phone to glance at the message. It was a notification from the bank. Before he could finish reading, a call from Chu Jianjun came through. Hello, Uncle Chu. Yes, I received the message, haha. All right, I will study hard. It seemed that Chu Jianjun was rather busy. As he spoke briefly before hanging up, Lin Luo continued to read the message with a grin. His reward was expedited. Otherwise, the standard procedure would take 10 days to half a month. The Golden 2-13 heist. The police offered a bounty of 100,000, while the robbed jewelry store had an additional bounty of 150,000, along with the bounty for the triangular-eyed individual and a reward for the ice trafficking case. Lin Luo's account had just received an influx of 500,000. Do not be misled into thinking this bounty is substantial. In reality, it is not much at all. In the 12th year, a notorious individual named Zhou Kehua was apprehended. Over the course of 8 years, across 4 provinces and cities, he was implicated in 9 cases, resulting in 11 lives lost with a staggering one. 86 million warrants issued and a bounty of 5 for million. The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. However, this bears no relation to Lin Luo. It is now the 13th year. As one might imagine, this time love will endure longer than I have ever experienced. As I behold the tenderness and fervor in your eyes, Lin Luo hummed a cheerful tune, striding with a swagger back home. The door slammed, its handle collided with the wall, producing a resounding noise before bouncing back. In a living room, old Lin, engrossed in a football match while munching on sunflower seeds, suddenly sprang to his feet. Zhang Xiuhua, who was busy preparing a large crab in the kitchen, rushed out wielding a spatula. What's the matter? What happened? In the next moment, Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xiuhua fixed their disapproving gazes on Lin Luo, who was changing his shoes at the entrance. With a flourish, Lin Luo kicked off his shoes and boldly proclaimed, "Mom, is dinner ready? I am starving. I think you're not just hungry. You seem eager to meet your demise." Zhang Xiuhua glared, brandishing the spatula as if to strike. "Hey, Mom, look at this." A bank card suddenly appeared in Lin Luo's hand, which he then presented to Zhang Xiuhua. With one hand still holding the spatula, she snatched it from him, her expression fierce. "I want tea, look." Lin Jianxi paused momentarily in his action of lighting a cigarette, noticing the bank card and then observing Lin Luo's arrogant demeanor. As if a realization dawned upon him. "Ah, dear, let this rascal explain first before we deal with him." Zhang Xiuhua snorted coldly, her eyes narrowing. "Speak. The bounty from the police has arrived. 500,000. I found a lottery ticket today, and I won the second prize, 200,000. There's 70,000 in the card." Lin Luo raised his chin, nearly poking it to the ceiling. "You in high school, bringing home 70,000. How audacious. 70,000, and you think you can ascend to the heavens? You think you can kick down doors? Does your foot not ache? Darling, what are you waiting for? Come over and massage our son's feet." Zhang Xiuhua urged, eyes wide. All right, son, sit down. Dad'll give you a rub. By the way, here's this." After sitting down, Lin Luo pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. In an instant, Zhang Xiuhua snatched it away, her excitement palpable as she unfolded it. It was a report card. The house fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into an epic roar. Chapter 60, The Sorrows and Joys of Humanity Are Not Interconnected. Oh, my dear child, how wonderful you are. Zhang Xiuhua showered her beloved son with affection, planting kisses on his cheeks. Meanwhile, Lin Jianxi grew increasingly anxious, desiring to join in the tender moment, but finding himself without a place beside his wife. All right, mother. I am quite hungry. When shall we dine?" Lin Luo's once brazen demeanor was swiftly extinguished by the overwhelming warmth of maternal love, his cheeks flushed with delight. Mother will prepare your meal right away." Zhang Xiuhua cheerfully dashed to the kitchen, humming a merry tune. Today was a day of celebration, where all her wishes seemed destined to come true. "Son, tell your father, how did you achieve this?" Lin Jianxi settled beside Lin Luo on the sofa, elated beyond measure. "Top of the class. This is material for Tsinghua or Peking University. My son, ranked first. It feels as though our ancestral graves have erupted. And to think, we just spent 200,000, and now another 700,000. It's as if we gain a house for free." "In what regard are you speaking?" Lin Luo asked with a smile. "Your results. How did you leap from being over 400th in a grade to first?" Lin Jianxi's concern lay primarily with his son's academic performance. 70,000 may be substantial, a sum Lin Jianxi might take years to earn. Yet his son's future weighed heavier on his mind. "I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my hand. I am first in the grade." Lin Luo spread his arms, teasingly declaring, "Previously, I feared being too extraordinary, too distant from the masses, but now that we are to be divided into classes, I shall no longer conceal it." "My son," Lin Jianxi exclaimed, joyously patting Lin Luo's cheek. "Dad, how cheesy." Lin Luo retorted, feigning exasperation. "Come on, you rascal. How is that any different? Your mother kisses you countless times, and you say nothing about it being cheesy. Can men and women be compared?" "Fair point. Old Lin, come serve the food." Came Zhang Xiuhua's call from the kitchen. "Coming, dear mother. I earned 200,000. Zhen Zikong's will to survive was commendable. Is that the reason you studied for 2.5 years and scored 300? Jean Mimi glared at Zhen Zikong, wielding a feather duster. "I didn't wish for it. It was just too difficult," Zhen Zikong replied meekly. In the 2.5 years of high school, he had mastered singing, dancing, and basketball, yet had failed to grasp mathematics, language, and foreign languages. "It's all schooling, all 2.5 years. Where did that Lin go?" Jean Mimi demanded angrily. He went to the advanced class. Zhang Zikong mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. Lo Gu, you made my life miserable. While we all slacked off in class, secretly reading novels and sneaking into internet cafes, you played games with your intellect. I ranked last while you soared to the top. Just how hard did you work behind the scenes? Crack. The feather duster struck Zhang Zikong's backside. Mother, it hurts. Zhang Zikong is on the verge of tears, both hands clutching his rear, lamenting his discomfort in a pitiful manner. Can't we use something else to strike? The feather duster truly inflicts pain. Don't call for my mother. Shaolin has gone to the sprint class, and what about you? The parallel 5th class. How embarrassing. Shaolin is attending Qingbei, while you can only roast sweet potatoes. How can you even dare to play with them? You still have the audacity to cry out in pain. He even refers to Shaolin as his godfather. Old Jun sits to the side, casually delivering a cutting remark. Jean Mimi, upon hearing this, becomes infuriated and swiftly lashes out with the dragon whip, producing a sonic boom. You ungrateful wretch. Luo Gu, you lie. Poor grades. What good is 200,000? In the Chu household, Chu Jiaojiao and Xiao Li are seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Hong Shixian furrows his brow as he gazes at the little firecracker before him. Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes and using her belongings? AI Li. If one seeks excitement, one must pursue it to the fullest. How provocative you are. Just then, the sound of the door opening is heard. Chu Jianjun, reeking of alcohol, stumbles in from outside. Chu Jiaojiao and Xiao Li turn to see him return, their faces lighting up like blooming flowers. Dad, why are you home so early today? Indeed, aren't you busy? He. Chu Jianjun, looking somewhat foolish with a silly grin, walks lightly. The city held a commendation conference today, and afterward, I celebrated with colleagues. You've been drinking. He. Just a little. Seemingly apprehensive of his wife's displeasure. Chu Jianjun fidgets with his fingers, hastily clarifying. Just a little? Xiao Li and Chu Jiaojiao exchange skeptical glances, pursing their lips while observing him. Chu Jianjun has a moderate tolerance for alcohol. When he drinks too much, he tends to giggle foolishly, a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor. Therefore, he rarely drinks. It's just that I was in high spirits. Perhaps I indulged a bit more. After another silly laugh, he plops down on the sofa, a wave of smoke and alcohol wafting over. The mother and daughter instinctively cover their noses and step back. Dad, husband, you smell awful. Oh, really? Chu Jianjun raises his arm to sniff himself, exhaling to catch a whiff. No odor at all? Nonsense. Hurry and take a shower. I'll do that in a moment. With a silly grin, Chu Jianjun retrieves something from his pocket. Dear wife, daughter, look at this. Xiao Li and Chu Jiaojiu each take one. What is this? It's a commendation from the city, a 3rd class personal merit, and a bonus. This time, I owe it all to Little Pig. I was fortunate to catch the triangular-eyed fellow. Who is Little Pig? Chu Jiaojiao, gazing at the 3rd class merit medal with curiosity, lifts her head to inquire. Xiao Li, glancing at the 3,000 yuan in her hand without looking up, replies, your little boyfriend. I've already said he-s not. Chu Jiaojiao's face flushes with shyness. That young man is quite remarkable. This time the department has specially approved an expedited process, rewarding him with 500,000. If he succeeds in becoming an inspector, his future is undoubtedly bright. Chu Jianjun has unwittingly spoken the truth while under the influence, his words brimming with affirmation for Lin Luo. Xiao Li expressed her surprise, realizing how impressive Xiao Lin truly is. Jiao, you must seize the opportunity. A young man of such excellence deserves to be pursued. Remember how your father was surrounded by many young ladies, including teachers and nurses, all feigning modesty. Yet I managed to be the first to win his heart. Chu Jiao, blushing, nodded in agreement, recalling the sensation of well-defined abs. Her small fists clenched tightly. On Saturday, see if Xiao Lin is available. Invite him over for dinner. It's not appropriate for your father to pretend to be your second uncle outside. If others find out, misunderstandings could arise. Chu Jianjun shot her a disapproving glare and replied, What misunderstandings? In my profession, I have many enemies and grievances. There are plenty who wish to engage with me. What if it disturbs Jiao Jiao? Enough of that. Shaolin isn't seeking your assistance and holds no animosity towards you. Keeping secrets like this is simply inappropriate. Xiao Li retorted, casting another disapproving look at Chu Jianjun. What are you staring at? Go take a shower. You are on the verge of becoming unbearable. I'm on my way. Chu Jianjun swayed as he rose and headed towards the bathroom. Xiao Li observed her shy daughter and sighed, pulling her close to impart her wisdom. When encountering exceptional men, one must be decisive and swift. Otherwise, by the time you realize it, someone else may have already made their move, leaving you with no place to lament. Chapter 61. Advanced Weapons of Blue Planet. Huanghe brand in the cozy abode of the Lin family. The three members were enjoying a delightful meal together. Dad, Uncle Jean invited you to go fishing this Saturday, Lin Luo remarked, recalling the matter as he savored a large crab, glancing towards Lin Jianxi. This Saturday, you say? Lin Jianxi questioned, his mouth full of crab leg. Raising an eyebrow, I had intended to take you and your mother to the Guandi temple to offer incense. You've recently experienced a streak of good fortune, not only coming into money, but also excelling in your studies. I thought it fitting for our family to pay our respects and express gratitude at the temple. The Guandi temple in Jieshio attracts pilgrims from all over the country during the new year, as they seek blessings for a prosperous year ahead. Lin Luo had accompanied Lin Jianxi to worship Guandi on New Year's Day for 6 consecutive years. I believe we can postpone that. Perhaps we should visit during Guandi's birthday instead, when we can light a few high incense sticks, Lin Luo suggested thoughtfully. That makes sense. Lin Jianxi nodded. Guandi's birthday falls on the 24th day of the 6th lunar month, and while they typically visited during the new year, this time it would be more sincere to express their devotion on the deity's birthday. Let me check with old Zhen, Lin Jianxi said, appearing eager as he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhen Yuqian. Zhang Xuehua shot Lin Jianxi a playful eye roll. That fisherman is quite the amateur. He merely sits there feeding the fish without catching a single one. Son, eat some more, Zhang Xuehua urged. Thank you, Mom, Lin Luo replied obediently, taking the crab and expertly detaching the legs to place on Lin Jianxi's plate before lifting the lid and relishing the delicacy. Although it was not the season for crabs, one could indulge in them at any time, yet they lacked the rich flavor typical of autumn crabs. As the call connected, a loud wail echoed from Lin Jianxi's phone. Ooh, I know I was wrong, Mom. Lin Luo paused mid-bite. Keep it down. I'm on a call. Zhen Youqian's voice came through, followed by muffled sounds, as if someone's mouth were being covered. Brother Lin, what's up? Hey, little brother, are we still on for fishing this Saturday? Lin Jianxi asked, his laughter slightly awkward. Is this a bad time for a call? Absolutely. Last time, it was definitely the bait's fault. I prepared new ones, and this time we are bound to catch some big fish. Zhen Yuqian replied excitedly. Indeed, with our skills combined with your bait, we are unbeatable. I'll gather a few more buddies from the group, and we'll. The two men animatedly continued their conversation, while intermittent muffled sounds emanated from the other end. Lin Luo listened intently, feeling a pang of sympathy for his godson who was evidently enduring some torment. Sigh, my poor godson is suffering, and, as an elder, I feel utterly helpless. I must eat a couple more crabs to ease my frustration. Son, has Shao Kahn gotten into trouble? Why does he sound so battered? Zhang Xuehua inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. Oh, it was during the class division exam. He scored 300 points. Zhang Xuehua's expression shifted to one of understanding. 300 points? Well, he certainly deserved a beating. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Luo finished washing the dishes and wiped his hands, flicking off the water. Hey, what do you think you're wiping? Zhang Xuehua, seated on the sofa, frowned at the sight. Despite her countless reminders, he still wiped his hands on himself after washing. Oh, it's a habit. I'll take a shower and then head back to study, Lin Luo replied, shedding his clothes as he walked towards the bathroom. Look at your son, just like you, messy and careless. Zhang Xuehua glared at Lin Jianxi. Lin Jianxi shrank back, not daring to speak. He scored first in his grade and brought home 70,000. He.S. your good son whom you dote on endlessly. I can't even get a word in. Now, seeing him untidy, you turn around and say he.S. just like me? Woman, your name should be unreasonable. This thing shouldn't have any outrageous effects, Lin Luo mused, gazing at the glass bead in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it. The system may be a bit foolish, but it provided decent rewards. So far, nothing had gone awry. Lin Luo waited a few seconds, feeling no unusual sensations. However, to prevent any surprises, he turned on a shower. This was the spirit fire seed. Who could say what would happen after consuming it? The water sprayed onto Lin Luo's sturdy physique, splashing everywhere. With his eyes closed, he sensed subtle changes within. His lower abdomen felt warm, as if something was stirring. Something seemed ready to emerge. Lin Luo suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with excitement and anticipation. A small white flame, resembling a grain of rice, erupted from the tip of his index finger. Lin Luo? Surely, those with poor eyesight wouldn't notice this. It was far too small. Even though it was a spirit fire seed, it was only the size of a grain of rice. This flame was so diminutive it could hardly light a cigarette. What a disappointment. Although the fire from his fingertip was magical and fantastical, presenting this tiny flame to others might invoke feelings of inferiority. Old Deng, come out and help with the tasks. Lin Luo dispelled the spirit fire seed with irritation and called upon the system. He intended to take advantage of his shower time to exploit the system's rewards, hoping to recover from the disillusionment caused by previous task rewards. What Lin Luo failed to notice was that the grand sun visualization in his mind suddenly radiated with divine light. The golden crow within the sun flapped its wings. Clouds rolled, and the flowing garments of the golden-armored celestial being hidden among the clouds fluttered in the wind. The spirit fire seed seemed to respond, flickering like a diode. With your memories restored and your resolve to return to Qian to alter your fate, you are well aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Thus, before returning to Qinqing, you must prepare thoroughly. Qian is home to countless experts, yet they cannot withstand the advanced weapons of Blue Star. Therefore, prior to your return, you must acquire some advanced weapons from Blue Star. Task: seek advanced weapons from Blue Star. Reward: spirit manipulation technique. Lin Luo rubbed his face, squeezed some shampoo into his hands, and began washing his hair while perusing the system task. Searching for advanced weaponry of the Blue Star is not particularly arduous, as he has previously encountered 3 rudimentary firearms. Possessing the Qian observatory compass, locating these weapons should be a straightforward endeavor. However, one must ponder whether such extensive efforts are truly necessary for the completion of the task. Moreover, judging by the mission prompts issued by the system, it appears that this canine-like system harbors intentions of transporting him to the grand realm of Qian. He is not yet invincible. How could he possibly venture to Qian? Additionally, this spirit summoning technique seems quite formidable. Could it be a method of cultivation for sorcerers? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Luo hastened his bathing ritual. A few minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, hair tousled and clad in loose shorts. In the living room, Lin Jianxi and Zhang Xuehua were still engrossed in the television, watching a recent rerun of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Although this series had aired a decade ago, it still holds its own amidst the plethora of acclaimed dramas currently available. In the dimly lit depths of the well, Zhang Wuji was engaged in a playful endeavor, teasing Zhao Min's delicate feet, eliciting a fit of laughter from her. Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Wuji on the screen, scoffing at his foolishness. Zhang Wuji is nothing but a simpleton. Despite holding an exceptionally powerful hand, he squandered it and ultimately retreated to the mountains for Zhao Min's sake. Truly contemptible. Were he in Zhang Wuji's position, endowed with unparalleled martial prowess and surrounded by formidable allies, having vanquished the great Yuan with ease, he would undoubtedly establish a vast and glorious empire. Then, for the delectable raisins, he would conquer the western regions, and for the charming golden-haired cats, he would seize the lands of the west. The sun and moon align, all shall belong to the Han soil. All fine treasures must be claimed for our middle kingdom. This is what it means to expand one's vision. Yes, once he reaches the Qian, that is precisely what he shall do. With this determination, Lin Luo sprang forward, swiftly darting into his bedroom. System, behold what I have. Lin Luo exclaimed as he rummaged through his bedside drawer and produced a toy pistol, the Huanghe brand. An enhanced version, though lacking in power, exudes a certain flair. Chapter 62. A finger's length is not a stop. Freebies are truly delightful. Lin Luo's hands moved with remarkable speed as he expertly disassembled the toy gun, affixing the spring and applying a touch of lubricant before swiftly reassembling it. This toy gun was a cherished birthday gift he received during his middle school years. What boy could possibly resist the allure of a firearm? Thus, Lin Luo took great care to preserve it. A spring, if compressed for too long, could lose its elasticity, hence, when not in use. Lin Luo always dismantled the spring and stored it safely away. Click! Lin Luo loaded the gun and pulled the trigger, producing a sharp sound. Bang, bang, bang. He mimicked the sound effects, his expression turning serious. Ceasefire, Azu, they're big-nosed ones outside. After amusing himself for a while, Lin Luo twirled the gun between his fingers, cheerfully glancing at the system's chat box. Mission: seek advanced weapons of Blue Star. Reward: spirit manipulation technique, completed. As expected, he had anticipated that this foolish dog of a system could be easily appeased. To genuinely seek out the local weapons would be sheer folly. In an instant, a wave of profound memories surged into Lin Luo's mind, all concerning the spirit manipulation technique. All things possess a spirit, and with a spirit, one can command. Lin Luo's conjecture proved correct. This technique was indeed the tool of a sorcerer. It bore similarities to hypnosis, but was more forceful and domineering, capable of controlling the spirits of all things. However, the stronger the target's mental fortitude, the less effective the technique became. For instance, with humans, those of resolute will were challenging to control, yet if one possessed immense strength and formidable consciousness, they could easily shatter another's mental resolve, thus gaining control over them. After perusing the details of the spirit manipulation technique, Lin Luo's lips twitched slightly. Sorcerers truly had dark hearts. What were they constantly researching? Controlling others' minds. Wasn't that pure criminality? Moreover, he was not a sorcerer, nor did he harbor any desire to dominate others. However, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He envisioned a brilliant application for the spirit manipulation technique. He recalled an animated scene where Nangong Wanya could make anyone foolish with a mere touch. With his spirit manipulation technique, he could command anyone's spirit. In the future, he could find a few small animals, manipulate them with the technique, and perform on the street. Oh no, that is a bit too ambitious. Rather, he could charm beautiful ladies. Miss, my dog can perform mid-air flips. Wasn't that an easy feat? In the future, he could seize the opportunity to experiment with a few lovely female dogs. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Luo stored the toy gun, now filled with BB pellets, in his storage space. It might come in handy later. Better to be prepared than caught unawares. Old Deng, hurry and refresh the mission. Don't dawdle. Lin Luo urged the system internally, simultaneously retrieving the non-offensive weapon he had yet to explore. The reason for his delay was that this object resembled a broken sword hilt. He had inquired about it with the system, which had informed him that it was a weapon crafted by the Divine Mechanism sect. The result was merely a broken sword hilt, leaving Lin Luo somewhat disheartened. However, the system later presented a golden pen created by the Divine Mechanism sect. If the pens from the Divine Mechanism sect were so extraordinary, this non-offensive weapon must surely be even more remarkable. At this moment, Lin Luo scrutinized the non-offensive weapon closely. System, how does one utilize this non-offensive weapon? The non-aggression, derived from the great Qian divine mechanism, can transform into 3 distinct weapons according to the wielder's intent. Indeed, much like the golden pen, it morphs at will. Lin Luo suppressed his excitement and closely examined the intricate patterns on the non-aggression. Upon closer inspection, he made a new discovery. The weapon bore 3 designs: a sword, a spear, and a shield. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he grasped the non-aggression and silently commanded, "Sword, come forth." Whoosh! The blade shot forth from the hilt of the broken sword. Measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, the blade gleamed with a chilling light, emanating an icy aura of lethal intent. Lin Luo procured a clothes rack and struck the blade with it. Whoosh! The rack shattered effortlessly, as if it encountered no resistance. What an extraordinary non-aggression. What an incredible divine mechanism. How impressive. With his swordsmanship skills, he would certainly claim the title of Sword Immortal upon arriving in Great Qian. Lin Luo, brimming with excitement, began to experiment with the spear and shield. This small non-aggression transformed swiftly, shifting between spear and shield, causing Lin Luo to momentarily forget about his system tasks. A few minutes later, he finally remembered his objective and stowed the non-aggression away, turning his attention to the chat box. After enduring countless hardships, you have finally triumphed over adversity to obtain an advanced weapon from Blue Star. Through your research, you have discovered that Blue Star weapons possess formidable power, capable of slaying first-rate experts. Thus, you are determined to seek more Blue Star weapons for self-defense. Task: seek additional Blue Star weapons. Do what? In Figo. Truly, the foolish dog system expects a toy gun to defeat top-tier experts. Seeking more Blue Star weapons is no problem. A trip to a stationery store would suffice, although they may not have the Yellow River brand. A squirt gun should be adequate to deal with this inept system. But what exactly is the inch finger for? I've heard of inch stop and am familiar with inch fist, but inch finger. System, what is inch finger? Best not to ask the system and make wild guesses, as that would only expose my true nature. Inch finger, a secret of the great Qian sect, allows one to strike acupoints with the finger to subdue foes. Lin Luo stroked his chin, his breath quickening as he read the entry in the chat box. This is essentially the inch stop. Suddenly halt. Oh, it must refer to acupoint striking. The sunflower acupoint technique. Old Bai's renowned skill, which he had often watched alongside Zhang Xuehua when viewing the Tongfu Inn. He often played this with Kangzi at school, feigning immaturity while requesting the other to release the acupoint. Such abilities, once confined to the realm of martial arts novels, were being manifested by the system, and all he needed to do was engage his mind to navigate this feeble system. The thought alone was exhilarating. Soon, Lin Luo donned his clothes, shook his half-dry hair, and stepped outside. Mom and Dad, I'm off to the supermarket to buy a few things. He reported dutifully while putting on his shoes at the door. In a Lin household, evening outings required notification. Failing to do so would result in a stern reprimand from Lin Tutu. Go ahead. And don't forget to bring back some toilet paper. We're nearly out. On the sofa, with her head resting on Comrade Lao Lin's leg and a face mask adorning her visage, Zhang Xuehua remarked softly, understood, as she observed Lin Luo exiting through the door. Her gaze returned to the television, her lips subtly moving. Lao Lin, why do you men seem to consume paper at such an astonishing rate? It's as if you were devouring it. Lin Jianxi maintained his expression, yet his eyes darted about. Son, during critical moments, you must rely on your father to smooth things over. Perhaps the little rascal has been excessively runny-nosed, consequently using up the tissues. Oh, it's merely toilet paper. It hardly costs a fortune. Focus on the television. Focus on the television. Is that so? Should we perhaps purchase something to replenish his spirits? At his tender age, it is not ideal for him to be constantly sniffling, Zhang Xuehua remarked lightly. No need. It's just a runny nose. What is there to replenish? Lin Jianxi felt that his wife was overreacting and making a mountain out of molehill. Haha, I fear that by the time he reaches your age, he won't even have a runny nose like yours. Oh, you, my dear, drive even more recklessly than I do. At the local supermarket, Lin Luo retrieved 2 rather ordinary toy guns from the children's toy display. Playthings meant for little ones with suction cup bullets. System, look at this. Mission, find more Blue Star weapons. Reward, inch finger completed. In Lin Luo's mind, information regarding the inch finger emerged, detailing the human body's meridians and acupoints, complete with illustrations and instructions for use. After a brief moment, Lin Luo absorbed the knowledge of the inch finger and returned the 2 toy guns to their shelf. Who says one must always purchase? Free stuff is truly delightful. With a bag of toilet paper in hand, Lin Luo cheerfully completed his transaction and exited briskly. As he departed, the supermarket staff regarded him with a hint of sympathy. Having lingered by the toys for so long, it was clear he longed for them. Yet with no money to spare, he could only admire them briefly before returning them. Such a pitiful child. Chapter 63, Spirit Manipulation Cobalt. To Lin Luo. The term, CUNG, could be interpreted as a colloquialism for acupressure. When wielded skillfully, this technique can yield astonishing results. For instance, it can be employed for massage. There are several acupoints on the human body that, when pressed, can enhance sensitivity, thereby amplifying the senses: olfactory, auditory, tactile, gustatory, and so forth. A few deft applications of it can intensify stimulation, allowing the body to experience unparalleled pleasure. Furthermore, it can be utilized in interrogation. Just a few strikes can induce excruciating pain, potentially prompting the victim to divulge even the most concealed memories, such as youthful indiscretions. Additionally, it can be used to numb pain, dull the five senses, and even obscure consciousness. Thus, it is undoubtedly a formidable tool. Meow. As Lin Luo contemplated the myriad applications of a faint mewing sound captured his attention. Following the sound, he noticed a filthy little kitten emerging from beneath a car by the roadside, its fur so soiled that its original color was indiscernible. Judging by its breed, it appeared to be a lion cat, with long fur and a rare pair of mismatched eyes. Perhaps it was hungry, hiding under the vehicle, trembling as it gazed at Lin Luo, mewing softly. "Come here, Mimi." Lin Luo cooed gently, squatting down while clutching a large bundle of tissue paper. The kitten tilted its head, assessing Lin Luo, seemingly determining whether it was safe. "Come here, and I'll treat you to a feast." Lin Luo beckoned softly once more. Meow, the kitten cautiously approached, taking tentative steps, frequently glancing around as if wary of potential threats. "Come here quickly," Lin Luo called again. The little feline raised its head, its nose inching toward Lin Luo's hand, seeking to identify the scent. "Come to me." Lin Luo chuckled, swiftly grasping the kitten by the scruff of its neck. Meow, the kitten hung its little paws down, obediently gazing at Lin Luo. It is said that felines become docile when held by the scruff, a remnant of their youth when their mothers carried them about. Spirit manipulation, activate. Lin Luo began to engage the technique, locking eyes with the kitten. His gaze sparkled brightly, particularly pronounced in the dim light of night. Should he linger in a corner, he could very well frighten passers-by into a stupor. The kitten's eyes gradually widened, its pupils transforming into solid black orbs. By infiltrating the consciousness of another creature, one could disrupt their spirit and achieve control. Do not be afraid, little one. Follow your master, and I shall ensure you live a life of comfort and abundance, Lin Luo whispered softly. Before long, Lin Luo sensed a tremulous, diminutive consciousness. This sensation, referred to as he Xian Tong in spirit manipulation, signifies an ability to perceive another's intentions. The awareness of this connection indicated that the technique had been successful. "From now on, you shall be called Coalball." Meow Coalball responded with a meow, causing Lin Luo to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Astonishingly, it understood. The kitten was indeed acknowledging its new name, Coalball. "Hey, this spirit summoning technique is truly remarkable." 10 minutes later, Lin Luo returned home, carrying a small cat and a bag of cat food. He cautiously opened the door, peering into the house. "Mom, I'm back." The living room was eerily quiet. Lin Luo stealthily closed the door behind him and swiftly changed his shoes. With a swift motion, he darted into the bathroom. The household rules strictly prohibited keeping pets, a point that Zhang Xuehua had emphasized repeatedly. Previously, Comrade Lin had wished to raise a German Shepherd, but he never managed to convince Zhang Xuehua, and to this day, his desire remained unfulfilled. "Coalball, keep quiet. I'm going to give you a bath." The little cat remained silent as Lin Luo placed it into the sink. For kittens like Coalball, who were merely 2 or 3 months old, bathing was generally discouraged. However, Lin Luo was no ordinary individual. How should one bathe a kitten? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, dismissing any concerns, and promptly placed the kitten under the flowing water. "Let us do this." 10 minutes later, he wrapped the drenched kitten in a towel. Channeling his inner energy, a warm breeze erupted from his palms, swiftly causing the clump cat fur to separate and dry. "Wow, this energy is incredible." Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. From now on, he could forego the hairdryer, simply waving his hands to dry the hair. Purring contentedly, Coalball, with its pure white fur, seemed quite at ease, nestling in Lin Luo's arms and purring softly. "You little rascal, you must be hungry. Here, eat this." Lin Luo produced a can of cat food, a recent purchase from the pet shop, which was even pricier than human food. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Zhang Xuehua's voice echoed from outside the bathroom. "You little rascal, why didn't T you say you were back?" I did, but perhaps you didn't hear me," Lin Luo replied, quickly covering Coldball's mouth. "Little one, you mustn't make noise while eating. Well, now that you're home, get to bed early and conserve the toilet paper," Zhang Xuehua remarked with a peculiar tone before turning to return to her room. "Honey, can you speak to our son? I just bought toilet paper, and he has already holed up in the bathroom again," Zhang Xuehua said, sitting on the edge of the bed and addressing Lin Jianxi. "Sure," Lin Jianxi replied weakly. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" I heard you. I'll pay attention," he replied, clearly exasperated. "Honestly, both of you are a handful. You never make it easy." Zhang Xuehua sighed, kicking off her slippers and burrowing into the blankets. Lin Jianxi exhaled deeply, massaging his sore lower back beneath the covers. "Oh, what a burden. So, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Your dad will take you soon." Outside the door, his mother's voice rang out, louder than an alarm clock. "Got it." Lin Luo mumbled with his eyes still closed, gently pushing the little cold ball, who was kneading on his chest, aside. Another new day awaited. Lin Luo rubbed his face and sat up in bed. "Old Deng, it's time to tackle the tasks." Meow, the little cold ball rolled around on the bed clumsily before crawling back towards Lin Luo, nuzzling against him affectionately. Hungry Lin Luo picked up the small cat and placed it on the floor, producing an open can of cat food from his hand. The little cold ball eagerly dove into the can, enthusiastically feasting. The weapons of Blue Star are immensely powerful, yet exceedingly rare. Acquiring them in abundance and arming your faction into Qian is nearly impossible. Rather than relying on others, you resolve to forge a Blue Star weapon yourself. Striving for self-sufficiency. Task: craft a Blue Star weapon. Reward: rejuvenation technique. What the heck? Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, instantly invigorated. No way. The dog system wants me to personally forge a Blue Star weapon. A mere amateur? Even crafting a toy would be quite the challenge. For a moment, Lin Luo was at a loss regarding how to appease the foolish dog system with this task. Could a living person really hold their bladder like this? Lin Luo decided that after school, he would visit an internet CAF to search for relevant tutorials online. If all else fails, he could always go undercover at a toy factory. As for the reward, the rejuvenation technique seemed to pertain to healing. System: what is the rejuvenation technique? The rejuvenation technique, originating from the great Qian Valley of Medicine Kings, employs magical arts to rapidly heal injuries, serving as the fundamental technique for healers into Qian. So, it's yet another sorcerer's method. If it can heal wounds, this technique could prove quite useful. Speaking of which, that Chao Jili, who constantly indulges in music and pleasures, is a healer. He earns a living from it, visiting the brothel every now and then. Damn it. The mere thought of Chao Jili infuriates Lin Luo. As a sorcerer from the Astral Observatory, he should strive for progress rather than squander his time on frivolities. When I reach to Qian, I will surely hunt you down and give you a good beating for wasting my reward. Old Deng, what about the side quest? As the soon-to-be magistrate of Yinzhou County, you have garnered preliminary recognition from the populace. However, due to years of natural disasters and calamities, the population has dwindled to a mere fraction. As the future magistrate of Yinzhou, it is your duty to restore the county's former prosperity. Task: seek methods to increase the population of Yinzhou. Reward: Astral Observatory's Qi observation technique. The Qi observation technique sounds intriguing. In conjunction with the Astral Observatory's compass, Lin Luo felt he could masquerade as a diviner. A smile spread across his face, his mood finally lifting a bit. Knock, knock, knock. Get up, you rascal. Are you waiting for me to serve you? His mother's voice called from outside, followed by the sound of a doorknob being twisted. Oh no. Lin Luo quickly snatched up the coal ball and tucked it under the covers. You little rascal. As Zhang Xuehua opened the door and witnessed Lin Luo's frantic actions, the corner of her mouth curled in a smirk. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. You little brat, wasting toilet paper again so early in the morning. Chapter 64. The Art of Prognostication. Chu Jiao's calamity. The atmosphere during breakfast was somewhat awkward. Lin Luo focused intently on his meal, too apprehensive to raise his head, convinced that his mother had discerned something amiss, her gaze directed at him, filled with discontent. Surely, the little cold ball wouldn't he have given him away. Ever since Lin Luo had bestowed upon his parents a health-enhancing pill, their vitality seemed rejuvenated by a decade. After a night of restful slumber, Lin Qian, she now appeared invigorated. However, his dining mannerisms mirrored Lin Luo's, both of them shrinking their necks, cautiously consuming their food. He too sensed that his wife was acting strangely, as if suppressing something that could ignite into an outburst at any moment. To avoid provoking her ire, Lin Qian, she was exceedingly careful in his movements, fearful even of his chopsticks touching the bowl. Zhang Xue, bitter chopsticks, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Luo, occasionally glancing at Lin Jianxi. Sighing internally, she lamented the trials of motherhood during her child's tumultuous teenage years, where certain topics felt almost taboo to broach. Meanwhile, her husband's lack of seriousness only added to her unease. After breakfast, Lin Luo picked up his backpack and boarded the car with old Lin, setting off for school. On the way, Lin Jianxi appeared as if he were struggling to voice something, glancing at Lin Luo only to retreat into silence once more, much like someone suffering from constipation. As they neared the school, Lin Luo, clutching his backpack, cheerfully inquired, "Dad, what's wrong? You're not thinking about how Mom might have raided your little stash and is hoping to beg for money from me, are you? If that's the case, just say so. There's no shame in asking for a little pocket money. Son, at your tender age, it's essential to exercise moderation," Lin Qian, she imparted solemnly. Puffed. Lin Luo instinctively reached into his pocket, nearly choking on his own saliva, coughing a couple of times as he stared at Lin Qian, she in bewilderment. "Dad, what on earth are you talking about? Moderation in what? It's you who should be mindful, squandering toilet paper without a second thought. Your mother fears your health may suffer and asked me to remind you," Lin Qian, she said, his expression tinged with embarrassment. In the East, discussions surrounding matters of adulthood and education are often fraught with difficulty, with few families engaging in open dialogue about such subjects. "What? I'm not wasteful. I can make a single pack last 2 weeks. How is that excessive?" Lin Luo protested, feeling quite aggrieved. "Then what were you doing this morning? Nearly caught by your mother, yet still refusing to admit it. You little rascal, stubborn as a mule, just like your father," Lin Qian, she retorted. "This morning, I was simply afraid of being discovered by Mom," Lin Luo replied, as he unzipped his backpack, and the little coal ball sprang out in a flash. Its fluffy little head shook, and its large, misty eyes gazed adorably at Lin Luo. "Meow master, a kiss ah." "You've this morning," Lin Qian, she's expression shifted to one of sudden clarity, realization dawning upon him. His wife forbade them from keeping pets at home, and here was their son hiding a kitten, having been mistaken for a little thief by his mother. "Look at the mess you've created. I always said, with a girlfriend as lovely as yours, there's no need for you to engage in such antics. If anything, the waste should be on outside toilet paper." "Haha, it's all right then. Your little cat is quite white. Indeed, very delightful." Lin Jianxi chuckled, his demeanor exuding relief. "Dad, when you return, be sure to speak kindly to Mom. This little cat is truly adorable and exceptionally well-behaved." "Leave it to me," Lin Jianxi assured, confidently patting his chest as he brought the car to a steady halt by the roadside in front of the 18th Middle School. "Pay attention in class." "I will, Dad." "Drive safely," Lin Luo replied, watching as his father's vehicle gradually disappeared from sight. "Wait a moment." A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Luo, his pupils contracting. "No, that is such a waste of tissue paper. This morning." "Oh no, Mom, you're so inappropriate." "Luo Ge who called me?" Lin Luo turned to see Zhun Zikong limping toward him, his eyes swollen and throat hoarse, clearly having wept heartily the previous night. "Yikes, your parents were quite harsh, weren't they?" Lin Luo inquired with a face full of sympathy. "While Luo Ge, it was dreadful. I was punished by my mom for an entire hour last night." Lin Luo gasped in astonishment. "Was it really that severe? And what was Uncle Jin doing? Didn't he intervene?" Lin Luo asked, perplexed. Don't even mention it, Wah. My dad said, look how exhausted your mother is, and then I ended up being punished by him for another hour. Lin Luo shook his head, patting Zhen Zikong on the shoulder. Poor child, subjected to 2 hours of punishment. Wah, my mom thought my dad's punishment wasn't enough, so they both punished me for another hour together. Lin Luo's lips curled into a wry smile, unsure of what to say. You really are unfortunate, submitting 200,000 and still enduring 3 hours of punishment. If you had no money, wouldn't you be sent back to start over? Luo Ge, you must save me. I want to study diligently. I want to enter the advanced class. Zhen Zikong grasped Lin Luo's arm, his eyes glistening with tears. Luo Ge, you dropped some money? Zhen Zikong suddenly bent down, picking up a 100 yuan bill that lay by Lin Luo's feet. Here you go, Luo Ge. Lin Luo. He glanced at the money and then at Zhen Zikong, a smirk forming as he accepted the bill. Kongzi, trust me, your future does not lie in studying. Then where does my future lie? Zhen Zikong gazed at Lin Luo, bewildered, his mind blank, unable to conceive of what he might do in the future. With my grades, I suppose I'll just attend a vocational college, learn a trade, and find a factory job, something like that. Your future should be that of a great adventurer, believe me. Lin Luo earnestly patted Zhen Zikong on the shoulder before proceeding to the security office. Scratching his head in confusion, Zhen Zikong ambled off to buy breakfast. Old man, someone at the gate has lost money. If anyone comes looking, tell them to find Lin Luo at the advanced class. Understood, Old Qian. The security guard at 18th Middle School nodded, jotting down a note in his ledger. Lin Luo, your breakfast. A portion of breakfast suddenly appeared from behind, coming to rest in front of Lin Luo. Chu Jiao Jiao, with her delicate hand, held a serving of egg pancake, beaming with joy as she leaped in front of Lin Luo. Her youthful visage radiated sweetness, particularly those exquisite eyes that seemed to contain only Lin Luo within their gaze. The surrounding students and teachers appeared to fade from her focus. She had wagered with Lin Luo and lost. The stake was that she would provide his breakfast every day. Today, she was here to fulfill that promise. Lin Luo accepted the breakfast with a smile, expressing his gratitude. What are you thanking me for? This is merely accepting defeat, she replied, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she carried her own breakfast, walking briskly towards the school. Lin Luo, clutching his backpack and breakfast, chuckled softly. Just as he prepared to follow the girl, he suddenly sensed a pair of unfriendly eyes scrutinizing him. Instinctively, he turned his head to investigate. Not far from the breakfast stall stood 2 unfamiliar young men, their gaze fixed upon him. Upon noticing Lin Luo's attention, they hastily lowered their heads and began to eat their egg pancakes, their demeanor reminiscent of Lin Luo's earlier stealth this morning. Their presence felt incongruous amidst the other students. Although they seemed unremarkable, Lin Luo sensed a familiar aura emanating from these 2 individuals. Raising an eyebrow, he retrieved the grand Qian bureau compass from his pocket. The compass needle began to rotate slowly before finally settling upon the 2 young men devouring their egg pancakes. What could this mean? Are they approaching me? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, a thought stirring in his mind. The system indicated that methods to enhance the population of Yunzhou included encouraging childbirth, reducing taxes, attracting newcomers, and providing maternity allowances, offering food or fabric as rewards for each child born. If poverty deters having children, financial incentives could change that. Suddenly, Lin Luo's mind was flooded with information regarding the art of divination. This technique not only involves observing fortune and misfortune, but also entails assessing an individual's fate. Different hues of aura signify varied meanings. Purple denotes nobility, black signifies calamity, and green indicates malevolence. Lin Luo, what are you standing there for? Come on. Chu Jiao Jiao's voice echoed from a distance. Lin Luo discreetly closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, a faint blue luminescence flickered in his gaze. He then perceived a dark red mist enveloping the heads of the 2 unfamiliar youths. The black signified calamity, while the red indicated deep-seated sins and entangling karma. His instincts were correct. These 2 were indeed trouble. What are you doing? Chu Jiao Jiao urged, returning when she noticed Lin Luo's immobility, playfully nudging him with her foot. Lin Luo turned, his bright and profound eyes glistening like the starry sky, causing Chu Jiao to shudder slightly, her heart fluttering. How could this daft boy's eyes be so captivating? Lin Luo regarded Chu Jiao, a slight frown adorning his brow. Upon observing, one could see that a purple mist enveloped Chu Jiao's head, signifying her considerable fortune. However, intertwined within the purple haze were shades of black and gray, indicative of ominous energies and misfortune. Illness, calamity, disaster. This malevolence foretold impending tribulations for Chu Jiao. Concurrently, the black and gray aura emanating from her extended into two slender threads, connecting with the two watchers. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration. What distinguishes me now from the protagonists in tales of exceptional diviners and masters descending from mountains? Truly exhilarating. Chapter 65. What are you looking at? I see you looking at me as if I were your father. Why are you standing there? Hurry to the classroom. Chu Jiao tugged at Lin Luo's arm, standing beside him. I have something to attend to. You go in first. Here, hold this for me. Lin Luo handed his backpack to Chu Jiao. She was puzzled, as Lin Luo hadn't carried a backpack for the past few days. Why the sudden change? Upon receiving it, she noticed something unusual. The backpack was moving. What's inside? Chu Jiao exclaimed, blinking in surprise as she inquired. Meow sleepy. The soft sound of a little coal ball came from the backpack, just loud enough for Chu Jiao to hear. This is my pet, named Little Coal Ball. Don't make such a fuss. I still need to speak with Kong Zi. You should head back, Lin Luo replied with a gentle smile. Chu Jiao glanced at Zhen Zikong, who was waiting for his meat sandwich, and nodded with a cheerful smile. All right, I'll wait for you in the classroom. Her attention was now completely captured by Little Coal Ball. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have eagerly opened the backpack to cuddle the little kitten. With the backpack in her arms and her breakfast in hand, the girl hurried into the teaching building, her radiant smile captivating the eyes of many junior students. Zhen Zikong remained at the stand, still contemplating Lin Luo's mention of being an adventurer. Surely, Luo wouldn't deceive him. Could he truly become an adventurer? Classmate, your meat sandwich is ready. Thank you. Zhen Zikong politely accepted the sandwich, took a bite, and turned to search for Lin Luo's figure. Luoye, he called out as he spotted Lin Luo approaching, munching on an egg pancake. Lin Luo nodded at him and then walked past, heading toward two young men pretending to showcase pancakes. These two young men were of modest height, both around 5 feet 7 inches tall. One had a buzz cut, while the other sported a similar hairstyle, albeit with glasses on one and sunglasses on the other. Judging by their age, they appear to be in their 30s, clad in all black with waist packs reminiscent of those Zhen Zikong had found in the grass the previous day. The bags were bulging, leaving one to wonder what they contained. Strange, what does Luo go up to? Is one not enough? And is he preparing to buy another? Zhen Zikong, still chewing on his sandwich, remained in place, waiting for Lin Luo. The young man with glasses and the one with sunglasses were eating their egg pancakes, their eyes darting around, their primary focus being Lin Luo. As Lin Luo approached them, the two became increasingly alert, their muscles tensing as if drawn back like the string of a bow, ready to spring into action. Lin Luo halted a short distance away, holding his egg pancake in both hands, taking a large bite while observing the two men. The young man with glasses, just having bitten into his pancake, froze. His cheeks puffed out like a frog, staring intently at Lin Luo. Meanwhile, the young man in sunglasses, also chewing, appeared as if paralyzed, rigidly fixated on Lin Luo. The onlookers regarded the three individuals with puzzled expressions, uncertain of the game they were engaged in. What troubles you? Suddenly, the one in the small sunglasses released his egg pancake, his deep voice shattering the tense atmosphere. Though not loud, it carried a certain audacity. The bespectacled one swallowed the remains of his pancake with difficulty, glaring at Lin Luo, awaiting the moment to act upon a covert signal. Lin Luo, swallowing his morsel, proclaimed loudly, "I see you, you see me like I am your father." He hesitated. Wait. Huh? What did he just say? Both the bespectacled one and the one in sunglasses froze, the words they were about to utter caught in their throats. Their minds went blank, and confusion clouded their eyes. This was not right. This fellow was not playing by the rules. He was supposed to say, "What is it to you?" We would then respond with, "Try looking again." And then he would say, "Try it," followed by a confrontation to determine who held authority. "I see you, you see me. What does this father business mean?" The one in sunglasses glanced at the bespectacled one, who also wore a bewildered expression. However, maintaining their bravado was essential. The bespectacled one glared fiercely, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Luo. "What did you say? Repeat that. I see you, you see me, like I am both your fathers." Lin Luo deliberately enunciated slowly this time, ensuring that these two seemingly dim-witted individuals grasped his words. Surely, speaking at this pace would resonate with them. "I perceive you both gazing at me as if I were your progenitor." "Damn, I get it now. He claims to be our father." The one in sunglasses cursed vehemently, his fury palpable. "Let's get him." The bespectacled one bellowed, discarding the egg pancake and charging at Lin Luo, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Luo's nose. It is said that one should never strike a face, yet this individual seemed intent on making an exception. The one in sunglasses executed a treacherous kick, which, if it landed, would surely result in chaos. Lin Luo scoffed, deftly holding the egg pancake in one hand, leaning back slightly while raising his foot to intercept. With a resounding thud, the kick from the one in sunglasses was thwarted, and the punch from the bespectacled one met only air. Ah, he possesses some skill. The bespectacled one, realizing his punch had missed, retracted his fist, preparing to strike again. However, as he lifted his fist, an egg pancake suddenly smashed into his face. The pancake unfolded upon impact, striking him directly. Freshly cooked, the egg pancake was still scalding hot. Thus, the face slap delivered a searing blow, causing the bespectacled one to emit a wailing shriek. "Aya!" The one in sunglasses grimaced, rubbing his leg, which felt as though it had been struck by a steel rod, almost bringing him to tears. Hearing the bespectacled one's agonized cry, he glanced over, only to see a dark shadow swiftly approach. Bang! Lin Luo delivered a powerful punch, collapsing the nose of the one in sunglasses with a spray of blood. The tremendous force caused the one in sunglasses to see stars, collapsing to the ground. The bespectacled one swatted away the pancake from his face, which had become as red and blistered as a monkey's rear. His greasy visage began to bubble, taking on a rather alarming appearance. However, before the bespectacled youth could make any move, Lin Luo had already arrived at his side, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the young man collapsed immediately, his strength rapidly draining away, his body trembling violently, unable to utter a word. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, particularly Zhen Zikong, who was so shocked that he nearly dropped the meat sandwich in his hand. "Wow, Luo Ge, you're incredible." Lin Luo reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 zip ties. He turned the 2 assailants over, binding their hands behind their backs and locking their thumbs together. These zip ties were remnants from a previous home renovation, remarkably sturdy, leaving little chance for escape. After securing them, Lin Luo removed their waist bags and opened them, revealing 2 pistols and a gleaming dagger. What audacity! In broad daylight, these 2 scoundrels dared to come here armed. Fortunately, he sensed something amiss and acted preemptively. Otherwise, when Chu Jiao went out for lunch, she might have fallen victim to these 2 ruffians. Lin Luo did not take the firearms, but instead zipped the bags back up and pulled out his phone to call Chu Jianjun. Although he was uncertain about the reasons behind someone targeting Chu Jiao, he suspected it was connected to the case involving the triangular-eyed dealer and the illicit sugar trade. The drug rats were nothing but beasts, devoid of humanity, capable of committing the most heinous acts. This was not a predicament that a mere student could resolve. It was imperative to contact the authorities. However, as he dialed, all he heard was the incessant ringing, with no one answering Chu Jianjun's phone. "You're in grave danger, Luo Ge. Who are these people?" Zhen Zikong inquired curiously, approaching with a meat sandwich while observing the 2 motionless figures clad in black. "Just some villains," Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, casually rummaging through their pockets. The surrounding classmates gradually gathered, intrigued by the unfolding scene. "What are you all staring at? Disperse. Quickly. Go back to class." Director Wang Zhen shouted as he squeezed his way in from outside. These students were proving to be quite a handful, each one so eager to witness the commotion. Wang Zhen's pleas, however, seemed to fall on deaf ears. The onlookers were more interested in the spectacle than attending their classes. Lin Luo, what on earth is going on? Wang Qian pushed to the forefront. His brow furrowed with concern as he glanced at the two bound individuals on the ground and at Lin Luo, who was inspecting the scene. I just assured the principal that I would keep a close watch on the school's precious assets. And now this happens? A top student from the senior year engaging in a brawl at the school entrance with outsiders. If they report this to the authorities, it would spell disaster for our school's brightest talent. Fear not, Director Wang. I have the situation well in hand. Lin Luo signaled an OK gesture to Wang Qian, exuding confidence as if everything was under control. Wang Qian, perplexed, replied, "Not that I'm scared or anything." Lin Luo, what are these two doing? What led to this altercation? Lin Luo tossed a waist pouch to Wang Zhen and, in turn, extracted a wallet from the two assailants. Wang Zhen, bewildered, accepted the pouch, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror as he observed Lin Luo's actions. What do you mean by handing me the pouch? I'm not your accomplice. Are you trying to drag me into this mess? You're incorrigible. Wang Zhen nearly threw the pouch away in panic. Director Wang, just open it, and you'll understand. Lin Luo's voice resonated calmly, as if to soothe his frayed nerves. With curiosity, Wang Zhen squeezed the waist pouch and unzipped it. Having undergone militia training, Wang Zhen instantly recognized the contents within, a genuine firearm. Everyone back to class. Move. Go, go, go. Into the school. Wang Zhen bellowed frantically, pushing the bewildered students away as if herding livestock. At that moment, fear gripped him alongside anxiety. Had Lin Luo not subdued these individuals? Who knew what chaos might have ensued had they opened fire indiscriminately among the students? Who could say if there were more accomplices lurking nearby? The surrounding students, though bewildered, were intimidated by the frantic director's demeanor. Reluctantly, they began to shuffle back towards the school. Lin Luo discovered several thousand yuan and 2 identification cards in the wallets of the assailants. One named Zhang Bin and the other Zhang San. Whether the names were genuine or not remained uncertain. It was evident from their titles that their academic performance had been dismal, leading them to become outlaws. It all seemed rather plausible. At this moment, Chu Jianjun's phone finally connected. He had just concluded a meeting and, upon stepping out of the conference room, noticed several missed calls from the young man. Could it be that his daughter had mentioned inviting him over for dinner on Saturday, causing the lad to panic? Indeed, he recalled feeling quite flustered the first time he visited his father-in-law's home. Just as he was about to return the call, another one came through. With a smile, he answered, "What do you want, you rascal?" His tone was light, infused with a hint of joviality. "Uncle Chu, something has happened." The gravity of those words instantly wiped the smile from Chu Jianjun's face, sending a jolt through his heart. At this hour, Lin Luo should be at school, but the seriousness in Lin Luo's voice suggested something was amiss at the school. "Where are you?" "At the entrance of number 18 middle school. We've apprehended 2 armed individuals. They seem to be after Jiao. Chu Jianjun's expression shifted dramatically. "I'm on my way," he replied swiftly, hanging up the phone and striding purposefully toward the office area. "Everyone from Team 6, follow me." His voice rang out, and those not on external duty promptly fell in line behind him. The sound of 3 patrol cars, lights flashing and sirens blaring, echoed as they sped through the streets. In just 10 minutes, Chu Jianjun and his team arrived at the entrance of number 18 middle school. By then, the area was deserted. Wang Shun had summoned the teachers and ushered the students back into the classrooms. The school gates were tightly shut, and all surveillance cameras were activated, monitoring the surroundings to prevent any unauthorized entries. Seeing the police vehicles arrive, Wang Shun let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Quick, open the main gate," he commanded. The gatekeeper, Old Deng, operated the remote control, allowing the entrance to swing open. The patrol cars silenced their sirens and drove into the school premises. Wang Shun and Lin Luo emerged from the reception area, just as the principal and several physical education teachers exited the building. Given the severity of the situation, Wang Shun had promptly reported to the higher authorities after ensuring the students were safely inside. The principal, accompanied by the physical education teachers, proceeded to the classrooms to avert any unforeseen incidents. Despite their occasional absences due to illness or personal matters, when the need arose, they were still capable of stepping up. 10 uniformed officers disembarked from the patrol vehicles, exuding a commanding presence. Leading the group, Chu Jianjun approached the others with urgency. "Un soju," Lin Luo called out, hurrying over with 2 waste bags in hand. Chu Jianjun's demeanor turned serious, his expression chilling, yet softened slightly upon seeing Lin Luo. "Where are the individuals?" "They're in the reception area, tied up tightly." "Here are their belongings," Lin Luo replied, handing over the 2 waste bags along with the wallets of the captives. Chu Jianjun accepted them and passed them to his team members. Within the bags, they discovered 2 handguns, 3 magazines, and 2 daggers, which further deepened the gravity of their expressions. The principal and the teachers collectively gasped, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. "Captain, these 2 crude firearms, along with those discovered 3 years ago in the 213 gold robbery case and the recent sugar trade incident, originate from the same individual." A male inspector in his 30s, with thinning hair, scrutinized the 2 guns and furrowed his brow. Chu Jianjun nodded, proceeding to the communication room to assess the situation within. Zhang San and Zhang Bin were bound, sprawled on the ground like 2 maggots, their mouths gagged with tattered cloth, whimpering helplessly. "Take them away." "Yes." Immediately, several individuals entered the communication room, dragging the 2 men out toward the patrol car. Chu Jianjun shook hands with the principal. "Principal, thank you for your cooperation." The principal waved his hands repeatedly, expressing gratitude. "This time, we owe it all to student Lin Luo. He was the first to notice these 2 rascals. I can hardly fathom what they intended, armed and loitering at the school entrance. Given the security arrangements at our school, 3 individuals couldn't even muster 2 decent legs to defend themselves." Chu Jianjun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we owe much to Lin Luo," as he recalled Lin Luo's words over the phone, that these 2 were targeting Jiao Jiao. An unsettling chill washed over him. "Principal, we need to discuss some matters with Lin Luo and would like to borrow your communication room." "Of course, but would that be too rudimentary? Perhaps we could use my office instead?" The principal responded enthusiastically. "No need, time is of the essence. Lin Luo, please come in with me." Chu Jianjun gestured toward Lin Luo. Noticing Lin Luo had donned sunglasses, tilting his head to observe him, Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow. Even at such a moment, the impudent boy was still trying to appear cool. However, Lin Luo was not trying to be ostentatious. He was employing an observational technique. When practicing this skill, one's eyes would emit a glow, hence the sunglasses. Surrounding Chu Jianjun was a purple aura, intertwined with streaks of black and gray. The black, thick as ink, was particularly alarming, rendering his forehead as if smeared with ink. Lin Luo nearly exclaimed, "Uncle Chu, you are in grave danger." "What's going on with you and your sister-in-law?" "Little Luo, please elaborate on today's events." In the reception room, Chu Jianjun gazed sternly at Lin Luo. Having served in inspections for many years, he had encountered countless storms and captured many ruthless criminals without flinching. Yet, Lin Luo's assertion that those 2 individuals were targeting Chu Jiao Jiao left this devoted father momentarily disconcerted. At that moment, only Lin Luo and Chu Jianjun occupied the reception room. Lin Luo retrieved a compass from his pocket. "Uncle Chu, you might find this hard to believe, but look at this compass." He presented it before Chu Jianjun. Squinting, Chu Jianjun observed the compass needle slowly rotate, eventually pointing directly at the patrol car outside. Through the glass of the reception room, he could see the 2 buzzcut used glaring defiantly at the car roof. Today, while Jiao Jiao and I were at the school gate preparing to enter class, we noticed those 2 individuals casting unfriendly glances our way. They felt oddly familiar to me. I recalled that triangular-eyed figure, and so Lin Luo shook the compass in his hand. I decided to take the initiative. Chu Jianjun regarded the compass in Lin Luo's grasp with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It was decidedly unscientific. Yet, when the compass had spun that night, directing him towards the buyers, he understood he had encountered something peculiar. There are indeed phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. In his youth, Chu Jianjun had served in the military, stationed in the mountains where a mass grave lay behind the camp. Each night, vigilant young soldiers reported seeing figures beckoning from a grave. More than one had witnessed this. Rumors spread throughout the camp, causing unrest. Upon learning of this, the instructor called for an emergency assembly in the dead of night and led the troops to the mass grave for live ammunition training. Each soldier hurled 30 grenades, resulting in a cacophony of artillery throughout the night. It is said that ghosts fear the wicked. After that live-fire exercise, no one ever saw the ghostly figures beckoning again. Taking a deep breath, Chu Jianjun solemnly stated, "We owe you a great deal this time, but how did you know they were targeting Jiao Jiao?" "They don't know me." After Lin Luo spoke, Chu Jianjun furrowed his brow and pulled out a box of white Nanhai cigarettes, lighting one. Hiss! Whoosh! As smoke enveloped him, Chu Jianjun pinched his brow, regaining his composure. Those two individuals may not have recognized Lin Luo, but their surveillance of Chu Jiao clearly indicated their intentions were directed towards his daughter. If Lin Luo had not acted decisively, he would have faced an unbearable nightmare. Exhaling another puff of smoke, his expression obscured by the haze, Lin Luo scratched his head. "Uncle Chu, if you have nasal inflammation, you shouldn't smoke." Chu Jianjun raised an eyebrow at this remark, replying gravely, "How did you know my nasal inflammation was acting up? One nostril is smoking while the other isn't. Isn't that rather obvious?" Chu Jianjun paused for a moment before extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray on the table. "Xiao Luo, to be honest, Jiao is my daughter." Lin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chu Jianjun, his mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless. "Wait, Uncle Chu, such a monumental revelation, and I get to hear it without spending a dime? You are Jiao's second uncle, and you're telling me you are her biological father? Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly amiable exterior, you harbor such affections for my sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law? Don't turn around. I'm not your brother?" Seeing Lin Luo's expression, Chu Jianjun quickly realized the misunderstanding and awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, do not misinterpret my words. I asked Jiao to refer to me as her second uncle to prevent others from discovering that her father is a patrol officer. I seldom mention Jiao at work." Lin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. This approach was rather novel. Most people take pride in having their parents as guardians of the people, yet he chose to keep his family identity concealed. However, recalling certain specialized police units, it made sense. For instance, those involved in drug enforcement. Our line of work is perilous, especially during my younger days when I was overly zealous, creating numerous adversaries. Thus, I prefer Jiao to keep her identity hidden to avoid drawing unwanted attention. "Now I understand," Lin Luo exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Wait a moment. He recalled when Chu Jianjun had previously inquired whether he liked Chu Jiao and had even encouraged him to pursue her. "Goodness, you sly old fox. You were testing me all along. Thankfully, I was wise enough not to voice my thoughts back then." Heh. Chu Jianjun's gaze turned icy, his expression dark and foreboding, as ominous as the depths of a cauldron. Yet, there are still those who have set their sights on Jiao. Lin Luo's eyes also grew cold, yet he remained silent. "Not only are they targeting Chu Jiao, but it seems you are also under scrutiny. Your brow bears an ominous shadow, foretelling potential calamity. Uncle Chu, you would do well to exercise caution during this period. The adversaries intend to harm Jiao, and their ultimate goal is likely to exact revenge upon you. Hence, your situation is equally precarious." Chu Jianjun smirked coldly, exuding confidence. "Let them come. Those who defy the state will find their lives to be few." However, Lin Luo pondered for a moment before continuing. "The actions they engage in are already fatal. What difference does it make if they commit one more?" Noticing a shift in Chu Jianjun's expression, Lin Luo pressed on. "Uncle Chu, I advise you to remain vigilant. After all, you wouldn't want Jiao to lose her father at such a young age. My aunt has already suffered such a fate." "Ah, you little rascal." Chu Jianjun rolled his eyes, realizing that Lin Luo's words were indeed irksome. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in them. He needed to be on high alert. "All right, I'll keep this in mind. At school, I entrust you with looking after Jiao Jiao. Rest assured, Uncle Chu, I shall protect Jiao Jiao diligently. Should anything happen to you, I will ensure that both Jiao Jiao and my mother-in-law are well cared for. By the way, has Jiao Jiao mentioned the dinner at my house this Saturday? Huh, there asked that too. Observing Lin Luo's astonished expression, Chu Jianjun discerned that Chu Jiao Jiao had yet to disclose the matter. No matter, I shall take it upon myself to convey the news. Chu Jianjun draped his arm around Lin Luo's shoulders, his large hand firmly patting Lin Luo's arm. Thanks to your good fortune, I have recently received a promotion, and I wish to invite you to my home this Saturday for a modest meal to celebrate. From now on, we are family, so please refrain from bringing gifts. I am quite averse to guests arriving with presents, be it cigarettes or alcohol, as I have no need for such things. Do you understand, young man? Lin Luo found himself swaying slightly under the force of Chu Jianjun's hearty slap on the shoulder. Wait, uncle, are you suggesting that I should bring something or not? I've heard you, but this family business. What, do you not fancy my daughter? Chu Jianjun furrowed his thick brows and glared, causing Lin Luo to instinctively retract his neck. Are you trying to intimidate me? I do like her, truly. Lin Luo nodded earnestly. Now that's more like it. Chu Jianjun broke into a broad grin. My daughter has taken a liking to you, you know? She even mentioned losing a bet with you and pledged to bring you breakfast daily, without making excuses. Upon saying this, Chu Jianjun wore a slightly envious expression. Feeling a pang of jealousy, his daughter brought breakfast to Lin Luo every day, yet he, as her father, had not received such treatment. Lin Luo promptly fell silent, managing a polite yet awkward smile. Could it be that this is indeed true? Enough of this. I must return and interrogate those two scoundrels. I leave Jiao Jiao in your capable hands. Chu Jianjun solemnly patted Lin Luo's shoulder once more before exiting the communication room. Principal Gao, I have gathered all the necessary information. We will be intensifying patrols around the school in the near future. If there are no further issues, we shall take our leave. Thank you, Captain Chu. Please take care. Principal Gao expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he saw Captain Chu and his team off to their vehicle. As the patrol car drove away, Principal Gao exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Wang Shun, saying, Director Wang, we must enhance the safety education of our students and also improve the school's security measures. We must ensure. Principal Gao continued his lengthy instructions to Wang Shun, but Lin Luo had no time to listen. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 68. The concept of handcrafted Blue Star weapons principle. I have noted everything down, Wang Shun said earnestly, nodding his head. The safety of the school is indeed a significant matter. Once an incident occurs, none of the individuals here would escape unscathed. By the way, where is Lin Luo? After a lengthy discourse, the principal finally recalled Lin Luo. He turned his gaze around, only to discover that Lin Luo was nowhere to be found. Several teachers also began to look around. Wang Shun surveyed the surroundings and, noticing Lin Luo's absence, promptly attempted to smooth things over. Perhaps he has returned to class. After all, he is our top student in the senior year. The principal wholeheartedly agreed, expressing his sentiments. Indeed, we owe much to Lin Luo for his timely discovery. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Wang, please draft a commendation for Lin Luo. Given the gravity of this incident, our school must make a statement. Wang Shun cautiously inquired. Principal, should we hold a meeting to confirm this? A school is not the domain of a single individual, and likewise, the leadership team does not operate on the whims of one person. While verbal commendations pose no issue, practical matters, such as monetary rewards, could become complicated. Realizing this, the principal nodded in agreement. Very well, let us convene a meeting to discuss this. Inside the teaching building, classes had commenced. However, most students seemed distracted, their minds wandering as they frequently glanced towards the windows. Particularly those seated by the windows strained to peer outside. Why had a patrol car suddenly arrived at the school? Blaring its siren? Something must have happened. Could it be that the principal's embezzlement had been uncovered, leading to their arrest? The cafeteria food was so unpalatable. Surely, It was supplied by a relative of the principal. Many expired items were still being sold in the school store. Who else could be responsible but a relative of the principal? The state of the school is best understood by the students. Regardless of the circumstances, the principal would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. In the sprint class, Chu Jiao's beautiful willow leaf brows were furrowed in concern, as her deskmate had yet to return. Could the sirens outside be connected to this fool? In her desk pocket, the little cold ball lay quietly, its big eyes filled with curiosity. However, the owner had instructed the little cold ball to remain still and not to wander. It must obey. At the front of the classroom, Ho Guifan noticed some students were not paying attention and, with a serious expression, rapped her desk. Bang, bang, what you all doing? Focus and write properly. The first class was English, and Ho Guifan began by distributing a test paper, a surprise quiz. For students in other classes, this would be a nightmare, but for those in the sprint class, it was not as daunting. Although they had not prepared, it did not lead to widespread despair. Reporting in, I'm back. Lin Luo gently knocked on the classroom door, announcing his arrival. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lin Luo, the flames of gossip igniting fervently. Several patrol cars arrived outside, and Lin Luo had yet to return, undoubtedly indulging in some gossip. The severity on Ho Guifan's face transformed into a gentle breeze upon encountering Lin Luo, as if spring rain had graced the air. Lin Luo, why have you returned only now? Next time, come back earlier. Quickly, take your seat, she urged. Thank you, teacher, Lin Luo replied with a faint smile, hurrying back to his place. As soon as he sat down, a delicate hand reached for him. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? Chu Jiao tilted her head slightly, her voice a whisper of interrogation. Her small hand had expertly seized a bit of flesh at Lin Luo's waist, reminiscent of a husband caught out late by his wife. Thanks to the enhancement from the body sculpting pills, Lin Luo's physique was remarkably robust, with a low body fat percentage, essentially a composition of muscle encasing sturdy bones. Touching him revealed finely sculpted muscles, making it quite difficult to find softness. Chu Jiao had observed her mother, Qiao Li, employing this tactic against Chu Jianjun at home. She had learned through observation and instinctively applied it to Lin Luo. Spare me, fair maiden, and cease with your sorcery, Lin Luo pleaded softly, grasping her small hand in return. It felt cool and delicate, undoubtedly an exquisite sensation. Chu Jiao blushed, struggling for a moment, but to no avail, and shot him a reproachful glance. You scoundrel fool, hurry and confess what you were up to. Her voice was not loud, yet it drew the attention of Wei Jifan and Niu Zaida, who sat at the back, their ears perked up like antennas eager for a signal. Let me hear the story, she insisted. I caught 2 little thieves at the school gate. It was a minor issue. I've already reported it, Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. I see. Chu Jiao sighed with relief, then withdrew her hand, feigning innocence as she began to answer questions seriously. Observing this, Lin Luo chuckled and pulled out a golden pen, starting to write on his paper as well. The tasks included dictation, fill in the blank, and ultimately a short essay, all without a single multiple-choice question. If students from other classes saw this paper, they would likely go mad. However, for Lin Luo, it posed no challenge. The pen danced across the page with swift strokes, quickly filling in the answers. Uncle Chu mentioned that our families will dine together this Saturday, Lin Luo casually remarked. Immediately, Chu Jiao's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Her translucent earlobes glowed with a soft pink hue, and her long lashes fluttered, making her look utterly adorable. Who said I would join your family? She stammered, flustered. You scoundrel, how shameless. A smirk played on Lin Luo's lips, his expression gleeful like a cunning little thief. So, do you agree to let me come to your house for dinner on Saturday? You can come or not. It's up to you. The girl huffed, turning her head away from Lin Luo, though her lovely earlobes blushed even deeper. On the faces of Wei Jifan and Niu Zaida, expressions of torment appeared. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have listened. Today's portion of dog food has left me quite stuffed. Hee, don't worry, I will definitely go. Otherwise, Uncle Chu would surely devour me alive. Lin Luo mumbled. his pen pausing over his English composition. He recalled the last examination when he had inquired with teacher Ho on how to compose an essay. Teacher Ho had elaborated extensively, and he had subsequently written according to her guidance. By the way, you should join me for lunch from now on. Lin Luo abruptly turned to Chu Jiao after completing his essay. His tone brooked no refusal, carrying a degree of firmness. Why? Chu Jiao gazed at Lin Luo, her innocent eyes glistening like dewdrops on pearls, stirring a faint flutter in Lin Luo's heart. Uncle Chu mentioned that someone has been keeping an eye on him lately, fearing for your safety. Hence I've been tasked to accompany you as your personal bodyguard. Lin Luo spoke nonchalantly, suddenly reminded of an urban web novel he had read, titled The School Belle's Personal Expert. It seemed he was living a narrative that had leapt from the pages into reality. Well, fine then. Understanding that it was her father's instruction, Chu Jiao ceased to protest, nodding obediently, and resumed her work on the exam. Yet, the corners of her mouth could not suppress their upward curve. Lin Luo's lips mirrored her smile, as he contemplated how to tackle the mission assigned by the system, to create a weapon of the blue star. It didn't necessarily have to be a firearm. There were other possibilities. For instance, a bundle of firecrackers tied together would create a significant explosion, or a large green stick combined with alcohol could lead to a Molotov cocktail. Furthermore, a spray bottle mixed with essential oil and pepper spray would serve as an adequate self-defense mechanism. With these ideas swirling in his mind, Lin Luo planned to get started after school, venturing to the supermarket in hopes of crafting a self-defense spray. Chapter 69. A film completed in a matter of moments. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the papers from the surprise quiz were collected. As Ho Guifin exited the classroom, a lively atmosphere enveloped the room. Typically, the intensive class would not buzz with such excitement, but today there was certainly something intriguing afoot. Lin Luo and Chu Jiao found themselves surrounded, their youthful faces brimming with curiosity. Lin Luo, what on earth happened outside? Did you see something? One inquired. Is it true that the principal was apprehended? A myriad of black dots danced in Lin Luo's mind. What on earth was that speculation? Why would the principal be taken away? Did he harbor a grudge against you? Lin Luo slowly rose to his full height of 185 meters, standing out distinctly among his peers. Everyone had to tilt their heads to catch a glimpse of him, while those on the periphery climbed onto their desks for a better view, reminiscent of those peering out from a window to glimpse an argument below. With one hand on his hip and the other gesturing authoritatively, Lin Luo declared, "Enough with the wild guesses. I just returned from the school gate, where I personally apprehended 2 petty thieves. Director Wang assisted in alerting the authorities. It is as simple as that." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment. Goodness, Lin Luo is incredibly impressive, capturing 2 thieves. I saw it. He was even more formidable than the heroes in martial arts films, swiftly pinning them down. Do tell us more about it. Another excitedly urged. I witnessed it too. Lin Luo handled it with such finesse, haha. The classroom grew even more animated. All eyes on Lin Luo, filled with admiration. All right, everyone settle down. If you're not too fatigued, return to your studies. Our goal in this intensive class is to reach the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Once the college entrance examination concludes, anyone who falls behind shall be met with collective mockery. Lin Luo, however, was not one to relish being the center of attention, especially with so many eyes upon him, and without a reward for his efforts. Not only was there no applause, but even a single banana was absent. Following the study group leader's remarks, although the crowd remained in a state of inexplicable exhilaration, they gradually dispersed, returning to their seats. Some engaged in hushed discussions, while others retrieved their textbooks to review. Finally, a sense of tranquility settled in. Lin Luo exhaled in relief, lazily resuming his seat, and reached into his desk pocket to extract a small, furry creature. The timid little fellow burrowed toward Lin Luo, seeking comfort in his embrace. Don't worry, little one. Your master is here, Lin Luo chuckled, gently scratching the furry creature's head. The little ball of fur contentedly closed its eyes, nudging against Lin Luo's fingers, its large eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Though it was merely a cat, one could see an expression of bliss on its face. It was simply adorable. Chu Jiao Jiao was nearly smitten, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on the small creature as she extended her finger to stroke its soft fur. The silky texture of its pristine white coat was irresistible, and surely no one could resist such a charm. What is its name? Zhu Xiao Xiao In Guit? Her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Lin Luo. Little coal ball, he replied, with a charming smile. Chu Jiao Jiao looked delightful as she cast a playful glance at Lin Luo. She then gently cradled the small coal ball from Lin Luo's arms, her delicate fingers caressing its tiny form. You rascal! How could you call such a pristine little creature coal ball? It should be Snowball instead, she exclaimed. What nonsense! Some people even name their pets dog or cat. I refuse to believe anyone would actually choose such names. As she pouted, she affectionately rubbed the little one against her cheek, clearly enamored. I found it all dirty last night, hence the name coal ball, Lin Luo explained. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng staring at the kitten in Chu Jiao Jiao's embrace with wide, gleaming eyes. Lin Luo, you have some nerve. Bringing a cat into the classroom, they exclaimed. You better let us pet it too, or else we might just have to inform the teacher. Yes, yes. Let's have a turn. Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng whispered eagerly. Lin Luo shot a disdainful look at the two. You both should watch less of those scandalous films. Your minds have become rather unsavory. Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the implication, their faces flushing as they attempted to defend themselves. Nonsense. I've never watched such films. One protested. Exactly. I'm a model student. I never indulge in that. Chu Jiao Jiao tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Lin Luo, what do you mean by those films with just a few people? She inquired innocently. Surely, there can't be a movie that simple. Does anyone actually watch those? The naive and pure-hearted girl posed a soul-searching question. Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng felt a wave of anxiety as they met her innocent gaze. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes fixated on Lin Luo. You need to explain this. Clearing his throat, Lin Luo responded with a mischievous smile. It's a comedy skit, you see. A solo act involves one person, a duet features two, and a group act comprises three. So, when it comes to just a few people, well, that's all there is to it. Instantly, Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. You managed to spin that around. Oh yes, indeed. I never watch comedy skits. I'm a model student, after all. Unable to contain their excitement, they exclaimed, let me pet it. I want it too. Niu Zita and Wei Jifeng eagerly took the small coal ball from Chu Jiao Jiao, playfully teasing it while grinning foolishly. The little coal ball's big eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness as it looked forlornly at Lin Luo. Meow master, help me, the tiny kitten mewed weakly, utterly adorable. Oh my, a kitten. Wow, it's so beautiful. Suddenly, the classroom buzzed with excitement as everyone flocked to admire the little coal ball. Are you not afraid of getting caught by the teacher? Chu Jiao Jiao tilted her head, looking at her cheerful desk mate with concern. She worried for Lin Luo, knowing that bringing a pet to school was certainly against the rules. Lin Luo shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I'm at top of my grade. That gives me plenty of confidence. Are you not afraid of being reprimanded by the teacher? Chu Jiao Jiao inquired once more. What is there to fear? I am the top student in my grade. What if the teacher calls your parents? What is there to fear? I am the top student in my grade. Chu Jiao Jiao pouted in frustration. Why can't this brat say anything else? Besides being the top student, what else can you say? As long as I have little coal, I can maintain my top position. Lin Luo, the little bear, shrugged. There's nothing I can do. Being the top student is just that impressive. With no retort left, Chu Jiao Jiao shot Lin Luo an exasperated glance before joining the group, petting the cat. Oh, be gentle with my little coal. Meow. The gentle chime of the school bell marked the end of the day. Students from the 18th Middle School strolled in small groups toward the exit. Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu clustered around Chu Jiao Jiao, chattering excitedly as they petted the cat. Little coal nestled in Chu Jiao Jiao's embrace, her big eyes searching for her owner, with a feline expression of melancholy. Lin Luo and Zhen Zikong trailed behind a trio of girls. Luo go. Shall we go for some noodle dishes today? Zhen Zikong suggested hesitantly, his wallet feeling light. Lin Luo glanced at the compass, noting its stillness before putting it away. No, I'll have lunch with Chu Jiao Jiao and the others. Upon hearing this, Zhen Zikang's face broke into a mischievous smile. Then I recommend you try the hot pot at Future City. The Future City supermarket near the 18th Middle School is quite sizable, spanning 3 floors, with dining, entertainment, shopping, and cinema all in one. Many young couples enjoy visiting this spot. The hot pot, there is indeed delightful, Lin Luo acknowledged. Of course, girls love this kind of food. You go ahead, I'll stick to noodles. After finishing breakfast, Zhen Zikang found himself with only 6 yuan and 50 cents remaining. His family had tightly controlled his expenditure at school, leaving him with no extra funds, effectively cutting off his after-school escapades at the internet CAF. Observing his predicament, Lin Luo realized that his friend was short on cash. Forget the noodles. I'll treat you to hot pot, Lin Luo declared, pulling out a crisp 100 yuan bill and shaking it in his hand. Coincidentally, Zhen Zikang had found a 100 yuan note earlier that day, and no one had come to claim it, suggesting it was unclaimed. There is an old adage that money found must be spent on the same day, lest it affect one's fortune. Although Lin Luo did not fully believe in such superstitions, he figured that a little faith wouldn't harm him. Upon seeing the 100 yuan bill, Zhen Zikang's eyes lit up. Father, please accept my bow. Get lost, you son of a thief, Lu Kong. Father, father, father. What did you call me? Amidst their playful banter, the group arrived at Future City. Lin Luo tucked little Cole into his school uniform pocket. The little kitten was small enough to remain unnoticed. Thus, the 5 of them entered the supermarket, where cheerful music played from the speakers, proclaiming prosperity. The basement level serves as a dining area, while the ground floor features display cabinets showcasing exquisite gold and jewelry, alongside everyday necessities and fresh produce. On the second floor, one can find beverages, daily necessities, clothing, and electronics. The supermarket is bustling with patrons, particularly in front of a newly opened jewelry display, where a crowd has gathered. Lin Luo and her companions were immediately captivated. To celebrate the grand opening, enticing games promise delightful surprises. Throw darts to win gold, with grand prizes available for the taking. Additionally, special offers abound, with gold priced at a 10% discount. Lin Luo, it's quite lively over there. Shall we go join the fun? Zhen Zikang tugged at Lin Luo, gesturing toward the prominent Jinfu gold jewelry display. Chu Jiao Jiao, Liang Huan Huan, and Zhao Mingyu gazed at Lin Luo with eager eyes. Come on, let us take a look, they urged. Indeed, the excitement was palpable. Girls are often drawn to jewelry and the thrill of lively events. Zhen Zikang's suggestion struck a chord with them. Then let us go and see. Lin Luo fixed her gaze on the banner, announcing the dart game for gold. A playful smile curling at her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous sorcerer. Since they were already there, why not indulge in a little fun? Chapter 70. May fortune smile upon you. Sister Lin Luo and her companions gather before the exquisite display case of the Jean Fufeng Gold and Jewelry Store. The illuminated glass cabinet showcased an array of glittering gold ornaments. However, the 3 young girls seemed rather indifferent to the gold. Instead, they were captivated by the pearl bracelets and diamond rings, their eyes sparkling with delight. Zhen Zikang tugged at Lin Luo's sleeve. Look, Luo Ge. Lin Luo glanced up to see that today marked the final day of the store's promotional event. It's our lucky day that today is the last day of their grand opening sale. But I noticed that the gold prices here are slightly higher than what we purchased last weekend, Zhen Zikang pointed out, gesturing towards the gold jewelry in the display. Appraisal technique, activate. Lin Luo squinted slightly, and upon looking back at the display, the jewelry suddenly bore price tags. Goldring, 2,300 Tag, 3,500 Goldring, 2,500 Tag, 3,800 Goldring, 1,500 Tag, 2,800 Goldring. The prices in brackets were revealed by her appraisal technique, while the labels below were set by the store itself. Lin Luo rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She surveyed other display cases filled with gold necklaces and earrings, noting that the prices were generally much steeper than those indicated by her appraisal technique. Although jewelry stores often set fixed prices that include craftsmanship fees, this was exorbitant. A scam, an absolute scam. Lin Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk as she regarded a sales associate dressed in a sleek black uniform, adorned tastefully, with a hint of charm. In such establishments, it was rare to encounter an unattractive sales representative, yet none were exceptionally beautiful either. The truly stunning ones typically gravitated towards selling real estate, luxury vehicles, or high-end goods, where the commissions were significantly more lucrative. The sales associates dealing in gold jewelry were clearly of a lower tier. "Sister, how does your store's game work?" Lin Luo approached, pointing at a small game involving a spinning wheel, her voice bright with curiosity. "What a handsome young man, calling me sister." Liu, whose delicate features and fair complexion instantly caught her attention, causing her to beam. "You must be a student. Your words are so sweet. Our game is quite simple. If you spend over 500 yuan, you can throw 3 darts. If you hit one of the prize images on the wheel, you get to take home a gift for free. Is it really that easy?" Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise. "Such simplicity, isn't that a windfall? Does this store not fear incurring losses?" "Indeed, it's quite simple. Just stand here and throw over there," Han Li replied with a smile, pointing to the dart-throwing area. The dart-throwing position was approximately 5 to 6 meters away from the wheel, which was cordoned off to prevent accidents. The wheel was not particularly large, and the images on it were even smaller. It would be quite a feat for an average person to land a dart accurately, let alone hit the prize images. A few individuals were currently throwing darts, and where they landed was purely a matter of luck. After 3 darts were thrown, the participants inevitably left the area in disappointment. A nearby staff member beamed as she presented a small gift. Han Li Jiao chuckled. "Even if you miss, it's no matter. There will be a little gift for you." Her voice carried a hint of allure, leaving one to wonder if it was merely a habit from her profession or if she harbored some feelings for Lin Luo, which lent her demeanor a certain warmth. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This game appeared quite intriguing. Zhen Zikong nudged Lin Luo, whispering, "Brother Luo, this game isn't worth playing. It's utterly ridiculous, even more so than the ring toss and balloon darts set up in parks." He was not optimistic about the venture. "Just for fun," Lin Luo replied with a smile, retrieving 3,000 yuan from his pocket. "Here, this is your share from yesterday." He handed 1,500 yuan to Zhen Zikong before inquiring about a small gold bar displayed at the counter. "Sister, how much is this gold bar?" Han Li explained, "This is an investment gold bar, and this small one weighs 5 grams. There's no processing fee, based on today's gold price. Currently, the price is 335 per gram, so 1 bar costs 16.75. Lin Luo was taken aback. What a ripoff. This is undoubtedly a shady establishment. If I don't manage to extract every last bit from you today, I won't be named Lin. Unfazed, he continued to smile and asked, "So, if I buy 1 gold bar, I can play 9 times, correct?" "Indeed, little brother. Purchasing 1 is quite a bargain. The price of gold is continually rising. Just recently, it was around 270 or 80, and now it's reached 335. Investing in gold is undoubtedly the wisest choice," Han Li said, her tone gentle and amiable, as if genuinely concerned for Lin Luo's well-being. "Do you have any gold prizes on the roulette?" Lin Luo pressed further, wanting to ascertain the situation. If the prizes were too ludicrous, he saw no reason to participate. Han Li's smile widened, sensing his keen interest. She retrieved a brochure from the counter, pointing at the images. "Certainly, here are the prizes on the roulette. Look at the center. The 10-ring prize is a massive yellow croaker weighing 10 taels, valued at 167,500. She emphasized the price as if it were a mere trifle Lin Luo could easily win. The 9-ring tier includes 3 prizes, a 10-gram bracelet, a necklace, and a gold pendant. The 8-ring tier offers 5 prizes, each weighing 5 grams, at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. The odds of hitting the 10-ring with a dart are exceedingly slim. The audacity of the store to offer such a grand prize certainly suggests they wager that no one will win. Lin Luo chuckled. "What if someone hits the 10-ring 3 times? Han Li responded with a smile. "There's only 1 yellow croaker. Even if someone wins 3 times, they would still only receive 1. So far, no one has claimed it. Today is the final day of the event. As long as you win, you can take it home immediately." What a pity. Lin Luo had hoped to win 3 times and take home 3 yellow croakers. But it seemed this shady establishment lacked such boldness. Chu Jiao noticed Lin Luo engaged in conversation with the charming saleswoman and, raising an eyebrow, approached him, wrapping her arm around his. Lin Luo, are you planning to buy gold? The delicate and sweet voice elicited a chuckle from Liang Huan and Zhao Mengyue, who follow behind. And you still claim he isn't your boyfriend? Indeed, this small gold bar is rather exquisite. A 5-gram gold bar, hardly large enough to be deemed a true gold bar. Yet it is still gold. Han Li maintained her cheerful demeanor as she gazed at Lin Luo. Are you certain you wish to purchase this? Yes, this one. However, I only have 1,600. Lin Luo replied as he produced a stack of red notes. Han Li's eyes sparkled with amusement. Seeing that you are a student, I'll overlook a 0. 1,600 it is. Thank you, sister. Chu Jiao chimed in, rolling her eyes. Such familiarity. You silly fool, you rascal. With a swift exchange of money and product, Han Li quickly penned a receipt, finalizing the transaction in no time. Lin Luo tucked the gold bar into his pocket and accepted 9 darts. Just throw them from behind the yellow line, Han Li instructed, leading him to the dart-throwing area. Upon arriving, Lin Luo stood firm behind the yellow line, eyeing the target 6 meters away. The standard distance for dart competitions is typically 2:37 or 2:44 meters. Yet this establishment had extended it to 6 meters. It was rare for anyone to achieve a successful throw at that distance. The unscrupulous merchant had calculated his profits well, but they had encountered Lin Luo. Kangzi, record this. Lin Luo directed his gaze toward Zhen Zikong. Kangzi's eyes lit up as he took the phone, exclaiming, I'm well versed in this. He expertly positioned the phone like a battlefield journalist. Sister, today is the last day for your Jinfufu event. Is it truly reliable? Han Li's expression turned quizzical, yet she nodded affirmatively, absolutely reliable. If I win the 10 tails of big yellow fish, it's genuinely mine, correct? Indeed, rest assured. Our Jinfufu is a century-old establishment, offering genuine brands. Han Li replied, but the crowd around them, already numerous, began to grow impatient as they observed Lin Luo's meticulous questioning. Kid, are you going to play or not? You're making it seem like you can actually win. Exactly. Can such a large store really deceive you? If you're not playing, then step aside. I want to throw. Chu Jiao, Liang Huan, and Zhao Mengyue glared angrily at the crowd. How annoying. Amidst the commotion, Lin Luo remained unfazed, looking at Han Li with a smirk. Sister, shall I throw now? Go ahead. Whatever you hit, you keep. Han Li replied with a confident smile. The young brother was still too naive. Winning was not as easy as it seemed. The event had been ongoing for a week, and thus far, only a handful had won. If you manage to win, I shall run out of here in delight. Chapter 71. No, you truly can win the lottery. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the target. Eagle-eye technique, activate. Gradually, the target appeared magnified before him, with a small photo affixed to it coming into clear view. As the sales assistant had mentioned, hit the designated mark, and the reward would be yours. Ganzi, capture the target. Zhen Zikong responded with an O, adjusting the camera to focus on the target. Ladies and gentlemen, for aces. The aura emanating from Lin Luo expanded instantaneously, and with a swift motion, the dart in his hand shot forth. 100-step flying sword, here it goes. The onlookers felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, as though they were plummeting from a great height. An overwhelming urge to relieve themselves surged forth. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the dart struck the bullseye. Wow! He hit it! He hit the bullseye! My goodness, the grand prize! Goodness, this young man possesses extraordinary luck. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their excitement palpable. Han Li's face turned pale, her panic visibly escalating. No way, I merely mentioned it. And you truly can win the lottery. Ha! I've won. I won the grand prize. Lin Luo laughed heartily, resembling an inexperienced child who had never witnessed such grandeur, then dashed to the target, urging Kangzi, capture my ecstatic face. I won the grand prize. Lin Luo shouted, while Zhen Zikong, the ever-competent photographer, focused on capturing Lin Luo and the target in one frame. Chu Jiao, Liang Huan, and Zhao Mengyue felt as if they were in a dream, their eyes wide open and mouths agape in astonishment. 3 stunning beauties, utterly dumbfounded. Sister, I've won. Let us claim the prize. Lin Luo excitedly approached Han Li, urging her with a smile. Ah, haha, congratulations, young brother. I must discuss this with the manager. Manager, oh wait. Did you not say that whoever hits the mark gets the prize? Why do you need the manager to come over? You wouldn't be trying to withhold it, would you? Lin Luo shouted loudly. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment, all eyes fixated on Han Li. How could that be, young brother? Our event is genuine and valid. However, given the magnitude of this grand prize, it requires the manager's presence for the presentation. Then where is your manager? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Well, it seems the manager has stepped out for a moment. I will call him to hurry him back. Han Li stammered, fumbling with her phone as if to make a call. Lin Luo paid her no heed and boldly declared, "Everyone, come and see. Jin Fu is a fraud. The event is a sham, and they refuse to honor the prize." No sooner had Lin Luo finished his outcry than Zhun Zikong leaped up, shouting, "Claim the prize! Claim the prize!" Truly, the number one protege of Lin Luo. He is always ready to act. Kong Z's exclamation ignited the crowd, and soon the onlookers joined in the chant. "Claim the prize! Claim the prize!" The uproar was deafening, drowning out even the supermarket's festive greetings. The supermarket, already bustling with patrons, found their attention drawn to the commotion, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Meals forgotten, groceries abandoned, and shopping forsaken, everyone gravitated towards the spectacle. Allow me to observe the situation here. Soon, the crowd surrounded Jin Fu tightly, creating an impenetrable barrier. Whispers and discussions filled the air, with some voices calling out for prize redemption. Han Li, her complexion ashen and beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow, felt a surge of panic. The other sales associates in the store were equally flustered. With a gaze full of resentment, Han Li looked at Lin Luo, wondering how a charming young man could be so troublesome. She felt an urge to slap herself for not having let someone else attend to him. Why was it that he could make others so elated with a mere call of sister? Yet, there was no point in dwelling on the what-ifs. She was already caught in a precarious situation. "Young man, look at the commotion you've caused. Our store will certainly honor your prize, but you cannot create such a ruckus," she implored. If this continued, the shop, barely a week old, might have to close its doors for good. "I demand my prize. If you don't, I will report you for fraud," Lin Luo retorted defiantly, his neck craned like a stubborn youth. Those who are bold often fear not the consequences. And when faced with an intractable situation, they escalate matters, becoming more unreasonable than the initial conflict. After all, he had been cautious and meticulous, recording the entire episode. Jin Fu was a chain store, albeit limited to the local Nan city. If it were a larger establishment like Jin Da Fu or Zhou Fu, such promotions would be unimaginable. Just then, a plump middle-aged man in a suit squeezed his way through the throng. "Everyone, listen to me. I am the manager of the Jin Fu Future City store," he announced, straining to make himself heard as he navigated to the front. Upon seeing the manager, Han Li felt a glimmer of hope and quickly said, "Manager Wang, this young man has won the grand prize." Manager Wang, adjusting his tie and noticing Lin Luo's school uniform, gasped for breath and reassured, "Student, rest assured, our promotion is genuine and valid. Go, bring the gold bar." Instructa, Han Li. She promptly signaled to a colleague behind the counter, retrieving a large gold ingot. "Student, Jin Fu is a century-old establishment. Our promotion is indeed authentic. Here, this is your gold bar," he declared, presenting it with pride, its value marked at 167,500. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow at the gold bar. "Not bad. Although it appears a bit tarnished, it doesn't reek of foulness." "Ha! Jin Fu truly is generous. Is there a tax to be paid on this?" he inquired. Manager Wang was taken aback, surprised that Lin Luo even considered the tax implications. If it weren't for his youthful appearance in a school uniform, one might mistake him for someone far older. "Haha, our store's promotion is tax-inclusive," he replied. "Well, this shady establishment isn't quite so shady after all, which saves me some trouble," Lin Luo remarked, tucking the gold into his pocket. "Do I not need to write a receipt or anything?" he asked again. "Of course, a record must be kept. Our company requires documentation," Manager Wang chuckled. Manager Wang, with a cheerful smile, turned and loudly proclaimed to the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand prize of 167,500 from Jin Fufu has already been redeemed. Our activities at Jin Fufu are genuine and effective, so those interested should hurry over, as today is the final day." The crowd erupted in excitement, surging towards the Jin Fufu counter. This manager Wang was undeniably capable, transforming a crisis of trust into a promotional opportunity. However, this had no bearing on Lin Luo, as the throng pressed forward, with some ill-intentioned individuals pushing their way toward him. Observing the situation, Lin Luo shielded Chu Jiao and her companions, struggling through the crowd before finally carving out a path. Goodness, these people are utterly insane. Zhen Zikong nearly collapsed to the ground, his frail frame barely managing to protect Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu from the onslaught. Zhu Xiao, Liang Huan, and Jiao Mengyu's hair was a disheveled mess, leaving them looking somewhat disheveled. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Today had indeed been exhilarating. Who would have thought a simple meal out could lead to winning a gold bar? It felt like a dream. Lin Luo, you struck it rich today. You must treat us to a meal. Liang Huan grinned at Lin Luo, eager to indulge. Jiao Mengyu, clinging to Chu Jiao's arm, playfully said, Jiao, I want to eat at Hadaleo. Let your man treat us to Hadaleo. Chu Jiao's face, already flushed, turned even redder, resembling a ripe fruit. She playfully smacked Jiao Mengyu, exclaiming in a mix of embarrassment and anger, "Oh, you silly you, what nonsense are you spouting? He is not my man." Yes, my mistake, not yet." Jiao Mengyu chuckled, exchanging mischievous glances with Liang Huan, their laughter echoing. Pretending in front of outsiders was one thing, but why maintain the facade in front of sisters? Little brother, you can't leave just yet. Leave us some assurance. Manager Wang finally squeezed his way out of the crowd, his clothes nearly torn, and upon seeing that Lin Luo had not fled, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Luo had taken advantage of the chaos to escape, the company might not have been able to acknowledge it. He would have to bear the consequences himself. Lin Luo, smiling, glanced at the receipt Manager Wang presented, found everything in order, and then signed it. Manager Wang, here are these darts back to you. In light of this gold bar, I'll refrain from discarding the rest. Upon seeing the darts Lin Luo produced, sweat beaded on Manager Wang's forehead again. Though skeptical, he felt an inexplicable depth to this young man, fearing that if Lin Luo continued throwing, his managerial career would be at an end. Haha, then thank you very much. Lin Luo, with a triumphant glint in his eye, raised his eyebrows at Chu Jiao and the others. See, I won the grand prize, and he still feels the need to thank us. Chapter 72, The New Koi. Young girl Chu Jiao in the basement level of Future City. The five of them sat in a row at a delightful hot pot restaurant, savoring their meal. Regrettably, they had not managed to dine at Hadaleo, primarily due to the overwhelming queue, which would have made them late for their plans. This establishment offered a plethora of dishes and a self-service beverage station, making it quite economical, thus attracting a considerable clientele. Thanks to Lin Luo's commotion at Jin Fufu, they were fortunate to secure a table for 5. Gongzi, Jiao, I've finished eating. You all continue. I'm off to buy something. Lin Luo declared after wiping his mouth with a napkin. Noticing that Chu Jiao's petite face was smeared with sesame sauce, he gently wiped it away for her. Oh dear, Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu exclaimed with playful laughter, their expressions radiating mischief as they beheld Chu Jiao. Zhen Zikong also exchanged knowing glances with Lin Luo. Father, you're impressive. The young girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot an adorable glare at her two friends. What is with the oh dear? Enjoying delicious food, doesn't tea silence your chatter? She retorted playfully. Oh no, I have something on my mouth too. Liang Huan pouted mischievously. Jiao Mengyu promptly produced a tissue, pinching Liang Huan's cheek. Oh dear, let me help you with that. She teased. Zhen Zikong lowered his head, his shoulders shaking with silent laughter. The young girl's face grew even redder as she glared at her two friends. I can't keep these two friends, she huffed, setting down her chopsticks and standing up with a flushed face. Lin Luo, I'm done as well. I'll accompany you. Oh dear, Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu continued their playful antics, causing Chu Jiao to shyly pull Lin Luo out of the hot pot restaurant. Let us hurry. Aren't you going to buy something? Lin Luo grinned mischievously, taking hold of Chu Jiao's delicate hand. The young girl felt her hand tightly gripped, her cheeks flushing as she shyly glanced at Lin Luo, a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. What are you going to buy? Chu Xiao inquit nun Len. Some chili peppers and ginger. The principle of making a self-defense spray is quite simple. It involves creating a spray from highly irritating substances. For instance, devil peppers, ginger, or essential oils. Anything that stings the eyes will suffice. Once boiled into a liquid and cooled, it can be placed into a spray bottle or squirt gun, and the effect will be rather astonishing. Huh? Chu Jiao looked at Lin Luo with confusion. What do you need that for? Are you learning to cook? I didn't realize you had dreams of becoming a chef. Well, since we're visiting your house for dinner this Saturday, I must impress your mother-in-law somehow. Lin Luo replied, grinning playfully as he raised an eyebrow. You're ridiculous. Chu Jiao exclaimed with a mock pout, her face turning crimson as she playfully punched Lin Luo's arm. She was utterly adorable. Who asked your mother-in-law? Don't say such nonsense. He, of course. It's Uncle Chu. He insists I become his son-in-law. If I refuse, he looks as though he might devour me. Thus, I have no choice but to acquiesce. Lin Luo gazed at the flustered girl with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with joy. Truly, she was the belle of the school. Whether in moments of merriment or anger, her charm remained irresistible. Don't you dare speak nonsense. My dad wouldn't, she declared, raising her chin defiantly and shaking her small fist in a mock threat. However, the intimidation lacked any real weight. All right, I shall refrain from saying more. Lin Luo chuckled, taking hold of Chu Jiao's hand as they meandered through the supermarket of Future City. The shelves were stocked with an array of items: devilishly spicy peppers, dried ginger, disinfectant alcohol, spray bottles. Lin Luo filled the shopping cart with several essentials, also adding a few snacks favored by girls. What are you buying all this for? Chu Jiao inquired curiously, eyeing the contents of the cart. Cooking, of course. Just seasonings? Who cooks with only that? Lin Luo replied with a casual smile. Recently, the streets haven't been safe. I'll get some pepper spray to ensure I escort you home every day after school. Really? Chu Jiao's large eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. This foolish boy had finally come to his senses. And what about these snacks? You'll find out soon enough, Lin Luo replied, packing the items into bags and lifting them in his hands. Let us go find Kong Zi and the others. Time is running short. If we delay any longer, we'll be late returning to school. Wow, you bought so much. Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the bag of snacks Lin Luo held. Girls are often like this. They may be full after a meal, yet when it comes to snacks and fruits, their appetite seems inexhaustible. If only there could be a milk tea or ice cream to enjoy afterward. That would be utterly perfect. Here, these are for you, my dear friends. Promise not to bully Jiao. Lin Luo teased, handing over the entire bag of snacks with a smile. Oh my, Liang Huan and Jiao Mengyu chirped as they eagerly accepted the treats, nodding in satisfaction at the assortment inside. Rest assured, little Lin, with us around, no one will dare bully Jiao, they assured confidently. Indeed, if anyone wants a mess with Jiao, they'll have to get through us first, the two girls declared, striking a pose of solidarity. Lin Luo smiled to himself, glancing at the girl beside him. Fortunately, Jiao had a healthy appetite, unlike the two girls opposite, who seemed quite impoverished in comparison. Let us go, Kong Zi. Time to check out, he said. Wait. Kong Zi instinctively reached into his pocket for money, his eyes widening in surprise. Aren't you treating us? Why am I the one paying? Lo Guyu. Kong Zi began, but Lin Luo interrupted him. What's wrong? I'm merely giving you a chance to show off before the ladies. If you don't appreciate it, then never mind. I'll cover this meal, Lin Luo said, preparing to dig into his pocket. Wait. I'll pay. Zhen Zikong quickly grabbed Lin Luo's hand, preventing him from reaching for his wallet, then enthusiastically rushed to the front to settle the bill. Luo Gu is indeed correct. In the presence of beautiful women, I ought to present myself well. Boss, how much for the 5 of us? Pelepeta Ju Xiao Xiao, Liang Huan Huan. And Jiao Ming, you were all amused by Zhen Zikong, giggling as they glanced at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, you are quite the rascal. Lin Luo tilted his head, unabashed. What are you all laughing at? Hurry and buy some sunflower seeds for Kong Zi. At the front desk, Kong Zi turned around, repeatedly waving his hands at Lin Luo. No, don't be polite. I don't eat sunflower seeds. Ju Xiao Xiao, Liang Huan Huan. And Jiao Mingyu erupted into even more laughter, clutching their flat bellies in mirth. Seeing the 3 girls so joyous, Kong Zi scratched the back of his head and chuckled along. Although Liang Huan Huan and Jiao Mingyu might not possess the same beauty as Chu Jiao Jiao, they were still among the most attractive in their class, garnering much attention from male classmates during their time in Class 5. After classes, many eyes were often drawn to them, and even boys from other classes would send love letters their way. Naturally, the most attention was directed at Chu Jiao Jiao. However, the 3 girls were not particularly interested in such matters, focusing instead on their studies. Liang Huan Huan and Jiao Ming were in Class 2, just shy of entering the accelerated class. Luo Ge, these invoices can actually win prizes. Zhen Zikong approached with several invoices, his face alight with curiosity. I never knew invoices could be like a lottery. I had him issue 5 invoices. Let us each take one and test our luck. Zhen Zikong asked eagerly. With Chu Jiao Jiao, Liang Huan Huan, and Jiao Ming Yu's eyes reflecting intrigue. Oh my! This time it was Lin Luo who spoke. Observing the invoices in Zhen Zikang's hands, he mused to himself, surely, Kong Zi, the treasure hunter, cannot be so fortunate as to find a prize everywhere he goes. Let us give it a try. Lin Luo took an invoice from Kong Zi. To encourage consumers to request invoices, boost tax revenues, and prevent tax evasion, the tax authorities had introduced prize-winning invoices. The effects were rather impressive. The maximum prize was 50,000 and the minimum was 10. Indeed, there had been an increase in the number of consumers requesting invoices after their purchases. The 5 of them took out their keys and scratched off the areas designated for prizes. Thank you. Kong Zi, the treasure hunter, was not as extraordinarily lucky as one might think. Lin Luo chuckled softly, pocketing the invoice and casually bringing out a small coal ball. The little creature was quite obedient. When Lin Luo instructed it to stay still, it complied like a plush toy. A passerby failed to recognize it as a real kitten. Lu Ye, do you think this one is a winner? Kong Zi uncertainly handed over his invoice. Lin Luo's eyes widened as he examined a 20 yuan prize in the scratch-off area. His reaction mirrored that of Han Li. No way, you actually won. Wow, mine is 50 yuan. Liang Huan Huan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiao Mingyu also jumped up, her invoice fluttering in her hand. Look, I have 100. Oh my, you both won as well. Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. But Kong Zi, you're my treasure hunting pioneer. How could you betray me upon seeing a beautiful woman? At that moment, Chu Jiao Jiao excitedly clung to Lin Luo's arm, bouncing with enthusiasm. Lin Luo, look, 500 yuan. The 20 yuan receipt has yielded 500. A new lucky fish has been born. Zhen Zikong, Liang Huan Huan, and Jiao Mingyue all leaned in curiously. Even the little coal ball was peering to catch a glimpse of Chu Jiao Jiao's receipt. Wow, Jiao Jiao, you are amazing. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched into a somewhat stiff smile as a number 6 slowly appeared above his head. What does this mean? 5 of us. And you 4 won while I only received a thank you. Lin Luo, what did you win? Chu Jiao Jiao inquired, her smile radiant. My brother Luo has such good luck. He must have won something, right, Luo Ge? Zhen Zikong grinned confidently at Lin Luo. Thank you. Hey, what are you thanking for? Come on, Luo Ge. How much did you win? Zhen Zikong waved his hand, laughing carefree. I won a thank you. Lin Luo, rendered speechless, pulled out the receipt and shoved it toward Zhen Zikong. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Oh, Luo Ge, you didn't win. Zhen Zikong's face instantly turned to one of astonishment. Luo Ge, with your luck. How could you not have one? Liang Huan Huan and Jiao Mingyue giggled at Zhen Zikong's sudden change of expression. Chu Jiao Jiao stood on her toes, playfully lifting her delicate, jade-like fingers to gently coax a smile from Lin Luo's lips. Come on, don't sulk. I'll share my winnings with you. Then you'll have one too. Are you trying to appease a child? Lin Luo's heart began to race as he gazed at the bright smile of the young girl before him. Who said I didn't win? Chapter 73. The rookie blacksmith Lin Luo goes online. Oh my, I'll share half of my winnings with you. So you can win too. You two are so cheesy. Liang Huanhuan and Jiao Mingyue rubbed their arms, feeling as if their goosebumps might fall off. Zhen Zikong looked on with envy. Compared to the school beauty, his 20 yuan seemed utterly insignificant. Huanhuan, yeah. Chu Jiao pouted adorably, stamping her little feet on the floor. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Hey, you both are enjoying the benefits without doing anything, aren't you? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the snack bags in Liang Huanhuan and Jiao Mingyue's hands. How could that be? Enough talk. Let us go claim our prize. Liang Huanhuan and Jiao Mingyue giggled as they dashed to the counter with their snack bags. Zhen Zikong gave Lin Luo a thumbs up and hurried after them. 20 yuan is still a prize. It can buy several meat buns. Or even a trip to the internet CAF. The distraction has finally left. Stop pouting. You look just like a little bun. Lin Luo poked Chu Jiao's chubby cheek, teasing her with a smile. I never realized how adorable my desk mate was before. Zhu hope fat, clutching her small coal ball, and then handed the invoice to Lin Luo. Let us go claim the prize, you little brat. The afternoon classes were rather tedious, mostly focused on lecturing. Physical education was practically out of their reach. The senior year curriculum was intense, requiring them to swiftly cover all the knowledge of the third year in the first semester, squeezing out time to review all high school material multiple times. The goal was to solidify the key points of knowledge, as nobody could predict the topics that would emerge in the college entrance examination. Hence, the teaching load was indeed heavy. Knowledge points flowed one after another during class, and if one wasn't attentive, they might find themselves lost in silence. Lin Luo had already committed all subjects of high school to memory in 3 days. Going through the material with the teacher felt like having someone assist in organizing the information, leading to a deeper understanding. Ding, 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 unknowingly. The whispers of autumn echoed once more as the self-study class concluded, and the sky outside had begun to darken. There was still evening self-study to attend. Those living nearby could continue their studies here, while the commuting students would have to head home. Chu Jiao packed her bag and glanced at Lin Luo, who was cuddling the little coal ball. I'm all set, Lin Luo. All right, let us go, Lin Luo replied, retrieving a bag of materials he had purchased at noon from his desk pocket, while standing up with the little coal ball in his arms. From today onward, he would take on the responsibility of escorting Chu Jiao home. I'll carry your bag. You handle the coal ball. Lin Luo glanced at Chu Jiao's heavy backpack, then reached out to unburden her, swiftly removing the bag from her shoulders. He then placed the little coal ball into the bewildered Chu Jiao's arms. Both the girl and the coal ball wore expressions of confusion. Chu Jiao looked back at the bag behind her, then at the one in Lin Luo's hands, not comprehending how her backpack had suddenly transferred to him. However, the little coal ball is indeed adorable. The two of them exited the classroom, one following the other, and were soon confronted by Zhen Zikong, who approached with a weary expression, as if he had been completely drained of energy. Upon seeing Lin Luo, he weakly remarked, Luo Ge, I have completed the paper you assigned. Zikong held out a handwritten test paper, which consisted of mathematics problems Lin Luo had given during the afternoon break. His intention was to assess Zhen Zikong's foundational knowledge, specifically instructing him to write earnestly and leave unanswered questions blank if he was unsure. Thus, during self-study, Zikong exerted himself to the utmost, managing to solve just over half of the paper. Lin Luo glanced at the paper. Out of 25 questions, 12 were answered. 6 were incorrect, and the rest were left blank. Zikong's mathematical abilities were indeed a challenge to articulate. Nevertheless, as long as he perseveres, it is never too late. Well done. Take this paper to Old Qian tomorrow and have him explain each question to you, Lin Luo said, returning the paper to Zikong. Zhen Zikong scratched his head, contemplating whether to inquire about the number of correct answers, but sensing Lin Luo's demeanor, he felt a twinge of apprehension. I understand, Luo Ge. Be cautious on your way home. Lin Luo waved his hand and descended the stairs with Chu Jiao. The campus was nearly deserted. the lights illuminating the large playground where a few students were still running around. The middle school section was empty, and most of the high school students in grades 1 and 2 had departed, leaving only the boarding students laboring in the classrooms. Lin Luo, how are we getting back? Chu Jiao asked, clutching the little coal ball as she walked beside him, her peach blossom eyes gazing up at him. Her family usually drove to pick her up, but upon learning Lin Luo would take her home today, she texted her mother, informing her that Xiaoli no longer needed to come. I have a car, Lin Luo exclaimed, his head held high with pride. Ah, you have a car. Chu Jiao responded in astonishment. Have you turned 18? When did you get a car? A few minutes later, Lin Luo rode his humble bicycle, carrying the young lady as they wobbled towards her home. Chu Jiao sat sideways on the back seat, one arm around Lin Luo's waist and the other cradling the little coal ball, her smile radiant. Hearing the sweet tune she hummed behind him caused Lin Luo's lips to curl upward. I'm coming to your house for dinner on Saturday. You must look out for me. The thought of dining at Chu Jiao's home made Lin Luo feel a bit flustered. He was not particularly apprehensive about meeting Uncle Chu, having encountered him numerous times and grown accustomed to his presence. However, he had yet to meet Chu Jiao's mother, and he was uncertain about how well he would get along with his future mother-in-law or her temperament. That depends on your performance. Chu Jiao teased with a playful smile. The thought of Lin Luo's awkwardness at her home on Saturday made her little feet swing in delight. Lin Luo's lips twitched as he steered the bicycle with one hand and retrieved the compass. The needle of the compass slowly rotated before finally pointing southwest. Lin Luo expressionlessly glanced in that direction, remaining silent as he silently quickened his pace. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He absolutely must ensure that his future father-in-law provides him with an electric bike. I have arrived home. Exiting the elevator, I swiftly reached the doorstep of Chu Jiao's residence, room 1001, building 2, Qiosha Road Garden Community. Observing Lin Luo, who insisted on escorting her upstairs, a sweet, indescribable feeling blossomed in the young girl's heart. This fool had suddenly become so perceptive, which left her somewhat unaccustomed. You may enter. I will wait until you are inside before I leave. Lin Luo nodded with a bright smile, gazing at the cheerful girl. The malevolent rat, consumed by madness, was capable of any atrocity. Thus, Lin Luo remained vigilant throughout the journey, clutching the celestial compass tightly in his hand. Now it was confirmed that no treacherous spirits lurked within the building. However, they were already at the doorstep, so a few more steps would not make a difference. Goodbye, Lin Luo. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Lin Luo waved his hand, watching as Chu Jiao entered her home. The moment the door closed, the smile vanished from Lin Luo's face, and he swiftly darted into the stairwell. I'm back. Xiaoli peeked out from the kitchen, her brow arching upon seeing the entering Chu Jiao, whose smile resembled that of a blooming flower, cradling a cat. Where did you get that cat? Chu Jiao suddenly realized, glancing at the nervous little coal ball in her arms, and couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. You silly fool. Why didn't you give me my backpack? On the rooftop of Building 2 in the garden community, the light was dim. Lin Luo crouched in a corner, placing the devilishly spicy peppers he had purchased into a bag, squeezing it tightly. With the application of the mighty Vajra palm, his hand glimmered with a faint luminescence. After a moment, the peppers in the bag transformed into chili powder. Subsequently, Lin Luo retrieved a stainless steel lunchbox from his storage space, pouring the chili powder inside, followed by some disinfectant alcohol. Finally, he shook the lunchbox and extended his index finger. With a puff, a grain-sized spark of spiritual fire leapt forth, almost comically. Yet, being a spark of spiritual fire, its temperature was no trifling matter. Lin Luo positioned his finger beneath the lunchbox. In no time, the stainless steel container began to bubble. The disinfectant alcohol was boiling the devilishly spicy chili powder. The smoke billowed relentlessly towards his face. It was truly suffocating. Lin Luo squinted, retreating his head. But to no avail. Damn it. Surely changing direction will help. He turned around, yet the infuriating smoke seemed to have a mind of its own, still drifting towards him. Cough. Oh. Was this never ending? Chapter 74. dealing with the venomous rodent. Please select Lin Luo's brand of wolf repellent spray. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Luo's eyes were red, and he was coughing incessantly. However, all the toil was well worth it. A vat of vibrant red chili water had been concocted by Lin Luo. The next step was the final assembly. He retrieved a pressure spray bottle from his storage space, designed for watering and fertilizing plants. After applying pressure, he could adjust the nozzle to produce either a stream or a mist. The size was just right. It could spray far and deliver a substantial amount. Thus, this became Lin Luo's preferred choice. Typically, wolf repellent sprays are compact for easy transport, but with his storage space, he opted for one with a larger capacity. Lin Luo opened the cap, attached the filter, and poured the chili water into the spray bottle. As he secured the lid and applied pressure, a fine mist erupted from the nozzle. Success! System, did you see that? A blue star weapon, the wolf repellent spray. Task: craft a blue star weapon for yourself. Reward: rejuvenation technique completed. In an instant, information regarding the rejuvenation technique flooded Lin Luo's mind. Was it easy for me? My eyes nearly went blind, but I finally completed it. With his eyes reddened and brimming with tears, Lin Luo administered the rejuvenation technique upon himself. Soon, he felt a refreshing breeze sweep over his eyes. The discomfort subsided, and at last, his vision returned to normal without any tears. This rejuvenation technique is quite remarkable. Lin Luo marveled at its efficacy. Truly, it is a foundational skill of the healing mage, requiring little energy while yielding significant results. However, the more severe the injury, the less effective the rejuvenation technique becomes, necessitating multiple applications for cumulative effect to achieve successful healing. After all, it is a basic skill. One cannot expect a common cold remedy to cure terminal illnesses. Old Deng, come forth and check the system. Despite your lack of proficiency in craftsmanship, you have endured countless hardships and poured your heart and soul into finally creating a formidable blue star weapon. However, the weapon's true power remains to be tested. You decide to seek out a group of nefarious individuals to experiment with its efficacy. Task: exterminate the villains using the blue star weapon. Reward: century-old wild ginseng. Oh, Lin Luo paused for a moment. The task itself was not particularly arduous. With his current strength, he could easily take on dozens of adversaries barehanded. Yet, regarding the reward, compared to the previously acquired skills like rejuvenation technique, prognostication, and spirit manipulation, was a century-old wild ginseng truly so unremarkable. However, recalling the claims of the miraculous life-preserving properties of century-old wild ginseng in novels, perhaps the ginseng from Qian would be even more potent, potentially offering additional benefits. Not to mention, a well-preserved century-old wild ginseng could fetch an astounding price of over $1 million. Moreover, it is often priceless and unobtainable even with wealth. Even if one chose not to sell it, periodically brewing a ginseng broth could ensure a family enjoys robust health and longevity. With this thought, Lin Luo stowed away the spray bottle and took out the divination compass. The compass needle slightly shifted, pointing southeast to the Imperial Luxury Night City, the largest nightlife venue in the southern city. A fusion of bathing, KTV, bars, dining, and hotels, this vibrant locale comes alive at night, adorned with dazzling neon lights that shimmer in myriad hues. The patrons here are a diverse mix from all walks of life, yet the most conspicuous are the scantily clad, flamboyantly dressed women. Many young revelers from the southern city flock to this spot. Occasionally, one might witness a drunken girl being kindly taken in by compassionate souls. Lin Luo, riding his bicycle, came to a wobbly halt by the roadside, the compass in his hand pointing directly at this city that never sleeps. Divination, activate, he mused internally, as his eyes shimmered with a faint blue light, surveying the Empire Hotel. Suddenly, the world transformed into shades of gray, the vibrant neon lights losing their original colors. Above the Empire appeared a chaotic amalgamation of gases, predominantly black and gray, interspersed with hints of purple and yellow. The black and gray signified calamity, while the purple and yellow represented nobility and wealth. Indeed, the Empire is the largest den of indulgence in the southern city. After pondering briefly, Lin Luo secured his bicycle at the curb, locking it out of respect for potential thieves. Holding the compass, he followed its guidance towards the empire. The establishment comprised several buildings, each section yet interconnected, providing seamless access to dining, singing, bathing, or lodging, truly a one-stop destination. It is no wonder that countless individuals are drawn here. Curiously, Lin Luo found himself wandering to the rear of the building. Following the compass, he expected to enter, but instead ended up at the back. While the music inside roared deafeningly, this area was eerily quiet. Surrounding it were small, garage-like structures with shuttered doors, devoid of light, casting an ominous darkness. In the midst of the vacant ground lay a collection of vehicles, suggesting it was a parking lot. At that moment, lights flickered from a distance. Lin Luo crouched low behind a small car, peeking out with keen, bright eyes. Soon, a van pulled into an empty spot. As the headlights dimmed, 3 individuals emerged, leaning against the vehicle to smoke, their vigilance evident as they scanned their surroundings. Before long, the garage doors rattled open, revealing dimly lit interiors obscured by newspapers. A dozen young men surged forth, hastening towards the van. Lin Luo activated his eagle-eye technique, his gaze fixated on the group as if he were a predator stalking prey. The compass needle danced erratically among them, indicating they were not escaping. Quickly, move faster, someone urged in a hushed tone. The group began unloading boxes from a van, preparing to return them to the garage. Just then, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air, startling even Lin Luo. The thieves, visibly shaken, exchanged frantic glances, their anxiety palpable. As the red and blue lights flashed and the sirens blared, a multitude of patrol cars surged in, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. "Their SA raid, run," shouted an elderly woman, urging her companions to arm themselves for a confrontation. "Freeze! Raise your hands. You are surrounded. Get down on the ground with your hands on your head." The sound of gunfire erupted, chaos ensued. The defiant fought back while others fled into the shadows. Lin Luo crouched behind a small vehicle, spotting a bald man being dragged by 2 underlings, awkwardly making their way toward him. They clutched a heavy bag, clearly reluctant to abandon it even in their flight. There was something valuable inside. A smirk crept onto Lin Luo's lips as he stealthily followed, unnoticed. "Leave these 3 to me. Boss, let me step on your shoulders to get up." The bald man, visibly moved, climbed onto one of his henchmen's shoulders, straining to scale the wall. "Brother, give me your hand." Amidst the gunfire, the bald man perched atop the wall, pulling his 2 companions over. Outside the courtyard wall, a small car waited. Seeing it still there, the trio exhaled in relief. The car remained untouched. No authorities were lying in wait, indicating their backup had not been discovered. "Wonderful. Boss, we made it out." The blonde gasped, grateful for their narrow escape. "Thanks to the boss leaving a car here. We would have been in trouble otherwise," another red-haired man chimed in, overly appreciative. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of comfort from the praise, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Huh, good thing I'm clever. They think they can catch me? Dream on. Boss, you're incredible. I truly admire you." Suddenly, a dark figure lunged forward, causing the red-haired man to feel a chill across his face. "What the?" he exclaimed, hastily wiping his face and rubbing his eyes. Simultaneously, the blonde felt something spray on him. "What the hell? Is it raining?" he gasped, wiping his face in confusion. "Wait, why does this rain feel spicy?" "It's not raining. Let us get out of here before they catch up." The bald man, unfazed, reached for the bag to get into the car. Suddenly, a shadow darted in front of him, startling him into exclaiming, "What the?" as his hand instinctively moved to his waist. "What's going on?" A hissing sound erupted as a spray of mist shot towards the bald man's face. "What the?" he shouted, rubbing his eyes frantically, quickly joining his companions in a frenzy of tears, their faces contorted in agony, emitting wails reminiscent of a slaughtered animal. "Hey, Old Deng, come out and inspect the goods," Lin Luo declared triumphantly, holding up a spray can, basking in his victory. Mission: utilize Blue Star weaponry to eliminate criminals. Reward: a century-old wild ginseng. Completed. Chapter 75. You want me to match your ghostly flames while stealing my cabbage? That familiar feeling has returned. Lin Luo felt a weight in his pocket, Upon casually reaching in, he retrieved a jade box that felt warm to the touch. Opening the box revealed a wild mountain ginseng. Though Lin Luo lacked expertise in this area, he possessed the skill of gem appraisal. Jade box, 250,000 yuan. Centenary wild mountain ginseng, 1,850,000 yuan. Impressive. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly. Accompanied by the blaring sirens and flashing police lights, chaos erupted behind the imperial luxury vehicle. Chu Jianjun and team leader Zheng Guoqiang crouched behind a compact car. Clutching their service pistols, their expressions grave and alert. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. They exchanged a glance, nodded, and simultaneously rose to aim and fire. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and two fleeing drug dealers collapsed to the ground. They quickly crouched back down, their movements fluid and practiced. The gunfire around them diminished, and those who had bravely resisted were eliminated. The remaining culprits, terrified, surrendered, laying on the ground with their hands on their heads. I surrender. I surrender. Mommy, save me. Calling for one's mother? At this point, even invoking the Queen Mother would be futile. Before long, the operation concluded. 10 were shot dead by the patrol, 8 captured, and a few injured accomplices were sent to the hospital in a patrol car. Captain, these guys are utterly insane, Zheng Guoqiang remarked, standing beside Chu Jianjun, gazing at the bodies on the ground, a sense of dread washing over him. Fortunately, they had adequately prepared for this operation, wearing bulletproof vests. Aware of the drug dealer's recklessness, they had not anticipated such a desperate response, opening fire upon seeing the patrol car. Had it not been for the vests, those injured might not have survived. Chu Jianjun nodded in agreement, grateful for having heeded Lin Luo's advice to exercise caution. He pulled out his phone to report the situation. Just then, someone rushed over, looking serious and anxious. Captain, 3 have escaped. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianjun furrowed his brow. Who got away? Did you find out? It was their leader, Zhao Dalong, along with his 2 close subordinates, Hong Mao and Huang Mao. Search. We must find them. Yes, sir. Several officers saluted and prepared to search. At that moment, Chu Jianjun's phone rang. He glanced down, and his expression shifted as he recognized the caller. What could this rascal want at such a moment? Hello, what is it? Chu Jianjun an suo. A wretched wail echoed through the line, causing Chu Jianjun's brow to furrow deeply. Why was there such a terrible outcry on Lin Luo's end? Had something gone wrong? Uncle Chu, do you want credit for this? Lin Luo's voice came through cheerfully, sounding somewhat irreverent. Almost instantaneously, Chu Jianjun's head snapped up, scanning the surroundings. For he could still hear the sound of sirens over the phone. This rascal was on the scene. Where are you? The audacious young man, emboldened by a reckless spirit, dared to venture into a den of outlaws armed to the teeth. Hey, behind the western wall, I have 3 of them restrained, a bald one, a redhead, and a blonde, exclaimed Chu Jianjun, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My dear son-in-law, you're indeed my good fortune. Wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly. With that, Chu Jianjun bellowed. Follow me, Team 6. Zheng Guoqiang gestured, and several patrolmen quickly aligned themselves with Chu Jianjun as they raced towards the western wall. The wall was somewhat lower, allowing for an easy climb. The agile group took a swift run up, leaped, and with a couple of powerful pushes against the wall, they found themselves atop the structure. The scene beyond the courtyard wall unfolded before their eyes. Zhao Dalong and his companions, the redhead and the blonde, writhed on the ground, their cries piercing the night. Meanwhile, Lin Luo stood nearby, a sprayer in hand, his demeanor deceptively innocent. He seemed to relish the cries that diminished, promptly adding a little enhancement to their ordeal. With a few hisses from the sprayer, the wails doubled in intensity. On the wall, Chu Jianjun and Zheng Guoqiang exchanged bewildered glances, their minds momentarily blank. How'd he manage this? Lin Luo, catching their eyes, greeted them with a cheerful, "Good evening, Uncle Chu. Impudent brat." Chu Jianjun chuckled, leaping down from the wall. After they all descended, they pounced upon Zhao Dalong and his companions. Behave yourselves. Do not move. With a few clicks, Zheng Guoqiang and the others produced handcuffs, securing Zhao Dalong and his gang. Yet, The trio continued to thrash about wildly, their cries hoarse as if resisting capture. Witnessing their struggle, Zhang Guiqiang's frustration boiled over, and he unleashed a series of punches upon them, producing a cacophony of sound. Calm down. Do you not understand? No more movement. If you attempt to flee, I will ensure you regret it. Chu Jianjun appeared oblivious to the commotion, pulling Lin Luo aside. What brings you here, young rascal? He inquired. Never you mind. These three are my captives. If there's a bounty, Uncle Chu, don't forget to send the payment. Lin Luo replied with a cheeky grin. You truly believe yourself to be a bounty hunter? Chu Jianjun retorted, ruffling Lin Luo's hair before noticing the sprayer in his hand. Why are you still carrying that? This is my weapon, Lin Luo declared. When confronting such vicious thieves, one must be prepared for self-defense. He shook the sprayer, then approached the bald man, who had fallen silent, and sprayed him twice in the face. With a hiss, the bald man convulsed violently, reminiscent of a fish flopping on dry land. Grandfather, stop spraying. It hurts so much. Zhao Dalong cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. I've already been captured. What more do you want? Are you trying to kill me with that? Zhang Guiqiang exchanged glances with a few others before raising his fist and striking down again. Damn it, behave yourself. Do you not understand human language? Shout, shout. You're not allowed to shout. The cries echoed, filled with anguish. Zhao Dalong was truly taken aback, his head shaking vigorously as he wept heart-wrenchingly. You are bullying us too much. When has my brother Long ever endured such humiliation? How does it feel? Effective, isn't it? Lin Luo looked at Chu Jianjun with a smug expression. He was already planning to prepare a water gun to spray directly at their faces, ensuring its formidable impact. You little rascal, stop your nonsense. These people have guns. Chu Jianjun glared at Lin Luo. Today, you're merely fortunate that they didn't notice you when they jumped down from the wall. If you had been even a little further away, you and T have had the chance to cry even if I tossed you a peanut. Lin Luo, undeterred, chuckled. Well then, I'll just prepare a water gun for a sneak attack from a distance. Chu Jianjun rolled his eyes at Lin Luo. Using a chilly water gun to catch thieves? Do you think this is childish play? Yet, he refrained from saying more, as Lin Luo had indeed accomplished a significant feat today. If it weren't for him, those three would have escaped, and their operation would have been a failure, resulting in no credit and instead, repercussions upon their return. You little rascal. How did you get here? Oh, I rode my bike over. It's parked on the curb in front of the Dihao. Lin Luo recalled his shabby little bicycle and quickly added, Uncle Chu, I rode over from school. It's over 20 kilometers. When are you going to give me a car? A car? I don't even have one for myself, and you expect me to get one for you? Juzian dun zito, isapata. A motorcycle would do, or even an electric bike would suffice. It's so inconvenient to ride a bicycle when I'm dropping someone off at school. Lin Luo pouted. Old Deng, you must understand that I'm sending your daughter. You can't even provide me with an electric bike. Isn't that a bit too much? Chu Jianjun gritted his teeth. You've taken my precious daughter, and now you want me to provide you with a vehicle? Nevertheless, providing a vehicle was necessary, as it was indeed for his daughter. We'll discuss the car later. I'm busy today, so you'll have to return on your own. After saying this, Chu Jianjun waved at the people behind him, who proceeded to shove Zhao Dalong and the others into the car. This bald man had successfully ensured his final journey. Lin Luo shrugged, understanding that Chu Jianjun's decision to leave him behind was out of concern for his safety. What if these individuals had accomplices outside who discovered his presence and sought him out? The car sped away, while those who couldn't fit climbed back over the wall. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Luo tucked away his spray bottle, now holding something new in his hand, a sleek, black firearm. It resembled a toy gun from the Yellow River, similar in weight, yet appeared quite exquisite. He had just acquired it from the red-haired man, who surprisingly had two on him. Why should he have none? It seems so unfair. As for whether one will be discovered, it is merely a jest, catching thieves red-handed. Search. If you uncover anything, I shall rush forth. Lin Luo, toying with his rustic weapon, was in high spirits. You have braved life and death at a critical moment, valiantly eradicating the notorious bandits of Blue Star, thus validating the formidable prowess of Blue Star's weaponry. However, you have realized that the efficacy of Blue Star's weapons against the Grand Qian's master practitioners is rather mediocre. To To ensure your own safety upon returning to Grand Qian, you must seek more powerful weaponry. Task: seek out weapons of greater might from Blue Star. Reward: Yinjing. Lin Luo. Chapter 76. Today's gossip. The revelations never cease behind the courtyard walls. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, while the evening breeze whispered through the air. Just beyond the barrier, the police lights continued to flash incessantly. In a crime drama, this moment would undoubtedly be accompanied by a stirring soundtrack. Yet, in reality, it was rather mundane, with a group of uniformed officers meticulously controlling the scene, their expressions grave as they searched diligently. However, none of this concerned Lin Luo. He stood there, dazed, staring at the messages in the system chat box, unable to comprehend for a considerable time. Wait, system, are you serious? A reward, and it's the inscripture? You old fool. What is this inscripture? Inscripture, derived from the untransmitted secret techniques of the great Qian sect, a compilation of methods for gathering and refining yin. The methods of gathering and refining yin seemed rather sinister. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, lost in speculation. This yin sect couldn't possibly be some sort of cult, could it? If there's a yin sect, is there a yang sect as well? There had been talk of a Qi sect previously. The influence of the great Qian is indeed extensive. Never mind. Mere words would not bring clarity. I shall know when the reward is bestowed. System, what do you make of this? Lin Luo waved the earthen firearm in his hand, which should be considered a more formidable weapon. He felt quite confident, yet the system remained unresponsive, leaving Lin Luo at a loss for words. Surely, this dim-witted system doesn't think this is a toy gun? Damn, it seems I must choose something else. Unperturbed, Lin Luo stowed the earthen firearm and hastened towards his parked bicycle. It was getting late. He should head home. Tomorrow, he would ask Comrade Lin to procure some firecrackers. Those would certainly startle the system into a daze. A few minutes later, on the desolate street, the frigid wind howled, swirling leaves into the air. The smile on Lin Luo's face gradually faded. What the hell? Where's my bike? Who stole my bicycle? Damn it. Can't I even afford to live? They even steal a broken bicycle. Is there no justice left? Fuming, Lin Luo marched to where he had previously locked his bike. Upon lowering his gaze, he found nothing but a severed lock lying on the ground. Damn it. I respected your profession by locking it up. You ought to respect yours as well. Thieves shouldn't leave empty-handed. If I catch you, I swear I'll make you regret it. Seething, Lin Luo took out the divination compass, yet the needle seemed unresponsive, refusing to budge. This thing can't be limited to 2 uses a day, can it? He squinted suspiciously at the compass in his hand. Or perhaps stealing a bicycle doesn't count as malevolent. Unsure, Lin Luo decided to put the compass away and call for a taxi home. Losing the bicycle might just provide the opportunity to procure a vehicle from his future father-in-law. Meanwhile, the Imperial Grand remained lively. A long line of patrol cars parked at the entrance, their lights flashing. Although they did not sound their sirens, the mere presence of the vehicles exuded an intimidating aura. Before long, Lin Luo hailed a taxi. After providing the address, he settled into the back seat, closed his eyes, and prepared for a brief nap. However, after quite some time, the vehicle remained stationary. Lin Luo curiously opened one eye to find the driver, seated in the driver's position, extending his neck to gaze towards the entrance of the Dihao. Lin Luo turned his head and noticed a long line of uniformed officers escorting individuals out from within the Dihao, preparing to usher them into the patrol cars. There were even some individuals without clothing, their heads concealed by hoods, creating quite a shocking scene. It was no wonder the driver was reluctant to depart. Goodness, what a grand spectacle! The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement, his leg trembling in anticipation. Observing was not sufficient for him. He eagerly picked up the walkie-talkie. Brothers, the Dihao has been raided. Dozens of patrol cars are stationed at the entrance, apprehending people as we speak. They're dragging them out bare. Wow, is this for real? I'm just a street away. I'll be there in a moment. I want to see this, exclaimed another voice over the radio, equally thrilled. The driver appeared as if a drop of water had been thrown into a hot frying pan, the walkie-talkie buzzing with exuberant chatter. The Dihao was the largest den of indulgence in the South City and also the biggest nightlife venue, making it the prime spot for taxis. Many cab drivers favored this area due to the high volume of customers. It was commonly said that once one had money, they would surely indulge at the Dihao. Yet here it was, raided before they could even earn a dime. Driver, shall we go? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat speechless. We're missing out on potential earnings. Come on, let us watch for a while. Such a grand event is rare. I'll drop you off on my way back after my shift. No charge. The taxi driver declared without taking his eyes off the entrance of the Dihao. Lin Luo shrugged. If it's free, then do as you please. I'm not in a hurry. Moments later, more and more taxis arrived from every direction, lining the streets on either side. There were both taxis and private vehicles. Drivers exited their cars, crowding the roadside to glimpse the commotion, their faces alight with excitement. Some even had dogs poking their heads out of the windows, curiously staring towards the Dihao. People were snapping photos with their phones, while others were on the phone, animatedly narrating the scene to friends, possibly trying to rally others to come and witness the spectacle. Wow, another one without clothes. Haha, this one is not even wearing a hood. They must be crying, getting dragged out bare and crying. How amusing. Lin Luo sat in the vehicle, closing his eyes to rest, feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony outside. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Luo gloomily pushed open the door to his home. His father, Lin Qian, and Ms. Zhang Xuehua were still awake, seated on the sofa watching television. Upon hearing the door open, Lin Qian and Zhang Xuehua swiftly turned their heads, their expressions unfriendly as they regarded Lin Luo. So, why are you home so late? Zhang Xuehua inquired gently, a warm smile gracing her face. Lin Luo managed a slight grin. Mom, how do you manage to look so innocuous yet so intimidating? Ahem, the Dihao has been raided. I want to see the commotion. The elderly couple's eyes brightened, and their postures straightened with curiosity. What is this about? Please elaborate. The onlookers urged for more. Lin Luo sighed. Today, while escorting a classmate home, I passed by the Dihao and noticed a patrol apprehending individuals. So, I parked my car to observe the commotion. Lin Jianxi grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, while Zhang Xuehua snatched a small handful from him. Crunch, crunch. As the two munched on the seeds, they pressed Lin Luo for more information. Don't stop, continue. Lin Luo smirked slightly. You two are truly the quintessential onlookers. At the entrance of Dihao, dozens of patrol cars were parked, and over 100 individuals were being brought out. Many were not wearing clothes, but all had masks on, making it impossible to identify them. Oh, it seems a crackdown is underway.